Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
How can it be resisted with Protect? The result was beyond question. Slowking and Starmie stood against Greninja's Hydro Vortex, feeling utterly insignificant. It was as if they were being engulfed by the vast ocean itself. As if challenging Poseidon himself. A strange realization dawned upon the two Pokémon. For the first time, they didn't even consider resisting. The sheer force of the attack crushed any thought of retaliation. A wave of pressure washed over them, striking deep into their very cores, leaving them trembling in its wake. Only another water-type Pokémon could comprehend how terrifying this power truly was. It defied all logic. This wasn't a strength that Pokémon of their level should be capable of wielding. One Yuan was just as stunned. She had already acknowledged Liu's strength. After all, he wielded two Pokémon capable of Mega Evolution. But Greninja? That Pokémon hadn't even evolved beyond its standard form, let alone into a Mega Evolution. She hadn't expected to win, but she had at least thought she could hold out for a few rounds. And then, the moment this attack was unleashed, she realized how foolish she had been. Yes, Greninja didn't have Mega Evolution. But the power radiating from this move was no less terrifying than one. Her breath caught as she watched the massive whirlpool spiral outwards, swallowing the battlefield. A memory flickered in her mind. She had once seen a classified video circulating among elite trainers. In that video, a trainer commanded his Greninja to unleash a devastating technique that obliterated 7 or 8 opponents in an instant. Later, a research paper was published analyzing the evolutionary origins of this new form of battle. During class, her professor had even given a lecture on this breakthrough, theorizing that it could create an entirely new battle paradigm. At the time, when Yuan had been too focused on the mechanics of this newfound power to pay much attention to the trainer behind it. But now, she stared at Liu, and in an instant, his face overlapped with the one from that video. Her eyes widened in shock. "It's you." The words left her mouth before she even realized she had spoken them. She forgot about the battle, about the audience, about everything except the realization that she was standing before the very person responsible for that legendary technique. Liu turned his head slightly at her outburst, raising an eyebrow at her frillish-like expression. It wasn't as if this battle was anything extraordinary for him. But one Yuan's legs felt weak. At the same time, the vortex continued to expand, the water accelerating, threatening to engulf the entire battlefield. The once deep pool at the base of the arena, completely drained. Not a single drop remained. In the blink of an eye, the entire battlefield was swallowed by the vortex. Slowking and Starmie vanished into the raging waters. Pu Xing, alarmed, hurriedly called forth his own Pokémon, ordering them to shield him from the incoming surge. But even then, he felt the overwhelming chill creeping up his spine. Too strong. This was beyond anything he had ever witnessed. What kind of monster had he provoked? Jian Hui, on the other hand, was practically glowing with admiration. His eyes locked onto Liu, filled with reverence, as if he wanted nothing more than to drop to his knees and beg to be his disciple. Then, a pair of agonized cries pierced through the storm. The vortex obscured the battlefield, making it impossible to see what had happened. One Yuan clutched her chest, heart pounding with anxiety. Finally, the vortex dissipated. The arena was a wasteland, reduced to nothing but ruins. And her two Pokémon, drenched, collapsed at her feet, encased in a thick cocoon of residual seawater. Liu exhaled. Phew. Good thing I held back. His voice was barely above a whisper, but when Yuan, standing so close, caught every word. She blinked. Had she misheard? She tugged at her ears, as if to confirm. Held back? Held back? She glared at him, her heroic demeanor crumbling. A mix of frustration and disbelief colored her expression as she stormed off the stage. "You're unbelievable," she huffed, cheeks puffed in irritation. Winning is one thing, but holding back while doing it? That's just too much. Liu could only shrug, watching her retreating figure with innocent eyes. He had held back. With the Kyogre gene now fused into Greninja, its power was beyond normal comprehension. Had he not exercised control, the entire facility might have met the same fate as the last secret training ground he had demolished. Even now, the battle arena bore the scars of destruction. Cracks splintered across the walls. debris littered the floor. The once pristine surface was nothing but craters and jagged remains. Jian Hui and Pu Xing exchanged glances, their mouths twitching as they surveyed the damage. 2 years in a special training camp. And they had never seen the hall in such a ruinous state. Jian Hui let out a dry laugh. This place looks like a refugee camp now. Pu Xing could only nod in agreement. Beyond the arena, the audience members were not spared either. The sheer force of the attack had sent dust and water flying everywhere, leaving the first few rows drenched in a muddy mess. A collective groan filled the room. One Yuan sulked in her seat, arms crossed.
Pu Xing smirked.
I have a feeling that anything I say right now would be a death sentence.
And yet, for some reason, he felt at peace.
Seeing the others suffer the same fate made his own crushing defeat sting a little less. Jian Hui and Wen Yuan could only sigh.
And then,
the audience erupted. Deafening cheers and screams filled the air.
Boom.
The entire hall roared with energy.
1 versus 3.
Liu had single-handedly crushed the 3 strongest trainers in the special training camp. 2 mega evolutions, 1 revolutionary form, and an outcome that defied all expectations. The great demon king had arrived.
This is insane.
This guy isn't human. He just wiped out the top 3 contenders like it was nothing. What chance do we even stand? Does this mean Liu is going to dominate the special training camp from now on? I swear, I'd give up milk tea for a year just to avoid facing him in battle. Jian Hui and Wen Yuan were left speechless, the overwhelming weight of their defeat settling over them. But the real chaos was happening at the judges' table.
The professors were stunned.
1 versus 3?
No. Old Wong was right. This kid was a monster.
Yet as the shock faded, it was replaced by something even stronger.
Excitement.
Unrestrained, overwhelming excitement. Liu, the great demon king, had arrived.
And with him,
the hope that Dragon Kingdom could reclaim its place at the top of the world rankings. The professor's eyes gleamed with newfound determination. This was just the beginning.
Wait, what?
Liu single-handedly crushed the top 3 in the special training camp. The news sent a shockwave through the alliance. The president shot up from his chair, eyes wide with disbelief. Liu had already been recognized as an elite-level talent.
But this
changed everything. It seems, he murmured, our evaluation of him needs to be adjusted, once again. And across the nation, similar conversations were taking place. As news of Liu's feat spread, one thing became clear. They were witnessing the birth of a legend. A shocking revelation. The conference room was abuzz with excitement as news of Liu's astonishing feat spread like wildfire. At this moment, status and rank meant nothing. Whether they were high-ranking officials or elite trainers, none of them could believe what they had just witnessed. The 3 titans of the special training camp had long been regarded as untouchable. Every person in the room knew of them and had placed their bets on their success in the upcoming ranking battles. And yet, a rookie had swept through all 3 of them like a storm. Had it not been for the undeniable footage playing before them, they would have dismissed such a claim as pure rumor. The video continued to play. Initially, when Liu declared he would battle using only a single Pokémon, most department heads scoffed at his arrogance. But when he sent out Sizer, their expressions shifted ever so slightly. Tisk, that's a totem-tier shiny Pokémon. The head of the bug-type department's eyes gleamed with excitement. And then, as Mega Sizer emerged onto the battlefield, a collective gasp filled the room. Mega Evolution? The R&D department head exclaimed. There hasn't been a trainer capable of achieving Mega Evolution in the Dragon Kingdom in the last 3 years. Then came the decisive moment. With a single devastating strike from Mega Sizer's pincers, the battle took a dramatic turn. Who is this kid? The senior official from the Ministry of National Defense raised an eyebrow in genuine surprise. He had already considered Pu Xing to be a prodigy, someone worth keeping an eye on and possibly recruiting into the Defense Ministry. But now, with Liu standing before them, Pu Xing's brilliance seemed to fade into obscurity. The official's mind raced. If this young man could secure first place in the ranking battles, he had to be recruited immediately. The Pokémon army needed such raw power. And he wasn't alone in his thoughts. All around the room, similar calculations were being made. However, no one truly knew much about Liu, so for now, they chose to remain silent. A heavy stillness settled over the conference room as the video continued. Then came 2 simple words from Liu. Not necessary. His voice was calm, indifferent. A burst of laughter broke the silence. This kid's got some nerve. The head of the electric-type department smirked, shaking his head in amusement. Others chuckled in agreement. Reminds me of myself back in the day. Oh please, you were a coward. Nowhere near his level. Says the fool who got wiped out in the first round of his ranking battles. As the two old officials bickered, the others simply ignored them, their attention fixed on the screen.
Then, a flash of light.
Liu released his second Pokémon.
Garchomp.
A stir of excitement swept through the room.
A pseudo-legendary.
Now this is getting interesting. The head of the Dragon-type department, who had been sitting lazily until now, suddenly straightened up. But before he could even process the full extent of the battle.
Another blinding flash. No way.
The head of the Resources Department blurted out a curse as the entire room gasped in shock. Mega Garchomp's crimson scythes gleamed menacingly on screen. Silence fell over the conference room once more. Every eye was glued to the display. You're all looking at me like I gave him the Mega Stone and Keystone. The Resources Department head muttered, rubbing his temples. Our department has been running short on those precious items, okay? At that moment, he wished he could disappear into the floor.
And then, the final battle.
1 Yuan stood against Liu. Greninja entered the battlefield, its silver-white bracelet glowing with an intense dark blue radiance. The entire room collectively held its breath. Some officials looked as though they were on the verge of suffocation, their breathing so shallow they might pass out at any moment. A tense, almost eerie silence filled the air. Then, at last, someone spoke. I said before that a new method of evolution had surfaced.
He's the one.
The head of the Water-type department finally broke free from his trance. I remember now. Another official from the Ministry of Education suddenly stood up in realization. He was the strongest candidate last year. The video reached its climax. Greninja's swirling vortex of water engulfed the camera, drowning out all else. The old officials in the room could only stare in stunned silence, their eyes wide, their minds struggling to process what they had just witnessed. As the footage concluded, a loud scraping noise echoed through the room as chairs were shoved back. The head of the Secret Realm Management Department stood up, his face pale. His hands trembled slightly as he spoke. Secret Realm Terminator. He had overheard this term before, a joke among his subordinates. But he had never paid it much mind. Yet now, seeing the overwhelming force of Liu's attacks, he couldn't help but shudder. He had thought the name was mere coincidence, but as he recalled the series of destroyed secret realms over the past year, he found it harder and harder to dismiss. What do you mean by that? Another official turned to him with narrowed eyes. You know him. Your department has reported multiple secret realm collapses in the last year, another chimed in. Are you saying it wasn't just natural destruction? The Secret Realm Department head sighed, his voice heavy with uncertainty. We don't have concrete proof. But every single time a secret realm suffered an unexplained catastrophe, Liu was present. A sharp inhale echoed from the Fire-type department. But before anyone could fully process that statement, the Minister of Foreign Affairs suddenly waved his hand dismissively. Enough. I've made my decision. We're admitting him into the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. We need talent like his. His words sparked immediate uproar. You're out of your mind. With his affinity for dragons, he belongs in the Dragon-type department. Nonsense. He's a perfect candidate for the medical department. The power of Viridian flows through him. Are you all blind? He's a revolutionary force in evolution research. He belongs in R&D. What are you talking about? The resource department needs him more. Supernatural division. He fits perfectly there. You idiots! Someone bellowed, slamming a hand on the table. Why does the public relations department need him? For promotional campaigns. Just imagine the face of our league on international posters. Chaos erupted. Dignified, high-ranking officials, reduced to arguing like schoolchildren over a prize toy. But then, a voice cut through the commotion. Enough. The head of the security department finally spoke. He leaned forward, his lips curling into a small smile. He's already one of ours. Boom. It felt like an explosion went off in the room. Every other department head froze, their faces filled with horror and disbelief. Their dreams of recruiting Liu shattered in an instant.
A heart so broken that not even the dregs are left. Okay, you old guy is quick enough. Lao Zhang, are you just going to watch the show? Old fox. It turns out you are the most treacherous one. When the department bosses look at him now, they immediately realize that his nose is not a nose and his eyes are not eyes. I wish I could beat him. So infuriating. When did this person take action? Why did you snatch someone away so silently? Nausea? Ugly? The bosses cursed in their hearts. Especially looking at the old face of the security department. I have never found it so ugly. No matter how you look at it, it doesn't please your eyes. Countless knives in normal size flew towards him, but Lao Zhang didn't care at all and wanted to sing a little song. If it weren't for the fear of causing a riot, they would be beaten up by a group. He might actually do that. I am still foresighted. That boy is so impressive. Lao Zhang couldn't help but puff up his chest, smiling so hard that his teeth couldn't be seen. He was quite proud. That grin. Others looked even more angry. At last, it was the boss who was the first to stop it. Okay. Li Yu entered the security department to investigate a matter. His real whereabouts have not yet been decided. It does not mean that he cannot enter other departments. Instantly, all the senior department officials who were standing sat down. He regained his previous calmness. Everyone pretends to be human and looks like a dog. Seeing them sitting down and continuing to argue, the boss immediately made the final decision. Let Li Yu decide by himself after the ranking battle is over. Others were silent. Obviously no opinion. There is Li Yu in this special training camp. There is no doubt about his strength. Let's discuss whether we should directly open the Underworld field for this year's training. The boss at the top looked serious. The realm of the Underworld, isn't it too dangerous? The senior management of the Ghost Department, who had always acted as a transparent person, frowned. I agree, it's too early for the special training camp to go to the Underworld for training. But Li Yu's true strength is only a thin line away from elite. The Underworld will definitely allow him to break through the threshold. Yes, in the ranking battle, our Dragon Kingdom must regain the first place. But for others, the chance of death has increased by more than one level. How about, only the first few people in the special training camp are allowed to go? It's a good idea. Leader, what do you think? The bosses of each department discussed it for more than 10 minutes, but each had their own positions and could not convince the other party. We can only let the leaders of the Dragon Kingdom decide together. After pondering for a while, the leader struggled to utter 3 words. Turn it on. Except for Li Yu, other members of the special training camp need to complete a special test before entering. Those who fail to pass will be disqualified. Meetings of state departments were unknown. It can be heard that the realm of the Underworld will be used as the location for this special training. Everyone in the special training camp is excited. After a week of selection, the quota has been confirmed. Li Yu returned to the villa from the door and heard everyone talking about the Underworld realm along the way. I didn't expect that the location of this special training would be the realm of the Underworld. It was too much fun. Who says it's not? This is the same as the Tower of Babel, completely integrated union with the special magnetic field of the Blue Star. I heard that the chance of death is more than 3 times that of ordinary golden secret realms. The last time it was opened was 5 years ago. 20 people went in, and less than half came out alive. No, so fierce. I'm already scared. Coward, you may not even have a chance if you want to go. Haven't you heard? You can only qualify if you pass the test. Li Yu has high eyebrows. The corners of his mouth curled up inadvertently. The realm of the Underworld. After chewing a few words, his eyes changed slightly and his interest instantly increased. Although he now knows very little about the Underworld realm, information is currently limited. But just look at the superficial meaning. I knew it was definitely related to ghost-type Pokémon. This is an unprecedented opportunity for Haunter. Maybe there's a chance for Haunter to evolve. Li Yu touched his chin with his finger and murmured. A light flashed in his eyes. He has not forgotten Haunter's most special skill, Devour. But the swallowing skill is powerful, but the conditions are complicated. The chances of encountering Ghost are very few, and it is very difficult to improve. If the realm of the Underworld is really what he thinks, it's simply a breeding ground for Haunter's strength. Just in time. The most important reason why Li Yu came to the special training camp was, as Professor Li said, in addition to wanting to participate in the world ranking competition. The special training camp has its own secret resources. Allow members to enter training. Just didn't expect it. The resources are so abundant this time. It is actually the realm of the Underworld that has been integrated into reality. It is said that the realm of the Underworld is higher than the Golden Secret Realm. It's only slightly worse than the Diamond Secret Realm. Of course Li Yu is tempted. He dodged and entered the virtual space. The shuttle patrolled around, and finally looked helplessly at its own shadow and said, Haunter, stop playing around and come out. GG. It took you a minute to find me. Haunter laughed strangely and said very proudly. The round purple body floats in the wind, and it looks cute after seeing it in small form too many times. If you don't say it, who would have thought that this guy is over 1,000 years old? He is so childish. Have you been hungry recently? Hear the words. Haunter, who had been grinning widely just now, suddenly curled his lips in embarrassment and retracted his fangs. Well. He sighed and nodded. Although there are also energy cubes and some snacks. It may be due to innate special abilities. Haunter no longer feels hungry physically, but he is feeling listless at the end of the day. Li Yu had noticed it long ago. I often see it either in the rest, or hiding in the shadows in a daze, and it can only be interesting when playing pranks. Don't worry, let him have a full meal soon. Brush. Haunter's eyes suddenly became round. Before the Underworld realm opens, special testing is underway. Pu Xing just passed. When he saw Li Yu walking in this direction from a distance, he suddenly smiled and waved to him happily. Liu found that it was Pu Xing who was waving to him. There was a strange feeling in my heart. Although it had been a few days, he was still not used to it. I just passed, and Wen Yuan is taking the test now. Do you want to help you line up? Pu Xing still looked gentle. But I don't know if it's an illusion, but Liu always feels that it's much more pleasing to the eye than before. Is it because he was licking me? Haven't figured it out yet. Jianhui rushed directly to him and looked at him with admiration. Brother Yu, I have been studying your sand tomb move for a long time. Can you teach me how to break it? Go away quickly, Brother Li hasn't finished telling me yet how to inspire new ways of evolution. A shout interrupted Jianhui. They both turned back. He saw Wen Yuan running over in a hurry, dripping with sweat. He gasped and said softly, Brother Li, I also passed the test. We can form a team to enter the Underworld. Brother Yu didn't promise you. Yes, if you want to leave, you have to go first before me. Forget about your three-legged cat strength. Yes, if you want to leave, you have to go first before me. Forget about your three-legged cat strength. Jianhui and Pu Xing retorted loudly. It doesn't give girls any face at all. Very straight. The people around him all looked as if they were not surprised. It's like I'm used to it. Tisk tisk, the dog-licking trio is here again. It's so annoying. That's right. The three majestic mountains have become like this, and the world is in decline. Ha ha ha, I think you are jealous that you can't lick it. What's the matter with jealousy? Why can only the three of them lick Goddessly, and I want to lick him too? Forward. Many people have black lines on their faces. Talking nonsense. But in fact, there is no one who doesn't envy the trio. Just started. After losing the battle against Jianhui, the three of them were still awkward on the first day. Later, Pu Xing didn't know what strange switch was turned on, and took the lead in launching the dog-licking offensive. Jianhui saw the situation and was unwilling to be outdone. Wen Yuan broke the pot and quickly imitated it. Liu couldn't refuse to lick the dog, so he had to let others lick him, right? This is personal freedom after all. Besides, if nothing else, the resources sent by these three people are indeed something he can use. In addition to giving away money and Apex-level snacks, there are even many move CDs. After the flamethrower disc is used by Caesar, its proficiency in this skill will be directly increased to the full level. In addition to the common flamethrower, there are also some exclusive skills that can only be used by specific Pokémon. For example, Night Days belongs to the Zorua family. Liu is temporarily unavailable. And Machamp's Dynamic Punch. Liu used this skill directly on Rhyla, and the effect was unexpectedly good. The most precious item is Full Restore, also known as the Water of Life. Its effect is only slightly worse than the century-old Revival Herb. It can't kill human flesh and bones, but it can also restore vitality to dying Pokémon. Based on these things, Liu's attitude towards the dog-licking trio has become much better. He did not hesitate to teach them some knowledge and improve their commanding abilities. Liu's experience comes from the original work of his previous life. Get his guidance. The experience of the three people increased rapidly, and they really realized the benefits of being a licking dog. From the original comparison, become willing later. It was only one day. The other trainers were completely shocked when they first saw them licking their dogs. Countless human pupils earthquake. But people always have a process of getting used to it. See too much. It's also numb. Trainers are gradually getting used to it. Especially after discovering the increasing strength of the three of them, a ray of envy even arose in my heart. Special tests are performed using instruments. Results came out soon. Except for Liu, exactly 9 people passed. The next day, the realm of the Underworld is officially opened. 10 people followed a stern-faced middle-aged man to the suburbs on the edge of the town. He was so imposing that the members of the special training camp who liked to fight did not dare to speak in front of him. This resulted in an extremely tense atmosphere. Liu always felt that the other party was looking at him as though he was absent. But every time he turned around, he would see the other person looking at him intently. But Liu is sure. The other party is definitely paying attention to you and is well-intentioned. There was silence all the way. Everyone arrived at their destination. Looking at the barren mountains in front of him, Liu frowned. Perhaps because of his extraordinary mental strength, he was sensitive enough to sense that the aura here was mixed with a hint of coldness. And the closer it gets, the cold feeling is getting worse. Entering from the foot of the mountain, everyone trembled. I just feel the temperature drop suddenly. It seems to be close to freezing here. To know, now is the transition period between spring and summer. Although it is not too hot, the general temperature is in the teens to 20 degrees. So cold? Wen Yuan crossed her arms and her voice trembled. As Stephanie, she was born with a cold body. As soon as she entered this place, she felt cold. And this kind of coldness is different from winter, it seems to penetrate into the bone marrow. Normal? It almost froze her to death. Fortunately, at this time, a sudden warmth surged through her clothes. Wen Yuan gradually lowered her arms and exhaled a white breath. As he breathed, his eyelashes slowly became covered with a layer of white frost. The clothes that automatically adjust the temperature calmed everyone down. The barren mountains are almost empty. The strange thing is that not even a single weed can be found. As the 10 people walked around, only the sound of their own footsteps could be heard in the mountain. We walked about halfway up the mountain. The middle-aged man stopped and stopped moving. In fact, there is no way out. There is a thick mountain wall in front of us. Not to mention the human power, even if the Pokémon comes, it may not be able to break through it. The 10 people looked at each other in confusion, and Liu had already frowned with the character Sichuan on his face. If we talk about before entering the mountains, the level of yin qi in the air is less than 1/10, but now it is already half as strong. Under the gaze of 10 people, the middle-aged man held the black token and placed it close to the groove on the left side of the mountain wall. Click. The sudden sound of the machine opening and closing. One of the timid trainers was startled and backed away. Buzz. Accompanied by a roar that came from nowhere. Boom. Then the mountain wall in front of me magically separated from the middle to both sides, revealing a dark cave. Cave spreads haze. The area visible to the naked eye was pitch black, with no sunlight able to penetrate. It's as if time has stopped here. It's a whole other world. Not to mention the elites in the special training camp, even a fool can sense the danger here. If it weren't for the rare opportunity, several trainers wanted to give up. The middle-aged man looks back. Those eyes showed kindness for the first time since they met. Breaking through the cave is the realm of the underworld. Obtaining resources and improving strength are the next step. Remember, you must ensure your own safety. The last few words emphasize the stress. His eyes were also extremely serious. Under his gaze, everyone couldn't help but nodded. I also became extremely wary of this exploration, and my original curiosity dissipated. Liu walked into the cave first, followed closely by the dog-licking trio. After all 10 people have entered, Liu, don't let us down. The middle-aged man's voice slowly dissipated in the wind as he left. Cave can be said to be invisible. Liu had a flash of inspiration. The next second, a ball of green light emerged from the palm of his right hand, which was clearly the power of Viridian. Although the visibility is less than 1 meter, any place mapped by the power of Viridian will miraculously become warm, dispelling the indescribable darkness in the cave. The 9 people relaxed unconsciously, but the pace is not slow at all. I do not know how long it has been coming. Jianhui looked at the weak fluorescence in front of him and said excitedly, finally, across Cal. Finally, it was no longer pitch black. At the same time, an electronic sound suddenly sounded in Liu's ears. Drop. Sign-in location, Underworld realm. Hey, check-in at the 4-star location was successful. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward, Spiritual Eyes. Spiritual Eyes, after being turned on, you can see ghost through both eyes. Regardless of the person or Pokémon, there is a natural attribute bonus to ghost Pokémon, Increa Spiritual Eyes, after being turned on, you can see ghost through both eyes. Regardless of the person or Pokémon, there is a natural attribute bonus to ghost Pokémon, increasing the power of ghost by 15%. Spiritual Eyes. Liu's expression changed. My heart felt slightly relaxed. This ability came just in time. After all, he was entering the Underworld realm now. The realm of the Underworld is naturally different from ordinary secret realms. Don't say anything else. According to the news that Jianhui and the others had heard before, it is said that the scariest thing about the Underworld is that you can't see the danger. Usually when facing an enemy, no matter how difficult the enemy is to defeat, at least he knows what he is doing. Trainer will evaluate the strength based on rival. Have a general idea. But the realm of the Underworld completely breaks this phenomenon, and the unknown and mystery are the most terrifying. Even if it's just a Caterpie, if its figure is hidden, its movement trajectory can only be judged by the moves it sends out, which will undoubtedly greatly increase the difficulty of fighting the enemy. Thus, enemies that can be defeated by a beginner or middle level must be at least a high level, or even an elite level. Maybe a mistake. It will also capsize in the gutter. This is just for ordinary Pokémon. If it is a ghost-type Pokémon that is abundant in the Underworld, the danger level will be superimposed again. This is the most difficult point to break through in the Underworld realm. But Liu didn't expect it. As soon as I signed in here, the system gave me such a big surprise and cracked it from the root. In addition, it can enhance the power of Ghost, which is definitely a great apex level boost for Haunter. He couldn't help but curl his lips slightly. Only then did he have time to look around. A series of exclamations suddenly sounded in my ears. It was obviously from the other 9 people. They were not in Liu's good mood. As soon as they stepped into the Underworld, they felt as if a thick layer of invisible matter was oppressing their hearts and minds. Leave them breathless. In the realm of the Underworld, endless coldness, evil, and death aura spread out. The world in his perception suddenly changed. It seemed that there was only pure death here without a trace of life. Puyi stepped in. Everyone felt like their hairs were standing on end and their bodies and minds were trembling. Panic, fear, and other negative emotions were like viper, and they began to erode the hearts of the 9 people at some point. Looking around, they didn't see a living thing or anything moving. Soaring in the sky is dark and hazy, as if there are unknown souls hovering, and there are large areas of dark creatures covering soaring in the sky. It was very cold between heaven and earth, a cold that penetrated the bone marrow. The cold atmosphere I felt in the barren mountains is nothing compared to this place. Even plants cannot survive here. Although the surroundings are not as dark as the cave, the feeling it gives people is more terrifying than not being able to see anything. They could only see a range of 100 meters, and any further away would be shrouded in a thick haze, which seemed to hide something even more frightening. 9 people felt that compared to this place, the cave where they could barely see their fingers was better. The realm of the Underworld is completely the dividing line between life and death. Liu also looked at all this and narrowed his eyes slightly. Say nothing. The spiritual eye is activated? Instantly. A touch of coolness flashed across my eyes. Suddenly my ears and eyes became clear. Open your eyes. The world suddenly changed into a different look. It's also an obscure soaring in the sky, the air-conditioned and desolate land, but there is a ghostly blue aura floating around. Under the spiritual vision, Liu's vision is several times that of usual, and he can see more clearly. At least. A land shrouded in haze in the eyes of 9 people. In his eyes, it was a mighty black river. The air of death there is 10 times greater than at the entrance. From time to time there are still shadows passing through. It is impossible to tell whether it is a ghost Pokémon, a revenant, or a more terrifying unknown creature. See it all. Liu actually felt less scary. Although I don't know what is hidden in that black river, and what kind of negative impact it will have. But can't see clearly. Things are obviously much better now, because you can control it. But further away, beyond the unknown black river, even the spiritual eye cannot see clearly. But from an endless view, the underworld seems endless. The area is no weaker than any golden secret realm he has ever been to. And in the virtual space, Haunter, who had been sluggish all this time, suddenly opened his eyes and seemed to feel the fatal attraction of the outside world. The whole body is floating in the air. A force of ghost was suddenly released, and he kept expressing his desire to get out with his thoughts. Zygarde Planarians watch it from below. One eye moved a few times, curious about its behavior. After looking at it for a long time, it even jumped a few times. I also want to float. It seems that in Mimic. As for the other Pokémon who were not surprised by this scene, they were either training, resting, or eating. Liu didn't hesitate either. Brush it. A dusk ball was thrown, and Haunter appeared immediately. Its lower body was hidden in the black and purple clouds, shaking and floating like a group of unknown creatures gathered together. Ah! Suddenly a scream broke out. Everyone who was already nervous suddenly panicked. What happened? Did you encounter something? Oh my god, where did the Haunter come from? Quickly, summon Pokémon. Liu glanced at the screaming Wen Yuan speechlessly, while Haunter also looked confused and stayed where he was, looking very innocent. Spotted Liu's glance. Wen Yuan suddenly realized. In a blink of an eye, his whole body was red from his heels to the back of his neck. Looking at his friends hesitating, he lowered his head and explained sheepishly. It's Brother Li's Pokémon. Yes, I misunderstood. Call. Scared me? Wen Yuan, please don't be so surprised. That's right, the Underworld realm didn't do anything to us. You almost made us faint. While several people complained, they felt slightly relieved. The Pokémon you just summoned will no longer be taken back. The atmosphere in the Underworld is too weird and gloomy, and they don't have Liu's spiritual vision. When I couldn't see anything, I had to raise my heart to my throat. Every step is like stepping on the tip of a knife. I walked away trembling with fear. Pu Xing swallowed unconsciously, then slowly walked behind Liu and asked proactively, Brother Yu, what should we do next? The dog-licking trio has long regarded Liu as their backbone. Naturally everything follows its orders. Go there. After pondering for a while, I saw Liu slowly pointing in a direction. Everyone looked in his direction. The next second, I don't know who it was, but suddenly took a breath of cold air. Because the location Liu pointed to was clearly the thick boundary filled with haze, let alone getting close. Just looking at it for a long time, they all felt that their eyes were stained by filthy air, and a lingering shadow lingered strangely in their hearts. Only Liu's spiritual eyes can see it. The black river he pointed to was obviously motionless, but layers of death were rolling out on it. The haze in everyone's eyes was actually coming out of the black river. The black river he pointed to was obviously motionless, but layers of death were rolling out on it. The haze in everyone's eyes was actually coming out of the black river. No. Pu Xing hasn't spoken yet. Suddenly someone spoke. The man looked at the endless haze in the distance, his pupils tightened, his face looked horrified, and he stepped back step by step. Gradually retreated behind everyone. When he was about to retreat into the cave, he stopped. I won't go even if I die. When he spoke again this time, his expression became much firmer, and the fear in his eyes had not faded. Fear is contagious. Someone spoke. Others, who were already timid, couldn't help it. Except for Jianhui and the other 3. The other 6 people spoke one after another. I don't want to go either. It's not necessary. The realm of the Underworld is too dangerous. Our purpose this time is to improve our strength, not to lose our lives. There is no need to enter the deep area, right? As soon as this statement came out. Really? Several other people also seemed to have found an excuse to go normal. The crowd echoed. That's right, we can just be on the outside. It's really not a place with our strength. We might as well just improve on the outside and go out when the time is up. I don't know what kind of heart I have. Someone whispered. He even glanced at Liu suspiciously. If he hadn't considered that the other party was too strong, he would have screamed openly. There are some people who don't speak. But looking at the way he lowered his head and remained silent, it was obvious that this was his acquiescence. Seeing them retreating, Liu did not change his mind at all. Okay, then let's act separately. After he finished speaking, then left directly. The movement was so crisp that there was no time for anyone to react. Liu comes and goes easily. No one could ever change his mind. The 9 people left were confused, especially Jianhui and the other 3, feeling inexplicably aggrieved. When Pu Xing looked at the 6 people, his gentle smile immediately faded, and he glared fiercely at the person who whispered about Liu. Jianhui even spoke directly. Boy, be careful what you say in the future. Wen Yuan snorted coldly and tossed her long hair. A bunch of cowards. After she finished speaking, she took the lead in chasing Li Yu's back. Jianhui and Pu Xing followed closely behind, and the three of them quickly rushed to Li Yu, looking at him with eyes full of admiration and trust. After this period of contact, they have a clear understanding of Li Yu, knowing that his strength is much more than what he shows. Even at that time, when one penetrated three on the battlefield, he still restrained himself. Brother Yu, ignore them. We believe you. Brother Li, we want to be with you. The words of the three people made Li Yu's frown relax slightly. He glanced at the three people and got straight to the point. What they said makes sense. Although the place shrouded by haze may trigger opportunities, it may also lead to loss of life. The three of them listened. But there was not even a moment of hesitation. We are ready. Li Yu turned around. His cold voice not only did not dampen the enthusiasm of the dog-licking trio, but instead made their faces light up. Knowing that Li Yu agreed, the three of them followed. The other side. Looking at the one in front and three behind who are far away, the six people were unusually silent. After looking at each other for a while, a girl asked in panic. What should we do? Who knows? She waited for a long time. But there was silence for a long time, no one spoke. Li Yu and the Ligo trio are the strongest among them. All four people left. A great sense of uneasiness enveloped the surroundings, as if the entire underworld had become more terrifying. The first person to reject the proposal knelt down, folded his arms and shivered. At this time, a gust of cold wind suddenly passed through the six people. The surrounding temperature dropped so quickly that even the self-heating clothes that regulate the temperature failed to recover. Several people's teeth chattered in the cold. They were already like frightened birds and it would be useless to say anything if they were frightened. What? What's wrong? What the hell? Don't come over. Oh my god, what is that? Help, help. Several high-pitched, almost overdrive screams suddenly disappeared. At the same time, there seemed to be a cold and sly smile in the air, but when I listened again, there was nothing. The mute growl reached the ears of Li Yu and several others. It's almost gone. At least Jianhui and the other three heard it and thought they were hallucinating. Only Li Yu stepped forward, his face turned cold, and he turned around to look in the direction of cave. Wen Yuan's eyes. He suddenly froze in place. Li Yu's eyes were dark and deep, like a black hole, able to attract all people's attention. She didn't know that this was the effect of opening her spiritual eyes. Just a thought in my heart. A feeling that he had never felt before ran through his body, and he felt numb all over. It was like being struck by electricity through normal. Her cheeks turned red instantly. Pu Xing and Jianhui looked at Wen Yuan strangely. They did not look directly into Li Yu's eyes. At this time, they saw Wen Yuan, who was as red as a shrimp, with a strange expression. The two looked at each other. I don't know what was exchanged. Act as if you didn't see it and turn around. Li Yu didn't know the side effects of spiritual vision on others. At this time, his eyes were completely attracted by everything happening in the cave. I saw that the six people were covered by a shadow shrouded in haze. From Li Yu's perspective, it can be seen that there are two almond-shaped eye-like marks on the torso exposed by the shadow and a yellow horizontal fold line that can be opened like a mouth. It has face-like markings on its back. Dusknoir. The moment his voice fell, the shadow really showed its true face. There are two yellow bands on the black wrist on Dusknoir's arm. At the same time, its grey columnar head is close to the ear of the crouching person. Like in Curse, Dusknoir has another yellow band on his head and a glaring eye with yellow irises and red pupils. In the shadows, the pupils lit up slightly. Bloody dots flashed in the darkness, as if they could eat up people at any time. At the moment Li Yu determines Dusknoir's true identity. Call out. 3 more Dusknoir appeared. The next second, the 4 of them moved at the same time, their bellies bulging, and the unknown black energy surged like a flame, but did not emit a trace of astonishing high temperature. Wow. The Dusknoir all opened their abdomens like mouths. Suddenly, the 6 people who were still in panic struggle, waving their hands and feet in the air, and screaming, froze at the same time. Brush it. What seemed to be a soul was drawn out of the top of his head. In the blink of an eye, it entered Dusknoir's belly. 2 of them are quite large. After devouring 2 souls one after another, he actually let out a long burp. The growl stopped abruptly. Immediately afterwards, the antennas on their heads moved slightly, emitting strange fluctuations invisible to the naked eye, and then they were enveloped in a strange haze. The antennas on their heads moved slightly, emitting strange fluctuations invisible to the naked eye, and then they were enveloped in a strange haze. One of the largest, Dusknoir, glanced in the direction of Li Yu before leaving, but it seemed like he didn't see anything. Finally, completely disappeared. Only 6 blank-eyed bodies were left lying on the ground. Li Yu didn't move for a long time. Jianhui and Pu Xing, who originally thought he was playing some ambiguous game with Wen Yuan, realized something was wrong now. The 2 men stepped forward immediately. Brother Yu. Li Yu came to his senses and frowned tightly. In his impression, Dusknoir shouldn't be so strong, and the situation just now clearly exceeded expectations. I don't know if it's due to the Underworld realm, but all ghost-type Pokémon have received huge bonuses, and the Pokémon that live here are even more powerful. Although the strength of those 6 people was not as good as them, they should not have had their souls taken away and taken to another world without even having a chance to resist. Dusknoir's newly surged black energy was already comparable to Caesar's, although there is a gap between it and Mega Contest condition. But be aware, Caesar has absorbed both Volcarona and Genesect insect genes. Qualification reaches championship level. He is only one chance away from becoming a third-level god, and Dusknoir can actually reach this level of strength, which shows how much this place can benefit it. Certainly, Liu is referring to the strongest one among the four. The other three are a little worse, but what concerned him the most was haze, which was everywhere in the underworld. I don't know if it will have an impact on them. It seems that we need to be more careful. Liu's judgment on the realm of the underworld increased again. At this time, Haunter also floated back with a bulging belly and a satisfied look on his face. Only then did the three of them discover it. Haunter secretly left without knowing when. Didn't come back until now, and the scary thing is, they found none? I am full, Liu asked softly. Haunter nodded hurriedly, but there was a sense of laziness in his flattering expression. Liu is miraculous from his expression. See a hint of familiarity. With a thought in his mind, he murmured, why is he becoming more and more like that guy Mewtwo? Think of this. He quickly shook his head to dispel this thought. He could only raise one such lazy Pokémon. He can't afford a second retired old man. Drop, drop, drop. Countless reminders rang through my mind. The messy thoughts were cleared instantly. What replaced it was the sound of the good news that sounded like the sound of nature. Dip, Haunter swallowed 3 Mismagius ghosts, gained experience plus 1200, and awakened new skills, Lucky Chant. Lucky Chant, after using this skill, you will fall into the Lucky Chant contest condition and make a wish to the sky, so that you will not be hit by the enemy for 5 rounds. This is not bad. If you encounter a Pokémon that is stronger than Haunter, you can use this skill to maneuver around and find a chance to make a comeback. Before he could see the effect, Dip, Haunter swallows Shuppet Ghost *5, experience plus 1500. Congratulations to the host, the Haunter Curse skill proficiency has reached the full level. Full level curse effect. After use, the contest condition of the self's dying state is cancelled, and it will have an effect on the Gigantamax Pokémon. Defensive skills such as Protect and Spiky Shield are ineffective on it. Full level. Liu was surprised. Then, another reminder. Drip, Haunter swallows Driftblim Ghost *1, experience plus 2000, awakens new skill, Gust. Gust, use the strong wind blowing around you to attack rival. Hey, congratulations to the host, Haunter has reached level 42. Liu's eyebrows moved slightly. The probing technique quickly swiped at the Haunter. Pokémon, Haunter, Millennium Ghost. Qualifications, unknown. Level 42. Ability, floating. Floating from the ground, thus not being attacked by ground-type moves. Attribute, Ghost, Poison. Skills, Transform, Curse, Confuse Ray, Lick, Hypnosis, Mean Look, Payback, Hex, Shadow Punch, Sucker Punch. Swallowing skills, Fire Punch, Hyper Fang, Spider Silk, Submission, Lucky Chant, Gust. New skills, Dark Pulse, Nightshade. Special ability, Devouring Advancement, absorbing 1% of Ghost's original power, continuing to devour it, reaching 5%, it will be further upgraded. Combat power value, 1260. Level 42. Liu raised a smile. After the last time I went to investigate Ultra Wormhole and was accidentally attacked by Nihilego, Haunter's upgrade speed slowed down. In addition, there has never been a suitable ghost to devour. There is still some mental problem. But this time, perhaps because of the Underworld realm, not only did it break the stagnant upgrade speed, but the combat power value increased by as much as 400. More importantly, absorbed the original power of Ghost? The original Haunter Devouring Advancement only had a hint of Ghost origin. Can enter the Underworld realm. Maybe it's the environment here. Ghosts all possess the original power of Ghost. After accumulating little and adding up, this trace miraculously turned into 1%. Not to mention the 2 new skills Dark Pulse and Nightshade, as well as the special ability that can be upgraded to 5%. Maybe the advancement can trigger evolution. He rubbed his fingers. Somewhat exciting. Only, he glanced at the empty periphery and sighed, this realm of the underworld is nothing more than this. Haunter went out and floated around, then swept away the surrounding area. Hear Liu whisper. Jianhui overheard his words. He was instantly shocked to the spot. He simply wondered if they were in the same place. The next second, I don't know what to figure out. With a look of admiration on his face, he thought to himself, the boss is indeed a boss. I have such confidence that I have not been able to achieve in decades. Pu Xing looked to the left and saw Jianhui, who was full of admiration and wished he could fall to the ground. Looked to the right. It was Wen Yuan with red cheeks and weak legs. He couldn't help but shake his head. Am I the only normal person? Pu Xing muttered softly. But before he finished speaking, he felt the rising aura on Haunter's body, and immediately a light flashed in his eyes, and he stepped forward flatteringly. Brother Yu, has your Pokémon been upgraded again? Liu nodded. As expected of you. Crash. A lot of rainbow farts were delivered for free, and Liu himself was stunned for a moment. Wen Yuan and Jianhui came to their senses. At the same time, he sneered. However, I am not without envy in my heart, and I am even thinking about whether I should also practice my words. Secret Realm Management Department. Minister, the 6 protective charms have expired. What? The minister stood up in surprise. My heart tightened. Protection talismans represent life. If 6 protection talismans fail, wouldn't it mean that 6 people died? But now, it's been less than an hour since we entered the realm of the underworld. Even 5 years ago, the person died after half a day, never so fast. And there are still 6 in one death? Wrong. The minister walked around the conference table, suddenly slapped the table and shouted. A group of people were instantly startled. The realm of the underworld may have begun to evolve. The realm of the underworld may have begun to evolve. As soon as these words came out, the expressions of everyone present changed. Several of them stood up suddenly. Obviously, the evolution that the management minister talks about is of great significance if this is possible to become a reality. That's for the Secret Realm Management Department. It's also a big deal. Minister, you want to say? A person in the lower left corner spoke hesitantly. But I already had a guess in my mind. Yes, if the energy fluctuation detection continues, then a Diamond Secret Realm will be born again in Dragon Kingdom. The words Diamond Secret Realm fell on everyone's ears. But it made everyone feel particularly uneasy. Everyone knows the value of the Diamond Secret Realm, and compared with the Golden Secret Realm, in addition to the resources, the more important thing is actually the Pokémon in it. If gold is just about the possibility of encountering Pokémon that surpass quasi-gods, that Diamond Secret Realm almost definitely exists, and even in the Dragon Kingdom, there are not many Diamond Secret Realms. If the Underworld Realm really evolves successfully, for the Dragon Kingdom, there will also be new impacts. You can say that each Diamond Secret is a strategic resource of the country, and each additional one will undoubtedly strengthen the national strength. The minister's mood was a little complicated at this time. Not only was he worried, but there was also a hint of expectation hidden in his heart, because the chance of being promoted from the Golden Secret Realm to the Diamond Secret Realm is too small. In history, it is estimated that there are no more than 5 successful ones, let alone the special integrated union magnetic field in the Underworld realm. Next, will the realm of the Underworld be turned upside down? Or will they fail to advance and cause irreparable losses? Even the managing minister couldn't tell what was going to happen next. He frowned. After thinking for a moment, he ordered in a deep voice, let the Research Institute observe carefully first, and send a complete fluctuation data analysis every 5 minutes. You are responsible for keeping an eye on the realm of the Underworld and temporarily stop what you are doing. Yes, I understand, Minister. Just when everyone was getting up, the management minister issued the last instruction with a serious expression. Also, notify the Pokémon force of the Ministry of National Defense so that they are always prepared. If something goes wrong, go and respond to the 4 of them. He didn't say a word, but the minister knew. That old guy from the Department of Defense must understand. The danger of advancing to the Underworld is unpredictable. If you are not careful and countless ghost Pokémon come out, that will be a real crisis. This is the real reason why a large number of Pokémon troops are needed. When the Secret Realm Management Department issued instructions layer by layer, others also heard the news one after another. In special training camp. Damn it, luckily I didn't go. I heard that those 6 people died within half an hour of entering. SHH, keep your voice down. You see how tense the atmosphere in the camp is now? I don't even dare to speak loudly. You mean, except for the 3 mountains of Lee Celestic, all are dead? No, the students were terrified. No matter how big-hearted you are, you can't feel relieved at this time. At this moment, only then did they realize the cruelty of the special training camp. Unlike school, this was not a joke and would not give them a chance to come back. Even accidentally. It will cost you your life? Some people who failed the test at that time began to feel happy. The professors' faces turned pale, everyone was in a hurry, and the phone rang from time to time. The special training camp was extremely depressing. After 1 hour, Liu and his party also walked to the edge of the Black River. Take a closer look. You can see the surging black energy more clearly. They are like living creatures, like conscious normals. When Liu approaches, it can be seen sensitively that these hazes seem to be suddenly excited. A steady stream of gushes from the bottom. In an instant, no less explosive than volcano. Haze spread all over the sky, and I don't know when it covered soaring in the sky. In the already dark sky, not even a trace of moonlight could be seen, and the 4 of them seemed to have been abandoned by the world. Isolated on the other side. By this time, even Pu Xing and the 3 people who couldn't see the real situation felt something was wrong. The heart is raised high. Jianhui swallowed nervously. Pu Xing's habitual smile has long since faded, and his face is more serious and nervous than ever before. A flash of fear flashed in Wen Yuan's eyes. Quietly take a few steps closer to Liu. Seeing that Liu was as calm as ever, Morty couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. Everyone is like this. Not to mention Pokémon with superior perception. Some of Jianhui's 3 Pokémon were trembling, some were frightened and retreated, and some were growling and issuing warnings. But no matter what, they still stick to their owner's side, scared but not running away. Liu saw all this. I sighed in my heart. The 3 mountains in the special training camp are indeed capable. At least among the people he had met, there were only a few who could barely remain calm under such circumstances. Gigi. Haunter screamed strangely. I wonder if it's Liu's misunderstanding. He saw that the surge of haze seemed to have stopped for a moment. But the next second, it's actually getting more intense. The level of gushing skyrocketed. How to describe it? It feels like being irritated. It's over. Why is it getting colder and colder? Jianhui suddenly crossed his arms and shouted. Pu Xing touched the button on his clothes. Stunned. No, the clothes adjustment device is broken. The words have not yet finished. I can't hold on anymore. Wen Yuan's voice trembled, and she lost temperature control. The cold breath penetrated deep into her bones, making her unable to have a single thought of struggle. This moment, Wen Yuan seemed to be bewitched by something. All thoughts are lost. Look at the road in front of you and step gently. Step. 2 steps. On the verge of breaking, Jianhui and Pu Xing noticed something was wrong. Wen Yuan, where are you going? Brother, you won't let you go. Come back quickly. There seems to be a problem ahead. At the same time, Starmie and Slowking beside her tried to make noises to wake her up, but to no avail. Want to stop. But it was too late. Wen Yuan was as if she was deaf. Nothing could be seen and no words could be heard. Die, you will be free if you die. A voice from somewhere kept mumbling in Wen Yuan's ears. At this time, her pupils were strangely dark. His face was so pale that he didn't look like perfect being. Stopping on the edge, half of his feet stepped out. When she leaned forward and was about to fall down, click. Liu decisively struck her neck with a knife. Immediately afterwards, the soft and fragrant body fell into Liu's arms. That scene just now. In Jian Huipu's eyes, Wen Yuan was going to move forward, but in Liu's eyes, she was clearly going to jump into this black river. He originally wanted to put Wen Yuan down gently, but the next second, suddenly my head felt dizzy. The whole person's consciousness completely fell into a coma. The same goes for Jianhui and Pu Xing on the other side. They were even a few seconds ahead of Liu. Liu hasn't completely smelling salts yet. Just feel it. He felt like he was being watched by countless ghosts. But when he opened his eyes, but nothing was found, only a solitary bead in the distance. After using the probing operation, only 4 words were given, Soul-gathering pearl. After using the probing operation, only 4 words were given, Soul-gathering pearl. Liu raised his eyebrows slightly. Not because of these 4 words. It was the first time that the detection technique failed and it became impossible to detect, so only a name was given. Liu's heart moved. Thinking of something, he controlled his thoughts and tried to enter the virtual space. Just as soon as my eyes closed, then it suddenly opened. The virtual space is gone. It seems that the mythical beasts and Pokémon inside have disappeared together. But Liu didn't panic. He was just stunned for a moment and then quickly calmed down. At this time, it's like my heart moves with my thoughts. 2 Pokémon with black aura appearing all over their bodies appeared in front of them. Take a closer look. It was actually Mewtwo and Lugia. There were 1 big one and 1 small one, 1 flying in the sky and 1 floating in the air, all staring down at him. The pupils are dark. It's like it can't accommodate any light. This scene looks like it has turned dark. But Liu felt even more strange. For Mewtwo, the god of sleep, it was better to sleep for a while if he had the ability to turn black. Not to mention Lugia. It's a giant baby. Are apex level energy cubes not tasty? Or is the high energy nutrient solution not delicious? And the next second when these thoughts came to his mind, the whole space suddenly shook. Immediately afterwards, several other Pokémon actually appeared, namely Shaman, Cosmoem, Scizor, Garchomp, etc. Surprisingly, there is even a small green planarian hiding in the shadowed corner. Liu smiled meaningfully. It's true that I haven't forgotten the core of Zygarde. Hear what Liu said. The Pokémon all paused for a second, then suddenly began to launch an offensive. The trick is instant. Mewtwo's Size Hawk, Lugia's Air Vortex, Shaman's Seed Flare, Cosmoem's Cosmic Power. Scizor's fist roared in his ears, Greninja Origin Pulse overflowed, and water vapor filled the entire space. The mysterious lines on Ryola's body are looming, Garchomp's blade is bloodthirsty, and Haunter sneaks up on him. But this only made Liu suspicious. What really convinced him of the answer was, the Zygarde core summons 99 cells from nowhere in 1 second, forming a complete body instantly. In the blink of an eye, he transformed into a giant from Norse mythology, with red and blue hexagonal patterns on the dual wing beats that grew out. The overwhelming force is overwhelming. Liu frowned. The body was slightly bent by the momentum. At the same time, the attacks from other Pokémon were imminent, but Liu remained motionless, as if invisible. The meaningful smile on his lips did not fade away. Nightmare God. These words are no less impactful than a unique move. Instantly, the energy of various colors solidified directly, and the shock waves and air waves were strangely stagnant in the air. Zygarde core astonished screams. The complete form was shattered instantly. The 99 cells fled in all directions as if they were attacked by Astonish, and disappeared in an instant. There is no trace of the majesty of a first-level god. Liu has been aware of the problem since he opened his eyes, and now he has accurately judged the answer. This is an illusion. The surroundings are like a normal dream, with a distorted sense of reality and illusion intersecting. Other answers are also excluded. There is only one, the nightmare god, Darkrai. The next second the answer emerges. Bang! Click! Wow! The illusion suddenly shattered, together with the stagnant energy, like glass hitting the ground, breaking apart layer by layer and turning into mirror fragments. Everything he saw before him, whether it was the blackened Mewtwo or the Zygarde core that slipped away, all gone. In the entire space, only the first thing I saw, called the Soul-gathering pearl, was still there. Mirror fragments are scattered everywhere, like a light wall normal reflecting Liu in the center, like a projected spotlight. And a huge shadow also appeared on the other side. When Liu stared at the shadow, he couldn't see the eyes, but he had a hunch that the other person was also looking at him. Finally, the two looked at each other in this mysterious contest condition for a long time. The shadow showed its true colors, gradually suspended in front of Liu. It has smug-like white hair that is constantly billowing, and most of its face is completely covered. Hair is like a living thing, rolling endlessly. It only shows a pair of bright blue eyes, and a red jagged object like a collar is surrounding its neck. A long black rag hung on each shoulder, like a cloak. This outfit. It also proves that Liu's previous judgment was correct. He entered the environment of the nightmare god Darkrai, and the moment he opened his eyes, he was already trapped in a nightmare. This is why the probing technique cannot be used. Although I knew before that the realm of the Underworld was far from simple, I never expected that there was a Darkrai hidden in the Black River. Darkrai is a fantasy beast. The most special ability is that it can pull any Pokémon or human into a nightmare and lure them into a deep sleep. If it really pisses it off, you will be completely unable to get out of the nightmare realm. Repeat endless dreams? Repeated mental torture. So, as a fantasy beast, it is also extremely special. Let alone a trainer, even a mythical beast would have a headache when encountering such an ability. After all, it was an accident. It's possible to get tricked. Still unconscious. A level 1 god may only have brief nightmares, driven out of his environment by the Darkrai. But humans are different. Often unable to bear such mental torture, they die in nightmares. There is no peace until death. Human, how do you know my name? Sudden. A dull voice sounded. It sounded like it came from the ground, but it was not a sound that humans could make. Liu looked up, staring directly at Darkrai in front of him. However, his expression did not contain the fear and panic that the other party imagined. Darkrai was even more surprised when he saw this. In the past, whenever humans break into its illusion, they are either frightened to death or tortured by their own nightmares and can only sleep here forever. And this human being, clearly not one of those two. He comes here. Without any fear, he directly called out his name. Besides, the transformed nightmares are also extremely special. The power of the Pokémon among them is so terrifying that two of them even surpass it. The nightmare god felt fresh. For the first time, I became curious about humans. For thousands of years, the nightmares it has seen of humans are extremely ugly, with nothing more than being killed or killing others. There are also nightmares from the past, in which ghosts seek revenge. But people like Liu are rare to see, so it put away the bad situation it created and began to explore. What does the Soul-gathering pearl do? Liu did not answer him, but took back the right to speak and asked a question. Do you know about the Soul-gathering pearl? Hear the words. Darkrai's blue eyes widened and his tone suddenly rose an octave. Liu looked straight back and spread his hands. It seems that everything is left unsaid. Who knows? The nightmare god saw his celestic movements clearly, his pupils suddenly shrank, and he suddenly realized something. I couldn't help but yell, human, can you see me? I couldn't help but yell, human, can you see me? Darkrai hadn't discovered this fact until now. There was a tremor in his voice. Completely stunned in place. Shocked. It was accustomed to hiding in the darkness, and suddenly felt that it had nowhere to hide, and its body curled up unconsciously, as if it had been seen. The next second I wanted to hide back in the shadows again. At the same time, the illusion that could barely be maintained was completely shattered, and the mirror fragments surrounding him instantly turned into debris. It crashed to the ground. Everything turned into points of light and disappeared. Brush. Liu's feet were empty. A black hole suddenly appeared on the originally flat ground. Immediately afterwards, he felt a chill in his left foot, and a chilly breath rushed straight to the top of his head through his ankle. Feeling numb all over. Look down. Black's 3 paws were seen sticking out of the black hole and touching his ankles. Immediately, he was dragged down. It's like falling into an infinite abyss with no end. I do not know how long it has been. It might be an hour or two, it might be a day or two. Liu slowly sat up and shook his head. The first reaction is to look around. Subconsciously he breathed a sigh of relief. He lived to the edge of the Black River just now. It's just that the river, which has been raging endlessly, is silent, which makes it even more weird. At this time, Jianhui and 3 others were lying not far from him. Everyone looked pale. I don't know what was murmuring in my mouth. His hands and feet would twitch from time to time, and his brows would be furrowed. Their Pokémon was also lying nearby, clutching its master with its claws, growl purring in a nightmare. Looks like smelling salts hasn't been restored yet. However, as soon as Haunter saw Liu wake up, he floated over and rubbed against him, with a hint of worry in his eyes. I'm fine. Liu patted her a few times and comforted her. Then enter the virtual space. As soon as he entered, the Pokémon rushed over one after another, even Mewtwo, who had always been indifferent. He seemed to sense that he was in danger. Every eye is filled with worry. Even Lugia, who has always been heartless, angrily slapped his big palms, made a clear sound, and shouted to retaliate for him. Shaman showed a rare hint of evil spirit. The usually gentle green eyes glared, and even Cosmoem, who loved to follow it, was frightened by this fierce aura and retreated away. Don't worry, I'm fine. Liu had no choice but to comfort him again. Congratulations to the host, Mewtwo's Intimacy +1. Congratulations to the host, Shaman Intimacy +2. Congratulations to the host, Lugia Intimacy +2. Listening to the intimacy reminder ringing in his ears, Liu felt a warm current in his heart. After this accident, it actually intensified the relationship between himself and the Pokémon. The Pokémon observed, especially Shaman, who checked it with his special ability, found it was indeed okay, looked slightly relaxed. He returned to his usual gentle appearance. But Liu could not forget the momentum it had just now, and thought in her mind, it is necessary to look for the flower of Gracidia. Shaman Purify has exceeded 80%. There is only one prop left to freely transform into combat form. Wait a moment. While he was cultivating a relationship with Pokémon, the Black River in the outside world suddenly rolled again, setting off huge waves of several meters. It's like the whole river is flowing backwards. Liu finished. Then he left the virtual space in a flash. The moment he appeared, the Black River rolled more and more violently, waves lapping out. Haze in the underworld erupted like a spring, and its edges were completely covered. Not to mention soaring in the sky, the naked eye could not see anything even 10 centimeters away. Only Liu's spiritual eyes could barely hold on. But it's also slightly hot. Liu's eyes were slightly red and he looked towards the shore. There. A huge wave came over again, and countless ghosts were still wrapped in the Black River. At a glance, there are hundreds of ghost-type Pokémon. They coveted and looked at Jianhui and the three people lying on the shore. Especially the nearest Wen Yuan. She will be swallowed by the Black River in the next second, and the result waiting for her can be imagined. But she was still trapped in a nightmare. Completely unaware of the crisis he was encountering. Suddenly, teleport inspires. Liu rescued him and dragged Jianhui and Pu Xing back. The clothes on the three of them were torn. I don't know what haze is, but all that is left is a few rags. Hanging on the body, it looks like a beggar's costume. In the process of rescuing Wen Yuan, Liu accidentally touched the delicate touch and took it back after a quick glance. But Wen Yuan's exposed parts were still visible. I didn't expect her figure to be quite good, Liu muttered. Throwing out the spare clothes in the virtual space, she threw them on her body. When she looked at the center of the Black River again, her nerves were stretched to the extreme. The waves are rolling. A bead that glows slightly with obsidian fluorescence is firmly in the center, like a statue. But it's even more strange. You can use the probing technique this time. The next second, the message of Soul-gathering Pearl suddenly appeared. Soul-gathering bead, after being carried, the enemy souls killed by Pokémon will spontaneously enter the condensing bead, and all ghosts within 1 kilometer will be automatically absorbed and merged into it, which can be absorbed by Pokémon and turned into its own power. Strengthen your immortality? Note, exclusive ghost-type Pokémon, the more souls condensed above its head, the stronger it will be. Sharp. Liu suddenly became energetic. In his opinion, this soul-condensing pearl seemed to be tailor-made for Haunter, although Haunter has the power of devouring. But actually, most Pokémon will completely dissipate after death. There is no soul left. The ones that can retain their souls are basically ghost-type Pokémon. So, Haunter was hungry for so long. After all, it was not easy to find ghost Pokémon that he could devour. But it's different with the soul-gathering pearl. Cooperate with the power of devouring. It can completely absorb all the ghosts in the condensed beads, and it will also automatically absorb them within a kilometer range, which means that Haunter is making progress all the time. At least, you don't have to go hungry anymore. Liu's eyes flashed with determination. He immediately ordered, Haunter, go and take it down. Haunter heard this and immediately moved. Liu didn't even need to urge him. As a ghost-type Pokémon, it also feels the deadly captivate carried by the soul-gathering bead. Call out. Haunter played extreme speed. In the blink of an eye there was no trace. Under the spiritual eye, Haunter's body jumped up and down, completely ignoring the Black River. When he passed by several ghosts wrapped in the river, his mouth suddenly opened. Swallow it in one mouthful. The ghosts next to him were so frightened that they fled in all directions. In an instant, Haunter's eyes brightened slightly, and the transformed claw stretched out, only 1 centimeter away from touching the condensed beads. But the next second, the evil claws from the bottom of the Black River reached out and snatched it away. Liu frowned. Darkrai. The loud shout made the paw stop for a second, but then it moved faster, and it was about to return to the Black River with the Ningzu. Haunter was anxious. It's a lunge, bursting with extreme speed, close to Darkrai. It's a lunge, bursting with extreme speed, close to Darkrai. The moment the two touch each other, boom, another black hole appears. Haunter was still caught in the dark claws, and he couldn't help but let out a low growl. The whole body seemed to be a lot heavier, and the body shape sank unconsciously. The circular shadow hole sucked out the surrounding haze, and the strong suction force made Haunter even have the idea of being unable to struggle. At the same time, the telepathy took effect and Liu felt something bad immediately after sensing Haunter's thoughts. Not waiting for his command. Hey, congratulations to the host for triggering the special item sign-in. Task time limit, 2 hours. Sign-in item, Soul-gathering bead. Reward, obtain Darkrai's recognition and receive mysterious items as gifts. Please complete the sign-in as soon as possible. Please complete the sign-in as soon as possible. Please. The last sentence was rang 3 times, and the urging was clearly evident. This is one of the rare systems that behaves so eagerly. Liu originally regarded the soul-condensing pearl as something in his pocket, but now he will never let it go. He wasn't prepared to ask other Pokémon to help either. In the realm of the Underworld, the strength of other attributed Pokémon is greatly reduced, even the mythical beasts are no exception. They may even lose more. Like Shaman, Kaori doesn't have the strength to play here. Mewtwo is better, but only 30%. Scizor and Garchomp are about 50%. Compare this. On the contrary, Haunter is the most at home, with his combat power increasing instead of decreasing, under the wonderful magnetic field of the Underworld. He can even compete with Greninja, who inherited the Kyogre gene. It's self-evident what this means. To know, today's Haunter has not yet fully evolved. Haunter? Submission. Just when Haunter was about to fall, the master's familiar call made it instantly recover smelling salts. Haunter gritted his teeth. Body tightens. It clearly realized at this moment that if it was really caught in the shadow, it would really be a sacrifice to the heavens. The Haunter's claws tore at the ghosts around him. Keep devouring. Build your own strength. Then he gathered all the power he had just absorbed in an instant, exploded with a roar, and escaped from the terrifying suction force in the black hole in the blink of an eye. Darkrai wanted to pull it into a black hole, but the pulling force was obviously not as strong as Haunter's explosive power. It retreats in the air, but the sharp claws cling tightly to Darkrai's black claws. Immediately, the transformed arm opened up, and the power of the swallowed ghost turned into a complete arm, assuming a killing posture. Haunter's whole body tensed up, his body bulged, and he quickly stepped forward. Darkrai, who didn't realize the other party's intention, still tried to drag Haunter back with the beads. Little did he know that he had fallen into a trap. GG. Haunter chuckled evilly, mouth wide open. A moment. All the ghosts within a few meters radius were sucked into it, and the devouring power was almost exhausted. The next second, all the absorbed ghosts are transformed into Haunter's power. Boom. Transform into a strong man in the blink of an eye. Grabbing Darkrai's claws, he dragged his entire body out. The power of countless ghosts covered the arms, strengthening the binding again. What are you doing? Darkrai Rage's voice erupted in haze. Rival is clearly a Haunter, but its eyes were staring straight at Liu. Didn't know. Liu was even more nervous than Haunter at this time, although he often leapfrogs challenges, and the chances of success are extremely high. But in fact, this was the most uncertain time for Liu. If Haunter hadn't been the Millennium Ghost, he wouldn't have even tried. Darkrai is a mythical beast? Seeing Liu didn't answer, Darkrai became even more angry and summoned a black hole again, trying to repeat the same trick. Let Haunter leave you alone. But the next second, a flash of surprise flashed in its blue eyes. Darkrai found that he could not be liberated at all, not waiting for the black hole to form. Then I saw Haunter moving again. It took the opportunity to curl up its entire body into a ball. The next second, bang, a cruel look flashed in his eyes, and he fell violently to the shore together with himself. Puff. Caught off guard. Ningzo let go. Roll away from Darkrai. Liu has quick eyes and quick hands. It seems that Haunter's true purpose has been known for a long time. The next second, mental power covered the whole body, bursting out with unprecedented speed, and reached the vicinity of the condensed beads in the blink of an eye. The hand speed developed over many years came into play here. Darkrai's evil power surged at the same time. The next second, Liu came across the soul-condensing pearl. Drop. Congratulations to the host for completing half of the special item sign-in within the time limit. Do you want to wear it now? No rewards were given. This is the first time Liu has encountered this situation. Usual. Basically, the check-in is completed when you encounter it. And now, only half? Wear it. Liu made a prompt decision. No matter what the reason is, the check-in must be completed. For a moment, the soul-gathering pearl touched by Liu quickly flew to Haunter under the watchful eyes of one person and two Pokémon. The open space in the Underworld is fairly flat, but Ground's cold ghostly aura was very obvious after he lay down. Haunter was fine thanks to his strong physical fitness, not to mention Darkrai. Therefore, they all noticed the strangeness of the soul-concentrating pearl. The next second, the soul-gathering pearl actually floated on top of Haunter's head. The position is right between the two ears. Suddenly, the beads are activated. All the ghosts within a 1 kilometer radius gathered around Haunter. Darkrai's expression changed. Awoo. Haunter's open mouth is like the mouth of an abyss, and all the ghosts automatically float in and turn into their own energy. Haunter's ghost power instantly expanded. A Maynard bright light suddenly flashed across his body. Soon, the light all over Haunter's body formed a cocoon of light, completely surrounding him. It's hard to see what's going on in the light. However, Liu could tell from the changes in light that Gengar had become fatter at this time. As the light intensified, the cocoon of light began to become transparent, and Liu saw that the sharp corners on Haunter's back were gradually minimizing and turning into thorn-like protrusions. Only the pointed corners of the normal ears remain unchanged. The hands that were originally separated from the body are now completely linked together, and the short and pointed tail is a little cute. Both eyes were closed tightly. Gee. With a loud roar, Gengar's eyes suddenly opened, and his originally white eyes turned scarlet, looking even more terrifying. Especially that smile. Even scarier than before. Gengar is finally available, but before Liu could be happy, he used probing to detect attribute. His face changed slightly, because His Viridian power felt that the energy fluctuations in Gengar's body were still continuing. Gengar closed his eyes again. The severe pain caused him to clench his teeth. Darkrai's eyes flickered, feeling something strange. Liu decisively devoted all his strength to Gengar, trying to guide it to go berserk. But while he was guiding, he suddenly discovered a special ray of energy that was incompatible with the ghost power in Gengar's body. But while he was guiding, he suddenly discovered a special ray of energy that was incompatible with the ghost power in Gengar's body. Liu narrowed his eyes. When he saw Gengar's pained expression after evolution, he noticed something was wrong. And now, completely understand where the root knot lies. Only his Viridian power could sense that this special energy would do no harm to Gengar. What exactly does it do? Can't tell yet. The massive influx of Viridian power washed away the restless energy in Gengar's body. Its expression softened visibly. Only then did Liu use the probing technique. Pokémon, Gengar, Millennium Ghost. Qualifications, unknown. Level 48. Ability 1, Body of Curse. When a Pokémon with this ability is attacked, there is a 30% chance of causing the target to fall into disable contest condition. Ability 2, Unknown, can be triggered after digesting energy. Attribute, Ghost, Poison, Unknown. Skills, Transform, Curse, Confuse Ray, Lick, Hypnosis, Mean Look, Payback, Hex, Shadow Punch, Sucker Punch, Dark Pulse, Nightshade. Swallowing skills, Fire Punch, Hyper Fang, Spider Silk, Submission, Lucky Chant, Gust. New skill, Shadow Ball, Unknown. Special ability, Swallow rank 3, absorb 10% of Ghost's original power, enhance the swallowing ability, and can swallow Pokémon beyond levels. Carry props, Toxic Orb, Soul-devouring Bead. Combat power value, 1580 to 2300. Under special circumstances, under the influence of the Soul-gathering Pearl, combat power will explode. The swallowing has been upgraded. The ability has also changed. Liu said in surprise. What he values most is Gengar's special ability, but it was previously restricted. The ghost Pokémon absorbed by Gengar were all of a lower level than him. This also makes it difficult to upgrade quickly. But this time the swallowing benefited from the powerful effect of the Soul-gathering Bead, and because there were too many ghosts in the Underworld containing a trace of original power. A little adds up to a lot. The sip just now directly absorbed 9% of Ghost's origin, raising it to 2 levels in a row. But Liu also knows, there is only one chance for this kind of thing. Just after carrying the Soul-gathering Ball, it will start an integrated union with the Pokémon itself, which is why it is so effective. But props like Soul-gathering Beads are destined to require long-term accumulation. Actually, if the environment this time is not the realm of the Underworld, the effectiveness of the Soul-gathering Bead will be greatly reduced. It might be difficult to reach a balance with the Toxic Orb. But now, the two subtly maintain a wonderful contest condition in Gengar's body. In the realm of the Underworld, Soul-gathering Pearl is obviously better and now has the upper hand, so Gengar's ghost power in the Underworld is greatly enhanced. Certainly, what makes him most happy is that Gengar's level has been directly promoted to level 6. After level 40, every time a Pokémon advances to a level, it becomes difficult for the trainer to defeat it, and there are few chances like it did in the early stages. There are also unstable combat power values. Special environment. Is there a better setting for Gengar than the realm of the Underworld? If it weren't for the sudden increase in combat power, he wouldn't have been able to withstand Darkrai's blow. However, Liu also noticed something strange. Ability is unknown, skill is unknown, and attribute is unknown. These three abnormalities occurred. If he hadn't known that his detection skills were always accurate, Liu would have thought there was something wrong with the system. Is it related to that ray of energy? Liu had a flash of inspiration. Sudden. Darkrai sneaked forward and circled around Gengar, looking at him with an extremely strange look. My eyes were glued to it. Up and down. Seems to be searching for something. But Gengar is a 1000-year-old ghost, and among all Liu's Pokémon, he is not a good-tempered one. Even if the opponent is a mythical beast, I can't bear it. Moreover, after evolving, the vigorous energy in its body made its desire to fight suddenly surge. I saw it suddenly extending its scarlet tongue. A terrifying smile hung on his face, and the eerie energy instantly enveloped him, and he whimpered in warning at Darkrai. Darkrai sees this. Miraculously, a smile flashed across his eyes. Liu thought he had seen it wrong. Rubbed his eyes. At this moment, a strong wind roared from nowhere. It was clear that Black River was extremely peaceful, but Darkrai was surrounded by a terrifying aura. Immediately afterwards, Liu felt a deep chill that extended from his spine to his limbs. The next second, Darkrai releases a powerful aura, and Nightmare ability begins to crush. It went straight to the face. Liu immediately released Psychic, pushing away the area where the two of them were fighting. Escaped from the nightmare. Gengar doesn't know if he can escape. Liu looked over worriedly, and then his pupils shrank. Because Gengar is actually fine, not trapped in a nightmare? On the contrary, the soul-gathering pearl on its head shines brightly. It's working? Gengar smiled GG. He stood up very proudly. It has seen quite a few mythical beasts. As the master's Pokémon, apart from other things, the possibility of being suppressed by the aura of the Divine Beast is extremely slim. After all, under the attack of two first-level gods, Mewtwo and Lugia. Except for the mythical beasts of the same level as these two guys, For Gengar, the momentum of other mythical beasts cannot even arouse the slightest fluctuation. The dark aura released by Darkrai, it has little effect on it. The strange laughter was heard in Darkrai's ears, coupled with Gengar's mocking face, as if saying 2 words, that's it. In fact, this is what Gengar is thinking. If it weren't for fear of completely irritating the opponent, it would even say that this aura is far worse than Mewtwo's sleeping god. After all, that guy is so angry when he wakes up. Usually when Gengar teases it, he only dares to pick when the other person is in a good mood, not rest. Little did I know. Darkrai almost laughed at the look. The blue eyes that looked at Gengar were extremely complicated, except that he was surprised that his invincible nightmare ability had failed. Look carefully. In addition to being angry, there was also a hint of appreciation. Anyway, the combination, especially in this battle situation, looks even weirder, stranger than the environment in the entire Underworld. However, Liu was concentrating on the battle at this time and did not notice this detail. It's now. Liu saw the opportunity right. Dark Pulse. Darkrai gave the command at a moment of astonishment. The next second, as if a drop of water fell into the calm water, the ripples began to spread, and terrifying evil energy formed in the air. In a blink, the dark nightmare realm created by Darkrai was completely destroyed. Under the ripples of layers of waves, around haze conversion, the pervasive black energy has subsided, and the initiative in the scene has begun to change. I'm quite capable. Darkrai, with a hoarse voice, snorted coldly. It's just how Liu listens. Everyone feels that Darkrai seems a bit, how should I put it? Don't mean what you say? He didn't know if his intuition was different, but it has always been. Liu's intuition is never wrong. Think of this. He felt more relaxed and looked at Darkrai in the distance. I don't know what I'm thinking about. This side. Hearing this, Gengar sneered and said, gee, just pretend. If you want to fight, fight. Good. I couldn't tell whether it was rage or excitement, but an answer came from Darkrai. Both Pokémon attacked simultaneously. Both Pokémon attacked simultaneously. There was a dark wind all around. A common look. Liu watched the contest between the two and felt excited for some reason. After all, judging from Darkrai's performance, he didn't want Gengar's life, but rather wanted to test him. He didn't know why, but it can also be used to judge the situation. Being able to compete with a mythical beast is definitely an extremely rare opportunity, and it will greatly improve Gengar's strength. Shadow Punch. Liu quickly ordered. His instructions reached Gengar's ears, and he saw Gengar's thick right hand clenched, and the smile on his face became even more terrifying. In an instant, an afterimage of black appeared in his hand. Extremely fast, like a fist, Normal quickly moved towards Darkrai. Facing Shadow Punch's attack, Darkrai remained calm and focused, his blue eyes twinkling slightly. The Dark-type wave instantly turned into an invisible force, resolving Shadow Punch's black attack. Liu's eyes brightened slightly, because he learned something from it. Gengar's Dark Pulse is obviously less powerful than Darkrai's attack. Darkrai's Dark Pulse energy will turn tangible into intangible. Gengar's volatility manifests itself in dramatic ways. But Darkrai's attack is imperceptible, and it's easy to fall victim to it. It seems that the hit of the attack is the most important. If necessary, the moves can even be simplified. While realizing this, Liu suddenly had an idea. If only Darkrai could teach Gengar. Just as he was thinking, in a blink of an eye, Darkrai's figure turned into an afterimage and appeared leisurely behind Gengar. Extremely spooky, that speed completely exceeded the limit that the naked eye could see, even more terrifying than Gengar. His hands directly created a terrifying hurricane. Awesome blow to Gengar? A cold aura suddenly surged near the Black River, as if the call of the ghost normal sounded from all directions. This hurricane is completely different from what other Pokémon use. Adds a touch of horror and weirdness. Liu's complexion changed slightly. My heart skipped a beat. He didn't know how the system determined that the sign-in was complete, but he felt the key point should be Darkrai. So, Gengar, blast the Shadow Ball. Liu just finished speaking. Gengar's body suddenly swelled up, and vigorous strength began to gather. The soul-condensing pearl also senses that normal suddenly lights up. The next second, fluctuations of nothingness emerged under Gengar's suspended shadow, and several shadow balls with violent energy roared out. Suddenly, Gigi's ferocious laughter echoed throughout the Black River. All of Gengar's energy is gathered into shadow balls. Gengar is not particularly skilled in this trick, so the quantity is not large, but the attribute energy contained in it cannot be underestimated. The shadow balls flew in unison. Boom! In the blink of an eye, shadow balls appeared surrounding Darkrai. Ominous wind was torn apart by the rotation of the Shadow Ball, and a hole appeared in the battlefield between the two Pokémon. At the same time, Darkrai ducked and appeared behind Gengar. Careful. Liu listens to all directions. His strong mental power makes his commanding ability even more powerful. Gengar turned around after hearing this without any hesitation. One person and one Pokémon worked together in perfect harmony. Darkrai wanted to catch Gengar off guard, but was unexpectedly foresight. Bang sound! The two forces collided with each other. The calm Black River suddenly stirred up waves, and the already messy and desolate ground cracked directly under the turbulent fluctuations. The bank of the Black River. The earth was in a haze state, and the land became turbid. After cracking, a large number of ghosts appeared in the gaps. However, they only showed their heads slightly, and when they noticed the battle outside, they miraculously shrank back. The cracked earth returned to its former peace. But this is peaceful. No matter how you look at it, there is a hint of weirdness. This scene. Liu was amazed when he saw it. Thought. It turns out that ghosts are sometimes afraid. Haze scattered. Gengar had retreated 10 meters away. Darkrai only took 2 steps back. It's clear who wins and who loses. But both Liu and Gengar accept this result well. Being able to take Darkrai's fatal blow without being injured is enough to prove that Gengar is now outstanding in strength. The other side. Darkrai lowered his head and looked at the pause connecting energy between himself and Gengar, with a hint of surprise in his eyes. When you look up again, the blue eyes sparkled. He opened his mouth to look at Gengar, but hesitated to speak. Stop it. Liu found that Darkrai seemed to have something to say and stopped Gengar, who was about to make a move. Actually, he was very satisfied with the discussion between the two just now. Darkrai aside, Gengar turned out better than he expected. There is not much difference in strength from the mythical beast. To know, there is an unbridgeable gulf between mythical beasts and Pokémon. But Gengar seemed to be able to cross this gap easily. It just takes time and practice. At the same time, when Darkrai made a guess, the system's beep suddenly sounded. Hey, congratulations to the host for completing the special item sign-in. Rewards are now distributed. Reward, obtain Darkrai's approval and receive a mysterious present. For a moment, brush. Liu clearly saw a light flashing from Darkrai's body. But this light can only be seen by Liu. The next second, Darkrai's eyes were dazed for a moment. After smelling salts, when he looked at Gengar again, there was something clearly in his eyes. Just listen to it say in a low voice, you are destined to me. Since this is the case, I will guide the energy in your body. Gengar was confused by Darkrai's sudden change of attitude. A strange smile froze on his face. My head feels dizzy. That little expression seemed to say, we are fighting, brother, what are you doing? Darkrai ignored its reaction. He looks very domineering. He has an arrogant look on his face, as if he has to accept it even if he doesn't accept it. Gengar looked at his master speechlessly, but saw Liu blinking at him slightly. This moment, Gengar immediately felt blessed. I immediately understood that this was all the master's arrangement. I couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration in my heart, and secretly admired him, as expected of the master. I don't even know when he did it. It's so amazing. Gengar's expression relaxed. He straightened his chubby body and glanced at Darkrai subconsciously. Darkrai didn't care about his little move. Instead, it stopped where it was. The two blue eyes were tightly closed, but the black claws kept waving in the air. Several wonderful arcs are formed. Look from afar. Like an unknown pattern. When the last stroke of the pattern was painted, an ancient atmosphere suddenly filled the entire vicinity of Hihi. The first to bear the brunt is Gengar. Gengar noticed that the abnormal energy that had stabilized began to fluctuate again. There was a ray of energy that was completely inconsistent with his own, which made Gengar uncomfortable. And when it starts to fluctuate, this uncomfortable feeling became more and more intense. At this time, Darkrai's evil power flows into Gengar's body. Darkrai's evil power flows into Gengar's body. In an instant, Gengar is connected to Darkrai's consciousness. It heard what Darkrai was telepathically conveying. Digest it, and from Gengar's perspective, it saw Darkrai's miraculously integrated union with strange energy as soon as Darkrai's evil power entered the body. Crazy tangled together in the blink of an eye, Liu saw this scene in Gengar's body through the power of Viridian. A suspicion arose. Does that special energy belong to Darkrai? Only this can explain it. Why Darkrai hold back to Gengar? And why would Gengar be recognized by Darkrai? Liu would not think that the system would issue tasks for no reason. If this guess is correct, then everything will be explained. While Liu was guessing, Gengar's own ghost power and the evil power were in Gengar's body, and a chase took place. Sometimes tangled together. Sometimes it breaks at the touch of a button. Very much like love. But miraculously, Darkrai's energy entered and had a certain soothing effect. Gengar was no longer tense. Finally, when Darkrai opened his eyes, the power of ghost, the power of evil, and the power of poison that had been watching formed a tripartite pattern. Miraculously a balance is achieved. And look at Gengar's attribute panel today. Liu couldn't help but laugh. Pokémon, Gengar, Millennium Ghost. Qualifications, unknown. Level 48. Ability 1, Body of Curse. When a Pokémon with this ability is attacked, there is a 30% chance of causing the target to fall into disable contest condition. Ability 2, Nightmare. The powerful sense of bewitchment causes the enemy to enter the comatose stage. The effect continues to reduce physical strength, and loses combat effectiveness while sleeping. Attribute, Ghost, Poison, Evil, 20%. New skills, Dark Void, requires learning, Ominous Wind. Sure enough, there are more dark types. Liu sighed and suddenly understood what the mysterious present was. The gift of energy from the Nightmare God. Similar to Kyogura's genes, or Genesec's blood essence. If not for the guidance of the Nightmare God, so forever. There is no guarantee that special energy that does not belong to Gengar will not become a time bomb that may affect Gengar's development at any time. In addition to the extra ability, the biggest change to Gengar is its skills, which now have part of the dark type energy. You can freely use dark type's skills. Among them is Darkrai's classic trick, Dark Void. Just look at the tips for probing. Perhaps it takes learning to fully master it. But for exclusive moves like Dark Void, you can't even find them on the skill CD. The only possibility is to teach them personally. Think of this. Liyu's fleeting thoughts popped up again. He glanced at Darkrai. At this time, the way it looked at Gengar always had a sense of relief from a senior looking at a junior. Liyu had a flash of inspiration. Something suddenly occurred to me. If this is it, maybe it's possible. His mind came into contact with the area in the virtual space, and after rummaging around, the corners of his mouth were slightly raised. Take it out. Liyu suddenly had something in his hand, a pollution stone. That's right. It was the stone he had obtained in the Dragon Tomb in the forbidden area of Dragon Valley. It looked exactly the same as the pollution stone. The only difference was that it contained the original power of dark type. At first he felt it was like slate and gravel. The only condition is that the truth will be revealed when special energy is touched, so the pollution stone has been idle in his hand. Really? The moment the pollution stone appeared, Darkrai was sensitive to the abnormality, and his head suddenly turned, and the flowing mist hairstyle was thrown back. Chunwu's eyes are like the sea, emitting a captivating light. The next second, the floating body rushed straight towards him, spark between flints. But he stopped in time and stopped steadily in front of Liyu. Darkrai's own dark aura made the atmosphere tense instantly. The gloomy voice in my ear sounded very penetrating. Human, I want to see what you have in your hand. If you listen carefully, there is still a hint of urgency. I even forgot the self-respecting eye. Thanks to the sign-in reward, it gained Darkrai's favor, so it didn't snatch directly, but instead asked. Liyu didn't panic at all. Look directly at each other. If you go to a place with me, I'll show you. Good. After pondering for a while, Darkrai agreed. It has to be said that the stone held in this human's hand is too powerful for his captivate, and it is fatal. The moment the thing appeared, it felt that the bottleneck that had been restraining energy was loosened. There is a fundamental difference between the energy of the origin slate and the energy that Darkrai can mobilize. Same roots but different origins. Darkrai can clearly sense it if he stays with it for a long time. Your own strength will definitely break through obstacles. Lift it up directly. Darkrai is completely moved, and Liyu would not give him a chance to regret. He raised a smile of success. Call out. He appeared in the virtual space with Darkrai. Let me see it quickly. Darkrai didn't even have time to observe his surroundings, so he hurriedly urged Liyu, and his already hoarse voice almost overdriven. At this point, the nightmare god was lured into the virtual space and completely entered Liyu's territory, falling into a trap. Liyu has no worries at the moment and doesn't have to worry about anything else. The posture is very chic. I saw him raise his right hand. Brush it. The pollution stone was thrown out in a parabola. Darkrai, who still had no trace of the majesty of a mythical beast, couldn't wait to take it. An afterimage floated out of his body, and the moment Darkrai took over the pollution stone, sudden changes. The pollution stone has undergone changes that are visible to the naked eye. The original black substance on the surface was peeled off layer by layer. The gray-green color inside is revealed. The excess dirt comes off, and just one corner of the rectangle is exposed, and like that, it coincides with Liyu's gas. Dread plate pieces? Darkrai looked at this scene in amazement. The haze rolling around him represented his ups and downs of emotions at this time. Darkrai didn't know what he thought of and was stunned. And he didn't notice. At this time, Liyu was not the only one around him. Several Pokémon even more powerful than him were surrounding him. Surrounded in the center. But at this time, he was so lost in thought that he didn't realize it. Wait until he looks up again. Seeing the eager eyes around him, he froze in place. This time I was really dumbfounded. Especially the Pokémon on the left, which had half-open purple eyes and was farthest from him, posed the greatest threat to him. In addition, there was also a huge blue and white creature that couldn't be ignored, making Darkrai feel extremely small for the first time. Even the hedgehog, who looks pretty, is not as simple as he seems on the surface. At least their eyes met for a moment. Darkrai came up with an answer, the strong one. He is definitely as strong as himself. He is definitely as strong as himself? The rest is whether it is the black-armored Caesar, the seemingly honest Garchomp, or the sharp-eyed Greninja. Even Riolo, who was hiding in the corner like a puppy and seemed to have a slightly weaker combat power, the mysterious lines on his body always felt familiar to him. These gave Darkrai a feeling. Their power is infinitely close to their own. Just give it time to grow. The achievements are never lower than those of the mythical beasts. Darkrai was more confused than ever. It thought there was only one pervert like Gengar who could be compared to a mythical beast, but it didn't expect there were so many here. What the hell is this place? Darkrai almost growled. If it weren't for the strength the stone clenched in his hand gave it. It has the urge to run away. The majesty in the underworld is like a dream. The loading sphere that humans just brought it into this place was obviously so weak that it could break through it and run out in one go. So, only then will they agree to human requests. Darkrai thought he had everything under control until he entered here. But now, it's a little trance. Why? I can't tell whether this is a dream or reality. If it were a dream, this strange star-like thing sitting on the shoulder in front of me would not seem fake in its weight. Darkrai wanted to curse. It's just too heavy. But if it is true, this is all too incredible. Darkrai wanted to leave, but now that he had the stone, he didn't want to stay in this hellish place. He who knows the current affairs is a hero. If you can't fight, run away. In a blink, Darkrai activates his Dream Eater skill. It caused the surrounding Pokémon to be dizzy for a short time, and they took the opportunity to turn into black shadows and escape. Moment. Mewtwo's psychic powers cover it. Liu revived smelling salts. Look at the other side with a smile. Darkrai hit the space barrier and was knocked backward 10 meters by the recoil, when about to hit a Petia berry tree. Stopped quickly. It looked at the blocking space barrier in shock. Now Liu, who seems to be smiling but not smiling, is like seeing a devil scarier than himself. Usually it's just scary. When can humans scare it? Totally topsy-turvy? Is this retribution? Darkrai looked dull, and his flowing white hair didn't move. The entire Pokémon is like frozen normal. It realizes it can't escape without the permission of this abominable human being. Seeing Darkrai's fierce eyes, Liu couldn't help but laugh and smiled softly. Darkrai became even more angry when he saw this. But don't wait for it to hit. I saw Liu pouting at the stone in his hand. This is for you. Count it as the reward of being a teacher. What Liu wants is willingness. In the virtual space, the power of his Pokémon has not been weakened. He first demonstrated the powerful power of Pokémon in the virtual space. Then give it the stone. After all, Dread Plate's effect on Darkrai is of course far greater than that of Gengar. This is, after all, its only attribute power. Upon hearing this, Darkrai's rage was miraculously quelled. It's back to its former glory. Oh, stupid human being, of course this is mine, but I won't be a teacher, don't even think about it. Liu heard this. He just raised his eyebrows. No answer. Why did these words sound familiar to him? Always felt. Darkrai is not the first mythical beast to say this. The last time he said this, he was currently eating stuffed cheeks in the snack area. Look at Liu's meaningful smile. Darkrai suddenly felt a chill in his heart. How come this human's smile is scarier than mine? Darkrai muttered quietly. If he had skin, he would have goosebumps all over his body. But it didn't, so it just had a cloud-like white hair that became more flowing, and its paws were curled together. After Darkrai spoke, I don't know why, but I suddenly felt guilty. After receiving the promise, he didn't leave in a hurry, but stayed where he was, with Black's paw slowly rubbing the broken pieces of blue-gray slate. Kianwood closed his eyes gently. Liu didn't care. He took out the energy cubes and distributed them to the Pokémon. Although they have not been together for a short time, he already knows Darkrai's character. He is an extremely arrogant guy. The more you follow it, the higher it goes. The other side. Darkrai arouses the energy in his body to contact the evil face gravel. Between every breath and every breath, invisible energy suddenly erupted from the rubble, and instantly invaded Darkrai's body explosively. Darkrai didn't move, but the haze surrounding him was about to solidify. Liu's first feeling was that the temperature in the virtual space seemed to have dropped. It looks back. Then he saw that the place where Darkrai was originally was filled with black air, and he could no longer see his figure clearly. Darkrai. Liu's voice was obviously not loud, but it awakened Darkrai, who was addicted to the origin of evil. Brush. Blue eyes widened. Haze disappeared instantly. A more powerful version of Darkrai is revealed. Liu slowly swept toward it. Pokémon, Darkrai. Qualification, Level 2 God. Level 70. Ability, Nightmare. The powerful sense of bewitchment causes the enemy to enter the comatose stage. The effect continues to reduce physical strength, and loses combat effectiveness while sleeping. Attribute, Evil. Skills, Ominous Wind, Disable, Quick Attack, Hypnosis, Faint Attack, Nightmare, Double Team, Haze, Dark Void, Dream Eater. New ability, Stealth. Hide in a special space and walk as a shadow. After carrying the stone tablet, the enemy will not be able to see the existence of Darkrai at all. Carry props, Dread Plate Gravel. Combat power value, 5,000 to 6,000. Dread Plate will increase the power of Dark type, form a special dark aura, and hypnotize 90% of hits. It's pretty much what I expected. Liu touched his chin and said, Darkrai is a secondary god. In terms of qualifications, it cannot be compared with Mewtwo and Lugia, but it has one special feature. That is the hypnotic ability of the Nightmare God. This is what it is born with. It can be said, if you accidentally fall into deep sleep, no matter how powerful you are, it is basically impossible to escape without Darkrai's permission. This is also the reason why Liu has never sent out Mewtwo and other mythical beasts. Not to mention, in the realm of the Underworld, Darkrai's ability is blessed to the highest degree. In fact, it was very difficult for him to foresight when he was trapped in the illusion woven by Darkrai. If you don't know something about the Nightmare God in the original work, he will definitely fall for it. The Nightmare God looked at the increasingly dense haze around him and felt the increasingly surging energy around him. It sensed that after carrying the evil face rubble, combined with the Nightmare ability, his chances of hypnotizing rival were greatly increased. It also has one more ability. Can appear from the void. Let's look at Liu again this time. I always feel that this human being is somehow pleasing to the eye. Outside Linglan Town, a group of people from the Shadow Organization were hiding in the dark. A group of people from the Shadow Organization were hiding in the dark. Right here. The leader, Charles, looked at this ordinary town for a while, with surprise on his face. Yes, we have been observing here for a week and saw many people from the special training camp coming and going. It can't be wrong. His subordinates all agreed. They're really cunning. There's no map to this place. They were really able to hide, but we still caught them. Seal smiled slightly. Brother is wise. We must defeat that bitch Kongyu this time. Yes, we can't let her ride on our heads. This is a perfect opportunity. Several of his subordinates said they were filled with indignation. Kongyu didn't handle things well last time and was scolded by the leader. Seal's position was below hers. As soon as I heard about the special training camp, I immediately accepted it. Therefore, he attached great importance to this mission and wanted to completely replace Kongyu's position. All his subordinates knew what Seal was thinking. One by one, they flattered each other very loudly. A dozen people conspired and discussed, and for this mission, they brought dozens of evil shadow Pokémon. Just to catch them all in one go, several people lay in wait for a whole day. After Charles entered Linglan town to inquire about the news, he came out with a gloomy face. A bunch of idiots, how come they're not even in the top 10? Brother, where have they gone? The men were dumbfounded. They are the leaders who want to destroy the younger generation. The top 10 are the top priority for training in ranked battles, especially the top 3, which are the key to this mission. Unexpectedly, they are not there. It seems like I went somewhere to practice. Nah, the subordinate who came back with Charles, opened his mouth, looked at the unkind expression on his elder brother's face, and explained to his companions. It's just that the sound is getting smaller and smaller. Hearing this, more than a dozen people fell silent at the same time. A few seconds later, finally, someone cautiously opened his mouth to test. Brother, do you want to wait? Charles looked ugly and thought for a long time. The plan is suspended. We will observe in Linglan town first and wait for them to come out and take action together. Good. I understand, brother. In the special training camp, the professors sat in the conference room with their brows furrowed, as if they were facing an enemy. The Underworld realm lost 6 people at once. Although it seems so far, the 3 people they valued most, Liu and Jianhui, were fine, but they didn't come out, which made people extremely worried. The city competition has ended, the interprovincial competition is halfway through, and registration for the national competition will close soon. A gray-haired professor had a stern voice. Yes, there are only 3 days left before the deadline. The other professor's tone was gentler, but the worry in his eyes was genuine. Members of the special training camp have direct access. But even so, they also have to participate in the national competition selection. This is the last level to enter the world ranking battle. Based on the results of this selection, the Dragon Kingdom will arrange the position that everyone should go to in the world ranking competition. So, can't miss it? But the realm of the Underworld is turbulent, and the overall evolution is still continuing. The entrance channels are closed, and we can't enter. A thin professor looked hesitant, with obvious dark circles under his eyes. I also thought deeply about this matter. Well, the professors all sighed. This discussion has been going on for weeks. Still no results. That's right. It has been almost a month since Liu and others entered the Underworld realm. Half a month ago, the electronic screens of the 4 Liu people also lost signal. The last bit of news is gone. The professors at the special training camp, including the Dragon Kingdom Secret Realm Management Department, were extremely anxious. Especially as the national competition is approaching day by day. The deadline is approaching. They were really panicked. The frequency of meetings has skyrocketed recently. Virtual space. Liu had no idea that a month had passed. Although Darkrai knew the secret of Hi-He, he did not understand the unexpected connection between the two. Therefore, by some mistake, in Liu's consciousness, it seemed like only 2 or 3 days had passed. At this time, after Darkrai's power increased to a higher level, his voice was still gloomy, but his tone was obviously much better. Human, what kind of teacher do you want me to be? Liu smiled. He turned around and waved to the shadow of Salak Berry. For a moment, Gengar appears in Darkrai's field of vision. Teach it familiarity with the dark void. Liu gets straight to the point. Pointing at Gengar, he directly stated his purpose. Hear the words. Darkrai looked at Gengar first. Then he turned to look at Liu. The cold breath suddenly stagnated, and the blue eyes showed disbelief. The haze around it almost materialized into question marks above its head, and it felt like Liu was joking. Human, don't be ridiculous. Dark void is my exclusive skill. No creature can easily learn it. Darkrai felt that it was a bit difficult for him to fight against the divine beasts in this space, such as Mewtwo. For your own exclusive skills. It's very confident and unambiguous. This is definitely not something you can learn just by studying. Even if you are talented, it is impossible. Otherwise, how can you call it an exclusive skill? What if we could teach it? Then I can grant you a request. Stimulated by the rush of words, Darkrai blurted out without even having time to think. It wasn't until it finished speaking that it suddenly realized what it had just said, secretly looking at the human's expression. When I saw the other person showing the same smiling expression as before, my heart suddenly went cold. Darkrai was originally confident. Suddenly it looked like a punctured air balloon. The momentum of the entire Pokémon was visibly deflated. It has seen this smile? This deep-set human had just watched it hit the space barrier with this expression? Darkrai instantly became extremely vigilant. But the words have been spoken. I wanted to take it back, but it was too late. It could only bite the bullet and agree. Moreover, Darkrai really doesn't believe that Gengar can learn its exclusive skills. This is the pride from the mythical beast? The other Pokémon heard their conversation and quietly pricked up their ears. There was excitement among the crowd. Mewtwo, who was half lying in the shade, half squinted his eyes and glanced into the distance. As Darkrai enters the virtual space. At the same time, Jianhui and the other 3 people beside He woke up from their drowsiness. It's just that their contest condition is not very good. Wen Yuan covered her face and sobbed silently, tears falling down the gaps between her fingers. Pu Xing, known as the Smiling Tiger, is bitter and has deep hatred. A gloomy look on his face, totally inconsistent with his past image. Jianhui's face was dark, as if he had grown up from a sunny boy to maturity in an instant. The 3 of them were silent for a long time. At last, it was Jianhui who was the first to say, I just had a nightmare. As soon as he opened his mouth, he realized that his voice was extremely hoarse, as if he hadn't spoken for more than 10 days. He couldn't help but swallowed his saliva, but he found that his lips were dry and chapped. After he finished speaking, the other 2 people also woke up from their confusion, but they also discovered the problem. After he finished speaking, the other 2 people also woke up from their confusion, but they also discovered the problem. Not only do they suffer from back pain, even the clothes were torn into pieces. Moreover, as soon as he stood up, his joints crackled, as if he had not moved for a long time. If it weren't for the wrong occasion, Pu Xing would probably think wrong. Wen Yuan screamed. He quickly covered his body with a cloak. Cloak. She looked at the cloak on her body strangely. Where did this come from? This time, Wen Yuan had forgotten the scene she just saw in her nightmare. And here her question. Jianhui and the other 2 also turned their heads and immediately saw the long black cloak. Wen Yuan huddled inside, making her look much smaller. The 3 of them looked strange. But soon, Jianhui thought of someone. Where's Brother Li? Why aren't you here? He woke up the other 2 people. Wen Yuan looked at the cloak in a daze, and suddenly thought of a guess. Could it be Brother Li's? Think of this. Wen Yuan felt the warmth covering her body, and her cheeks instantly turned red. I don't know what comes to mind. The whole person felt like he had been steamed. It's like being above the frillish clouds. Seeing Wen Yuan's shy expression, Jianhui and Pu Xing looked at each other. Soon, a question comes to mind. How long has it been? I don't know, maybe a day or 2. Let's see if the electronic screen works. The 3 of them quickly looked at their wrists. But the electronic screen was completely black, and no matter how hard I tried to turn it on, it was useless. Well, why is the battery out? Mine too. Where's Wen Yuan? Under the expectant gazes of Pu Xing and Jian, Wen Yuan sighed and waved her wrist. Neither does mine. The only hope is gone. The 3 of them were at a loss as never before. After Jianhui was stunned for a while, he was the first to get up and began to check his backpack. After some flipping, there was a hint of surprise in his eyes. I saw him holding the nutrient solution in his hand, and all that had evaporated was the bottom layer. Pu Xing's pupils shrank. Suddenly I had the most impossible guess. After testing all the equipment on his body, he suddenly collapsed to the ground. With a tight throat, he spoke softly. Could it be that more than 10 days have passed? Pu Xing's voice was soft, but it was like a heavy hammer, hitting the hearts of the 3 of them. This guess is so outrageous. But among the countless evidences before our eyes, there is only this last explanation. They had to believe it, and the Black River in front of me is so strange. Here, it seems that I can't feel the passage of time, and even the blood flow slows down. After they came here, not even a little bit hungry, the 3 of them were at a loss for a while, not knowing whether to leave or stay. Finally, looking at the black cloak left by Liu, they decided to wait a little longer. Virtual space. The greenery is like a cover, and the fragrance of fruits is overflowing. There are 2 figures, one blue and one white, inhabiting the river. It's just that the white one was so huge that after it lay down in the riverbed rose by a quarter. The other side. It's a playful green Pokémon and a star. And Garchomp joins in the fun. The most intense thing is in the northwest corner, where various sounds are pinging. The moves are dazzling with light. And here it is. Darkrai crossed his arms, raised his head slightly, and with haze floating around him, he looked like a master. Compared to Liu, the look it looked at Gengar was much softer. After all, the evil power in Gengar's body comes from its own gift. Gengar seemed a little nervous. According to its request, I directly rubbed a dark pulse with my hands. Dark energy is constantly surging and fermenting. No, Darkrai denied it. Your current energy cannot form a real dark void at all. If you want to assist the waves to condense and then continue to amplify, you must use all your strength. Gengar nodded. Maybe it's because I know the opportunity is rare. He is usually used to playing pranks and slack off, but this is the first time he has learned a skill so seriously. Darkrai is also very satisfied with Gengar's attitude towards learning. Although he didn't believe it could really be learned, the professor was very serious. As Gengar progresses, a hint of surprise gradually appeared in his eyes. Too fast. It sighed secretly. Darkrai would have suspected this was cheating if he hadn't seen it with his own eyes. But Gengar is its personal professor. There is no fraud at all. At this point, Darkrai suddenly panicked as his previous bet between the 2 came to mind. The white smog on Darkrai's head rolled, and he barely suppressed his complicated emotions before hearing it continue. Press harder. Kauji. Gengar's eyes flashed when he heard this. It suddenly floated into the air, causing a strange wave. All the Pokémon felt something at the same time. They all stopped what they were doing and looked at Gengar. Liu looked expectant. His eyes brightened a bit. Darkrai was so shocked that he couldn't speak and even forgot about coaching. A small dot of nothingness suddenly appeared on Gengar's ghost claw. This point is too small. Even if you don't pay attention, you will be ignored. Can be present. No Pokémon will ignore it. Because they all felt the incredible explosive energy contained in this small dot. The dark energy gradually took shape. Small dots expand. From the size of sesame seeds to the size of mung beans. Then, after a minute, it expanded to the size of an egg. And at this time, Gengar's face was pale, and his dark purple hair could not block his slightly trembling ghost claws. Its whole body is shaking. Boom. Dark void is suddenly released. The next second, silently but silently, it swallowed everything around it. All the weeds on the ground were swept away. Not even a trace of dirt was left behind. Seeing that it is about to continue to invade the surrounding space, the dark void also begins to escape Gengar's control and is about to turn into a black hole of nothingness. Darkrai took action. I saw it move slightly, and its claws instantly turned into ghost claws that covered the sky. It grabbed Dark Void and pulled hard. In a blink, a crisis that destroyed space was resolved. But actually, Darkrai was also frightened. It didn't expect that Gengar could really succeed and condense a black hole of nothingness for the first time, although it couldn't control it. But given time, you can definitely master the Dark Void skill. Realize this. Darkrai felt a chill in his heart, and then discovered Liu's sinister intentions. It suddenly had the urge to cry. I even want to ask, are all human hearts so dirty? He deceived the beast again and again? If he lies to me again, I will. Halfway through the vow, Darkrai is stuck, because it finds that it has no way to deal with this hateful human being. Can't even beat him. Can't even walk. Even, the other party used good stuff to captivate it. It certainly paid off. The restrictive bottlenecks have been broken. Darkrai, you remember what you said before, right? Here he comes again. Darkrai muttered to himself, having the urge to block his ears desperately. If it had ears. If it had ears. The nightmare god actually didn't want to admit the bet at all, but now that it was on the other side's territory, it had no right to speak at all. Otherwise, what if the other party really locks it up for life? Don't say that the other party can't do it. Just tricking it into this damn place is not something a human can do. My only request is that you teach Gengar as much as possible. Darkrai heard this. He turned around, with disbelief in his eyes. As if to say, is it that simple? Liu nodded. Representation is that simple. He will not force the beast, he wants the other party to be willing. I believe that Darkrai has tasted the high-energy nutrient solution to replenish physical strength, apex-level quality energy cubes, and even delicacies that cannot be eaten in the underworld. It will slowly change. Anyway, intimacy can be cultivated. Now the intimacy level is only 35, but don't forget, Lugia had only 30 at the beginning, which was lower than Darkrai. Zhengxiang's warning will only be late, not come. Liu does whatever he thinks of. Without saying anything, he flashed out of the virtual space. He searched for it. I was a little disappointed, but my eyes lit up when I saw the bank where the black river flows. Spiny raised pink fruit. What is it if it's not Kalber berry? Kalber berry, it has held mysterious power since ancient times. It can also be made into an amulet after drying. When eaten by Pokémon, dark-type energy can be enhanced. It's just a pity that there are so few, Liu regretted. But he remembered that there was still a bag of amaze mulch material left. Just in time to transplant this Kalber berry. Carefully dig it out by the roots. The next second, Liu returned to the virtual space. Little did I know, Wen Yuan was not far away at this time. Seeing that familiar figure, I just wanted to call him in surprise. But in a blink of an eye, the other party disappeared. Wen Yuan's eyes widened in shock, her oval face filled with surprise. She stepped forward quickly, looked left and right where Liu was just now, but nothing was found. He couldn't help but smile bitterly. It seems that I was really hallucinating. Wen Yuan patted her cheeks and exhaled. The next second Liu enters the virtual space. Suddenly, a strange, slightly stinky, and irresistible smell wafted over. Except for Darkrai and Gengar, the other Pokémon immediately retreated. Fast. It makes people wonder if they activated the extreme speed skill in an instant. Mewtwo and other Pokémon looked at Kalber berry with disgust on their faces. Darkrai narrowed his eyes. Intoxicated. It was like smelling the scent of dreams. When Liu saw his reaction, he knew he was right. The corner of his mouth was slightly raised, and after transplanting the Kalber berry roots to a separate field, he picked a few directly. Throw it into the energy block maker. Darkrai thought Liu was for him, and his face was full of joy. As a result, he saw the human being placed in a strange-looking container, and a flash of disappointment quickly flashed in his eyes. At this time, buzz. After a burst of machine roar, there was a click. Moment. A strange fragrance wafts out, and every Pokémon that smells it has a weird expression. Because it is not just a fragrance, but it smells bad. If we use a fruit metaphor, it is very similar to durian. Even Gengar couldn't help but stick out his long tongue. Only Darkrai reacted differently. The figure swayed. Liu didn't even see it clearly. I found it coming to my side. At this moment, I looked at the brown and black energy cubes in the manufacturing machine, and a flash of surprise and anxiety flashed in my eyes. This is... Liu was under his eager gaze. Pick it up gently. Yeah, apex level quality. He smiled, satisfied, and saw that Darkrai on the other side was about to run away attracted by the smell. Didn't tease it either. For you? Brush. Darkrai Chenwood's eyes suddenly brightened up astonishingly, as if they contained the entire blue sky, and even the dark aura that originally came with him seemed to fade away. It couldn't wait to stretch out its black claws. Throw it into your mouth with a slurp. Instantly. The moment the apex-level dark-type energy cube entered the body, a warm current surged through Darkrai's body. It felt strange yet strange. Make it irresistible. I couldn't help but indulge in it. After all, as the god of nightmares, both the environment it lives in and the food it is accustomed to are destined to be extremely cold. It usually eats Colberberry just to meet its energy needs. Tell me what it tastes like. That's just a little more delicious than Ghost. But this is completely different. Let it taste what it means for the first time. For a moment it was as if I had taste buds. Darkrai was lost in it and closed his eyes. Until a minute passed. Darkrai could still feel the smell reverberating, making it unforgettable. It opens its eyes again. Amazingly bright. There is such delicious food in the world. Since this human being has lied to me, then I might as well use his trick to eat and drink first, and then talk about it after I've eaten enough. After eating apex-level energy cubes, Darkrai quickly changed his mind. Judging from the arrogant look on its face that hesitated to speak, Liu also knew what it was thinking. He didn't care either. Just keep the other person. There is an energy cube making machine, and although the probability of producing an apex-level energy cube is not 100%, it is still as high as 60%. After repeating the steps several times, the chance of apex-level energy cubes appearing has decreased, but high-level quality is also a good taste for Darkrai. Enjoy watching it. Liu felt relieved, knowing that it would not ask to leave for the time being, just out of the virtual space. Because when he was just looking for Colberberry, he saw Jianhui and 3 others regaining consciousness from a distance. Really? Just appeared in a flash. I heard several people talking. One day at Mickey, the selection for the national competition officially begins. Registration ends. Unlike the excitement online, the atmosphere in the national competition organizing committee was tense and silent. Meeting for 1 minute. No one was the first to break the silence. Until the chairman of the organizing committee coughed. Like lighting a powder keg. Instantly, the entire conference room exploded. No, we must not set a precedent. So what about the special training camp? The other trainers came all the way from the urban competition, and it is no harder than them. The special training camp is the best talent training base, and this time it's not the trainer itself, it's the evolution of the underworld. Do you understand evolution? Nonsense, it's not like labor and management don't understand people, but there has never been such a precedent in the national competition selection. So what, just drive now? You're farting. That's right, the rules can't be broken at a moment's notice. The trial in the underworld is a joint decision. Now the special training camp has lost 6 talents. If the top 4 cannot enter the national competition selection, then what is the point of setting up a special training camp? Anyway, I don't agree. People on both sides were noisy. Everyone has his or her own opinion. But he couldn't convince the other party, and the shouts of banging the table and cursing came to mind from time to time, making everyone blush and have thick necks. There is no trace of the dignity of the organizing committee in the past. The chairman rubbed his temples. Listening to the quarrel in my ears made my head ache even worse. Listening to the quarrel in my ears made my head ache even worse. The two parties have been arguing for a long time because both sides have a point. In fact, this atmosphere has already started yesterday, but now it has completely exploded. Talking and talking. Proponents of precedent setting make an important point. If they show up without signing up, the audience will definitely protest. If the organizing committee is accused of being shady, can you be responsible for the consequences? Many players now have fans who support them. If you suddenly have a few new faces, it will definitely arouse public opinion. It's not like this has never happened before. It's just that the members of the special training camp all signed up for the national competition, and their results in the qualifying competition were also good, but this time they didn't even sign up. Hear their side of the story. The other party was speechless. I couldn't find any rebuttal at the moment. After all, what they said is true, and they really have to consider the public's reaction. If the reputation of the organizing committee is reduced as a result, the gain will indeed outweigh the loss. All of a sudden, the conference room fell silent again. Okay, let's hold a public vote and let the public decide whether they want to be qualified to enter the ranking battle ring. The chairman pondered for a while. The final word. The realm of the underworld. What should we do now? With Brother Lee's ability, it will be fine. I know that too, but a month has passed and the national competition is probably about to start. Hear what Pu Xing said. Liu's eyes flashed and he appeared immediately. Pu Xing, you said it's been a month. The 3 of them were startled when they heard the voice coming from behind them, and stood up together. When I turned around and saw Liu, immediately stunned. Brother Li, why are you here? Liu had no time to answer them, but looked at Pu Xing seriously. Pu Xing astonished hurriedly replied, yes, it seems that there is something wrong with the Haihe River, and the flow of time is different from the outside world. We also guessed based on the equipment in the backpack. The exact time is uncertain. A few people summarized it in a few words. Liu frowned. He also knows the urgency of the matter. Without hesitation, he said directly, then let's leave now. Good. The three of them waited for Liu to come back to make a decision. Agree now. The four of them hit it off immediately and walked directly towards the intersection where they came from. Unexpectedly. Came here. But there is no hole to enter. It was pitch black. It's like it's completely blocked. Jianhui had a ghostly expression on his face. How is that possible? We obviously came in from here before, and there are also marks made by me. He pointed to the symbols carved on the stone next to him. Wen Yuan and the two took a look and found that it was indeed the case. Liu frowned and stepped forward. Looking at the dark wall, his eyes flashed slightly. The next second, directly throwing a pokeball. After the light disappeared, a fat man with a plump body and short limbs emerged. Red eyes, wide grinning mouth with a sinister smile. Suddenly, the dog-licking trio were stunned. They clearly remember that Brother Yu's previous Pokémon was Haunter. When did it evolve? They slept together, and not only more than half a month passed. Gengar has also evolved. How much have we missed? The faces of the dog-licking trio were filled with question marks. But, what can I do if I summon Gengar at this time? Is it possible that we can still find a space to get out? As soon as the idea came to Pu Xing, he shook his head and smiled, feeling that he was too whimsical. But the next second, Liu's instructions made him stunned for a moment. Dark Void. The words fell. Gengar recalled the previous scene of Professor Darkrai in his mind, with his eyes closed and his ghost claws waving. Instantly, the dark wall suddenly lit up with a small dot. See this? The breathing of the dog-licking trio suddenly became rapid. Especially Pu Xing. I could clearly hear my breathing getting a little heavier. As the dark void formed, it seemed as if all the dark energy around it was absorbed, and a cave gradually appeared in the area next to it. Exactly where they came from. Let's go. Liu looked at Gengar's trembling body and made a quick decision. The trio of licking dogs already had a tacit understanding with Liu, and there was no hesitation when they heard this. I just felt the surging dark void next to me, a dark aura that seemed to be able to swallow everything, and I was frightened. Their teeth were chattering with fear. But the situation is urgent now. Jianhui and the others closed their eyes tightly, gritted their teeth, and stepped in. Liu followed closely behind. He didn't even look at the dark void next to him. Only the stretched veins on his neck showed that he was a little nervous. Gengar, go. A command. Gengar was on the verge of collapse and suddenly released the dark void. A black ball was suddenly thrown backward, and the ball expanded and swallowed up countless and haze in an instant. Boom! The sound of cracking that almost shook the cave to its core rang in my ears. The four of them got down at the same time. Countless gravel splashed down from the cave, causing their bodies to turn purple. Finally, after a few seconds of tinnitus, the dust mist dissipated. The four of them didn't even have time to see what happened behind them, so they covered their heads and ran away. Nearly 200 meters later, finally saw the origin of Cal. Even Liu is happy. The pace quickens again. Immediately left the scope of the Underworld realm. When they finally returned to the mountain, the trio sat down on the ground and let out a long breath. Liu looked at them. The four of them looked at each other and smiled, feeling as if they were surviving a disaster. But soon, they couldn't laugh anymore. Not even 10 minutes. All the professors from the special training camp arrived. After seeing that they were safe and sound, they were immediately relieved and urged, follow me quickly. This is the last chance. Come on, don't be in a daze. The four of them were confused. Even Liu is confused. However, on the way to the stadium, they understood the ins and outs, and were surprised and speechless at the same time. Liu was also shocked. In his mind, at most a week had passed. Unexpectedly, it has been almost more than a month since the outside world. This gap is too big. It seems there are still weird things in the underworld. Liu made a guess in his mind. Only, he also knew that there was not enough time, and the most important thing at the moment was the ranking battle. I can only put this thought in my heart first. The realm of the underworld. Black River. The calm river surface suddenly became rippled. Gurgling bubbles kept popping up from below, and the area, which was already dark, mutated again. It's getting weirder. A bloody smell shot straight into the sky. Immediately afterwards, I saw that the black river that was originally just turbid and dim gradually turned into scarlet. It's like someone spilled a lot of blood. Mixed in the black water, the red color is astonishing, yet dazzling, and the changes continue. After the blood, strange whirlpools began to appear at the bottom of the black river. Like a storm normal spreads rapidly. The bubbles and whirlpools grow in proportion, and the speed is so fast that the black river is like a boiled scald. White gas came out gurglingly. Cross with haze. After brewing for an hour, bang! A small mountain rises directly from the bottom of the river. The black river rises and the surrounding coast is submerged. A small mountain rises directly from the bottom of the river. The black river rises and the surrounding coast is submerged. The entire realm of the underworld became even more lifeless. If there were ghosts before, so now, it's more like the desolate Dead Sea. Everything in the domain no longer exists. This scene is extremely grand and shocking. Just a pity. There is no audience to appreciate it. The few remaining ghosts were also hiding in the farthest place and shivering. Although they had no physical body, they felt fear. Shen Bao was born from the Dead Sea. Look from afar. It seems to be a cocoon, but the mysterious aura it actually emits is even more terrifying than Darkrai. Even if you sleep here, it also seems to be able to freeze everything. No life can survive in front of it. In an instant, the entire Underworld realm turned into a land of deathly silence. At the same time, the moment the cocoon appeared, Linglan Research Department also detected unique fluctuation data, completely beyond cognition. The evolution of the Underworld realm is complete. A researcher looked at the soaring straight line that broke through the sky in front of him, and his eyes almost popped out of his eyes in astonishment. He shouted in a loud voice. It can be described as groundbreaking. Instantly, people from the entire research department rushed over and looked at it. Wait until you see the fluctuations above. Everyone gasped. Some are even on the verge of getting married. How can it be? The voice was hoarse, and countless people opened their mouths in disbelief, almost capable of swallowing an egg. This fluctuation is almost approaching the king-level secret realm. The researcher who spoke had trembling lips, a frighteningly pale face, and sweat dripping from his forehead, making people wonder if he was going to collapse. Only, at this time, no one cared to watch, because the other people's faces weren't much better either. Everyone's face was red and they were about to faint with excitement. The evolution of the Underworld realm into the Diamond Secret realm is surprising enough, but I didn't expect it to be close to the king level. If it really becomes king level, the status of the Dragon Kingdom in the world will change again. The meaning is not unimportant, but I don't dare to make any judgments at the moment. I have to go through a series of tests before I can make a judgment. And the king-level secret realm is very important. It cannot be made public yet. After the Special Research Department reported it, the Minister of Secret Realm Management immediately blocked all information. A secret investigation began, online, but knew nothing about it. The focus of recent hot searches is related to one thing, the national competition selection before the world ranking competition. Public voting. This entry quickly climbed to the top of the hot search list after the official announcement. Less than half an hour later, the word hot on the logo changed to explosion. The index has risen to 5 million, and there is a continuing upward trend. For a while, the entire Dragon Kingdom seemed to be discussing the matter of public voting, and various opinions were expressed in the comment area. Everyone has their own ideas. I don't support them participating in the national competition selection. Why? This is a special training camp. What happened to the special training camp? Our brother came all the way from the urban competition. Why are we giving others the advantage for nothing? So the voting is open. Anyway, the battle will be broadcast live during the voting, and you will find out by then. Just vote. We haven't lost yet. Ha ha ha, the fans are here too. I also saw the official fate of several big families today. It's really lively this time. GKD, hurry up. I want to see it. Anyway, there are many voices of expectation, but there are also people who are not optimistic about it and think it is a waste of time. This public live broadcast has gained huge attention before it even started. Countless trainers are still discussing this matter on the street. They even got into fights in the street because of disagreements. In the end, it was officially advocated to solve the problem by fighting, and the fight turned into a competition of strength, which made trainers' warlike atmosphere popular. The dog-licking trio recharged the electronic screen. After watching for a while, they were all dumbfounded. What should I do? Can I not go? It's over. I have a camera phobia. Before the voting even started, the three of them were extremely nervous due to the heated discussion on the internet. Only Liu could remain calm. He looked around. I found that what everyone cares about is whether they can win glory for the country. If you are really good at it, there is nothing wrong with joining halfway. After all, rules are dead and people are alive. What the audience is worried about is that the people in the special training camp are idiots, but instead replace the trainers who have real potential. This is what they least want to see. So, Liu has no objection to public voting, if it weren't for the professors at the special training camp who argued hard for it. I am really going to miss the ranked battle. I found that Liu didn't speak. The trio who retreated suddenly shut their mouths. Especially when he glanced at Frillish, Jianhui was the first to change his tone. I attended. Same as above. Me too. The teachers who were originally preparing to give lectures showed happy smiles. Then he started to explain the rules during the live broadcast. The 4 of them plus the other 6 people selected from the special training camp, a total of 10 people, competed against the first place in the 10 provincial competitions. These 10 provinces are all recognized as large provinces. Outstanding strength. These are all trainers that the audience believes will lead to world rankings in ranked battles. Although this ranking competition is just a competition between the younger generation, it represents the future strength of a country. So every country attaches great importance to it. Battle has already started to show its signs before the event even starts. Now the young people in Dragon Kingdom are holding their breath, waiting to avenge their disgrace in the ranking battle. After all, people in the island country have been clamoring during this time. Take last year's rankings as an example. It is ironic that the Dragon Kingdom has no successor. It made everyone very angry. The live broadcast of the public vote began in this atmosphere. Liu and others have just arrived. Haven't gotten off the car yet. A mountain roars and a tsunami shouts come one after another. Countless voices gathered. It's like a completely different world. The dog-licking trio were a little stunned. They had just come out of the ghost hell in the underworld and suddenly saw so many people. Don't say it. It's really strange. In addition to the onlookers, there were also many flashlights taking photos, and dozens of media came. Liu glanced at it. Several of them are official reports. Hello everyone, welcome to today's news broadcast. The people sitting on this bus are members of our special training camp, waiting at the venue the first morning of the major provincial competitions. The competition will officially start at 8 p.m. The media rushed to report it. The official live broadcast even arranged the cameras neatly early on, and the director conveyed instructions layer by layer. Be sure to take a picture of the special training camp members getting off the bus. Attention, venue. Attention, venue. Please release the reaction footage of the first place winners in the provincial competition when they see the members of the special training camp getting off the bus on time. If it doesn't work, cut the screen. Receive. Okay, the car door is open. The director just finished speaking. Liu took one step forward. Suddenly, the barrage on the live broadcast exploded. The barrage on the live broadcast exploded instantly. Wow, the members of this special training camp are so handsome. Looking forward to it. Haha, you changed your mind so quickly upstairs. Didn't you just say that you only support my brother? The internet has memory. This world of faces is full of faces. TCH, he's just a pretty boy, maybe he's a good guy but not useful. Tisk, the jealous face is too ugly. He is Liu, the famous devil king in the devil city. You will never be such a pretty boy in your life. Li Shen, it's actually him. The hot man is back. Ha ha ha, sisters, I can do it again? This special training camp is stable. The number of barrages has reached nearly 10 million before it even started broadcasting. For Liu, some people know it, some people don't. Some people have seen it on hot searches and have a vague impression of it. Now that it was popularized by other people, it suddenly came back to my mind. The reputation of the strongest candidate is not for nothing. In a month, there will be a new graduation assessment. Recently, the screen recording of Liu's assessment has become popular again. Moreover, he has made a lot of noise and made huge progress this year. He can be described as a leader of the younger generation. Especially the audiences in Magic City and Beijing City, one by one, exploded with excitement and immediately started to feel good. And the director is also very good at capturing the audience's psychology. But after the scene of Liu getting out of the car was broadcast, the next scene turned to the provincial champions in the venue. 10 people saw Liu through the screen and had different reactions. Some said nothing, some were smiling, and some looked arrogant, as if they didn't even notice them. What's more, just sit quietly and read a book. They didn't seem to notice Liu's arrival. Only the immobile pages proved that he was just pretending. Really? Saw this scene. The discussion on the barrage became even greater. Brother is my brother. I didn't even look at him. He's so handsome. Li Hao is really good at pretending. You are the real master of mimic. We are finally going to meet and crack down on counterfeiters. Li Shen, come on, beat this pretentious man down. His idiot fans have gone crazy. You dare to compare with my brother on anything. Liu, I've never heard of it, and you're trying to get ahead of yourself. That's right, my brother has always had this style. Mimic is also him. Mimic, our brother, doesn't care how much he weighs. If you have the ability to see the difference on the battlefield, don't be beaten to tears by brother Hao. To be honest, if you really want to talk about overstepping the boundaries, it's Li Hao who was trying to get into trouble with Li Shen. The secret live broadcasts he has been to have millions of traffic, and he ran away with the lid on the pot, doghead. I saw the rapid barrage. The director's face broke out with laughter. Because this is a national level live broadcast, they will naturally not guide public opinion, but it is boring to watch. What is needed is conflict. After Liu got out of the car, he was followed closely by the dog-licking trio. The three of them were also dazzled by the big scene after getting off the car. I was almost blinded by the flashlight. His movements became cramped. He followed Liu cautiously, which was in sharp contrast to the calm and composed person in front of him. On the contrary, it made him look more like a boss. The audience is not the only one watching the live broadcast. There are also many departments and alliance senior officials. People who had only heard of Liu before saw his magnanimity and their eyes suddenly lit up. Defense Pokémon Force. This guy is good. Pay close attention to him. The boss nodded with satisfaction and said to one side. Just with this aura of fearlessness in the face of danger, he believed that the other party's command ability was extremely strong. As the manager of an army of millions of Pokémon, he thinks he still has this ability. The secretary next to him heard this and immediately took notes. Looking at Liu's eyes is like looking at a rising star. At the same time, Water Systems Research Department. The minister looked at the face on the screen and sighed. It's a pity that his heart is not here. Otherwise, if he continues to publish papers, he will surely make huge waves in the academic world. Secret Realm Management Department. Did nothing happen in the Underworld realm? See Liu's face. The boss of the management department trembled all over, inexplicably recalling the fear of being dominated by the Terminator of the secret realm. Who knows? The same goes for his subordinates. Seeing Liu's reaction, his voice trembled. Minister, according to reports, only evolution. That's good, that's good. The minister just breathed a sigh of relief when he suddenly remembered something and stood up and shouted, Did you fool me? There are not even a few ghosts in the Underworld now. The data shows that it is possible to evolve into the king-level realm. Yeah, too. The boss was speechless and sat down again. The findings are truly bizarre. Although it is said that the realm of the Underworld has evolved, this evolution is completely different from other secret realms. It makes people unable to distinguish between good and bad. They were able to detect the energy of ghosts before. The current Underworld realm has been completely renamed, and it is more appropriate to call it the Land of Death and Silence. Precisely. This change has nothing to do with Liu. After all, as far as the findings go, evolution started before they entered. Even so, when the boss sees Liu, he always feels inexplicable conviction and an unspeakable fear in his heart, as if bewitched by mysterious power. Liu had no idea about this. Under the gaze of everyone, he entered the venue with the dog-licking trio. The venue occupies an area equivalent to 4 football fields. Magnificent. It can accommodate tens of thousands of spectators. As they left, audiences and media also entered the venue one after another and began to choose their seats. Everyone was excited. Wait until the audience is all seated. Host takes the stage. Hello viewers, I believe everyone knows the origin of this duel. Without further ado, the competition has officially begun. I invite the number 1 in East China Province, Li Hao. The person he is fighting against is the 5th in the special training camp, Shigai. Please come on, 2 people. Host finished. I saw 2 young people, no more than 30, walking onto the central stage. The big screen faithfully broadcast the expressions of the 2 people. Even the audience could clearly see Shigai's nervousness. On the contrary, Li Hao, on the other hand, had no expression and was overly calm. His occasional hints of emotion made the trio of licking dogs look familiar. Why do I feel like he's a bit? Backstage, Jianhui wants to speak but stops. Isn't it similar to Brother Yu? Well, somewhat similar. Pu Xing had a strange expression. It doesn't look like it at all. It's just a fake, nothing like it at all. Poor mimic. Wen Yuan hugged her bulging chest with her arms. Li Yu said nothing. He just narrowed his eyes slightly. When he looked at Li Hao just now, he felt something was wrong. At this moment, the 3 of them were impressed. On the field, Li Hao couldn't help but swallowed when he thought of being watched by his mimic's true master. It's okay. I never said I would imitate him. It's none of my business what others think. If I can defeat Li Yu, who will miss me mimic him? Thinking of this, Li Hao calmed down. Ever since I saw Li Yu's live broadcast, he learned the other party's style intentionally or unintentionally, and he really got a lot of attention. Li Hao tasted the benefits. From then on it was out of control. From then on it was out of control. The number of fans has increased tremendously. It made him more excited to mimic, and he even specialized in micro-expressions. At this time, Li Hao was seen looking at rival, pretending to be as calm as before, even raising his eyebrows at a very deliberate angle. The 3 dog-licking trio couldn't bear to watch. Jane stood up angrily. I almost wanted to go up and hit someone. To be honest, this kind of behavior deserves a beating. Simply disgusting. Pu Xing looked at Li Yu and said in a deep voice, Brother Li, don't worry, we will vent your anger for you soon. Wen Yuan nodded at the side. His little face turned red with anger. No need, I'll do it myself. The corners of Li Yu's mouth slightly hooked up, then quickly recovered, his expression half smiling but not smiling. Let the trio of licking dogs all get cold. The rage in my heart unconsciously decreased. Looking at the screen in the backstage lounge this time, Li Hao was showing off his clumsy mimic expression, and his expression became subtle at the same time. A strange feeling of compassion arose. The man in front of me is a big shot. People like Li Hao, if you are targeted by him, you will probably realize what a sinister human heart is. On the field, after the referee's announcement, the 2 sent out their respective Pokémon. There are a lot of Li Hao supporters on the barrage, but he also has a lot of negative fans. Li Hao's mimic behavior is very obvious, not to mention that he is not a nobody. Li Yu was out of the public eye some time ago. Only then did Li Hao steal the opportunity. But now, he just showed up. Before even taking the stage to compete, he quickly attracted a large number of supporters. These people didn't realize anything was wrong at first, just watching. But look at it. Li Hao's commanding style, decisive speaking attitude, and even his so-called self-created moves. Nothing is unfamiliar. Contestant Li Hao's move is very powerful. It is said that he created his own whirlpool storm. It is indeed very powerful. The explanation is quite passionate. In the battle scene, it was Li Hao who defeated Shigai, but in addition to the excited speeches of Li Hao's fans, a large part of the barrage was full of question marks. What kind of whirlpool storm? Isn't this the vortex of water flow in God Li's secret realm of Dongjao? Yes, I still remember writing a paper specifically for this. That's right, a new type of move evolution has been specially developed. Our university has also studied a topic. Who knows? As soon as this statement came out, Li Hao's fans were immediately unhappy. It's like poking a hornet's nest. Haha, Li Yu's navy has started to clean up. Tisk, 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 some people are so shameless. What do other people's homemade moves have to do with you? You have to do it yourself. Speechless, what a bullshit. The strongest candidate, his character is corrupted. Is this the best in the special training camp? It seems that the special training camp is nothing more than that. Our brother can penetrate it with just one of us. Li Hao has been in the limelight recently. The number of fans is huge. Moreover, it was organized and disciplined, and passers-by who originally spoke for Li Yu were instantly swiped by them. The barrage was filled with chaos for a while. Although Li Yu also has many supporters, but few people know that he was in the special training camp, and there has been no trace of him in recent times. The footage of him getting out of the car has just been circulated. compared with organized comments on the screen. Of course they can't compare. See this. Many department heads frowned. Is this Li Hao really that powerful? Huh? Who is Li Hao? Number 1 in East China. His strength is quite good. However, the trick of water flow whirlpool was indeed invented by Li Yu. What's going on? The men didn't know how to explain it. You can only search silently. The senior executives couldn't get the answer for a while and could only continue to look at it. And just after the commentator fell behind, Li Hao's mosquito-repellent warriors had already smacked down the stone-covered toros, and the protective walls washed by the water were wet. A few cracks opened. Congratulations to Li Hao for winning. Fans in the barrage were overjoyed. Li Yu became even more enthusiastic when mocking her. Even Topsy-Turvy was black and white. He is said to be the mimic. The expressions of the dog-licking trio were very ugly. Wen Yuan kept stomping tantrum angrily, but Li Yu did not react at all. Just take a closer look. A cold look flashed across his eyes. The following battle greatly boosted the morale of the provincial leaders. Lost 5 games in a row during special training camp. The trio of dog lickers were placed at the end by the organizing committee to adjust the contest condition. Seeing their fellow Pokémon in the special training camp being beaten on the ground with humiliated expressions, the 3 of them clenched their fists. I can't hold it any longer. No, I have to play in the next show. Pu Xing looked fierce. They are only among the original 10 to 20, so there is naturally a gap between them and the top 10 in the province. Jianhui couldn't help but defend. Wen Yuan was also a little ready to move and opened her mouth to speak. A magnetic but cold voice interrupted her. I'll do the next one. After finishing speaking, Li Yu walked out of the lounge. The barrage at this time was even more unsightly. That's it? Is this a carefully selected special training camp? Ha ha ha, it's so embarrassing. I thought we were at least evenly matched, but ended up getting crushed. It's so boring. I don't want to see it. It's boring. The people selected from the special training camp have only this ability, so what qualifications do they have to break the rules? Get out of here. It is recommended to cancel the special training camp. Ditto. Among them are many fans of Li Hao, who have long been unhappy with Li Yu. After venting for a while, then he took aim at the entire special training camp. Whenever someone speaks, he was washed up as a Navy soldier. All kinds of yin and yang strange things are extremely ugly. The commentator received the message in the headset and glanced at the barrage, thinking of what he wanted to say next. My throat is a little dry. He quickly picked up the water glass and took a swig of water. Ahem, the next person to appear is the player that everyone is very concerned about. He is also the strongest candidate last year and the first in the special training camp, Li Yu. The commentator's introduction is already very concise compared to Li Yu's own achievements. But even so, it still makes fans unhappy. Explanation biased. I want to see who can compare with our brother. Li Yu walked out slowly. The other rival is not Li Hao, but he is also number 1 in the southeastern provinces. The battle is about to break out. Li Yu didn't bother to waste time and sent Greninja directly. Greninja just appeared. The momentum that was different from normal set off the venue. Damn, this Greninja is so handsome. Is it my imagination? Why do I feel that the color is much darker than other Greninjas? As rival, this experience is more vivid. Almost as soon as Greninja appeared, the moisture in the air instantly made the people and Pokémon on the opposite side immediately alert. Game start. Given order, Li Yu decided to make a quick decision. I saw him glancing slightly at the camera. It's obviously very short-lived, but the sight captured the hearts of countless viewers in an instant, and even Li Hao's fans who were typing with a crackle paused strangely. He said nothing, but it seemed as if nothing had been said. The next second, Li Yu's silver-white bracelet inlaid with pearls suddenly shone brightly, lighting up the dazzling Lucas. In the audience, people who understand have begun to exclaim repeatedly. Offstage, in the VIP seat, a big boss stood up in shock, his lips trembling with excitement. I finally get to see this move with my own eyes. I finally get to see this move with my own eyes. There were many famous people in the VIP seats. After all, it is not an official national competition. However, the players on both sides are very valuable. They are both the best of the younger generation and the seeds of hope in the ranking competition. It can be said, ever since Li Yu appeared, countless people have been paying attention to her, both covertly and overtly. Especially the VIP seats. People who originally felt bored and wanted to leave sat back the moment they saw him appear. Everyone looked forward to it. The most excited person to react was the patriarch of the Qingcheng water family. He couldn't sleep at night ever since he accidentally saw the whirlpool of Li Yu's water. A family meeting was even held to study it. But I still can't understand the mystery. They don't know the secret of Water Z, they only think that Li Yu is the originator of the evolution of moves. This time I learned from inside sources that there was Li Yu. The leader of the Qingcheng water clan came with his juniors without stopping. On the field at this time, in full view, Kaka. Just hearing Greninja roar, endless water energy began to condense, and the air became humid for no reason. Although people can't feel a trace of water vapor, people feel like their faces have been washed by normal. The venue was completely cleared of all the dust that had been raised during the battle. With the blessing of Kyugrajin, an overwhelming vortex of energy emitted from the frog's palm. Rumble. Blink. A tsunami that was more than 10 feet high and immediately pierced the roof of the venue. The whole body was dark blue and nearly ink, wrapped in boundless waves and appeared from behind Greninja, like a giant wave python. That's right. Greninja now uses the Z move, which is as powerful as its tsunami attack. The sound of the waves crashing was like a python spitting messages, and Rival suddenly broke into a cold sweat when he was stared at by it. Stand opposite. For the first time, Rival had irresistible thoughts about fighting. He thinks, this is simply not something humans can resist. Totally nature power? I'm too small. Rival froze on the spot, muttering to himself. Hydro Vortex appeared for the first time in Donjeo Secret Realm. Greninja was still just a Frogadier at the time. And now, not only did it successfully evolve, it also inherited the Poseidon Kyogre gene, which is definitely not comparable to the past. The power of this move can be imagined. Almost at the moment when the giant python appeared on the wave, the audience's eyes widened, and their pupils were shrinking violently. At the same time, even the big guys in the VIP seats in the front row couldn't help but open their mouths, especially the Qingcheng Water Clan leader. He stood up suddenly, his expression at this moment was full of surprise. Looking into Hydro Vortex's eyes, a flash of obsession quickly passed through. In the backstage lounge, the proud men who are #1 in the province are all dumbfounded. Li Hao looked at this scene with a very strange expression. On the surface, it looked calm and uneventful, as if there were no surprises at all, but in fact, the muscles on his face were extremely tense. Can be twisted at any time. Hands clasped wildly. My fingers were almost twisted together, my teeth were clenched, and veins were pulsing on my forehead. In the live broadcast room, the audience's faces were filled with astonishment and shock. This scene was so terrifying. The waves are so huge that those in front of the screen, even ordinary trainers, can instantly realize its incredible strength. The barrage suddenly stopped. Leave a blank space. No one would speak at this point. Everyone's attention was attracted by Greninja's move, including Li Hao fans. Even them. I can't say anything for my brother in front of such a grand scene. The whirlpool storm created by my brother is even more powerful. They don't have such big faces yet. The next second, wow, the wave python with overwhelming power is like a prehistoric monster, directly tackle the opposing Pokémon. Blast towards the direction where Rival fell. This force is unstoppable. There is nothing to stop it. Rival could only say hastily, use guard. But everyone knows. He is just a dying struggle, extremely useless. Just a helpless smile on his lips revealed his state of mind at this time. Immediately, during the live broadcast, he and the Pokémon were knocked away together, then he was swallowed by the water that flooded the arena. Completely unconscious, as if falling into the most terrifying mouth of the ocean. Feel sleepy, especially Pokémon, let alone combat abilities. I'm afraid that when you encounter water-type Pokémon in the future, you will be reminded of today's scene, which has left an extremely deep psychological shadow. Wait until the waves calm down. Greninja, who was kneeling on one knee, opened his eyes and waved his frog paw lightly, very lightly. At the same time, the mega water vortex that pierced the sky was instantly retracted. Between every breath and every breath, the waves that were about to flood the venue and rush into the auditorium disappeared. Just an action from Greninja. It saved a disaster that reached level 3 alert, no less than a tsunami. After recovering the water vortex, Greninja stood up again. From start to finish, I just looked a little gloomy when using Hydro Vortex. The rest of the time, he is as calm as Liu. One person, one Pokémon is exactly carved out of the same mold. Silence. The entire venue was extremely quiet, until 10 seconds later. Hiss. A gasp of air reached everyone's ears through the venue's broadcast, breaking the silence. The narrator opened his mouth, but didn't know what to say. His expression was extremely shocking. He never imagined that the real Hydro Vortex would be so terrifying. Li Hao's so-called self-created whirlpool storm was no more than a child's play in the face of such moves. Forget about comparing it. It's simply not of the same magnitude. He didn't know how to explain it. He, who always regarded himself as a professional, had been in trouble ever since. And in the silence where the narrator's silence is louder than his voice, the barrage had already stopped at some point. Inexplicably, goosebumps covered the screen and covered the entire body of the audience, even through the lens. None of them could face the horror of this move. See it with your own eyes. How amazing should it be? On sight, the judges in the audience began to feel a little unable to sit still, and their buttocks twisted from time to time, as if there were nails on the chairs below. Among them was a professor. It was the old man who was the first to be optimistic about Liu in the special training camp. He stood up first and walked aside. At the same time, his eyes glanced at the other old guys. He just wanted to see how long they dared to sit there. He won't sit. Because he feels he is not worthy. This kind of strength has exceeded the scope of today's judges, but created a new cognitive situation. How can it be so easy to judge? Being looked at like this. The judges did look ashamed, and they all covered their faces and stood up from their seats. They all looked at Liu and nodded. Show your respect. This is not the first time this has happened. But in the past, it would only appear in Grand Apex level world events or national championship competitions. It can be said that there has never been a competition among the younger generation. Liu seems to have made history. This scene, it was truthfully broadcast to the backstage. Instantly, Li Hao felt like he was struck by 5 thunders. Li Hao felt like he was struck by 5 thunders. His face was pale, and his hands were trembling on the table. It seems that if you are not careful, you will slip down at any time. If he still had a trace of luck in his heart before, he tried his best to comfort himself. Then witness the historic scene with your own eyes. That trace of luck has long since disappeared. Liu was completely slapped in the face, and the slap was so loud that he couldn't even show any dissatisfaction. I also want to applaud this. Who let this be the crushing of strength? His Whirlpool Storm was indeed a mimic opponent, but Li Hao couldn't even imagine it. In a short period of time, the opponent's skill has grown so quickly. Comparable to the speed of light, it has actually reached such great power. If he had known this was the case, he would never have used Whirlpool Storm in the battle. It was really embarrassing. The barrage finally woke up at this time. Totally blown away by the exclamation mark, the audience went crazy. No one can describe their feelings in words. Countless people feel horrified. Like a dull thunder, it not only hit Li Hao's head, but also resounded in everyone's hearts. Fuck. Gan. This is what I can see without paying for anything. I'm shocked. I would like to call him the strongest. Liu will always be a god. Sure enough, Mimic will always be a role model, and he can't learn even 1/10 of what he is like. Kneel down. You idiot fans of Li Hao, do you have anything else to say? Let's meet the great Demon King together. Is this Li Ji Mimic Li Hao? The idiot fans are so good at topsy-turvy's black and white. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I would have been deceived. Today's fandom is too stinky. If a real genius like Li Shen is hurt by this, I will fucking hate you. Please give me 10 such slaps in the face. I want to see Li Hao's expression now, so the director should hurry up. +1. +10086. Netizens always take it as a big deal to watch the excitement. As soon as someone started to comment, the barrage immediately started. Countless people made suggestions to the guide. The director was also shocked by Liu's strength. After reacting, he looked at the screen full of requests. Suddenly his eyes rolled. Now take a close-up of Li Hao's expression. Be careful not to miss the details of his movements. The director has rich experience. Now that we know that Li Hao is a mimic, naturally, I would think that he would pretend not to care. So he asked his men not to miss any detail, which can be said to be very dedicated. Brush. Just after the barrage was posted, everyone saw the camera turn. Li Hao's face appeared on the public screen unexpectedly. However, he maintained his expression relatively well at this time. See the camera filming yourself. Even a smile. I just don't know if it's a change of mood, let alone passersby. Even fans saw the polite smile that they loved in the past. They all felt a bit ferocious. Can't bear to look closely. But in order to maintain the dignity of their so-called brother, they have been trying their best to save him with barrages. I said it was just a coincidence. Yes, Liu is strong, but it cannot be said that the whirlpool moves are his own creation and cannot be used by others. Haha, the fans are really upset. Do you admit that your brother is a mimic? What you said is contradictory. I don't know how Li Hao is doing, but his fans are really disgusting. Our brother is better than you, a bunch of losers who live in the barrage. Who knows? When a barrage war is about to begin. The camera did not let go of Li Hao easily. Look down. Everyone saw Li Hao's clenched fists shaking slightly. The official live broadcast footage has clear pixels, and the amplitude of the tremors is clearly captured. This time, fans couldn't even say anything in defense. Passers-by burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, I'm laughing so hard. Let me see what else you idiot fans can say. You don't care. I even suspected that he was about to dig his fingers into his flesh, and he still pretended to be nonchalant. Tut tut tut. What's fake is fake, it's too far off. The last exclamation. It just reflected Li Hao's eyes. His heart felt like a knowing blow, and he could no longer keep up the disguise. His expression became gloomy, and his face was covered with a layer of haze. But in fact, he still had a hint of invisible happiness in his heart. Fortunately, I'm not the one fighting him. After all, there are 10 people in the special training camp and the 10th PK in the province. Everyone has a scheduled rival. Just one game is fine. Therefore, without being slapped in the face personally, although Li Hao couldn't pretend anymore, he could still maintain his composure. Just seeing him like this, fans had nothing to say. There is no trace of calmness from before. It is like a completely different person. It's something they've never seen before. Seeing Li Hao's gloomy eyes staring at the camera, the director was also startled and hurriedly redirected and moved to the venue. But at this time, the popularity of live broadcast has exploded. The number of viewers soared into the tens of thousands. The scene where Liu directed Greninja to use Hydro Vortex was completely recorded on the screen. It was posted online by a marketing account with quick eyes and quick hands. Once again, it attracted a lot of traffic. At the same time, Alliance's top management, as well as bosses from various government departments, were all shocked. The Minister of Defense praised, "What a boy. I was thinking about how I could legitimately abduct Liu to their department." While the head of the Secret Realm Management Department was admiring it. The thought that this should be the case arises inexplicably, as if it were natural. He himself was puzzled by this. Other departments were much the same, and the head of the security department was even more ecstatic and kept wandering around the conference room. He murmured, "I found a treasure, I found a treasure." The shaking made Officer Zhang dizzy, but they don't know. This performance is just the beginning, rather than the peak of strength. The dog-licking trio regained their strength backstage and were completely beaten to death. The commentator comes on stage. While the atmosphere in the venue was boiling, I started the interview. Liu, I wonder if you have any objections to the previous statement that the strength of the special training camp is not worthy of the national competition selection. The commentator hit the nail on the head. He received instructions in his earphones as soon as he took the stage. Just come here to stir up trouble? Not worthy. Then am I worthy? Hearing this, Liu raised his eyebrows slightly and asked with a half smile. That expression might look like taunt on other people's faces, but if it could be replicated on his face, it would have an indescribable sense of romance. Suddenly, the girls, who were originally attracted by their strength, suddenly collided with each other. It was directly captured in the mind. Better, brother, look at me. Li Hao is indeed a poor mimic. The master's expression turns out to be like this. It's my fault that I was blind in the past. I lost my fans. I will lose my fans immediately. Fans used to worship Li Hao, and strength was part of it. Another part is that he deliberately mimicked Liu, his calmness and composure on the battlefield, and his arrogant momentum. But now, the real owner and the fake are right in front of you. Anyone who is not blind, you know who is real and who is fake. A large number of fans who just spoke for Li Hao immediately lost their followers. You know who is real and who is fake. A large number of fans who just spoke for Li Hao immediately lost their followers. Who can withstand this? No, I'm just a loyal Yango. Sisters, are you leaving? Walk. Have to say, this kind of cool operation is rare, and passers-by laughed heartily when they saw it. The atmosphere of the barrage improved a lot for a while. However, there are still a few barrages occasionally speaking for Li Hao, but the number is much smaller than before. At the same time, most people's attention was attracted by Liu's interview. The commentator was slightly startled when he heard this. He was a little unsure, so he asked cautiously, "What do you mean? I'm going to keep challenging others." Boom, like a thunder strike. Not only the commentator, but also the audience who heard it were shocked to the spot. Did they hear it wrong? Liu said, "To continue the challenge? What on earth does he want to do? Boss, what is this operation? What do you mean? It doesn't just mean winning a game. Does Liu know the consequences of his challenge? He is too arrogant, and his physical strength alone cannot support him. Can you explain it upstairs?" Here comes Emperor Kopiti. Usually in this kind of live broadcast with a prescribed schedule, once a challenge is launched, it cannot be interrupted. There will be as many games as there are rivals. Holy shit. At this time, Lu Chen, who was far away in Shanghai, looked at the words on the barrage and screamed out in surprise. His movements were so big that all the water on the table poured onto the keyboard. But there is no time to care, because his whole body was numb at this time. He didn't expect that Li Shen would launch this challenge after he had already obtained the fruits of victory. It's fine. Lu Chen tried his best to comfort himself. He is a blogger who first gained traffic by editing Liu's videos, really become someone famous. So, even after he became famous, I also pay close attention to Liu's every move. Now I am naturally worried about him, for fear that he will fall into trouble. A year-old fan has this idea, not to mention others. Almost no one believes that a trainer who has not yet been promoted to the gym leader level can fight against 10. This is not just a matter of strength. It also involves the limits of human strength, physical strength and energy. After the people in the barrage were shocked, the number of people questioning it increased again. Some fans of Li Hao took the opportunity to fish in troubled waters. Haha, you are so arrogant after winning a game? How shameless. No way, no one really thinks they can win 10 games in a row? It's so funny. Tisk, I just wanted to fall in love with him, but this is too bad for my liking, so I slipped away. Li Hao really can't imitate him. His conceited demeanor alone is indeed far from enough. Countless people are angry. After all, everyone likes geniuses, but geniuses who are too conceited will arouse disgust from some people. Especially people who didn't like Liu in the first place took advantage of this to make all kinds of sarcastic remarks. Although there are many people speaking for Liu, but overall, the barrage is no longer as supportive as it was before. Professor Li on the screen frowned. He shook his head. This child. Next to her, Xiao Ai's pink cheeks were flushed, her fists were clenched, and she looked at Liu who was being interviewed with a worried look. Is Brother Li going to be okay? Xiao Ai's eyes were red when she asked her grandfather. Professor Li hurriedly patted Xiao Ai's head. Don't worry, that guy may not be sure of his words, but he never does anything he's not sure about. Hear the words. Xiao Ai also remembered the details of the two people's previous interactions. Still worried though, but the pounding heartbeat slowly eased down. Since he said so, he will definitely succeed. Professor Li looked at Liu on the screen again, his eyes becoming firm at the same time. The two watched the live broadcast together. Department of Defense. The minister didn't speak for a long time, and the people below were trembling. Just when everyone thought the minister was angry at Liu's arrogance, they heard the other party suddenly burst into laughter. Good boy, Liu must come to our army. At the same time, the organizing committee heard the challenge request initiated by Liu, immediately at a loss. The chairman of the committee was even more troubled. Why did I accept such an errand? What should I do, President? A group of people gathered in a conference room. Juju couldn't make up his mind. The dilemma for them was not Liu's challenge, but whether to let him fight 1 against 10. This is the point. There is indeed such an unspoken rule. In large-scale competitions, if players do not agree with the results, they can challenge others, but the challenge cannot end after the challenge begins. But in the past, this kind of thing usually meant that player lost the game. But it's different now. In the case of winning, Liu was still the first to challenge. The organizing committee has never dealt with this situation. We just want to choose people well, why is it so difficult? Let's see who he wants to challenge first. Finally, the chairman decided to take it one step at a time. Special situations are treated specially. If Liu really shows that he is capable of defeating 10 players, he will still be recognized by everyone even if he does not play 10 games. As soon as the news came out, countless people took action upon hearing the news. Whether they say good things or not, all eyes are focused on this live broadcast. People are looking forward to it. Who is Liu's first challenge? Li Hao. When he said this name, his expression didn't change at all, just indifferent. But to the live audience. But it's like dropping a huge boulder on calm water. Wow. Countless water splashes surged up. Be strong. The Great Demon King is worthy of being the Great Demon King. Rise up. It seems that Liu has long been dissatisfied with that mimic habitual offender, and he did not hesitate to challenge him to teach him a profound lesson. Li Hao is about to cry. Ha ha ha, I like this development. Liu's direct and forceful move without saying a word immediately made everyone feel excited. Even some people who were originally not optimistic about it. They all felt a surge of blood rushing to the top of their heads. Only Li Hao himself. His face turned green. He licked his lips, only to find that they had become dry and flaky at some point. An inexplicable fear enveloped him. As a trainer who created his own vortex storm, he can better understand the horror of hydro vortex. That completely surpasses his current strength. He couldn't catch up even if he tried his best. No, I can't accept it. Li Hao shook his head, opened the door and wanted to escape. But once the door opens, there was a group of people standing outside the door. It seems like I have been waiting here for a long time. I don't know if they saw Li Hao's intention to escape. Anyway, the commentator's eyes immediately lit up and he said, it seems that player Li Hao is ready. Shall we go? Yes, Liu has been waiting for a long time. A group of people were all talking, completely ignoring Li Hao's expression, and almost half holding him into the ring. A group of people were all talking, completely ignoring Li Hao's expression, and almost half holding him into the ring. The director did something bad and even gave a close-up. Li Hao, just blink if you are kidnapped. Li Hao, actually I want to leave, but actually I don't want to stay. What's going on with the singing upstairs? The barrage made me laugh to death. You guys have taken all the bamboo shoots on the mountain. Li Hao couldn't see the barrage laughing at him at this time. But from the occasional laughter and whispers from the audience, there was a sense of humiliation. He lowered his head, his eyes dim. Something seems to be brewing. Game start. The referee waved his hand in response to everyone's expectations. The next second, Li Hao gritted his teeth and glared at Liu as he threw the pokeball. At this moment, there are no traces of the previous mimic, revealing his true colors. However, no one paid attention to this detail at this time. Instead, they all stared at the Pokémon that appeared in the field with wide eyes. Gengar. Audiences in the front row have the best view. The first one screamed. The entire venue was clearly lit, but the atmosphere suddenly became gloomy. Amid the flickering of light and shadow, a strangely smiling face slowly appeared in front of everyone's eyes. At the same time, Li Hao raised his head, the pride on his face clearly visible. It's actually Gengar. It seems that player Li Hao has a trump card Pokémon that he hasn't taken out yet. The narrator is excited. Pokémon like Gengar are very rare, especially in big games. After all, this kind of ghost-type Pokémon is very difficult to conquer, and it is not easy to see a few of them in world competitions. Hiss, Li Hao is hiding his secrets. Something. Brother is the best, Brother Hao flies bravely, and the mouse will always be with you. Rat. Li Hao's fan names are quite unique, but I didn't expect him to still have this secret. Li Shen won't overturn his car. Liu can only beat others. The strongest candidates are all just bragging. Li Hao's fans got excited and began to take advantage of every opportunity. They were talking about getting excited. Sudden. GG. Horrible laughter sounded from all directions in the venue. The cold air surged in. Along with the creepy atmosphere, the shadow under Liu's feet began to distort and its area gradually increased. Under the illumination of light, brush, a pair of bloodthirsty scarlet eyes suddenly opened. The strange gaze directly locked on Gengar opposite, making everyone who saw it feel cold in their hearts. Another Gengar. Say this. The commentators had goosebumps all over their bodies. The audience was stunned. Before this, no one could have imagined that the battle between the two would be so exciting. The moment the second Gengar appears, the number of live broadcast viewers instantly reached 1 million. The barrages are even denser. It's like clouds and mist, completely blocking the screen. Gengar vs Gengar? Unprecedented. Friends. The commentator shouted loudly and banged the table. Li Hao backed away in fear. When he saw the camera filming him, he reluctantly stopped. I wonder if it was his imagination. When this Gengar appeared, he felt a strong sense of oppression. Li Hao looked at his Pokémon tentatively, found that there was no trace. Looked down. There was a big lump in the shadow under my feet. Pfft, look, Li Hao's Gengar is scared. Didn't we just meet? Absolutely, that's it. The fans almost spit out blood. Li Hao's Hung felt that he had lost face and wanted to kick Gengar, but he was unable to touch the entity as he deliberately hid it. I noticed Li Yu's condescending look. I just want to dig a hole in the ground and crawl down. While everyone in the audience was waiting. Finally, 1 minute later, Gengar still floated out of the shadows, but his eyes never dared to look at each other. Not yet compared. Invisibly, the momentum was lowered. The battle officially begins. Gengar, Shadow Ball. Li Hao was so humiliated that he used a trick to make amends in the battle. Hear the words. Gengar's figure suddenly swelled. Like a blown air balloon, the purple body becomes extremely huge. What's even weirder is its smile. The corners of his mouth curled up to his ears, his expression extremely ferocious. There are many children watching the live broadcast. I was scared to tears in an instant. And the next second after it opened its mouth, a surging giant shadow ball condensed in its mouth. This scene. Many joking barrages began to subside. This Gengar is pretty awesome. Indeed, I just saw him being so cowardly. I thought it wouldn't be possible. It's not a lie that Li Hao ranks first in East China. The audience was talking a lot. Li Hao was obviously very proud of this and smiled at Li Yu taunt. Li Yu didn't even move his eyebrows. He said coldly, "Since you are seeking death, don't blame me." The words just fell. Li Hao still didn't understand what it meant and was inexplicably frightened. A pang of regret washed over me. I heard an instruction. Gengar, Dark Void. The next second, Li Yu's Gengar disappeared from the ring. Quietly. It's like it never happened. Gengar, who was grinning, found that the target of the attack suddenly disappeared. He froze on the spot and looked at Li Hao blankly. An ominous premonition hung over Li Hao's head. Do not be afraid. He comforted Gengar with his mouth, but he was even more panicked than Gengar in his heart. We also have Gengar, but he has never heard of the Dark Void skill. Rival's sudden disappearance left him unable to even fight back. Dark Void. Is this Gengar's skill? Have no idea. Do you think Li Shen's Gengar is a bit special? Did you notice the brothers upstairs too? Although they look similar in appearance, I can always tell them apart at a glance. Puff. A dull echo emerged. Extremely abrupt. But it attracted everyone's attention unconsciously. Hiss. When they saw the situation on the battlefield clearly, the audience including everyone in front of the screen couldn't help but gasp. I saw a huge black hole under the shadow of Li Hao Gengar. I don't know when it will appear. Dark and deep. Just by looking at it, consciousness seems to be swallowed up. People couldn't help but move away in a hurry. But the next second, he couldn't help but look at it again. And the second time watching, sure enough, more details were discovered. A pair of claws stretched out brightly from the black hole. Purple, short, and thick. Clearly belongs to another Gengar. But now these claws are grabbing Li Hao Gengar's legs, one on the left and the other on the right, making it impossible for him to escape. Since Li Hao's Gengar became ghost. Feeling scared for the first time. Its weird smile froze on its face, its red eyes widened, and fear flashed in its eyes. Not good. Gengar, come out. Li Hao's heart tightened and he hurriedly gave instructions. But Gengar, who was still struggling just now, suddenly stopped moving. It was as if he didn't hear normal, and his figure became trance-like, as if a mosaic had been added. When everyone is dizzy, with a drag of the claws, Gengar obeyed without any movement and disappeared together with the black hole. During the whole process, not a single sound was made. During the whole process, not a single sound was made. The atmosphere in the venue was particularly weird. The audience was confused. Even the commentator didn't dare Salation speak. No one knows what happened. Even the trainers in the VIP seats are the same. They have seen a lot of the world, but they have never heard of this skill. Countless question marks floated across the barrage. Gone. What do you mean? Why are both Pokémon missing? Damn it, what kind of skill is this? It's so awesome. In Dark Void, Li Hao's Gengar fell into a coma. The endless nightmare is coming? Even Gengar is powerless to resist. Li Yu's Gengar is a Millennium Ghost, and Darkrai teaches him personally. Dark Void's move is at least 60% effective. Click. There was a tearing sound. Two Gengar appear at the same time. It's just that the situation at this time is surprising. Li Hao Gengar had 6 claw-shaped blood marks on his abdomen, and his body was covered in black blood sprayed from the wounds. It fell to the ground in pain with a pale face. Still unconscious, but his expression was painful. Li Yu's Gengar glanced at rival who fell to the ground and smiled mischievously at Li Hao. Give back all the previous taunts? Li Yu himself looked at Li Hao indifferently. Li Hao looked at Gengar's soul that was on the verge of collapse and trembled all over. I could taste blood in my mouth. The eyes were bloodshot. The whole person is close to madness. At this time, congratulations to Li Yu for successfully challenging and Gengar for winning. The referee's announcement was like the last straw, completely crushing him. No, he yelled. Unreasonable fear reigned. He hugged himself with his arms in panic, not even caring about Gengar's injury. The whole person fell into his own fantasy. He knew he was finished. In fact, when Mimicry Yu first gained traffic, he thought that there would be such a day. But he never expected that. This day comes so quickly, he was not even mentally prepared. Plop. Li Hao slumped on the ground, as if he had lost all his strength. He didn't even dare to look at Li Yu, but not many people paid attention. All anyone cares about is the winner. When the victory of the challenge was announced, cheers suddenly erupted, and the whole place was excited. 2 moves. Player Liu has only used one move to solve every game since her debut. The commentator's voice was hoarse. The roar was louder than the crazy Li Hao just now. It makes one wonder whether his voice can still be used tomorrow. My hands have already turned red. After his reminder, the audience who originally just applauded and shouted were even more shocked and felt extremely admired. Just one move per game. What is this concept? To know. In a large-scale battle like the championship battle, a battle would last at least an hour. What's more, experienced one day and one night. Trainer could hardly stand it any longer before he judged the result. But Liu seems to be a bug. He completely broke the unspoken rule that the more valuable the game, the longer the battle. To know. This is the first in every province? Just from being selected all the way from the urban competition, he has experienced countless battles. Moreover, in terms of level, Li Hao is already a gym leader level trainer, one level higher than Liu. But the game between the two seemed topsy-turvy. Compared to Li Hao, he is like a gym leader, no, I should say a quasi-elite trainer. Ghost Department. When seeing Dark Void appear, the minister could no longer sit still, and when Dark Void's true strength began to be revealed, and the pair of ghost claws dragged him into the mysterious space, he opened his mouth wide. My eyelids keep twitching. My whole body was numb. What's this? The boss of the Ghost Department, who has always had an elegant manner. Although the department's presence is low, he can still control the pace of speaking in comprehensive meetings. For the first time, I lost my grace. Dark Void appears for the first time, and its power is endless. This is the exclusive move of the mythical beast? The audience only knows to call him awesome, but there are many discerning people. Everyone in the Ghost Department saw the potential of this move at a glance. And how terrifying? Especially the trainer, who specializes in the Ghost series. His eyes were all glowing red, and he wanted to catch Liu's eyes directly and ask for advice. The same thing happens in the Evil Department. Originally, the minister was not interested in Liu's battle. Who told him that he had never used Evil-type Pokémon before? It wasn't until two Gengar appeared on the screen that he became slightly interested. But the moment Liu Dark Void appeared, everything is different. The minister's eyes were bright and his face was radiant, as if he had a second spring. I can't wait to lie down in front of the live broadcast screen. This is a rare genius in the revitalization department. We must try our best to get him in. The Minister of Evil and Minister Ghost have always disliked each other. But they don't know. The thoughts that came to my mind at this time were surprisingly consistent. Backstage lounge. There are 8 people sitting here, but their voices can be heard. No one spoke for a long time. All you can hear is the deafening 4 words on the screen: challenge successful. Forward. I can't sit still. Number 1 in the 8 provinces can't sit still. That feeling of being on pins and needles, no matter how you look at it, it feels like déjà vu. They looked at each other in disbelief. Then, the number 1 player in Western Province on the far left suddenly said, I think our energy is still mainly focused on the national competition selection and world rankings. There is no need to worry about the details. Listen to him. Everyone present was quite shrewd and understood immediately. They all understood it. That's right. The special training camp participates in the national competition selection every year. This time it's just a delay in time. I have no objection. Liu is so strong, he will definitely bring glory to the Dragon Kingdom. That's right, we should still focus on fighting other countries and don't get involved. Why don't we just give up? The last 2 words of number 1 in Ontario were said hesitantly, as if it was difficult to speak. But I don't know why. After he finished speaking, but he breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. The whole person's expression became much more relaxed. Hearing his words, the ears of the other 7 people twitched slightly. After a few seconds of silence, someone spoke first. I agree. I also. Kindness. Everyone looked at each other again, saying nothing. Get out of the break room. Seeing Gengar being carried away and Li Hao in despair, the 8 people suddenly felt happy about their decision. A sudden realization dawned on me. Full of energy. After a few steps, he walked away from the atmosphere of farewell and walked toward the organizing committee in a mighty manner. Hear their purpose. After pondering for a while, the organizing committee finally nodded in agreement. The news will then be released on the official website. Venue. The commentator's voice trembled. The latest report shows that the first player from other provinces has abstained. Congratulations to Liu for qualifying for the national competition for the special training camp. Liu was slightly stunned, but he quickly pressed the dusk ball and took back Gengar, his expression as usual. He was not affected by the stormy atmosphere of the venue at all, as if what the commentator just announced had nothing to do with him. He headed outside. Damn handsome, but when he left, his handsome figure disappeared behind the aisle. Like a nuclear bomb baptizing normal, the venue was blown up and everyone was on their backs. Like a nuclear bomb baptizing normal, the venue was blown up and everyone was on their backs. All kinds of strange noises. It's like returning to primal civilization. But this reaction is not unusual. At the same time, Weibo, Pokémon Forum, Trainer Camp, Doudou and other well-known platforms have all fallen. As soon as the news came out that 8 people had abstained, the entire internet was shocked. Everyone's scalp is numb. Unimaginable. Crazy? All crazy? Countless people opened their mouths and stared in front of the screen when they saw this news, and some even almost smashed the screen with a punch. What is the concept of being the first among 8 provinces to abstain from voting together? Not only is it unprecedented, it may also be unprecedented. The public vote on the previous resolution was directly invalidated. Useless. This development was something that even Alliance executives and department heads never expected. While they were still worried about this matter, unexpectedly, Liu solved the matter inexplicably in this way. The public voting was originally planned to be conducted after the 20 trainers finished the competition, but now, do you still need to vote? Even if those 8 people don't abstain, the result is already determined? Liu truly wrote history? Abnormal? So perverted? Since Liu appeared, only 2 Pokémon were used in the entire game, and each Pokémon actually only used 1 move. But it happens to be so. Both of his moves were absolute kills, and Rival didn't even have the strength to resist. He couldn't even last a few seconds. For the first time, people intuitively understood what Pokémon's moves could achieve if they were powerful. Usually, the focus of people's attention is nothing more than the overall strength of Pokémon, the command and coordination ability of trainer, and how to reasonably arrange the physical strength of Pokémon. There is also the tacit understanding between the two that adds to the strength. But Liu's live broadcast this time let everyone see a brand new direction, moves, and it's a self-created move. Most of the previous self-created moves were created by long-established trainers, such as Elite or Champion, but their strength itself has reached the ceiling of trainer. Even the moves you create yourself are amazingly powerful. It will also be attributed to the strength of Pokémon itself, rather than moves. But Liu is different. Strictly speaking, his officially registered trainer level is not even the gym leader level, but he can use one move to completely defeat the elite level, Brutal Suppression. Previously, the Z move caused an uproar in academic circles and water forums as soon as it was released. And this time, the Ghost and Evil Trainer forums were also in an uproar. After studying this, I can better understand the horror and unusualness of Liu. Some people even looked up the graduation exam where Liu became the strongest candidate. Among them, the Dragon-type Great Splitting Slash creates gaps in space. Liu at that time, far weaker than it is now, just got the qualification of trainer. But the power of the moves he used was no less powerful than that of a quasi-elite who had been famous for a long time. Turn to later. There are all kinds of onlookers on the internet. A sudden realization. It turns out that Liu has created his own moves since the graduation exam. Naturally, everyone didn't know that the move at that time was a blessing from the system, which could exert the power to tear apart space cracks, and it also exhausted Garchomp's full strength. If it weren't for the props being repaired later, Garchomp will definitely leave sequelae that are difficult to treat. Forget about Mega Evolution. It is basically impossible to grow to Garchomp. However, netizens naturally did not know the story behind it, and they began to exaggerate it, with various headlines emerging one after another. The birth of a genius. You can't imagine the power of your own moves. Is there a gap between geniuses and ordinary people? It turns out that he had shown to be different in those years. The first unified abstention in the province? Who is the monster that scares geniuses in the first place? Both parents died, the strongest candidate debuted, and his own tricks caused several people to abstain. Here comes the man who is like the protagonist of a novel. Liu returns to the public eye with a tough stance. Passers-by who were almost forgotten. They all recalled the miracles this young man had created. In particular, many people in the Magic City and the capital looked at his past experiences and felt deeply for a long time. Besides, the people who felt the biggest impact were those from Jinan City. The second connection of the Golden Secret Realm will further enhance the economic development and number of trainers in southern Zhejiang. Now it is still among the first-tier cities. Liu means equally extraordinary things to them. Some people from other cities have heard about it for the first time, and some people don't get along well with each other. But this time it was bombing news. They began to remember this young man and have great expectations for the next national competition selection. But the most confusing thing is actually the dog-licking trio. They followed Liu here in confusion, and then their blood boiled with excitement. I just wanted to go on stage and show my strength. Everyone was penetrated by Li Ji alone. The rest abstain. Not even a rival was left for them. Looking at the chaotic news on the internet, Pu Xing sighed deeply after half an hour. It's not enough for the boss to be too awesome, and the younger brother has no room to show his talents. It's true. Being led away by a big boss is a bit limiting. Jianhui nodded sympathetically. When Wen Yuan heard this, she rolled her eyes at the two of them and pouted, "You're so good at what you get." After finishing speaking, she didn't know what to think of. Suddenly burst into laughter, and her smile was like turning on a switch, affecting Jianhui and Pu Xing. They looked at each other and laughed together. Liu really gave the special training camp its name. They have also received a favor and can officially enter the national competition selection. The three of them were just in Versailles. How can the internet not be peaceful? It has little impact on Liu in reality, except for the phone ringing from time to time, and various strangers claiming to be ministers of national departments making solicitous remarks. The rest is no different from before. He still trains at his own pace. After all, Liu's goal is the final world ranking competition. I heard that only the trainers of the top 3 Pokémon will get the chance to enter the world-level Diamond Secret Realm. This day, Liu came to Yangcheng Wilderness area. Yangcheng is the city where his competition venue is located. The national competition selection is also held here. Although Yangcheng is not a first-tier city, the training atmosphere here is very strong, and almost everyone is a trainer. So, wilderness areas that are only found in first-tier cities are also found here. Liu just stepped into the wilderness area. A familiar electronic sound rang in my ears. Drop. Sign-in location, Yangcheng Wilderness Area. Hey, check-in at Samsung location was successful. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward, Dread Plate Gravel. Trigger a random draw. Another piece of Dread Plate Gravel? It can be combined with the previous one. Liu first put the blue-gray gravel into his backpack and smiled, thinking of Darkrai's reaction when he saw the gravel. So I decided to draw a lottery directly. Let's start. Brush. The words just fell. System sounds follow. Random draw, high-level psychic crystal core. Random draw, high-level psychic crystal core. High-level psychic crystal core, a very rare crystal core that contains powerful psychic, which can help the trainer break through its potential in one fell swoop and upgrade psychic to high level. Saw this introduction. Liu's whole body felt like a shot in the arm. Suddenly excited? His psychic has hit a bottleneck for a long time, and the most practical ability he has developed so far is teleport. Then there's the enhanced telepathy with Pokémon. Air detection also has a certain probability of being triggered, although not 100%. However, abilities such as erecting protective shields still rely on Mewtwo and the others. Often when he is in danger, the Pokémon have to pay some attention at all times. Liu has always wanted to break through mental limitations. But Calm Mind, which I previously studied in the Lu family of the Psychic family, no longer plays a big role at this stage. Especially now that the Pokémon he has conquered are getting bigger. It feels like the higher the mental requirements on trainer, after all, it involves their tacit cooperation with each other. If trainer can't make it to late stage, it will also affect Pokémon performance. The random lottery was a hit and miss, and it completely hit what Liu needed right now. He reached out his hand almost impatiently. Keep an eye on the pink crystal core in the palm of your hand. The pink crystal core is not large, but just touching it makes you feel relaxed and your spirit feels like you are bathing in a hot spring, being washed away by a steady stream of spiritual power. The comfort is unparalleled. Liu dodged, and after arriving in the virtual space, he immediately sat down on the spot, holding the pink crystal core tightly with both hands. Immediately. Close your eyes unconsciously. But what he didn't know was, the moment he closed his eyes, substantial spiritual power surged up. From a distance, it looked like a pink cloud, gently wrapping Liu in it. Liu's eyebrows relaxed. Breathing gradually slowed down regularly. At the same time, also attracted were Mewtwo and Cosmoem in the space. Two Pokémon quietly floated to Liu. His eyes looked at the pink cloud curiously. At this moment, Liu is concentrating on absorbing the psychic energy in the crystal core, and there seems to be a small psychic pool deep in the sea of consciousness. A steady supply of pink energy. Liu's mental barrier began to loosen up. Click. I do not know how long it has been. A crackling sound sounded in my mind, and my ears roared. He couldn't help but hug his head due to the severe headache. When Mewtwo saw this, he immediately stopped and smashed Liu's head with his majestic mental power. In an instant, fight poison with poison. Liu's headache was miraculously relieved. At the same time, the cracking sound increased, and after the almost extreme pain, what followed was unprecedented pleasure. Liu suddenly opened his eyes. The pink in her eyes is about to condense into a ray of light. A few seconds later, it gradually faded away. He stood up from the ground, feeling the seemingly inexhaustible energy, and the corners of his mouth were slightly raised. Brush. He suddenly stretched out his hands. At the same time as he moved, invisible mental power shrouded directly around Liu, and Cosmoem bumped into him curiously. The little eyes widened. There is a barrier between him and his master? Out of reach. Seeing this, Liu took back his hands with satisfaction. The effect he wanted was achieved, after Psychic reached high level. It's not just an increase in physical energy. The most important is, further expands the practical scope of Psychic's out-of-body treatment. In addition to the protective shield, other abilities can be developed, which requires slow experimentation. The most direct point is, Liu's rival will feel extremely strong mental oppression when facing him now, commonly known as momentum. Don't underestimate this. Momentum plays a no less important role in battle than ability, and momentum is overwhelming. Call. Next. He was seen taking a deep breath before turning his sights on Darkrai. Darkrai, who was eating with great interest, shook his white hair. The movement of stuffing things into the body has stopped. A chill made it pause. Look up. He looked directly into Liu's eyes. Darkrai looked away in the next second, and even wanted to dig out a dark void and hide in it. It now deeply appreciates the benefits here. It can be seen from the crumbs of dark snacks scattered on the ground that Darkrai is completely unhappy. What I'm worried about now is it. Afraid of teaching Gengar Dark Void. Liu drove it away. After all, I had food and drink, and there was no need to suppress that thing at the bottom of the Black River. Without the huge pressure, my whole body felt relaxed. Liu saw Darkrai's evasive eyes. Just know what he is thinking. Secretly laughing. It didn't expose his little thoughts. He tilted his head and took out the dread plate gravel from his backpack. Really? Before all the blue-gray gravel was taken out, Darkrai's blue eyes instantly became extremely deep. When he took it out, I don't know if it was an illusion, but I always felt like the other person swallowed his saliva. but it obviously doesn't even look like it has a mouth. Hey, 1/3 of the dread plate gravel was detected. Do you want to synthesize it? The beep suddenly sounded. Although Liu was a little surprised by the concept of 1/3, he did not hesitate. He said directly, yes. Bang. As he finished speaking, the gravel that had been given to Darkrai jumped out. That's right. Just jump. No different from living creatures. Like it has its own consciousness. Just when he thought it was the integrated union of these two pieces of gravel, he suddenly saw Darkrai's white hair surging. Then go straight to the sky. It looks like an upright broom. Liu was stunned. At this second, a miraculous scene occurred. Darkrai's hair rolled out a few times. A piece of gravel suddenly appeared in the hair. Awesomely also belongs to Dread Plate. Not only Liu, but Darkrai also stayed in place, and his expressionless face suddenly became even stiffer. The next second, with a whoosh, it floated far away. He didn't even dare to look at other Pokémon and Liu. At this point, Liu didn't understand anything and almost laughed out loud. I didn't expect Darkrai to hide this trick. He showed a half-smiling expression again. But synthesis is imminent. There is no time to care. Now, he finally knew what the system just said about 1/3 meant. Under Liu's gaze, 3 blue-gray pieces were suspended in midair at any time. The edges of the gravel are incomplete, but it can be seen that they agree with each other. This process is extremely fast. In a blink, the gravel is connected together. Click. It turned into a square and complete stone slab, with a burning gray-blue light flashing on it. The moment the dread plate was formed, the surrounding magnetic field suddenly changed. Liu suddenly felt a huge energy tide near the stone slab, and something was slowly brewing. Less than a second. A black vortex actually appeared. Indescribable evil energy is emitted from it, and there is also a strange suction. For example, in the virtual space, the nearest cherry tree was sucked in by its roots, leaving no fruit on the tree. But the strange thing is, this burst of energy did not affect Pokémon and Liu. Only dead things were sucked in. Gengar appeared behind Liu at some unknown time. The fat purple body floated over, tilting its head, curiosity flashed in its red eyes, and a dark purple energy ball condensed on the ghost claws. Weight it gently, then throw it in a flipping position. Boom. The accuracy is excellent. But the moment the extremely powerful shadow ball touched the black vortex, it was swallowed directly. Not to mention energy collision. Not even the slightest reaction occurred. However, after swallowing the shadow ball, the black vortex turned into a ball of dark energy like a monster eating normal, covered behind stone slabs. After staying for a few seconds, it dissipated into nothingness. At the same time, the dread plate then fell into Liu's hands. At the same time, fuck. Liu couldn't help but curse. He really didn't expect that the dread plate was so heavy. It's beyond imagination. If he hadn't advanced to high level with Psychic and used Psychic to hold the stone slab in time, I'm afraid that both the person and the stone slab would have suffered a huge fall. Is the complete stone slab so heavy? Liu was puzzled and touched the complete dread plate. But when he touched the back that was just covered with dark energy, he suddenly realized that the touch of his fingers was wrong. Bumpy? He narrowed his eyes. It took a lot of mental energy to turn it over. Wait until you can see behind the stone slab. Suddenly he was stunned. There was actually a row of ancient inscriptions, and the inscriptions still vaguely flashed Lucas. Although not conspicuous, but it's easy to spot. These inscriptions are not easy to identify, but Liu, who has read the original work, knows that if he expected it well. The meaning of these inscriptions is, when the universe was created, the fragments were combined into stone slabs, and the power of the stone slabs was injected into them. The power of the defeated giants was released, and the two bodies were released from the original source, which was inscribed in time and space, until the last sentence, can gain the power of change. But seeing that the inscription only has one line, I guess one of the lines was intercepted. Dread plate, it comes from one of the props left by the creator god Arceus, the dark type slate. After carrying it, the power of the moves will be greatly improved, and the original power of evil will be gifted. Liu swallowed. The origin of evil. Even the energy used by Darkrai is only 1/5 of the evil source. He is a mythical beast. In the original work, he can even fight against the two gods of time and space, Dialga and Palkia. Think of it this way. I know how terrifying all the original power is. The dread plate contains an extremely large amount of evil energy. For a purely evil fantasy beast like Darkrai, the benefits are countless. The thought of this, he couldn't hold back his emotions. Therefore, outsiders see Liu as calm and calm in the battle, except for part of his personality. In fact, I am used to the wind and rain, and I have already developed it. After all, once you have seen too many apex level props and mythical beasts, let's look at the others. Even if it is the best among ordinary people, I just feel like that. When Darkrai saw the complete dread plate, the guilty conscience just now was completely forgotten, and his body swayed. Appear directly in front of Liu. Shenwu's eyes were fixed on the dread plate in his hand. Liu seems to be playing normal. He lifted it a few times with Psychic, then brought it back, dangling in front of Darkrai's eyes. Darkrai looked at Liu's half-smiling face. I almost felt bad. If it weren't for the circle of mythical beasts and Pokémon that are watching eagerly around it, it would really be fighting for it. But now, it tastes the pain of being in someone else's territory. I can only watch helplessly. But he didn't dare to take action at all. A single move affects the whole body. If you provoke one, you will attract a group. Not to mention, now this human being is completely different from before, and his aura has completely changed. It won't make it feel threatened, but it will invisibly increase its vigilance. Follow me from now on, Liu asked back. He also held a heavyweight weapon in his hand. There was a flash of confusion in Darkrai's eyes, but his eyes were always staring at the dread plate honestly without turning around. Don't want. Seeing that he didn't speak, Liu raised his eyebrows and took back the slate. Darkrai became anxious when he saw it. Afraid that Liu really wouldn't give it to him, he nodded quickly. Not that he gave in. Mainly, this human has given too much. Dreadplate's ability to captivate purely evil Pokémon like them is as expected. Who can withstand this? Liu had expected this. Smiled. Then, Darkrai stretched out his claws and touched the Dreadplate, causing brown light to burst out. The light soared into the sky, dyeing the entire virtual space. Darkrai was completely intoxicated, and the seemingly inexhaustible evil energy made him feel like he was in a dream. The whole body unconsciously floated higher and higher. But it's a critical moment. However, it fell from the air inexplicably, its eyes widened, its claws left the stone slab, and it was held up with evil energy. The energy it holds is terrifying, and with its integrated union, it seems to take a long time. Darkrai said word by word. Liu heard this. It's not surprising. How can Arceus Slate be absorbed instantly? Moreover, it seems that Darkrai hasn't realized yet that he has fallen into the trap he set step by step. Liu replied that he was not in a hurry and left the virtual space first. Summons Riolu. The blue puppy with mysterious patterns on its body looks curiously at the wilderness area. As soon as it appears, the Podong monkey and several Smeargle who were hiding behind the tree suddenly disappeared. Especially the Snap monkey. Curl up your body desperately. For some reason, it knew that this Pokémon that suddenly appeared was not of a high level, but it felt very scared intuitively. It was as if the other party was some gigantic existence. Liu obviously heard it. The atmosphere of Yangchang wilderness area fell silent the moment Riolu appeared. Originally, I could still hear some rustling little noises. There is nothing now. Riolu, who caused all this, tilted his head and looked very innocent. Liu didn't say anything and started training directly. It may be too late to be selected for the national competition, but he wants Riolu to have a chance to play in the world ranking competition, and it is best to evolve in one fell swoop. Become the ancient Lucario you first encountered? Liu always strikes hard. The gravity vest was directly put on the ancient Riolu, which was taken off from Garchomp before. Since being able to Mega Evolution, the gravity vest has almost no restrictions on Garchomp. In contrast, the gravity vest is a more suitable exercise prop for Riolu. Kaka. Liu twisted the adjustment button on the vest and turned it to the maximum. The innocent Riolu didn't know what was going to happen right now, but just watched his master's actions curiously. Buzz. There was a sudden roar, as if a mountain of normal's gravity had fallen on him. The next second, boom, Riolu's entire Pokémon suddenly became a bit shorter out of thin air. I broke out in a sweat instantly. That's right. Just soar. The sweat was coming out at a speed that was visible to the naked eye, and it was layer after layer without stopping. Even the ground Riolu stepped on had 2 deep pits in the blink of an eye. His back couldn't help but bend. Only his eyes were still looking at Liu persistently. Riolu, who was new to the world, looked at his master in shock. His eyes were filled with disbelief. It was as if I realized for the first time how sinister the human heart can be. Liu, who had always been upright and confident, felt a rare feeling of guilt when it looked at him like this, and touched his nose uncomfortably. Cough. He rolled his eyes as he thought of something. Spiritual power leaves the body. Before Podong Monkey realized what was going on, he found himself being pulled out by an irresistible force. It looked at ancient Riolu with a confused expression. Riolu looked at it without knowing why. However, Liu stopped the 2 Pokémon's affectionate look at each other and ordered like an evil mother-in-law beating a mandarin duck. Riolu, attack with fists. Hear the words. Riolu, who was not in contest condition, suddenly reacted as if he was in normal condition and wanted to straighten his arms. But the moment he stretched out, his arms dropped slumped. The endless gravity is oppressing it, and unless it uses all its strength to resist, it can't even use its energy. But Podong Monkey had already reacted. He suddenly jumped up, splashed high, picked off the branch stuck on his head in the air, and stabbed the sharp end towards Riolu. Branch poke. Liu said suddenly, seeing danger coming. Riolu tried several times, but still couldn't stretch out his arm. Every time the power surged to his wrist, it flowed back again. Podong Monkey will not miss this opportunity. Brush. The moment the spikes were only a few centimeters away from Riolu's eyes, his eyes flashed and the mysterious lines on his arms glowed faintly. Instantly, the limiting gravity is gone. It raised its arms fiercely, and power surged out. Bang! Punch out. It hit the wooden stick in Podong Monkey's hand. Click. The stick broke in half and the spiked end fell to the ground, but that was just the beginning. It's like hunting a cow across a mountain. That force was transmitted to the snapping monkey through the broken wooden stick. As if being hit by a heavy hammer, the snapping monkey's chest quickly shriveled up. He fell to the ground with a thud. Lost the ability to fight. Good. Liu walked to Riolu and praised him. In just a few seconds, the reversal was unexpected. Liu looked at Riolu's body, Cal's mysterious lines that were no longer there, and squinted his eyes slightly. His attention just now was on Rylo. Naturally, key changes were not missed. Obviously, Rylo's ability to break through gravity's suppression in the end has something to do with the mysterious lines. Rylo was overjoyed to hear the appreciation. I forgot about the previous episode. Instead, he became very excited and glanced behind the woods, looking for the next target. But soon, the next goal came unexpectedly. Lying on the ground, the monkey tackles the ground with the wooden stick on its head, making a rhythmic tapping sound. South of the wilderness area, a person holding a mobile phone, wearing all the equipment, carefully stepped on the ground, but always looking at the screen. The mouth doesn't stop. Yes, I'm in the Yangchang wilderness area now. There seems to be no one today. Friends, when the barrage starts popping up, where do you want the anchor to go? At this time, a strange knocking sound was heard. Zhao He was stunned. Not even a minute. Dong dong dong. Heavy footsteps sounded in the forest. Zhao He looked up and saw clearly. He was almost frightened to death. Just as he was retreating, trying to sneak away without noticing, he noticed that his camera was scanning towards the giant Pokémon. The popularity of the live broadcast room has risen sharply. From 500 to 5,000. 10 times? And it was still rising. Zhao He pondered for a long time on the spot. Seeing the rapid barrage, which was clearly different from the previous few, he gritted his teeth. Dry. Friends, start the barrage. Brother, risk it all. He just finished speaking. The barrage was indeed very popular. Give the anchor some attention. I actually encountered such a powerful Pokémon. I don't know if the anchor is lucky or not, laughing and crying. Anchor, please be safe. Let's get close quietly and see what it's going to do. Zhao He heard this, preparing to slow down. But the Pokémon on the opposite side was very fast, and before he could react, he rode Jueshan and ran away, dragging the branch. The ground trembled slightly. Liu and Rylo looked up at the same time, and saw a 2-meter-tall gorilla jumping and landing in front of them. Bang, the King Kong ape. The evolved form of Pa Dong monkey? Compared with before, the color of the evolved King Kong is darker, and the wooden sticks in his hands have become 2 drumsticks and a stump drum. There are also bush-like hairs growing on the head. It looked at the injured Pa Dong monkey on the ground, looked up to the sky and roared, and hammered its chest with its thick furry hand. Immediately afterwards, the Banglui King Kong roared and banged the tree stump drum in front of him. In a blink, the surrounding environment began to change. Weeds grew out of the barren ground, and the land that was originally a patch of weeds became lush and green. The greenery grows more lush. Grassy terrain. Seeing this skill, Liu knew that this battle would be an excellent test opportunity for Rylo. Grassy terrain is an environmental skill that not only improves Pokémon's defense, but most importantly, restores Pokémon's physical strength. Pokémon, Boomstick. Qualification, Museum Owner Level. Level 45. Ability, Lush. When physical strength is reduced, the power of grass-type moves is increased by 1.5 times. Attribute Grass. Skills, Drum Beating, Double Hit, Grab, Grassy Terrain, Growl, Branch Poke, Taunt, Noble Roar, Razor Leaf, Screech, Knock Off, Slam, Uproar, Wood Hammer. Combat Power Value, 810. Maturity. It seems some were beaten. When Liu saw that the strength of this combat value was exactly the same as his qualifications, his eyes lit up and he started to get excited. Leapfrog combat is his favorite? Not to mention, a mature, experienced rival in Rylo would be a huge help. And now that the exploration technique has just been used, a familiar beeping sound sounded in my ears. Congratulations to the host for accidentally triggering a special item sign-in. Task time limit, half an hour. Sign-in item, drum stick for beating the ape. Reward, mysterious copy card. Please complete the sign-in as soon as possible. Mysterious copy card. He was stunned. This reward is not difficult to understand. What makes him care about it is the word mystery. However, it seems that this is the first time that this kind of replica card has appeared so far. Suddenly, Liu became more interested. The other side. The battle continues. After the grassy terrain is completed, there was no time between the banging of the King Kong ape, and he suddenly threw out his wooden hammer. At the same time, Zhao He also ran over panting. The whole person was out of breath. I don't even care about the camera. He just stood still. Before he could come down, he took a deep breath when he saw the scene in front of him. The wood hammer charged forward with great force, and white light erupted from the air. Rylo didn't react in time and was knocked directly into a tree not far away. Next scene. His eyes turned. The big tree with 5 people hugging it was actually broken. Dust is everywhere. Fuck, no. Zhao He was shocked on the spot, and began to sympathize with poor Rylo in his heart. Wow, this Bang Bang King Kong ape is really powerful. Such a thick tree, broken. What a coincidence that the anchor caught up. Is Yangchang Wilderness area so exciting? I'll go and see it tomorrow too. There is actually Rylo. These 2 Pokémon are not common. What kind of bad luck is this to the host? Rylo is doomed. The viewers who saw the live broadcast were also very surprised. Little did I know. In fact, even the Thunder King Kong ape was stunned for a moment when he saw this scene. It looked strange, as if it didn't expect the power of this attack to reach such a level. Only Liu knows. Although the Thunder King Kong ape is pretty good, it's not that strong yet. It's all about the gravity vest. This result is only caused by the two blessings of strength and pressure. He glanced lightly at the shadows to the south. Nothing more was said. High-level mental power gives him greater control over the environment. After the man approached 50 meters, he sensed it. At this time, Zhao He had no idea that he had been discovered, and was still speaking enthusiastically. Yes, Ryolu has no chance of winning. The level gap between the two Pokémon is too big. Let me say, Ryolu can't survive 3 moves, and he might not be able to stand up after this one. Reversal? Impossible. If you can win, I will copy everyone's ID. Zhao He said so confidently. But behind him, the audience clearly saw that Ryolu slowly stood up in the dust. The figure is not quick, but extremely determined. This scene is very slap in the face. The barrage suddenly burst into ha ha ha. Zhao He saw ha ha filling the screen, and he didn't understand why at first, until there was a kind comment asking him to look behind. He turned around. Saw Ryolu standing with his head lowered. Unrecognizable look. There was an obvious trace of embarrassment on his face, but discerning viewers were the quickest to notice the difference. Is it my imagination? Ryolu seems different. Me too, it seems that my temperament has changed. What you are saying is too mysterious, I don't see anything different. The moment this sentence was finished, Ryolu raised his head suddenly, a flash of light flashing across his eyes. This moment, it seems to be freed from the heavy restraints of gravity's vest, with only the enemy in sight, and the Banglui King Kong ape showed no mercy. The 2 wooden hammers in his hands threw out a semicircular arc, connecting end to end. There was a click. The grass-green light connected the two together and turned into a stick. The originally ordinary wooden stick suddenly changed, creating layers of phantoms as the Bang Bang King Kong ape waved. Like a martial arts master, all the energy in a blink of an eye gathers at the tip of the stick. Just a tap. Ryolu, Metal Claw. Liyu's voice was 3 minutes faster than the movement of the King Kong ape. Hear his voice. Zhao He looked in shock. That's when I discovered it. He actually didn't see the other person just now, nor did he realize his existence. I just thought that Ryolu and King Kong were both wild Pokémon. It's obvious. This person was standing just a few meters away from the battle between 2 Pokémon. He wasn't the only one who was frightened. Let me go. Where did this person come from? Mom, why did I just see him? I shouldn't have. Ryolu's trainer? Was he here just now? Why didn't I notice? Hey, why did it become a horror story? Everyone didn't know that after Liyu's mental power was upgraded, his aura would become invisible unconsciously under the influence. If you don't make any noise deliberately, it's really easy to ignore. But it was too late for everyone to pay attention to Liyu. The moment the command was given, Ryolu shot out like a bolt of lightning, and under the pressure of the gravity vest, he performed exceptionally well. Speed breaks the limit. It suddenly collided with the attack of the thundering King Kong ape. Clang. The sound of gold and iron clashing sounded. The wooden stick accurately clicked on the metal claw, blocking the steel-type energy. The energy is mutual. At the same time, the surging energy of the short stick was also blocked in half and could not be fully exerted. The two energies competed in a normal fight. You go up and I go down. The audience was immersed in the scene, and the young anchor Zhao He forgot to speak and looked dull. Didn't even notice the skyrocketing number of viewers. After a full 5 minutes of stalemate. Ouch. Ryola's legs went weak, and he half knelt on the ground with a cry of pain. Rise. Not only did Liu not offer any comfort, but he only yelled out one word. Hear the words. Ryola gritted his teeth and stood up. Come again. He didn't show any mercy, and looked at Ryola with extremely stern eyes. Ryola's mouth was slightly depressed, and his face looked aggrieved. But because the intimacy level is as high as 80, it is very obedient and has no rebellious mood. One instruction at a time. It was not found at this time. Behind the shade of the tree, there was a black and golden figure standing aside, watching silently. Banglai King Kong ape originally wanted to take advantage of the victory and pursue it. But, before the short stick could be swung, more than a dozen poison barbs shot out from the northwest, one by one, piercing the feet of the King Kong ape that was about to move. Pokemon's crisis sensing allows it to know accurately. If you take one step further, it really will die. Immediately, cold sweat broke out from the hair of the Banglui King Kong ape. Don't dare to move again. Moving his eyes to the northwest, he saw a black and golden figure wearing armor and resembling a mantis. It seemed that he was aware of the gaze of the Bang Bang King Kong ape. Caesar glanced lightly. At once, the Banglai King Kong ape was frightened by the evil aura and quickly looked away. I felt lucky to have escaped death in my heart. It is threatened by poison barb. Don't even dare to move. After waiting for a while, the other party still made no move. Banglai King Kong was instantly relieved. Know that the other person is a warning. No longer dare to act rashly, let alone take advantage of the opportunity to make a sneak attack. He just dared to wait for Ryolu obediently, without any trace of his prestige. All this was seen by the audience before the live broadcast. At this time, the number of people online had exceeded 50,000. This is unprecedented for a young anchor like Zhao He. Look at the soaring number of people. His heart nearly jumped out of his chest. When Ryola felt wronged, someone actually scolded Liu for being too strict in the barrage. Ryola does look cute after all. Many girls, trainers' heart melted. When they discovered the existence of Caesar, many viewers were shocked, especially the rows of shining poison barbs. Countless people were directly blown out. Caesar, touched. Boom King Kong, don't dare to move, don't dare to move. Caesar, touched. The thunderous King Kong ape, don't dare to move, don't dare to move. Ha ha ha, that's too damaging. Do you consider my little gorilla's feelings? Damn little gorilla, your little gorilla is 2 meters tall, can he break a tree several meters thick with a mallet? It's so funny, but what's going on with that Caesar? It also belongs to this trainer? That's too powerful. You noticed the blind spot upstairs. This is Li Shen, right? As the number of people online increased, more and more people saw this special training, and naturally some people recognized him. One word woke up the dreamer? I just said why it looks so familiar. Li Shen, why, do you feel changed? Holy shit, Li Shen's training live broadcast? This anchor is lucky. Awesome, you can actually see it without paying. The entire audience was excited. During this period, Li Yu was in the limelight because of 8 people abstaining from voting. Many live broadcast videos have been uncovered before. Li Yu's reputation as a genius is widely known. Countless people began to search for information about him, such as his growth experience or family background, and training videos were a top priority. But in the current video, only this aspect is missing. People are scratching their heads. Now I found out that a young anchor had unexpectedly captured the scene that countless people had dreamed of, and I immediately rushed to tell him. The Doudu platform where Zhao He's live broadcast is located has seen a rapid surge in traffic. Advertise on the homepage immediately. Increase publicity, even posted the news on Weibo. Li Shen's secret video exposed? Spread with caution? This propaganda method does the opposite. When someone with evil intentions clicks on it, there is a link. They really thought it was as the title said. There were even many female spectators. When the link was clicked, it was the live broadcast of Railu and King Kong apes, and a large number of question marks began to appear on the barrage. Is this a secret video? Oh, Doudu platform is shameless. I thought it was really something, but the training video is not bad. I reluctantly watched it. That's not necessary. There are already 100,000 people online now, and the screen is starting to freeze. If you don't want to watch it, please leave quickly, okay. Li Yu, who was at the center of the topic, turned a blind eye to Zhao He who was live broadcasting. Only out of the corner of his eye could he see 2 Pokémon secretly fighting each other. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Caesar was naturally released by him. The purpose is to give Railu a chance to train well. Railu has the qualifications of the ancient bloodline. Although he can definitely win on his own in the end, Li Yu is worried that it will be injured. That's why we let Caesar escort us. Really achieve the purpose of training. The Benglui King Kong seems to have no idea that he has become a sparring partner. The wooden stick integrated into its hand was thrown out again, and each time it could intercept Railu's attack just right. Railu began to be completely restricted. There were streaks of black and blue on his body, and he was hit by waves of pain, but he persisted. Bang Bang Kong Gong Gong moves easily, and each strike seems simple, but it can break through Railu's defense every time. Railu keeps his hands on. Metal Claw, Power Up Punch, Quick Attack, Low Sweep. There are many. A cycle of beating and being beaten. How miserable. Li Shen's training is too strict. Little cute Railu, come to my arms. I will never treat you like brotherly. Is it possible for Li Yu to practice like this? It turns out, it works. People were still joking about Railu at first. But as time goes by, Railu's progress is visible to the naked eye, and most importantly, Li Yu's instructions are always firm, not wavering at all. The confusion on the dog's face gradually faded away, and a gleam of understanding flashed in his eyes. The shots are getting faster and faster. Railu gradually got used to the constraints of the gravity vest. You can even use the force of the blow to condense the gravity of the vest into your fist and blast it out directly. Got to the back. The audience began to lose sight of the trajectory of Railu's punches. There are only lingering shadows. Originally, every attack would be interrupted, but the frequency of interruptions gradually decreased. The 2 sides are no longer fighting one-sided battles, but are back and forth. It became evenly matched. Clang. Stick and fist tackle. Waving with kicks. The Bang Bang King Kong ape gets longer and longer as time goes by. Every time at a critical moment, Caesar would warn him with toxic pin missile, and a look of humiliation would appear on his face. Now, does anyone know what this means? The Benglai King Kong looked at Li Yu in condemnation. At this time, a barrage floated across. Hunglai King Kong, I am not a human, but you are really a dog. Have to say, this sentence is particularly appropriate. The barrage suddenly burst into laughter. I don't know how many people are teasing King Kong Bang at this moment. Beside it is the eye-catching Caesar. No matter how unconvinced it is. Just want to stay alive. Just be obedient. The Benglai King Kong ape was extremely helpless, but as time passed, the shock in his heart became greater and greater. Nothing else. Railu is progressing too fast. Only 20 minutes had passed since the first confrontation. But now Railu's docking experience and strength are no longer weaker than it. Even sometimes, able to stand faintly at the upper hand. And there are others who see this as well. Zhao He's hands trembled and his voice trembled slightly. I suddenly have an ominous premonition. My family. Anchor, stop shaking, the camera is starting to shake. Ha ha ha, wait until it's over. There are almost 200,000 people online now. It will take at least a month for the anchor to copy the ID. You really can't set a flag easily. Who knows? What are you afraid of? Zhao He just finished speaking. Just see it under the camera. The two Pokémon are getting closer and closer. In full view of everyone, Railu closed his eyes slightly. Immediately afterwards, when he opened it again, his eyes suddenly lit up with fire. When the Banglu King Kong ape threw the wooden stick and was about to hit the top of his head, Railu dwarfed and teleported back and forth with his feet. A sliding shovel went around the back of the Banglu King Kong ape. The next second, Lu. As soon as he heard the shouting, Railu clasped his hands and started to turn red strangely. Then, a layer of rich fire-type power completely covered his fists, making them look like real flames. I go. Zhao He didn't even care about being discovered by Liu. Damn normal yelled. On the field at this time, Railu didn't pause at all. It waved its fists, instantly causing a heat wave. The high temperature on the fist caused even the surrounding air to become distorted. Boom. The sound of breaking through the sky came. A burning sensation came from behind, making the ape's nerves tighten. The strong sense of danger made it want to escape. But it's too late now. Railu punched out, and the violent air waves spread immediately, shaking the nearest tree to pieces. As a Pokémon that faced this blow head-on, the first reaction of Banglu King Kong ape was pain, a severe pain that he had never felt before. Then came the heat that invaded the whole body. It seems like it will melt completely. Two feelings mixed together. The Banglu King Kong didn't even have time to react before he fell to the ground tortured by the pain. Roar. The sound was so tragic. It simply makes those who hear it sad and those who see it cry. Zhao He had been frightened for a long time, not even saying shit. The live broadcast was also blank for a few seconds, and then normal broke out, setting off a huge wave. How can Railu have fire type? Am I dazzled? Liuds. You don't have to believe in the world, but you can always believe in godly. Before I clicked on it, I never thought that even a training video could be played by Li Shen. Absolutely awesome. I'm already looking forward to the national competition and world ranking competition. It is necessary to let those little dwarfs in the island country see the power of godly. Liu doesn't know. He once again inadvertently set off a storm in the outside world. He took a few steps forward. I found 2 drumsticks scattered aside and picked them up directly. Drop. Congratulations to the host for completing the check-in task within the time limit. Rewards will be distributed now. Mysterious copy card. Please select any item from rival to copy. Copy rival. Liu just wanted to copy Mewtwo or Lugia or Darkrai, but this explanation made him give up the idea. But he wasn't disappointed either. Instead, he took a serious look at the results of the exploratory technique. Finally thought about it. Asked, can a stump drum be replicated? Yes, he was interested in the weapon that could defeat the King Kong ape. When knocking Railu out from the other side, he was a little moved. In Banglei Kong, Liu wanted to put it into practice when he played tricks with tree stump drums and the drumsticks could be controlled freely. If the audience knew what he was thinking at this moment, they would probably criticize him for not practicing martial ethics. Beat the opponent. And take away the weapons? That's a little too much. Stump drum is being copied. The copy is complete. Please confirm with the host. Do you want to give it to Railu? Confirm. Liu is very decisive. At the same time, a group of green light was seen integrating into Railu's body. Slowly enter through the arm. Slowly disappear. Railu suddenly felt something, and his arm felt a little itchy. It just moved. I heard the telepathy from Liu, telling him not to use it now. Railu heard this. As if nothing happened, he slowly lowered his arm. At this moment, no one in the live broadcast audience noticed this detail. Everyone was attracted by Liu's training method. After all, that ball of green light. Only it and Railu can see it. Railu put away the flame. The pain of Growl suddenly disappeared, and Growl became smaller and smaller. Maybe he has rough skin and thick flesh. Although he lost his ability to fight, after a few minutes of recovery, except for the fleshy skin on his back, there was a faint smell of burning. He could still stand up. After it discovered that it could run, it assisted the branch next to it and immediately ran away without stopping. The speed is amazing. It was the rather sad look he looked at Liu at the end. Caught people off guard. Zhao He wanted to laugh but didn't dare. He wanted to strike up a conversation. The live broadcast viewers were also encouraging him, but when he mustered up the courage to step forward, Liu summoned Garcomp directly. He left without looking back. Zhao He was left with a confused look on his face. Charles and his party arrived in Yangchang. They had waited a long time last time, but by chance something happened in the special training camp, which alarmed a group of big shots. The wrong Pokémon is here too. They never found a chance to take action. Then, this time I am going to do something big. Anyway, the national horse race starts soon. This is what he has been waiting for. If successful this time, then their shadow organization will truly enter the world arena. This time, he also specifically contacted an important undercover agent of the shadow organization. The two parties met and exchanged pleasantries for a while. Charles took the lead and said, Mr. Ming, the leader attaches great importance to this mission and hopes that you will do your best. I will. Only. The person opposite heard the words, but didn't know what to think. Started to hesitate. Seal frowned. Mr. Ming, what do you mean? You also know that this matter is of great importance, and the results I can control are only part of it. It cannot be too blatant. Especially for certain players, such as Liu, who has been in the limelight recently. I can't do anything too obvious. When Charles heard what he said, he pondered and said, "This is okay, as long as good." Returning to the hotel reserved specifically for trainers, Liu found that there was no surveillance. Then he flashed back to the virtual space. Ryla has been waiting here for a long time. As soon as I saw it, I was immediately excited to show off the results. Liu raised his eyebrows. "Try it." Woo. As Ryla growled, dark green light spots suddenly appeared on his arms. Green light spots came out of the body. In the air, first a tree stump appeared. Then the entire tree stump gradually shrank and began to transform into 2 drumsticks, neither long nor short, starting from the middle to become solid. But when it is about to solidify, came to a standstill. "Don't rush." Liu's warm voice poured into Ryla's body in time, making his mentality suddenly become much calmer. Brush. Gradually, the 2 drumsticks slowly take shape. It looks more and more like the one in the hands of the Banglui King Kong. Boom! An echo like a knock appears. Finally, under the gaze of Liu and other Pokémon, the 2 drumsticks solidified step by step, surrounded by fluorescent green light. Ryla stretched out his hands. In a blink of an eye, the 2 drumsticks flew into Ryla's hands as if they were summoned. Ryla was sweating profusely at this time, but his expression was extremely excited. Obviously, this is the first time it has its own weapon. When Ryla saw this, regardless of his physical fatigue, he happily picked up 2 drumsticks and waved them out of thin air a few times. Laugh. The vibrating sound of drumsticks striking the air shook. Subsequently, Ryla imitated the appearance of beating the King Kong ape that he had seen before. Combined 2 drumsticks into one, but let it down. No matter how hard it tried, it couldn't make it into one. Liu observed for a long time. He never spoke, but until now, he finally spoke. "Ryla, use the power of your attribute integrated union." Hear the words. The anxiety in Ryla's eyes dissipated. It was replaced by a sense of steadiness that was gradually inspired. Fighting power exploded in an instant. In an instant, the 2 drumsticks converged on the drumsticks. At first, the 2 drumsticks were slightly repelled by attribute, but under strong suppression. Less than a few seconds. Instantly, a layer of white light emerged, and the 2 drumsticks suddenly came together. There is no barrier between connections. It's like it was the short stick normal from the beginning, so perfect, as if it was meant to fit together. Brush brush brush. Ryla draws inferences from one example. He began to put all his power into the short stick. A miraculous scene happened. The wooden stick actually got longer and longer, and in the end, it was almost 1 meter. Ryla waved. The wind was loud. Ryla's waving wind made a roaring sound, blowing past his ears. It brushed against Liu's ear several times, causing him a slight pain, like being cut by a wind blade. This is only a short time. Liu is very satisfied with this. Ryla is a fighting-type Pokémon, and the development direction Liu planned for it naturally specializes in this, and of course the fire type. This is the icing on the cake for it. Extremely special. Not to mention that if it reverts to its original ancient Lucario, the magma storm it inherited from Heatran will definitely be a powerful weapon. Special training afterwards. Liu focused on quickly condensing the drumsticks and how to bring the power of fire type to the drumsticks. The first point is relatively easy to do, but the second point is much more difficult, even though Rylo also has fire type. But maybe it's because it's late-stage integrated union. Ancient genes do not have this ability, so it is not very skillful to use. In a short period of time, you can only focus the fire on the head of the stick, compared to Fire Punch itself. Less powerful, but Liu saw the potential of this move. If Rylo could pour out all the fire power in his body, cover it with the wooden stick, and integrate the fire spin into it, not only is it another brand new self-created move, but it will definitely have unexpected effects. As time goes by, the entire stick began to burst into flames. Caesar also has some experience with the power of fire, and demonstrates it from time to time. The relationship between the two Pokémon became better and better during this process. In training day after day, the national competition selection will officially begin soon. All the attention of the entire Dragon Kingdom was focused on this matter. The opening ceremony alone attracted 3 hot topics, and the appearance of trainer was even more hotly debated. After all, this selection is related to the world ranking competition in the near future, even if it's just the younger generation. But its significance to major countries is only a little less than the World Alliance competition. The influence is equally huge. This period of time, the number of people coming to Yangcheng is increasing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Trainers come and go on the street. Pokémon that are rarely seen in the past are no longer conspicuous here. After all, you are special, but there are always ones that are rarer than you. 8 p.m. The national competition is officially held. The Yangcheng Guild Hall was bustling with people, both spectators and trainers, who had arrived early. Some people even started queuing up at noon. The on-site ticket price has been raised to 8,000 per ticket, and this is still in the grandstand area. If it is the best viewing area in the front row, tens of thousands is nothing. It's about to start. It's about to start. Ah, so excited. I've been looking forward to the goddess for a long time. I heard that the Ice Elite Mewtwo and the Dragon Elite Soloaluo will also come this time. Isn't that a dimensionality reduction strike? Elite can't compete, so I guess they're here to commentate. Elite commentator? It is indeed a national competition. This is amazing. Ah, it's begun. Rounds of huge fireworks bloomed in soaring in the sky, and Pokémon representing each province and city were blown up. Frogadier from the Magic City, Charmander from the capital city. Colorful and extremely gorgeous. In the middle of the auditorium, there is also a huge screen. There is a commentary host for this competition on the screen, as well as several special guests watching positions, such as Mewtwo, Soluoluo, and others. Soluoluo sat in the backstage live broadcast room, but a little restless. The reason why she accepted this invitation was not only because she represented Alliance, but also because of Liu. He watched the previous live broadcast. A surprising fact was soon discovered: Liu's current strength. No less than her. However, according to the true information recorded by the official, Liu will only meet the qualification assessment for the director level next month. This is incredible. His progress surprised Surilo and made Alliance re-evaluate Liu again. Soluoluo came here for inspection. But in fact, she also has some thoughts of her own in her heart, which are not enough to be explained to outsiders. And this little thought, she couldn't even explain it herself. In Soluoluo's anxiety, host announced the start of the competition, briefly introduced the rules of the competition, and said, "Now, contestants are welcome to enter." Following host's introduction, more than 100 contestants entered the venue one after another. There was a rumble of vibrations coming from far away, and just by hearing the sound, you knew that a huge thing was coming. The heavy muffled sound was very prominent. And when a big fat Pokémon with a blue body, a white belly, slightly narrowed eyes and a height of more than 2 meters entered the scene, many viewers were immediately shocked. Damn, isn't that Han Li's Snorlax? Why do I feel bigger again? Good guy, this feeling of oppression. Hey, look at the sky. Hearing this, everyone looked up and saw a Pokémon that looked like it was wrapped in armor, had stiff feathers, and was almost dark blue, screaming strangely and hovering above their heads. Gah! The hoarse sound didn't sound like it came from the throat. Some people lowered their heads in fear. Some people also exclaimed in surprise, "Oh my god, the steel-armored crow." That's not true. The steel-armored crow is pretty strong, but it won't scare you like this. There was a barrage and I couldn't stand the reactions of some people. Immediately expressed doubts. After all, compared to Snorlax, steel armor crow's species strength is even lower, but some people immediately began to refute. You know nothing, this steel-armored crow belongs to the Zhang family. Do you know what the Zhang family's most powerful method is? Popular knowledge about football. I also want to know, can the steel-armored crow still make flowers? Say it quickly. Yes, don't show off. But after everyone's interest was piqued, that person didn't know where he was going, and the barrage of waiting was heartbreaking. At last, an anonymous account came out and explained carefully. The Zhang family's methods will definitely be shown in this national competition. Just wait and see the changes in this steel-armored crow. After finishing speaking, this anonymous account never appeared again. It left everyone else confused. But at the same time, there was an inexplicable mystery and expectation in my heart. Next, many flying-type Pokémon appeared. Butterfree, Big Mouth, Zaytu. From all over the country, trainers who are good at flying Pokémon appear in various ways to show off their skills. The audience watching the scene exclaimed from time to time, which was dazzling. Then there are the water Pokémon. The most eye-catching thing is one of the trainers sitting on Swampert's back. The man had a small knot on his head, giving him a clear outline. The vicissitudes of his eyes seem to have gone through countless ups and downs. Although he looks young, he always gives people a sense of maturity. And when he appeared, the scene set off a second small climax. There were even fans who came specifically for him and held up light signs and kept cheering for him. Damn it, riding Swampert, look at the waves under Swampert's feet, it's so cool. Tisk tisk, I'm so envious. Ah, I saw Li Shen, I'm finally waiting for you. The man finished. The eyes of countless people were all attracted. The eyes of countless people were all attracted. Liu is winning the limelight and can be said to be the most watched among all the contestants. Everyone looked at it. I saw a team slowly approaching in the distance. Obviously still can't see clearly, but the soaring momentum made countless people's hair stand on end. Overwhelming intimidation filled the entire venue. In an instant, the faces of the trainer Pokémon that had just appeared suddenly changed, and the timid ones began to tremble. Even if you are brave. He also made a defensive posture and looked at the opposite side carefully. Roar. With a roaring dragon roar, countless spectators in the venue felt the deep intimidation of soaring in the sky, shocking everyone. They looked up. Just above soaring in the sky, a Garchomp appeared, and sitting directly above Garchomp was Liu. He is expressionless at the moment, but coupled with the sharp-eyed Garchomp, and the Caesar who walks like a dark night war god below, the famous Greninja has been rumored recently. Countless eyeballs were simply shocked. Fuck, this is too fucking fierce. Li Shen. I love this lineup. Li Shen is blown away. Kill everyone else instantly. Look, whose Pokémon is the same as its owner? It's so scary that it almost wets its pants. Ha ha ha. Get bamboo shoots upstairs. But I also saw it. All the Pokémon present were ready. The atmosphere of the venue completely changed after Liu appeared. The situation is tense. The game hasn't started yet. Liu gave all the players a powerful start. All eyes are gathered in one place. Handsome and young, strong and stable. The sound of the strong wind in the sky, and the sound of gold and iron clashing as Pokémon on the ground stepped forward were extremely shocking. Too cruel. Sitting on the Garchomp, he looked quite calm, and it was impossible to tell that he was the culprit that made all the Pokémon in the room tremble. Hanli, who had smiled and signaled just now, turned stiff. The long-haired man raised his head intentionally or unintentionally and found that the camera was filming him again. He pretended not to see it again. He just turned around, with a hint of caution in his eyes. And after Liu appeared, in addition to the trainers who had mixed reactions and the audience who cheered and shouted, the most enthusiastic ones were the dog-licking trio. They didn't even care about the appearance time arranged by the organizer. Running directly to Liu, Jianhui used Electivire to use electromagnetic levitation together. Pu Xing and Wen Yuan were not to be outdone. As the name suggests, strong. Finally, under the swagger of the dog-licking trio, Garchomp roared and walked towards the player viewing area. Brush. The light flickered, and Caesar and Greninja took back the Pokeballs one by one. Only Garchomp was left with him. But the whole audience was still in awe. It's well-deserved. No wonder so many people like him. From today on, I will become his fan. As expected of Godly. Look at those Pokémon who were frightened. Are they still trembling in fear? Are they that scary? We only feel the momentum of Pokémon, but what they feel is the oppression from the source of the opponent's momentum, which is naturally different. A little boy in front of the screen saw this barrage. He put down his hand on the keyboard and nodded in understanding. The eyes looking at Liu became more reverent than ever before, with a trace of yearning deep in his eyes. Player's entrance. Xiao Ai backstage saw the activities of the dog-licking trio Liu. I couldn't help but let out a puff. Couldn't help but laugh. The dimples on her face were looming, and she immediately stared blankly at the trainers who were about to appear next to her. Until host reads the name. Only after being pushed by his companions did he stupidly step forward. What the audience saw was a dull trainer, who glanced at it and ignored it. Xiao Ai didn't notice the outside. At this point she took a deep breath. The lower lip is slightly pursed. After looking at a large screen, she lowered her head again. It seemed that even her hair was telling her nervousness. Brotherly. She uttered 3 words softly, then swallowed the rest. At this time, host also read the name. Xiao Ai took a breath and glanced at Ninetales beside him. I saw Ninetales' eyes were filled with curiosity. It seemed that the master was wondering why something was different today. Let's go. Xiao Ai patted Ninetales' head and led her slowly into the venue. And the moment Xiao Ai appeared, Liu, who was originally casual, suddenly sat up. He looked at the girl. The girl seemed to feel something, and her eyes that were originally smiling and greeting suddenly glanced at the contestant area. The two looked at each other. Xiao Ai looked like he was about to speak but hesitated. The look in his eyes speaks 1,000 words. When Liu looked at her look, his heart moved slightly. But at this moment, the noisy venue suddenly broke the atmosphere between the two of them, and they looked at each other from a distance for a few seconds across thousands of people. Xiao Ai reluctantly looked back. It's just that the state of mind at this time is completely different from just now. Much more relaxed. Liu also calmed down at the same time. I have to say that he was surprised at Xiao Ai's growth. Regardless of her ranking, her ability to participate in this national competition proves that she must have put in unimaginable efforts. Liu thought of when he returned to Beijing. I just accidentally mentioned that I would participate. Xiao Ai smiled at that time, but he didn't say anything. But now that I think about it, she might have made up her mind at that time, otherwise she would have fought all the way from the urban competition. Be sure to register and prepare in advance. Except for Liu, who caused a big sensation in the entire venue, the subsequent players' entrance seemed a little dull. It rushed by quickly. More than 100 players have entered the venue. Liu looked around again at this time and found that in addition to the dog-licking trio, there were many trainers around. And there are Pokémon around them more or less. Arcanine, Houndoom, Nidoking, Alakazam. When the last Pokémon is seen, Liu felt vaguely familiar, so he took a few more glances. Just when it was feeling strange, it felt a light tap on its shoulder. Liu turned around. Suddenly I saw someone I hadn't seen for a long time, Luqing. Liu, nice to see you again. Luqing was indescribably excited. He also didn't expect to meet Liu in this competition. The last time the two met was at the Lu family's psychic induction ceremony. Just didn't expect it. Meet again. Liu has become the god of Li and is the defending champion in the hearts of countless people. And myself. Luqing shook his head, a look of frustration flashed in his eyes. But it didn't take long to snap out of it. Start chatting with Liu. When Liu saw the Alakazam again, he suddenly realized that this was Luqing's Yongjira before. Now it has evolved successfully. The reason why he didn't forget this person was because he remembered the jade he got from the Lu family before, which triggered psychic. Xiao Ai, who originally wanted to step forward, saw someone talking to Liu. After hesitating for a few times, he sat back down. It's just that his eyes look at Liu's position from time to time. It's just that his eyes look at Liu's position from time to time. The male trainer, who originally wanted to strike up a conversation, followed her eyes and understood something, so he sat back knowingly. Xiao Ai is a bit timid about being close to home. Although the two of them often talked on the phone, it had been several months since they last met. Who knows? Just when Xiao Ai was about to sit down, Liu seemed to be telepathically sensing normal and suddenly turned around. Xiao Ai, hear the words. Xiao Ai raised his head suddenly, his eyes filled with surprise, and the dimples on his cheeks suddenly stood out. The tangle in my heart just now disappeared immediately. She ran to Liyu's side in a few steps, her cheeks were slightly red, and her eyes were like shining stars. Brotherly. Well, sit down quickly. Liyu's emotions were also infected unconsciously, and he showed a rare smile. Brotherly, At this moment, host's voice became louder and suddenly filled with passion and excitement. Finally, let's come to the key part of this opening ceremony. We invite Champion Shenfei and his Pokémon to light the flame of this competition for us. A long roar suddenly echoed in the sky. It shook the eardrums of countless people. Everyone couldn't help but raise their heads and saw that the ceiling of the venue sky had slowly opened at some point, revealing the dark soaring in the sky. The stars were shining brightly at this time. But it's not as bright as the sudden dazzling flame. This Pokémon has a long streamlined crown and a tail that billows like flames, both made of flames. Dual wing beat spreads out, and its wings are also covered with beautiful flame-like feathers. Mysterious and noble. The flames dancing all over his body caused the temperature in the venue to rise sharply, and the hot flames caused the airwaves to roll. Spectators sitting high in the stands. Sweat soaked my back. Nearly several hundred people were sweating profusely in the venue. But that's not the point. This Pokémon was clearly a mythical beast. After its exclusive aura and sense of oppression were reduced, it did not scare everyone. Instead, the excitement in their eyes was hotter than fire. Countless people couldn't help but scream. The security personnel who maintained order in the venue couldn't stand Captivate's desire to worship him. Although the venue was noisy, but there was no complete chaos. Even Liu opened his eyes slightly and looked at soaring in the sky. And this creature is the legendary Pokémon Moltres? This is Champion Shenfei's trump card Pokémon, and it's the key to why he can become champion trainer. This time it is responsible for lighting the sacred fire? Call out. Under the wings of Moltres, the coercion directly turned into powerful wind pressure and spread out, causing waves of heat. At the same time, repeatedly practiced countless times. Above a large torch ornament in the center of the venue, flames suddenly burst into flames. Spiral from bottom to top. In 1 second, the whole torch was lit. Wow! The audience at the scene shouted for birth, applauded and cheered for a long time. The voices of nearly tens of thousands of people merged into one place. Extremely inspiring, the trainers present could not help but stand up and applaud together. Thank you Moltres for lighting the torch for us. The opening ended successfully and the new national competition has begun. With the host's voice, the opening ceremony was announced and the game officially began. And people's excitement has not waned. The barrage is also being discussed excitedly. Shenfei deserves to be the champion. Once Moltres comes out, no one else will be as impressive as him. The mythical beast is well deserved. This year's opening ceremony was so cool, I want to replay it 100 times. Ha ha ha, the champion trainer is indeed different from the contestants. Those Pokémon were just as scared as quails. Not necessarily. I saw Li Shen's Gar comp not moving at all, but Li Shen seemed to be in a daze. The camera happened to scan the contestant area at this time. Everyone saw that Liu was still looking up at the figure of Moltres who was retreating. After lighting the sacred fire, Champion Shenfei commanded it to leave. Maybe Li Shen also wants to own a mythical beast. It's harmful, just think about it. Yes, there is no point in daydreaming. There are so many champion trainers, and not all of them have mythical beasts like Moltres like Shenfei. Maybe Li Shen is also envious. Everyone analyzed it as if it was true. Little did I know. Liu was indeed in a daze, but it was not because he was impressed by the aura of the Divine Beast, but because the special mission issued by the system rang in his ears. Drop. The mythical beast Moltres has been detected. Congratulations to the host for accidentally triggering a special sign-in task. Task time limit, 10 days. Sign-in item, Flame of Moltres. Reward, Moltres Special Inheritance. Please complete the sign-in as soon as possible. Special Inheritance. Liu waited until Moltres flew away before lowering his head and recalling the reward he had just heard. Obviously, this particular heritage is very special. As far as he knew, Moltres' flames were also different from other fire-type Pokémon. Is this it? He can only guess now, but at the same time, infinite expectations surged in my heart. Among other things, Riolu itself has fire-type, and Scizor also has some fire-type power. If you can really get the inheritance of Moltres, there will be a new forging of the two Pokémon, and their strength will be even higher. As for signing into the flames, this was not the first time he had accepted such a strange special task, but this time it was very special. What is signed in is not an item, but a dynamic energy. How do you sign in with flame? Are you going to have a fight? Liu thought silently. Not in a hurry. Anyway, the deadline for the mission is 10 days, so he still has time. Moreover, Shenfei was in Yangchang during the competition, so he was not afraid that he would really run away. When Xiaoai saw Liu lowering his head and thinking, he didn't disturb him, but stayed with him quietly. The two have known each other for the longest time. She knows Liu's habits very well. Even when the dog-licking trio wanted to come up and talk, they stopped them softly. Wen Yuan was slightly stunned. He slowly took his hand back, feeling an indescribable strange feeling in his heart. But she just smiled and backed away. Jianhui and Pu Xing glanced at each other silently, coughed awkwardly, then pretended not to see anything and sat down again. At the same time, host also announced the rules of the competition and adopted a knockout format. The winning player will directly advance to the next round, while the loser will be directly eliminated. The initial knockout format was divided into 3 rounds. The first round was 1v1, and the second round adopted 2v2 competition rules. In the third round, roughly 32 people have been selected by this time. Start 3v3. The final deciding game is the highlight. But in fact, in the national competition, reaching the top 8 is considered a win. Because I got a spot in the world ranking competition, I also received a large resource reward from Alliance, including money and props. You can choose any one according to the ranking. Liu heard this. It reminds me of the treasure house I once saw in Beijing University. But now that I am choosing in Alliance, the accumulation must be even better. It is definitely beyond the eyes and imagination, but now that I am choosing in Alliance, the accumulation must be even better. It is definitely beyond the eyes and imagination. After reading the competition rules, rollout begins on the big screen to select information cards, each representing a different player. As the profile card flashes and pairs, the lists were completed quickly. Liu was slightly stunned when he saw his name. Xiao Ai even covered her mouth in surprise. Brotherly, you are the first one. The dog-licking trio couldn't help but look at Liu. Concerned eyes. Everyone knows. The first player to play in a big game always suffers. Not because of anything else. One is to adapt to a new venue, and the other is that he is not familiar with the referee's style and rival. Like those who come on later, these objective influences are properly controlled and will not be exerted by external influences. But not necessarily the first one. Most players who start playing often don't win in the end. This is an inexplicable curse. At least it has never happened before, and the first player to play wins the championship. Fine. When Liu saw this result, he didn't react as much as Xiao Ai and the trio. He just raised his eyebrows and stood up. The on-site director was very discerning. Immediately turned to a close-up. Wow, the first one is Li Shen. The opening is so exciting. Look forward to. Oh, I still thought that Li Shen was the defending champion. Now it's dangerous. Are you talking about curse upstairs? Li Shen is very powerful. I believe he can break this inexplicable curse. That's not necessarily true. It's not like there have never been cases where a young talent was the first player and a favorite candidate for the championship. The result was not the same. He didn't even make it to the third round. Huh? Li Shen's rival is Yin Bin? This person is a bit weird. Indeed, heir to the ghost family. His methods are extraordinary. This rival will not be easy to defeat. The discussion on the barrage between the two became more and more heated. And on the hot search, an entry titled Li Yu's Yin Bin's opening match also started to rise from trending 35. More and more people are paying attention to this game. The attention paid to the opening game was significant, although none of the players were happy to participate in the first game. But it has to be said, the first game was also the most passionate. If it is really interesting, the clamor and hot discussion will continue to ferment, worthy of countless publicity. And the other side. Why doesn't Yin Bin know this truth? He knew that his methods could only last until the third round. If you continue to participate, I'm afraid it will be difficult to advance. So when Yin Bin saw that he was the first one to appear, instead of worrying, he felt lucky. Anyway, Liu is the unparalleled defending champion during this period. As long as he plays against him, whether he loses or wins, his name will arouse discussion. Now we invite 2 contestants to come on stage. Host comes on stage. Immediately afterwards, I saw Liu and Yin Bin stepping onto the center of the ring one after another. Just stood still. Cheers like a mountain roar and a tsunami came from all directions. Although Yin Bin had a small name before, this was the first time he faced such a battle. The legs were visibly soft, but he quickly regained his composure and looked away normally. Please send a Pokémon from each side to appear. The words just fell. Liu whistled in front of everyone. Immediately, Garchomp, who had just appeared and shocked many people, appeared out of nowhere, hovered until sky roared, slowly landed on the ring. Gudong. Looking at Garchomp across from him, he was ready to move. Yin Bin swallowed his saliva fearfully. Throw a Pokeball. The next second, as the light flashed, a purple creature appeared, wearing a magic hat with 4 protrusions on its back. The body is inlaid with 3 red gems. A Pokémon with a slightly sinister appearance and a sage-like calmness appears. Mismagius. Liu pondered and read out the name. Probing swipe. Pokémon, Mismagius. Qualification, Quasi-Elite level. Level 48. Ability, floating. Floating from the ground, thus not being attacked by ground-type moves. Attribute Ghost. Skills, Mystical Fire, Power Gem, Phantom Force, Lucky Chant, Magical Leaf, Growl, Psywave, Spite, Astonish. Combat Power Value, 1608. Good. Liu narrowed his eyes. The players who can participate in the national competition should not be underestimated. This was just the first one to send out such a rare Pokémon, and its qualifications were still at the Quasi-Elite level. Ghost Pokémon are already rare. Those with high qualifications are even rarer to find. It can be seen that this rival named Yin Bin is definitely not as simple as it seems. Mismagius, I remember that Yin Bin looks like a trump card Pokémon. Yes, this one only has special abilities. Li Shen won't be tricked, right? That's really a boat capsized in the gutter. The discussion has not stopped since the 2 came on stage, and now it is reaching a climax. Game start. After giving an order, Yin Bin said directly, Mismagius, Phantom Force. When you come up, enlarge your moves. Yin Bin attaches great importance to Liu. Don't dare to underestimate it at all. After he finished speaking, Miss Magius, who was wearing a magic hat, suddenly disappeared and turned into a cloud of purple mist and dissipated. It's really like magic. Even viewers who have seen it once will continue to exclaim when they see this scene again. And not long after he disappeared, a strange fluctuation appeared behind Garcomp. The next second, the disappeared Miss Magius appeared in front of everyone. It happened to be stuck in the dead center of Garcomp, spanning space. The red gems on his body exude an eerie red light. It's obviously bright red, but it was not pleasant. Instead, an unreasonable chill rose from the solace of my feet. Fuck. The audience was frightened by the elusive Miss Magius. Shout out loud. Liu on the stage was very calm. It seemed like nothing could surprise him. He raised his finger slightly, and a stream of cyan energy slowly escaped and floated towards Garcomp. Instantly, cyan energy enters Garcomp. I saw its eyes narrowed. Liu's dragon power directly inspired the ancient dragon power in Garcomp's bloodline. Miss Magius had no chance of failure with this move, but the second the dragon power covered Garcomp, it suddenly took a step back. I was instantly enveloped by an ominous premonition. It turns out, its hunch was right. Before Yin Bin could react, Garcomp suddenly opened his eyes, and the dragon blood pressure descended overwhelmingly. Easily lock on Miss Magius's attack path. Dead spot? Non-existent. Garcomp turned around and flew up, waving the fins on his arms. The magical energy released by the red gem was immediately blocked by a powerful physical attack and could not be deposited or retracted. Magic energy has a limited duration. It dissipated in the air within a few seconds. And Garcomp won't let rival go so easily. I saw Garcomp spread his wings, and his sharp fins were like blades, drawing white marks in the air. Then he opened his mouth and bit Miss Magius directly. I saw Garcomp spread his wings, and his sharp fins were like blades, drawing white marks in the air. Then he opened his mouth and bit Miss Magius directly. Evil skill, crunch activates. Protect. Yin Bin shouted quickly. Miss Magius was also startled by the opponent's wide open mouth, and the entire Pokémon almost went numb. The stimulating energy was close to the limit. Astonish broke through directly and deployed the red defensive guard at an incredible angle. Only then did he narrowly avoid Crunch's fatal damage. Miss Magius, Icy Wind. Yin Bin realized the seriousness of the matter. I knew I had to come up with a trump card. The reason why Miss Magius is called the trump card Pokémon is because of its elusive appearance. The most special thing is the Ice-type skill. Really. As soon as he listened to his instructions, Miss Magius started to move. His purple cloak fluttered without any wind, and with his body as the center, a cold wind immediately swept across the entire battlefield. The temperature of the entire venue dropped. There was even a thin layer of white frost in some places. Icy wind seems to be pervasive. The audience in the front row all trembled, their faces frozen. The air was as cold as a knife, and people couldn't even open their eyes until the cold wind stopped. A layer of ice has been blown out of Nyoda's battlefield. Compared with the immersive live audience, people watching the live broadcast will naturally not be chilled by the cold wind. But the surprise at this time was no less than on the court. Wow, this Miss Magius can actually use Icy Wind. It's over. For Garcomp with Dragon type and Ground type, this move has 4 times the restraint effect. Too bad for Garcomp. I don't know how Li Shen will deal with it. But when they take a closer look, however, it was discovered that the only Pokémon still standing on the field at this time was Miss Magius. Gone? Yin Bin's expression suddenly changed, and he subconsciously looked around, but couldn't see even a hair. But everyone in the audience opened their mouths in astonishment at this time, slowly raised their heads, and looked at the dark soaring in the sky. Oops! It was too late for Yin Bin to wake up. Before he could let Miss Magius escape, the Garcomp in the air suddenly roared. Immediately afterwards, I saw its eyes closing slightly. Dragon Claw closes up, head held high. The next second, the unprecedented terrifying dragon power is coming. The uneasiness in Yin Bin's heart soared to the extreme at this moment. Everyone looked at the sky. I saw Garcomp hovering high in the sky, looking down from above. It's obviously still the same as before, but for some reason, it makes people feel scared and panicked from the bottom of their hearts, and they unconsciously want to kneel down and surrender. This idea seems to be rooted deep in his blood. Never before, but with a look from Garcomp, he was inspired, and Miss Magius began to frantically panic, panicking like never before. It felt as if that being in the sky would crush it with just a slight movement, leaving no trace behind. Yin Bin didn't know at this time that his Pokémon was too scared to move. It just felt vaguely wrong. Miss Magius, counterattack with Power Gem. The words fell. Miss Magius forcibly resisted the fear inside his body, and Ruby suddenly flashed with dazzling light. Who knows? At this time, the ground of Yin Bin's stomp made a clicking sound. Immediately afterwards, it was actually me first cracked. Cracks spread. The entire arena seemed to have dropped a few centimeters out of thin air, and it continued. Garcomp. At the same time, Liu, who had been silent until now, spoke. His voice was clearly not loud, but it was like thunder, shaking the ears of countless people. The audience in the front row had a premonition of something and swallowed their saliva in unison. Clench your fists. The nervous lips turned slightly white. Since the beginning of this battle, the screen has been filled with barrages, and a large area has become strangely empty. It heralds the calm before the hurricane rain. No one spoke. Everyone has only one action. They all looked up at Garchomp in the sky, their hearts beating inexplicably. Little did they know that this was the first time that the mysterious dragon bloodline hidden in Garchomp's body appeared in front of everyone. Garchomp heard the sound and refused to restrain himself. The tacit understanding between them needs no words. Although he just read a name, Garchomp already understood what Liu meant. Suddenly, the ancient dragon power explodes. With a shocking sound of dragon roar, the scythe on Garchomp's arm was torn out. As he waved, dark light surged, and Garchomp's arms seemed to turn into the sharpest magical weapons in the world. The blade flashes with divine light, cut through the air. Brush. The terrible strong wind carries the sound of tearing the space. An attack that could destroy a city with one strike came down. The invisible coercion fell on the audience, making their hair stand on end and trembling. But not even a second passed. A more daunting reality emerged. A black crack slowly expanded in the direction separating Garchomp. It is filled with a terrifying aura that cuts through everything and kills everything. Immediately afterwards, this crack ripped in the direction of Mismagius. After a deafening growl, Mismagius was attacked by the crack without any resistance, on the verge of being devoured. Stop it. Liu spoke up in time. Prevented a tragedy from happening. Until the cracks in the black space slowly dissipated, Garchomp also restrained his blade and returned to Liu. He saw Mismagius lying dead in the ring with his eyes rolled back. People couldn't react for a long time. This is impossible. Yinbin's eyes were dull and difficult to understand. It is obvious that the skill has been suppressed 4 times, and the level difference between the Pokémon on both sides is not that big. But why is the result like this? Forget about fighting. He didn't even have a chance to resist. Yinbin's eyes widened, unable to believe the facts presented in front of him. Actually, it's not just him. Even the audience was equally confused. Everyone had a look of shock and confusion on who I was, where I was, and what I was doing. Huh? Not announcing the results. Liu looked at the dumbfounded referee and raised an eyebrow and asked. Oh, the referee heard this. I just recovered from the shock and hurriedly responded. My body on stage was a little uncoordinated, and my hands and feet became the same. Until standing still. He licked his dry lips and announced, "Congratulations to Liu and Garchomp for winning and entering the next round." Wow. The referee's voice made the scene boil instantly. Cheers and applause suddenly broke out. Godly. At the scene, countless people couldn't help but stand up from their seats, shouting at the top of their lungs, with shock still lingering on their faces. The barrage was flooding the screen like crazy. No better than a live audience. Fuck, what the hell? Is this the great splitting slash that Li Shen used once in the graduation examination? Didn't you notice that before using this move, after Garchomp glanced in the air, the entire area froze, as if he was being oppressed by something? Although I couldn't feel it, I just didn't dare to speak. Didn't you notice that before using this move, after Garchomp glanced in the air, the entire area froze, as if he was being oppressed by something? Although I couldn't feel it, I just didn't dare to speak. Me too. I thought it was an illusion, but it turns out everyone has it. This wave is amazing. I'm convinced, Li Shen is Li Shen. Before the opening battle, I'm suddenly looking forward to the ranked battle. I will definitely make those little dwarfs and gringos cry for their parents. Gan, my blood is boiling when I see it. I want to go out and run 3 laps. Liu couldn't see the reaction of the barrage at this time. But I also want to know. Absolutely a bunch of rainbow farts. You can tell from the enthusiastic response from the audience. He did this on purpose in this opening battle, in order to make a surprise move, which would at least make it logical for him to challenge later. The great slash that Garchomp displayed this time did not fully exert its full strength. Because in training before the start of the game, Liu modified this move and turned it into a small split slash that can be retracted and released freely. Otherwise, with the potential of the current Garchomp champion, coupled with the mysterious ancient dragon power hidden in the bloodline, not to mention this venue, even the Lianyang Johto region may be greatly affected. Liu is quite aware of this. Besides, after he accepted the mission, I started thinking about how to lay the groundwork. If you want to sign into the Flame of Moltres smoothly, the best way is to initiate a challenge. But he and the championship level trainer are from the official level. Not bad at all. He can only take the gym leader level test next month, and now there is at least 4 levels difference between the two. Alliance allows for cross-level challenges, but it is unheard of to surpass so many levels, not to mention unprecedented. Maybe you think he is just hyping up. So, Liu believes that he still showed a little bit of his true strength in this opening match. Even if it is only a small part, it is enough to shock the eyes. Xylan community in southern Zhejiang. A middle-aged man looked at the live projection that occupied the entire wall and couldn't come back to his senses for a long time. How can it be? He lowered his head and murmured, sitting on the sofa, motionless for 10 minutes. Subsequently, stand up suddenly? No, I have to let everyone know what this means. Liu has created a new miracle. He seemed to be going crazy. Looks excited. Walk around in circles and open a document on your computer. After pondering for a while, I typed the first sentence hard. On the opening game, is Liu's Garchomp really as simple as you think? The opening game was amazing. The coercion displayed by Garchomp not only left a psychological shadow on Yinbin, but also had an impact on subsequent contestants. After him, both sides of the battle were a little absent-minded. Although their strength was still there, their speed had dropped a lot. The audience was also not interested in watching. A few games later, they were still discussing why Liu's Garchomp unleashed such powerful pressure. Quasi-divine beasts are rare, but they are not like mythical beasts, and they don't even have images. Everyone is also familiar with Pokémon like Garchomp. That's why I'm extra curious. Besides, the second topic they focused on was whether Liu's Great Slash had become stronger during the graduation assessment, etc. And on the hot search, regarding the entry of the opening game, Liu's name deserves to be at the top of the list. But as time goes by, there are more and more contestants participating in the battle, and there are also a few geniuses emerging. The battle between Jianhui, Wen Yuanpiu, and Xing also lived up to expectations. Really made a name for himself. Xiao Ai used Ninetales to successfully counterattack rival and became a rising star. Just when the excitement of Liu's battle was about to subside, a 1,000-word article about the opening game suddenly became popular all over the internet. From an incredible angle, it opened up a whole new world for the viewers who watched the live broadcast. The points in the article are fantastic. It's not the self-created move that everyone has been talking about the most, the Great Slash, but Garchomp's preparation before using the move. That is, looking down from the sky, the scene of the arrival of Dragon Power. Although this scene has been discussed by many people, everyone thinks that this is one of the talents of Dragon Pokémon. It's just that Liu's Garchomp will only be fully utilized, even using his momentum to intimidate rival. But in fact, I didn't notice the meaning behind all this. In order to write an analysis of a 1,000-word article, the author said that he stopped every frame in the opening game. It even mentioned a point that everyone ignored. Liu's Dragon Power. Good. The author also emphasized that Garchomp's powerful Dragon Power is closely related to Liu's Dragon Power. Of course, Dragon Power is not the focus of my writing this article. The Dragon Power released by Garchomp has reached an unimaginable level. What is the concept of the coercion that we can even detect through the screen? In this regard, the audience actually has more say. I specifically contacted several friends at the scene. They all had different opinions on the momentum Garchomp showed at that moment, but they all had one thing in common. Surrender. I'm not exaggerating. This is a word they also mentioned. The moment I heard it, it suddenly dawned on me. Garchomp can actually make rival admit defeat with just his momentum, so why does he use the Great Slash again? I thought about it, and there is only one reason that makes sense. Liu is covering up. In short, his level is indeed much higher than ours. If momentum can determine the outcome of the battle, then do we open up a new direction of development? Does Liu know the significance of this? Did he cover it up after knowing it, or did he have other ideas? What level is he on this time? At the end of the article, a question was raised, but it unconsciously led everyone to it. After reading it, indeed, the questions in the minds of countless viewers have become even more serious. How could Garchomp be so powerful? So what happened to Longwei? It's not like there are no Dragon-type Pokémon, but the sense of presence is so strong that it breaks through the pressure of the screen for the first time. Not to mention, the author also posted key evidence at the end. A picture. When Garchomp raised his head, every Pokémon in the player area lay prone on the ground and curled up. The look in his eyes was one of extreme reverence. It is comparable to a large-scale worship site. This is still an ordinary Pokémon, not to mention those Dragon-type Pokémon. Their eyes are eager, as if they want to kneel down and worship immediately. Anyway, take a screenshot. People who saw it felt as if they had strayed into a large fantasy world. The comment section was even more explosive. Damn, the author asked which floor Brotherly is on? He's definitely on the Hideki floor. Is that an exaggeration? Is this the legendary King's Aura, Doghead? Is this the legendary King's Aura, Doghead? Hey guys, is the author watching the same live broadcast as us? I feel like I watched a fake game. The author is a master in dragon research. His analysis is great. Godly has great foresight. Little did I know, Liu himself twitched when he saw this article. He really hadn't thought about it that much. Dragon Power is a special effect produced by Garchomp after intensifying the power of blood. He did predict the mysterious ancient dragon power in the scales, but before actually seeing it, not sure either. As for opening up new development directions, he felt that the other party was a bit exaggerated. Garchomp is a special case. It's impossible for normal Pokémon to have it. Certainly. Except for mythical beasts. But maybe he owns too many mythical beasts and is so used to this phenomenon that he doesn't think anything of it. This is the first time for the audience to see it. So shocked? Liu shook his head, put down his phone, and looked at Xiao Ai aside. Is this the news you want me to watch? Yes, Brotherly, what they said is scary. I want to ask you personally. It's not that mysterious. After Liu finished speaking, he thought for a moment and explained, you will know later. Xiao Ai nodded ignorantly. A cute look on his face. The eyelashes flicker, so cute. Liu couldn't help but started to rub the top of his head. Alright everyone. Xiao Ai's face turned red and she couldn't speak clearly after being rubbed. It wasn't until Xiao Ai looked at him with a sad look on his head, that Liu coughed and took his hand back. Jian Huipu on the side winked. It's now day 2. After eliminating nearly half of the contestants, the second round begins. This time the rule is 2v2. After matching rival, I don't know if it was a coincidence or not, but Liu was the first to play. But this time rival is equally famous. It's the long-haired man with a troubled look in his eyes who rides Swampert in the opening scene. The other party saw him. The first words he said after taking the stage were, "I will try my best." Liu nodded obediently. The dog-licking trio watched this scene in the audience, sighing, "I have already said this. Harmful, who wouldn't be? They cherish each other," and Xiao Ai looks on confused. Game start. Swampert, come on. Without saying a word, Vicissitudes of Man directly sent out the trump card Pokémon. The commentator in the live broadcast room excitedly said, Swampert is a dual attribute Pokémon with water and ground. It is extremely powerful and can easily drag more than 1 ton of rock blocks. Sololuo nodded and said, yes, but it also has weaknesses and will be restrained by grass-type Pokémon. The two men's explanations were transmitted to the audience through the microphone. Let people who are not familiar with this Pokémon have a general understanding. I wonder who Liu will send. The commentator's voice contained suppressed excitement, and he looked expectantly towards the center of the field. I saw only the stage. Liu raised his hand gently. Next moment, a small white and green hedgehog appeared in front of everyone. Its mouth was slightly open, and there were 2 small pink flowers inlaid on both sides of its ears. Looks extremely cute. Jamie. The cute appearance combined with the ignorant growl instantly captured the hearts of a bunch of weird aunties. Wow, what kind of Pokémon is this? Ah, it's so cute. I want to hug it. Oh my god, my heart is melting. I'm almost in my mother's arms. Is it a new species? I seem to have never seen it before. Can anyone give some information on it? Isn't your point wrong? Liu wants to use this Pokémon to fight Swampert. Are you kidding? Yes, with this size. Swampert is 10 times the size of this cutie. It doesn't stop. Ha ha ha, I feel like Swampert can kill it with one sitting. Unknown cute Pokémon, are you polite? The barrage was filled with laughter. Everyone thought Liu was joking to relieve the tense atmosphere, even the Vicissitudes of Life man. Such a small person. It may not even be able to defeat its weakest Pokémon. Isn't this just fun? The Vicissitudes of Life man smiled awkwardly and said, haha, Godly is quite humorous. Come up with your real competition Pokémon. Let's not waste time. He finished speaking. Unexpectedly, there were many on-site audiences who agreed. Yay, although it's cute, I still want to watch a serious game. Li Shen, please change quickly. Who are you sending this time, Garcomp or Greninja? Anyway, no one takes it seriously. The referee also slowly looked at Liu and signaled him to change with his eyes. In the live broadcast room, only Sololuo frowned slightly. She knew that Liu never joked on the battlefield. This Pokémon is anything but simple. She also thought about the law manifestation, as well as the professors at Peking University. They were sitting in a conference room. Watch the live broadcast together. After discovering that Liu sent Shaman, the audience looked unconcerned, and the expressions on their faces became weirder than the last. After all, they had seen with their own eyes how majestic and incredible this Pokémon was in the Tower of Babel. No, it's inappropriate to say Pokémon. To be more precise, it should be a mythical beast. After a few seconds of silence. However, the footage in the Tower of Babel is not public. Liu uses Shaman in the secret realm, usually for treatment. People have no idea how much terrifying energy this Pokémon contains in its small body. Professor Li was the first to stroke his beard and laugh heartily. This time it was like a mechanism was activated. Moment. Other professors also fell forward with laughter. Occasionally, students passing by heard the noise coming from the conference room and thought they were hallucinating. Each of these professors used to be more serious than the last. When have you ever laughed like this? The principal couldn't help but laugh a few times, and then he pretended to clear his throat and said, ahem, Liu is so tired. Ha ha ha, you have the same style as I did back then. Bah, you are so shameless. Haha, there will be a good show later. Yangchang venue. Liu remained motionless amidst the laughter of the audience. The width of the corners of his mouth didn't change at all. He looked at the Vicissitudes of Life man with his eyes for a moment, and softly uttered 2 words, no. The word hard came out. The laughter died down. The Vicissitudes of Life man's face froze, and his eyes immediately darkened. When the audience saw that Liu didn't move at all, they understood that he was not joking and was really planning to compete with this little cutie. Go crazy. An audience member in the front row shouted in surprise. His reaction was not unique. Li Shen has won too much? Do you want to taste the taste of failure? All big guys are like this. I'm just an ordinary person and I can't understand the ideas of these geniuses. Brotherly won't go down to the altar after this battle. The voices of despair are endless. The referee confirmed for the last time, Liu, are you really not going to change Pokémon? Hearing this, everyone looked at Liu eagerly, but only heard one cold word. This sentence completely ruined the hopes of the audience and countless people in front of the screen. This sentence completely ruined the hopes of the audience and countless people in front of the screen. Well, lamentations, sighs. The audience felt very sorry and felt that Liu was just looking for excitement. After all, the second round is 2v2. To send 2 Pokémon to compete, people thought he was doing it on a whim. But do it this way. The winning streak is gone. To know. There is a prize in the national competition specially set up for players who have never lost a game after participating in the competition. It's just that it hasn't been issued for many years. Judging from Liu's previous performance in the secret realm, many people are still hopeful that he can break the record and create another miracle. But now, this hope is obviously nipped in the bud. Game start. The referee waved his hand. The vicissitudes of life man's eyes suddenly changed. Swampert, Rock Tomb. Swampert didn't hesitate at all when he heard the words. He took a big step with his strong body and waved his two big hands like cattail fans. It hit the field hard. The next second, in an instant, a large pit appeared, gravel was scattered, and dust was flying. But it's not over yet. Swampert raised one arm. It held two big rocks in its hands and threw them, using Rock Tomb to block Shaman's position, trying to control it within the attack range. Mudshot. Vicissitudes of man didn't want to give Liu any chance to react, trying to catch him off guard. As he finished speaking, Swampert seemed to have anticipated normal, condensing water energy at an extremely flexible speed that did not match his appearance. All of a sudden, at some point, water appeared in the pit. Immediately afterwards, Swampert grabbed the pit with his two big hands, and countless mud flew out in the sky and smashed hard against the opposite side. Whoosh! Countless bits of mud flew away. It's over, I don't dare to look at it. Could not bear. Some viewers looked worried. The barrage is not as harmonious as the scene. After all, there is a screen across the screen, and no one knows whether it is a person or a ghost. Liu is too arrogant, he should be taught a lesson. It's just that I'm tired of hearing about Li Shan. He becomes a god before he reaches elite trainer level? Is it appropriate? Tisk, it was all blown up by the fans. Tisk, 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 finally showing his true face. Li Shan? That's all. Rumors in the barrage. And under the worried eyes of the audience, Liu suddenly smiled, and the corner of his mouth curled up slightly. Let's start. In an instant. Jamie. Growl is still so cute. But I don't know why. The live audience, including the judges and referees, felt something was different. The vicissitudes of life is rival. This feeling was more vivid, and his expression changed almost immediately. An indescribable panic rose from the bottom of my heart. Swampert, come back. He suddenly yelled. The audience is still a little confused. But soon, I saw Shaman's eyes condensed, and his small body bloomed with overwhelming momentum, and the pink flowers on both sides suddenly bloomed. Boom! For a moment. Powerful life energy raged wildly at the scene, and the grass type in Shaman's body surged violently. A strange suction force was born from within it. This suction force did not bring up any dust, but none of the green plants used as decorations in the venue were spared. Withered away in the blink of an eye. The Pokémon in the player area looked horrified and began to disobey their owner's instructions and desperately fled the scene. Panic spreads. The Pokémon in the player area were in complete chaos. There were yells, calls, and fights. The direction of the entire venue is completely uncontrollable. At the same time, to the center of the battlefield, the energy absorbed by the green plants forms a green stream and blends into Shaman's body. Shaman's hair is windless and automatic. Green energy is constantly gathering. Swampert has long been afraid. He even jumped directly and reached the big pit, slamming down his palms desperately, trying to cover himself with mud and dust. The vicissitudes of life man even retreated step by step, covering his head. A look of disbelief. Buzz. With a slight sound, green energy was released, and all the plants within a 10-meter radius were turned into powder, and the arena was completely gone. As for Swampert, he was already half dead and paralyzed in the pit. His eyes were closed tightly and his limbs were shriveled, as if normal had been drained dry. I don't know if he is still alive. And his master was lying on the ground stupidly, his mouth still wide open. Already stupid. The entire venue was silent. Even the Pokémon that had just desperately escaped were quail normal, shivering in the shadows, trying to hide themselves. Click. Shaman didn't even look at other people's reactions. Under the spotlight, he burped cutely and walked slowly to Liu's side. He gently rubbed Liu's ankle with his furry body. The warm and soft touch made Liu couldn't help but smile. She lowered her body and picked it up gently. Patted Shaman's little head. I fed him a grass-type apex-level energy cube. Then he raised his head and looked towards the field. Cough. A cough suddenly came from the radio. Subsequently, then a cold female voice spoke slowly. Congratulations to contestant Liu for winning and successfully entering the next round. Although her voice was cold, her tone was gentle. Liu heard it. Then he recognized who it was, Suluoluo. Because she had been mentally prepared, she was one of the calmest people in the field at this time. Even though she was no less shocked than others, she could still barely control the process. Except Suluoluo. The dog-licking trio and Xiao AI can also hold their own. But that's only relatively speaking. Jianhui and Pu Xing looked at each other and raised a wry smile at the same time. Wen Yuan even lowered her head in despair and murmured, "This is his true strength." Xiao AI has deep dimples. Her happiness seemed to be palpable personally. Boom! It was like a thunder that resounded in everyone's heart. Countless people at the scene were chopped into pieces. Exploded? Completely fried. It can be called a riot. The roar of normal, the voices of tens of thousands of people gathered together, and even the clouds in the sky seemed to have been dispersed for the most part, like a flare gun. Barrages sprung up like mushrooms after a rain after the strange blank space. Ah, kneel down. Is this a cutie? Black question mark face. What kind of Pokémon is this? Boss, this kid is blind. Play pig eat tiger. Everyone, I bet that this cliff is a mythical beast, otherwise I'll swallow shit right there. Upstairs, don't cheat on food or drink, we've seen it too. Sorry to bother you, As soon as the last barrage came out, it immediately triggered countless imitations, and these 6 words filled the screen. There are live broadcasts for the audience. After watching it, I felt the same way and even shouted out loud at the scene. Unexpectedly, it stimulated a wave of echoes. Even the commentator joined in the fun. Sorry to bother you. In the second round, after the mythical beast Shaman, I wonder which Pokemon will God REI send out. Host has the official information in the player report, so he naturally knows the identity and real name of this Pokemon. Host has the official information in the player report, so he naturally knows the identity and real name of this Pokemon. When Shen Fei heard this, he immediately stood up from his seat. Impossible. His face was gloomy, and his eyes were gloomy. He is a champion trainer, but because of his hypocritical social interactions and pretentiousness with those low-life people for so many years, he only had the opportunity to obtain a mythical beast. This kid is not yet at the level of a gym leader, so why? Shen Fei clenched his fists tightly. His eyes were bloodshot, and jealousy filled his mind. He was not a magnanimous person to begin with. After cooperating with them and having long-term contact with them, I was invisibly affected, and their dark side continued to expand. As the saying goes, one wrong step leads to a wrong step. But now Shen Fei has fallen into a demonic barrier. No one can change it. You will only move forward step by step towards your goal. I will not give up until I achieve my goal. Ha, why don't I just settle for you? Shen Fei stared at Liu on the screen for 5 minutes, then suddenly said with a cold smile. My mood immediately improved a lot. He sat back on the sofa and licked his nails carelessly. The way he looks at the screen from time to time is extremely weird, like a viper spitting out a message, far more penetrating than Arbok. At the same time, organizing committee. What? Liu actually sent a divine beast? The chairman asked in disbelief, thinking he heard wrongly, but after his subordinate showed him the live video, he was silent for 10 full minutes. Then he spoke with difficulty. It is indeed a divine beast. Why did he send it out in the second round? This kind of trump card should be brought out in the ranked battle. The chairman could not express his feelings at this moment. It's both a pity and an inspiration. Incredibly complex. Can the live broadcast be deleted? The chairman said with 1/10,000th hope. The subordinate hesitated for a long time, but in the end he could only bite the bullet and said, Chairman, this can't be done because the live broadcast will definitely be recorded. Even if we delete this battle, it will still be seen. Hear the words. The chairman's brows tightened. Frown. Liu, why didn't you tell me earlier? Young people are still too impulsive. The chairman is particularly sorry. Because the national competition is not the end, but the starting point. The ranking battle is where the center of the world gathers. Now that you have your trump card will undoubtedly be exposed. The chairman does not leave anything to chance. Those arrogant gringos and dwarfs will do their research in advance. A great killer weapon like a mythical beast. Not to mention the world ranking competition for young people, even the Ultimate World Alliance competition is rare. This is how to do. Well, fortunately, only one move was shown. They can probably only judge grass type and shaman's control of life force. The chairman murmured. I don't know if it's to comfort myself or if I really think so. The identity of shaman's mythical beast is confirmed. It can be said that it shocked everyone's attention. The most excited people are the Grassland Research Association and the Grassland Department. Although shaman from beginning to end, the entire move process didn't even take more than a minute. However, the association and departments still played this minute over and over again, almost making me vomit after watching it repeatedly, with every action picture being detailed. There are grass-type mythical beasts, but ordinary people can't see it, and because of the control of major families and the loss of secret realm information, people don't know much about mythical beasts. So, after Shaman appeared, no one recognized him at the scene. The president of the Grass Research Association was the first to notice something was wrong, but he didn't expect to see a divine beast appear. It's so rare, and they were also really surprised. How could Shaman's small body of 20 centimeters contain such huge energy? Watch the game live. It's obviously the result of deliberate restraint. This fact is both heartbreaking and creates new curiosity about Shaman, a mythical beast that has never been seen before. However, the bosses of the two departments are also the same as the chairman of the committee, which is a pity. Shaman is placed in ranked battles. It is definitely a heavyweight weapon of destruction. Now, it was completely exposed to the enemy in advance. Even if the opponent couldn't do anything with the divine beast, they would probably use the human seed tactic to consume Liu. They are not unfounded. These are all things that really happened. And none of the geniuses at that time were as strong as Liu is now. On site, Liu didn't know about other people's worries for the time being. After he heard the voice of the commentator, put away Shaman. The other side. With the help of the referee and his companions, the vicissitudes of life man slowly stood up. Just looking at Liu, there was still a trace of fear in his eyes. He didn't even dare to look at him anymore. When the referee signaled the two to send out the second Pokemon one after another, the vicissitudes of life man looked hopeless. If it weren't for the rules of the game, which require you to stick to it once you start, he would have escaped long ago. Liu didn't know that rival was about to cry, but calmly threw a pokeball. As the light flickered, a puppy appeared. It was Ryalu. But this time, no one dared to look down upon Ryalu's cute appearance. Nonsense. They have learned from the past. Got slapped hard in the face. How could he be fooled again? He and others also have brains? Godly will never succeed. I won't be fooled a second time. Yes, we ordinary people also have dignity. Rylo is not simple, and Li Shen's Rylo is even more not simple. It's over. I started to sympathize with rival. I hope Li Shen will hold back. There was a lot of discussion at the scene, but for some reason, his eyes were honestly staring at Rylo. No matter how you look at it, it looks like you are addicted to abuse. The audience doesn't know what's wrong with them. They clearly sympathize with Li Yu's rival, but in their hearts they really expect Rylo to be like Shaman, showing amazing strength. However, compared to them, the one who reacted the most intensely was the vicissitudes of life man. Originally depressed and hopeless, the moment he saw Rylo, an unknown fire suddenly filled his mind. In short, it's unbearable. The vicissitudes of life man roared, his face turned green with anger. Seeing the same cute Pokemon again, he felt that Li Yu was completely bullying. Is this a reminder to him? How can encore? It's so deceiving. Li Yu looked at the other party's eyes filled with anger with a puzzled look on his face. And vicissitudes of man saw his expression. Even more angry. I felt that Li Yu was contemptuous of his dignity. Imbor, come out. With a shout, he threw a Pokeball. Subsequently, a Pokemon burning from the flames appeared. It looks exactly like Zhu Beiji from Li Yu's previous life. There are several patterns on the black belly that seem to symbolize Duford normal. The upturned black eyebrows reveal mighty and rugged emotions. Imbor's neck is wrapped in blazing flames, and his two thick arms are black. The explosive black tail, fat body, and the main color orange on the body cannot escape the representative meaning of attribute fire type and fighting type. The explosive black tail, fat body, and the main color orange on the body cannot escape the representative meaning of attribute fire type and fighting type. Imbor? It's hard for player Li Yu to deal with it now. The explanation is thoughtful, and the audience is no longer as sure as before. Unlike Shaman, everyone still knows something about Rylo. Even though Li Yu's Rylo has some mysterious lines on its appearance, it does not affect people's general perception. Anyway, if it is an evolved Lucario, they believe that with Li Yu's methods, Lucario's winning rate will be greater. But before evolving, there are not many people who are optimistic about it. The reason why they did not make a decision directly, it's just because of Li Shen. With the first two battles, they learned nothing else, but they took one thing to heart. Before the actual battle, don't make any assertions easily, otherwise the more decisive you are, the harder you will be slapped in the face. So, the audience had doubts in their eyes, but their mouths were tightly closed. This was especially true for the vicissitudes of life man who had personally experienced a painful lesson. He stared at the opposite side with an unprecedented desire to fight. It is time to avenge the previous humiliation. Imbor? Heat crash. At the beginning, vicissitudes of man didn't hold back at all and attacked directly. When Imbor heard this, his eyes flashed fiercely, and his huge body jumped 2 meters. There was a bang. The body suddenly burst into flames. Like a shooting star with a trail of flames? Facing such powerful oppression, Li Yu's expression remained unchanged. The order given confused everyone. Ryla, protect, drum and stick fight. Drumsticks. Is Li Yu another homemade move? The commentator was disapproving when he heard protect, but the drumsticks that followed immediately cheered him up. Determined by previous experience. Any move that you have never heard of before will definitely be effective in Li Yu's hands? As the voice of the explanation fell, Rylo also moved, and a dark defensive shield formed around it. It complements the mysterious lines on the body. At the same time, Imbor's heat crash has arrived. Click. The sound of the defense shield shattering was heard, the cracks spread, and the barrier collapsed in an instant. Imbor's body fell nearly 2 meters. The newly changed battle arena once again suffered unbearable pain. The surface of the arena shattered. A huge fire broke out, and Ryla's figure was instantly submerged. What the hell? No, Ryla just lost like this. Holy shit, Imbor is definitely his trump card. Looking at the power of this move, it's already over 60 levels. It's over. The Divine Beast Shaman wasn't sat on his butt to death, but little Rylo was sat on his butt to death. It can't really be a tie, right? Then it's going to be an extra match. The audience was panicked. At this time, the arena had been destroyed by fire. The organizing committee sighed after watching this scene. Not to mention anything else. The cost of this device is really ridiculous this year. First Shaman, then Imbor. This has ruined 2 venues in succession. This is only the second round. Just when everyone thought that after the flames were extinguished, Ryla, who had always been dark, appeared, and they couldn't bear to look at it. A sudden change occurred. Beneath the extinguishing flames, a faint green light suddenly gathered. Immediately afterwards, just a bang, flames exploded from both sides, and Ryla appeared in everyone's sight unscathed, with the mysterious lines on its body faintly reflecting light. The most amazing thing is, Ryla's 2 ears also emit a misty blue light, which gradually merges with the green color between Ryla's wrists. Gradually turned into cyan. Ryla's eyes were stern, and he stretched out his hands. Under the flickering light, gradually, a stick about 1 meter long appeared in Ryla's hands, exuding a thick and majestic aura. This. The commentators were dumbfounded. Many years of hosting career were ruined, and it was the first time that I became so stuttering when speaking. Sololuo stood aside, looking stunned. The barrage went very fast. What is this? Bone Rush? Definitely not. This is not like Bone Club. Look at the green stick. Why do you think it is a grass-type skill? Oh my god, what kind of evildoer is Li Shen? He creates his own moves for food. The audience also had lively discussions. The three dog-licking trio were shouting and cheering excitedly from the side. They didn't have the slightest bit of composure as national contestants. In the strange eyes of others, the three of them didn't care at all. After all, only they know that if it weren't for Liu, they and others would have no hope of even participating in this national competition, let alone entering the second round. But the most excited one is the vicissitudes of life man. His eyes turned red. What did I say? What did I say? I knew Rylo would never be that simple. Fortunately, I wasn't fooled just now. The vicissitudes of life man stood there and murmured nervously. After successfully entering the third round, the players sitting backstage and resting all trembled when they saw this scene on the live broadcast. It's over, another one went crazy. Yinbin went to see a psychiatrist yesterday and he gave a diagnosis. Please, don't let me face Boss Liu. Me too, I still want to live well. No matter what, if I face Liu in the next round, I won't compete even if it's embarrassing. The worst I can do is lose the chance of the world championship. That's right. Everyone encouraged each other and looked at the vicissitudes of life man on the screen with great sympathy. But at the same time, I couldn't help but wonder, what effect could Rylu's long stick have? On the battlefield. Oath of Fire. The vicissitudes of life man ordered through gritted teeth. Imbor slammed the stomping tantrum towards the ground, and pillars of fire rose out of the ground and sprayed towards Rylo. But the next second, Rylo disappeared. It was flexible and as fast as lightning, circling the field in an S-curve. Perfectly dodged the attack of the fire pillar. And in the process, the distance from Imbor has been shortened. The vicissitudes of life man felt bad, especially when he saw that the opponent's long stick was less than 1 meter away from Imbor. He couldn't help but glance across the way. Then his pupils shrank. Because Liu once again showed a meaningful smile, his voice spread throughout the audience through the small microphone attached to his clothes. Playing with fire? You're still far from it. When the vicissitudes man heard this, his heart immediately thumped. His first instinct was that something was wrong, and he shouted quickly, Imbor, be careful. But it's still a step too late. At this time Ryola's long stick has reached Imbor's eyes. Ryola's proficiency in movement and sophistication are even better than the fully evolved Imbor. The muscles in its hands tensed instantly and its arms bulged slightly. Grab the long stick and shoot it on the head. Snapped. The tyrannical force hit Imbor's head in one blow. But that's just the appetizer. As the stick was smashed out, a layer of flame suddenly rose from the tip of the stick. The temperature was extremely high. The scorching high temperature continued to burn the air. The temperature of the venue rose by more than 10 degrees. Even Imbor, a fire Pokémon, could not bear it. The temperature was extremely high. The scorching high temperature continued to burn the air. The temperature of the venue rose by more than 10 degrees. Even Imbor, a fire Pokémon, could not bear it. His expression became extremely distorted. This temperature far exceeded its own, and it felt as if its body was about to melt under the scorching heat. The vicissitudes of life man on the other side was also soaked in sweat. He is human. This feeling is more obvious. He felt like he was at the mouth of volcano at this moment, with boundless magma flowing around him. Even the gurgling heat could evaporate him. As Ryola's long stick struck Imbor, violent flames flowed down the head of the stick, spreading from the head to the whole body. Imbor is in agony roar, trying to build barrier with its own flames. But every time it rises, the fire energy is eroded and swallowed up. At the end, until the fire energy in the body is exhausted. When Imbor's body was empty, Ryola saw the right moment, shook the long stick in his hand slightly, waved it like a fire wheel, and exploded instantly. Boom! Thick smoke billowed out, and haze filled the venue. Ahem. Pooh. You choked me to death. Did Imbor lose? The audience was busy using their hands to disperse haze, but Ryola, who inherited the power of Hiatran's flames, the power of this move lasted for a long time. 5 minutes later, the venue is still covered by haze. The camera in the live broadcast room was extremely dark, and nothing could be seen clearly. All that is left is an anxiously waiting audience. It won't be a problem for the organizers if this continues. Several fans were transferred from somewhere and they were blowing towards the ring. Finally, 10 minutes later, the smoke cleared. At this time, Imbor had already been licked black by the flames and was unconscious. The vicissitudes of life man's clothes have become tattered. Take a look at it. No different than a beggar. Good guy. What move is this? The power of Ryola's fire can actually surpass Imbor? Is the world too fantasy, or is there something wrong with my brain? R.I. Shen's Ryolo is indeed not normal. Apart from its appearance, haven't you noticed that its experience in some aspects far exceeds that of a growth stage Pokémon? I don't understand the world of bosses. At a time when people are sighing and sighing, the referee blows the whistle. Congratulations to Liu and Ryolo for winning and successfully entering the third round. Awesome. Li Shen is the best. Cheers and applause came one after another. Many people even stood up from their seats and looked at Liu and Ryolo with admiration. Ryolo was surrounded by praise. Confusion showed in his eyes for a moment. This is the first time it has appeared in a large competition. After transforming back into Ryolo, it naturally lost its memory of ancient times. But I don't know why. See the scene in front of you. Ryolo felt a sense of déjà vu for the first time, as if he had had a similar experience before. Ryolo, Hearing the master's voice, Liu came back to his senses from the confusion. Look at the owner's concerned eyes. Suddenly, Ryola's memory was touched and his heart was filled with joy. The flashback of past experiences and the face of Liu in front of me magically overlapped. At the same time, Liu's eyes also opened slightly. System prompts kept ringing in my ears, as if normal was broken. Congratulations to the host, Ancient Ryola was deeply touched, and the intimacy level is +10. Congratulations to the host, Ancient Ryola memory flashback, intimacy +20. Congratulations to the host, Ancient Ryola. There are countless beeps. The dust settled with the last prompt of intimacy +5. In an instant, dazzling white light surged out like a tide and enveloped Ryola's body in the blink of an eye. This white light is so dazzling, so sparkly. In almost a second, everyone who was still cheering suddenly fell silent. There was no time to put down the applauding hands. Everyone was stunned. I never expected that things would turn out this way, this light. Everyone present, even those who are not trainers, are familiar with it. It is clearly the light of evolution, and Ryolu. It's actually going to evolve. This time, it was not only the audience who were dumbfounded, but also people outside the screen, including the so-called department bosses and some alliance executives. Anyway, everyone who followed the live broadcast was stunned. Things were so unexpected. After all, this is the first time Liu's Ryola has appeared. There is also a fighting expert who made a comment when Ryola came on the stage, saying that Liu's Ryola was only in the early stage of hatching based on its size. Want to truly evolve? It will take at least half a year. Never imagined. Ryola just made his debut and evolved directly. What speed is this? Stop talking about them. Even Liu himself didn't expect it. And in the eyes of tens of thousands of pairs of people who couldn't hide their shock, the light of Ryola's evolution rippled, like a cocoon peeling off normal, and Ryola's body enveloped in it began to change. Compared to before, the body size has more than doubled. After the white light dissipated like clouds, a brand new Pokémon appeared in front of everyone. The original two horns on its head became large and sharp, and the white part between its neck disappeared, replaced by a white abdomen and chest, with a sharp horn on its chest. Not only that, Ryola looks cute. Lucario is fully grown, with a majestic appearance, slender and strong limbs, and a solemn expression. They are all very handsome. For fighting fans, this Lucario is simply their dream Pokémon. In front of the screen, when Lucario glanced fiercely at the camera, a certain man let out a strange scream and jumped up from where he was in excitement. I almost fell down. Inside the venue, Lucario looked at his new evolved body with a calm expression, without any excitement. Instead, he twisted his neck. He moved his hands and feet. There is a feeling of finally getting back on track. And at this moment, its previous memories have basically been restored. Only one paragraph. Just before it evolved, the picture of Liu flashed through its mind, but now it can't remember it no matter what. Liu didn't know what it was thinking. The exploration technique was started directly. Pokémon, Ancient Lucario, stable. Qualification, champion level, completely absorb the essence of Heatran and advance smoothly. Level, 65. Ability, 1 unyielding heart. Every time you flinch, the unyielding heart will ignite and the speed will increase. Ability, 2 flash fire. When attacked by fire-type moves, absorb the fire, and the fire-type moves you use will become stronger. Attribute, fighting, fire, steel. Skills, Aura Sphere, help, life dew, detect, feint, reversal, force palm, screech, nasty plot, metal claw, copycat, quick attack, work up, power up punch, blaze kick, stump drum, requires self-detection. Combat power value, 2260. Genetic skills, magma storm, fire spin, fire punch, heat wave, earth power, heat crash. Items to bring, gravity vest, stump drum. Intimacy, full value promoted to champion level. Liu raised his eyebrows slightly. Ancient Lucario was originally returned to Ryola because the contest condition was unstable. He knew that it would definitely evolve faster than ordinary Pokémon. But I never thought about it. After experiencing this, it actually helped Ancient Lucario completely absorb the power of Heatran. That's the Lava Beast. Ancient Lucario was directly promoted from elite level to champion level. In addition, Liu was very surprised by the soaring combat power and more genetic skills. And the stump drum is an unexpectedly copied weapon. You can also play with the power of fire. At least this time, Liu has seen the results. Heatran's power of fire is not invincible. Imbor is also a fire-type Pokémon, but it is simply difficult to resist. It can only be allowed to erode. The most advantageous thing about Lucario who has restored his memory is that he has so much experience. Muscle memory has been formed with each move. Ryola just now had no memory and could show the basic skills of quantity. Today's Lucario is even more terrifying. The speed alone is beyond the reach of ordinary Pokémon. Liu thought of this. Couldn't help but smile. Coupled with his handsome appearance, he looks like a breath of fresh air. At this time, the camera, intentionally or not, gave him a close-up. Then, the barrage exploded again. But the direction is different from what the director thought. People are no longer deceived by appearance, and now they have passed 3 battles. The name of Li Shen began to spread to various places. Everyone will no longer be confused by faces. Damn it, Li Shen did this on purpose. Is this part of his plan? Stop talking, I'm already getting scared. In the backstage lounge, the contestants looked at each other, and some even had goosebumps. Brothers, I'm numb. Let's see who is unlucky later. The staff knocked on the door and came in. It seemed that they all looked sad, almost thinking that they had mistakenly entered the eliminated contestant area. These are clearly trainers entering the third round. Why each expression? Are you more hopeless than those who were eliminated? But soon, it dawned on him. As each player's name flashed across the big screen, the air in the room became extremely stagnant. Every player held their breath. Unblinking eyes. I am afraid that I will be the unlucky one. The staff looked at them confused. When each list came out, a scream of surprise could be heard. At the back, some players even hugged the people next to them and cried with joy. There is no dignity at all on the court. The staff couldn't help but rub their eyes. Finally, after another battle list came out. No hiccup. The horrified growl stopped abruptly. Then there was just a bang. The screaming player actually fell into a coma in front of everyone. The staff opened their eyes wide with fear. The first reaction was to pick up the phone at hand and notify the organizing committee, and then contact the medical staff to come. It's not just him. The other players were also panicked. No one expected it. This unlucky guy's mental endurance would be so poor. Although they themselves are not much better. Get out of the way. Accompanied by a serious female voice, a figure in a white coat walked in. She adjusted her black-rimmed glasses. She frowned slightly and asked the staff next to her, "What's going on?" The staff was briefly impressed by Ling Wei's exquisite appearance, and after regaining their composure, they explained the whole story. Ling Wei was confused at first. It wasn't until she saw the list that was still playing in a loop on the big screen that her eyes flickered. Pretending to be calm, he looked back. He ordered softly, "Take the people and leave quickly." "Yes, I know, Director Ling." Several nurses and intern doctors obediently carried the fainted contestant onto a stretcher and sent him out backstage. Only the staff member noticed Ling Wei before closing the door. I deliberately turned back to look at the big screen. My eyes were complex as I had never seen before. Li Yu got a bye in the third round and the opponent fell unconscious. The name of Li Shen is so loud that it scares rival and enters the finals in one fell swoop. The mysterious grass beast shaman, the overwhelming Gar comp, the rapidly evolving Lucario. How many surprises does God have that we don't know about? Exploring the story of the backstage contestants, the mystery of the fainted trainer. Ha 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 ha, brotherly, look at this comment saying that you don't have to appear in the future anymore. Just show up and you can scare rival into fainting. I laughed so hard. Some people said this was the most hilarious selection for the national competition. Brotherly, they wanted to interview you about your thoughts at this time, so they called me. Jianhui and Pu Xing laughed so hard that they almost couldn't breathe. Wen Yuan and Xiao Ai were also teased to the point of trembling with joy. Li Yu's expression was a little helpless. He really didn't expect that rival, his third round, would pass out the moment he saw the list. He began to wonder if he was some kind of prehistoric beast. Otherwise, how could it be so powerful? Pfft. Seeing his expression, even Suluoluo at the door laughed. He shook his head and walked in. Lolo, Li Yu is a little strange. Since there is no rival in the third round, he can just participate in the final game. The finals will take at least 3 days. Just enough time. I don't know why Suluoluo came to him. Jianhui and Pu Xing gave up their seats on the sofa. Suluoluo sat down, looked at Li Yu, and got straight to the point. In this national competition selection, the winning champion will have to go through a special test. Special test? Li Yu hasn't opened his mouth yet. Xiao Ai leaned forward and couldn't help but asked worriedly first. The dog-licking trio heard the news. 3 pairs of eyes shot towards him. Under their gaze, Suluoluo remained calm. Yes, the winning champion needs to hold an exhibition match with the special guest champion trainer Shen Fei. How can this be? Wen Yuan lost her voice and said in shock. There is a wall between the champion trainer and the normal trainer. This is well known. Not a concept at all. Even the levels of elite and champion trainer are quite different. Although Li Yu has outstanding strength, in everyone's mind, he is only at the quasi-elite level, and the assessment requirements restrict him. Let him still linger below the leader level. Jianhui and Pu Xing also frowned one after another, thinking this was a joke. Xiao Ai even clenched her little hands. Only Li Yu, whose expression remained unchanged, asked in a low voice, "Is the exhibition competition a rule of the past national competition selections?" Hear the words. A dark flash flashed in Suluoluo's eyes. The expression is complicated and difficult to distinguish. Well, there have always been post-match performances like this, but it's always the elites who participate. The only difference is that this time it's an elite versus a quasi-elite, and it was elite who made the suggestion. Li Yu narrowed his eyes slightly. Suddenly I heard the deeper meaning of Suluoluo. You mean, it was Shen Fei who proposed this time? Suluoluo nodded solemnly, with an ugly expression on his face, but this kind of exhibition match, everyone thinks it is to make the winning champion famous, so they don't care. Suluoluo nodded solemnly, with an ugly expression on his face, but this kind of exhibition match, everyone thinks it is to make the winning champion famous, so they don't care. After all, champion trainers have a unique reputation in the world. Every champion trainer has many fans. His fans might even think you're trying to gain popularity. Surilo is an elite trainer. In this regard, see more clearly. The 3 dog-licking trio sighed after hearing this and said one after another. Indeed, even though Li Ji lost, people just laughed it off, but they will definitely say that the champion trainer is still the boss after all, and young people want to surpass him for at least 10 years, etc. This is not good for Brother Li. On the contrary, the popularity of the newly won championship will be transferred back to Shenfei. Haha, he really made a good calculation. The three people were filled with indignation, all because of Li Yu fighting against injustice. In their view, such exhibition games are clearly redundant. In previous years, it was elite versus elite. No matter how bad it is still elite and quasi-elite. How can there be a showdown between the winner of the national competition and the champion trainer? This is equivalent to comparing an adult with a junior high school student, which is completely meaningless. What's more, if the loss is too ugly, isn't it embarrassing? Can Li Ji's popularity still be high? The organizing committee agreed. Soluoluo did not interrupt them, and waited for them to finish speaking before telling the result directly. The four of them fell silent at the same time. The momentum fell into stagnation for a moment. Li Yu was nonchalant and broke the silence. Just win. He didn't think there was anything wrong with this at all. Instead, it looked like it was natural. After all, he originally wanted to launch a challenge and sign the flames in a logical way, but now the other party solved the problem for him. Saved a lot of trouble. The 5 people present were all very familiar with him, and even so, they were all surprised. It's Xiao Ai. He acted like I would believe whatever Brother Li said, nodding like pounding garlic. His eyes were full of adoration. For the first time, the dog-licking trio were speechless and unable to boast. They know Li Yu's strength. But is winning the championship trainer a bit too much? Soluoluo also didn't expect Li Yu to say this. His eyes widened and his red lips opened slightly. A hotel owned by a shadow organization. Shenfei and Xiar looked at each other and smiled at the same time. Haha, I didn't expect the plan to go so smoothly. Maybe some people couldn't bear to see Li Yu's popularity during this period, so they added fuel to the fire. Shenfei smiled slightly. He felt that God was indeed on his side. Starting with him is indeed a good way. In the exhibition match, he will be corroded by dark energy without anyone noticing. He will definitely be unable to defend against it. Seal affirmed. The expression on his face was smug. It seems like everything is under control. If we could directly expose him on the spot, it would be a great show. We just took this opportunity to get rid of them all in one fell swoop. Finally, we took advantage of the chaos and put down a large number of polluted rocks. People will only think that Li Yu is the culprit. Brother Fei, you found a good person to take the blame this time. Seal winked. Shenfei lowered his head and raised a sinister angle on his lips. It can be said that the two of them worked together in perfect harmony and hit it off immediately. After the news of the exhibition match spread, the happiest people are Shenfei's fans. Ah, Brother Fei is finally going to take action. Ecstasy, anticipation. Let me show you what the strength of a champion trainer is, but don't just pick someone up and call him a god, and laugh it off. Damn, who are you alluding to upstairs? You knew it was him before the national competition was over. It seems you also recognize Li Shen's strength. Some people are weird. Li Yu fans immediately refused. Nowadays, Li Yu's popularity is at its peak, although in terms of social status, he is still far from a champion trainer like Shenfei, but because of his crushing performance in the first 3 games, received a very high response. Traffic is at its peak. Fans from both parties took notice. At first, it was just a small-scale dispute, but later it expanded to the entire group. An unprecedented war of words began. The impact is wide. Even in the end, no one paid attention to the ongoing 3rd round of national competition selection. All the attention is on this. But after all, Li Yu's fans have only been around for a short time, and considering his seniority and status, he is very restrained in his speech, just arguing within a reasonable range. Present the facts and make sense. In contrast, Shenfei's fans are used to being arrogant with the tacit approval of the real owner. For the first time they met someone who dared to confront Shenfei, they immediately felt unhappy. All kinds of insults. Personal attacks. The serious ones also printed Li Yu's photos in black and white, placed them on the altar, recorded a video curse, and used blood to draw patterns on the photos. Extremely scary and weird. It gives people a strong sense of discomfort. Because the video was not healthy, it was not widely circulated, but any passerby who saw it couldn't help but frown. I feel like Shenfei fans are on the verge of falling into madness. Just when the scolding war was going on, Shenfei actually took the lead to speak. Everyone, please stop arguing. I admire Li Yu very much. It's normal for a genius to be young and arrogant. As elders, we should give young people some room to grow. They will understand in the future. Just posted on Weibo. Fans rushed forward. Brother Fei, you're so wronged. It's all our fault. How is that possible? You are the champion trainer. You can't compromise like this. Why? Do the elders have to give in to the younger ones? Who sets such nonsense rules? Li Shen? Bah. Haha, a bunch of brainless idiots. They are really obedient. Shenfei raised his eyebrows, looked at the comment section on Weibo where he was defending himself, clicked his tongue, and threw the electronic screen aside. He pounced on the beautiful woman next to him. Li Yu fan group. As soon as Shenfei's Weibo post came out, everyone who was still guessing what Pokémon Li Yu would send in the finals was silent for 5 minutes. Damn, my hands are shaking now. Too disgusting. He is still the champion trainer? How can he say such green tea words? I used to have a filter for him, but now he is nothing but drags. What should Li Shen do? I'm afraid that if Li Shen loses because of what he does, his reputation will suffer a huge decline. Gradually, fewer and fewer people are speaking. Not long after this group was established, there seemed to be signs of fragmentation. The other side. Li Yu didn't pay attention to the scolding at all. He was at the end of Yangcheng Wilderness area, and the Zygarde cube in his hand was slightly warm. The little planarian standing on the shoulder seemed to sense something. Makes a subtle buzzing sound. Immediately afterwards, the polyhedron shook slightly, and Li Yu suddenly felt pain in his eyes. Open your eyes again. At the end of the grass, under the green leafage, there were actually a few more Zygarde cells hidden in it. Congratulations to the host, 9% of Zygarde cell forms have been detected. Order Pokémon. Congratulations to the host, 9% of Zygarde cell forms have been detected. Order Pokémon. Is it actually a collection of body integration? Li Yu was surprised. Then came a burst of ecstasy. He had thought it was a single cell encountered by chance. But look now, he is lucky. As long as he collects 1% more Z cells, he can form a Pokémon form. 10% of Zygarde already has the ability to destroy auras, which can suppress the auras of other Pokémon attributes. Species strength is as high as 486. He is good at melee combat and is very powerful. Not weaker than the Yuzan family Pokémon. The Zygarde core, that is, the little planarian, is often hidden in the virtual space and cannot be found due to its small size. So the sense of presence is very low. This time it would have been had it not been for the Zygarde cube's unusual behavior. Li Yu almost forgot about it. But this little guy was very happy to be treated. The resources in the virtual space are abundant, and with the cultivation of a maize mulch material, the tree fruits grow extremely delicious. The little planarians are so happy that they don't even miss their childhood. Hidden in the fruit of the tree, you can't find it even if you look for it. This time it was Cosmoem who grabbed it from a dragon scale fruit. The next second of buzzing, the small planarian fell, and body integration immediately rushed over impatiently. It's like finding a home in normal. The little planarian was motionless. The moment the body integration surged up, the body of the little planarian was enveloped in a layer of glistening green light, slowly getting bigger. Wait until the light dissipates. Its body has faintly expanded to several times its previous size, at least it no longer has the same sense of existence as before, and the appearance has also undergone drastic changes. 4 limbs were born. Just not quite yet. After all, it's only 9%, so it's just a little short of getting it into shape. Let's go back. After recalling the Zygarde core to the virtual space, Li Yu walked out of the wilderness zone. The next day, the selection finals officially begin. The rules of the final are the same as the third round, also 3v3. The only difference is that Pokémon need to be on the field at the same time to start a group battle. Rival also has more than one person. Instead, 2 teams formed and engaged in a direct melee. Whichever team wins, the MVP of the game will be the winner of the final national competition selection. After all, we are fighting now. Ranking is not important. Those who can enter the finals have already qualified for the world ranking competition. The first purpose of the melee is to see the cooperation between the players. Second, it also depends on the tacit understanding between each player and Pokémon, as well as the coordination ability, and how to arrange the position and method of Pokémon battle. 3 games in total. Best of 3. In each game, each player sends 1 Pokémon, and a total of 10 Pokémon take the field. This competitive mode. It is also a reference to the popular Pokémon battle game. Certainly. The main reason is that this mode will also be used in the world ranking competition. Although it is not used in every game, it is indeed one of the modes. There are many ways to compete in the world ranking tournament. In addition to regular battles, there's not just a battle royale mode. There are also secret realm fighting, desert survival and so on. Otherwise, it will not become an international event comparable to the Alliance competition and have a strong impact on the world structure. This is what attracts the attention of people all over the world. Once a player from any country shows terrifying strength, not only for him, but also for the country. For example, the planning of the world's new secret realm is tilted towards the resources distributed by the country. This is exactly the impact of a powerful trainer. So, every champion trainer belongs to the world's resources, otherwise the organizing committee would not have been able to agree to Shenfei's conditions so easily. Just considering the follow-up cooperation. After the ranked battle, in another year and a half, it will be the Alliance competition. The vice-chairman of the organizing committee sighed. Looking at Li Yu who was about to appear on the screen, he murmured, "Don't blame me, I can't help it." As soon as the 10 contestants appeared on the stage, there was a roar of cheers and applause. The players' faces turned red with excitement. Feel the enthusiasm of the people. This moment. I just feel like everything is worth it. What's more, his hands and feet were trembling, and he looked as if he might faint at any moment. It was Li Yu who saw the situation and gave him a hand. The other person was Stephanie. Just when she was about to say thank you, she looked up and saw Li Yu's face very close to her. She blinked and her cheeks turned red with embarrassment. Thanks. The voice is as thin as a mosquito. Li Yu didn't even hear her speak. With host's passionate introduction, the finals kicked off, and the computer randomly assigned teams. On the big screen, the moment the list came out, there was an uproar at the scene. Jianhui and Pu Xing couldn't help but look at each other, and Jianhui let out a wail. Because of him, I happened to be assigned opposite Liu. Pu Xing, on the other hand, had a stern look on his face, which was completely the opposite of Jianhui. When I saw the list, I immediately came to Liu's side happily. At the same time, there happened to be the girl just now in Liu's team. Wen Yuan was eliminated in the third round, and Xiao Ai counterattacked in the third round, showing Ninetales' hidden attribute, Ice. This time, she also happened to be assigned to Liu's team. When she saw the list, her heart jumped in her throat and dropped back. So far so good. Xiao Ai patted his bulging chest with a look of joy on his face. This reaction stimulated Jianhui again. He looked at Liu sadly, like a resentful woman abandoned by a heartless man. Liu was so sick of the cold that he laughed and cursed, "Get out of here." Only then did Jianhui return to normal. He walked towards the other team laughing and joking. Okay, the two teams can start pre-game discussions. Solation is not allowed to change Pokémon after the game starts. Host finished. Liu just walked to his team and found the other 4 people looking at him eagerly. This look, have to say, he knew it very well, just like when his Pokémon was hungry and begging for food. Liu's mouth twitched. Surprisingly, Stephanie, who was supported by Liu just now, spoke first. "Godly, what are your tactics? We all listen to you." When the 3 heard this, they nodded quickly. "That's right, Li Shen is the captain, we will definitely be obedient. Kick the shit out of them. Brotherly, just come." Xiao Ai's voice was gentle, with an expression of resignation to Liu. "First let's talk about the attribute Pokémon that you are each good at, and the trump card Pokémon. Li Shen, mine is." After the lively discussion ended, the game is about to begin. According to the selection of team members, Liu sent Gengar this time. Because people like Xiao Ai, who is an Ice Ninetales, is a long-range mage, and that Stephanie, a powerful Macamp, is a melee tank. The other 2 are Sceptile and Salamence. One is a fast attacker, and the other is an aerial warrior. Salamence is from Pu Xing. Liu thought about it and chose to let Gengar fill in. It is good at sneak attacks, and regardless of its toxic power, it is also elusive. Presumably there. I'm afraid not many Pokémon can come close. Cooperate with the other 4. It completely makes rival unable to fight back. The Pokémon of both teams are in position. The referee gave the order. Countless lights flashed in the center of the venue, and each of the 10 Pokémon shined. Countless lights flashed in the center of the venue, and each of the 10 Pokémon shined. Almost as soon as he showed up, the 2 teams stared at each other. When Jianhui's Liu rival side saw their configuration clearly, they were almost heartbroken again. Fuck, Li Shen's team is incredible. It's over, Captain, what should we do? The 3 of them looked at Jianhui, anxious and unstable. That's right. Jianhui is here. Inexplicably, he became the captain. After all, he performed very well in this national competition selection and often appeared with Liu. Attention is quite high. People naturally chose him as captain. Jianhui almost wanted to scold her. What to do? You ask me, I also want to ask others. But he only dared to complain in his heart. A stiff smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, and he comforted perfunctorily. It's okay, we will try our best, there will always be a chance. 3 of them nodded. There was only one left, looking down and not knowing what he was thinking. Jianhui also ignored him. I didn't even expect that he would become the biggest variable in this final, and this person. It was Zhang Yuanli, the Zhang family member who had caused discussion in the barrage before the game started. Magnezone, Steel Armor Crow, Fiery Monkey, Snorlax, beautifully. Uxing slowly read out the configuration of the Pokémon on the other side. They're not bad either. After all, we are participating in the ranking competition together, so our strength will definitely not be traceable. Liu's team is also discussing. At the same time, the live audience and barrage were much more lively. Amazing, this configuration. It's so exciting, let's start fighting. It's not too big of a deal to watch the fun upstairs. Just say quietly, well done. Li Shen is invincible? Their side has a greater chance of winning. Not necessarily, that Zhang Yuanli. Why don't you finish what you said upstairs? I have half of my pants off, what are you doing to me? The atmosphere was extremely intense, with hot-blooded factors floating in the air, as if waiting for an opportunity. It could expand and explode instantly. The venue for the melee was different from before. There are almost 6 arenas combined together, occupying all the venues in the hall. Because it's much bigger, the organizers were afraid that the audience would not be able to see clearly. The position of the camera is perfectly positioned, and the lens can be found wherever the players can see it. In everyone's expectation, the final melee officially begins at Veilstone. As the 5-second countdown on the big screen began, the 10 finalists' breathing began to quicken unconsciously. What's more, I forgot to breathe, and my face turned red from holding it in. 3, 2, 1. Game start? Following the commentator's voice, all the players took their positions, with serious eyes staring at rival opposite. Wait for the countdown to end. 5 Pokémon set off at the same time. Trainers serve as commanders and coordinate the rear. The captain, Liu, is naturally the commander-in-chief, dispatching trainers and Pokémon. Just started. I heard a loud shout from the other side, and then I saw a beautifully flying towards Liu. Beautifully flaps its wings, but its small body has incredible energy. In a blink of an eye, several wind blades roared together. Flamethrower, flamethrower. Trainer, the fiery monkey on the opposite side, is also a bad-tempered one. Together with Beautifully, the two Pokémon work together to see each other. The wind increases the strength of the fire, and the fire assists the wind. It can be said to be one of the most suitable attribute moves. It's obviously not a combination skill, but their respective trainers used it to their advantage. The heat wave invades along with the whistling wind blade. The audience was dazzled. The barrage is even more enjoyable. People knew that the melee would be exciting, but they didn't expect it to be so intense in the first minute. But they don't know it yet. This is really just the beginning. The four people on Liyu's side did not expect the opponent to move so quickly and were almost caught off guard. At this time, Liyu's calm voice suddenly pulled everyone back. His command was calm and composed. Upon hearing this, Pu Xing and Xiao Ai didn't even hesitate for a second, and reflexively ordered normal directly. Salamence, Dragon Breath. Ninetales, Bingshuo. 2 orders were given. Ninetales' ice blue eyes were slightly condensed. The newly heated temperature dropped sharply, and the ice ball condensed and fired like a bullet. Salamence soars into the sky. Open your mouth wide. With a roar, the cyan energy rushed straight to the opposite side, combining with the ice ball, rushing against the wind. See this scene. The commentator couldn't help shouting. Beautiful? As expected, it was Li Shen who led the team. The two players reacted very quickly. You used the wind and fire combination, and I counterattacked with frost breath. Let's see who is better. The audience was already excited enough. When he said this, those in the front row couldn't help but stand up. However, because the venues have now been transformed into a unified venue, regardless of the stage, the distance between the front rows has become longer for safety. The audience in the first row could only feel the sudden cold and heat in the air. Water vapor is pouring up. The two attacks met instantly. Like the collision of two extremes, countless reactions are stacked and intensified. Boom. Salamence is a quasi-god after all, and its powerful impact makes it difficult for the opposite Beautifully to support it. Even stranger, the flames, which are naturally capable of restraining the ice element, cannot suppress Bingshuo. With the blessing of Dragon Breath, the journey was smooth, and he turned a blind eye and pushed back the fire and wind blades, almost causing the two Pokémon to be backfired by his own energy. Snorlax, protect. It doesn't look good. The Snorlax trainer named Hanli immediately ordered. When Snorlax heard this, a defensive energy shield propped up from his body, like a stable mountain. He blocked the opponent's wonderful combination of skills with one force and stood firm. Phew, the human shield is still strong. Of course. Look at Snorlax's body shape. He feels so secure. But Li Shen's team is really powerful. I don't know how to deal with this meat mountain. Its defense is not easy to break. Yes, it's quite difficult. The audience and the barrage were talking a lot. While excited, he analyzed the next situation. As the live broadcast progresses, the official number is close to 80 million. It's only 20 million away from hundreds of millions. The background data shows that due to this final melee, the number of live broadcasts increased by 1 million per minute. It simply broke through the history of live broadcast. The director was in the background, looking at the rising data. His face almost broke with laughter. At the same time, just when people thought the game would continue to be deadlocked like this, a black spot suddenly appeared above Snorlax's head. Most of the people in Jianhuai's team didn't take it seriously, but Jianhuai immediately recalled a scene the moment he saw the black dots. No way. His throat tightened for a moment. After seeing that the black spot was gradually getting bigger, I felt a chill in my heart, and almost panicked and shouted at Hanli, "Come back quickly." Hanli was startled by the hoarse voice. Just wanted to retreat. But after thinking about it, I felt that this was too timid and did not fit my personality in the competition, so I was a little confused. But after thinking about it, I felt that this was too timid and did not fit my personality in the competition, so I was a little confused. After all, rival hasn't made a move yet. Wouldn't it be too ugly to retreat on your own? At this time, Hanli didn't know that he would regret saving face now. In this moment of hesitation, the sound of gasping came from all directions, and Hanli also noticed something was wrong and looked to the opposite side. I don't know when I saw Snorlax's head. A black hole actually appeared. Depend on. Hanli was shocked. 8 people had abstained from voting before, and the matter was so big. Of course he has watched Liyu's video. Naturally, I am not surprised by this black hole. This is one of Gengar's own unique skills. It's over. This was the first instinct that came to Hanli's mind. And sure enough, behind the black hole, a pair of ghost claws were seen completely dragging Snorlax's huge body inside, and he disappeared without a trace. Liyu's attack was too swift. In the field, even his teammates didn't react and looked at Liyu's back blankly. GG. A strange laugh suddenly appeared in the field. Like a harbinger of a nightmare? Immediately afterwards, everyone saw that Liyu's Gengar appeared just behind Beautifully. It's unimaginable how fast it is. No. Beautifully's female trainer screamed so loudly that her eardrums were pierced. But her sonic attack, apart from making the audience in the front row cover their ears in discomfort, did not affect Gengar's performance at all. The expression on its face even became more disdainful. His eyes flashed slightly. The next second, purple mist emitted strangely from its body. There was a sizzling sound in the air at the same time, and there was an indescribable stench. Not good. Jianhuai shouted so loud that his voice was almost broken. The one he was most wary of was Brother Lee's Gengar, but he had never seen this move before. I just had a strong sense of foreboding in my heart. After all, as a companion, no one knows better than him how miserable Brother Lee's rival is. He is not the only one with this sensitivity. Originally, Zhang Yuan Li's steel-armored crow and Beautifully were both flying Pokémon, and they were both in the same area. At the critical moment, Zhang Yuan Li reacted promptly. Steel-armored crow, run quickly. Suddenly, the flying energy on the steel-armored crow surged, just to speed up and run away. The other side, Beautifully was not so lucky. When the poisonous mist poured out, its body suddenly froze in midair as if it had encountered some slow buff. The wings stopped flapping. I can't even turn my head. He could only widen his eyes and look nervously in the direction of Gengar. Under the gaze of everyone, Gengar's figure was seen twisting, and the purple mist spread as fast as lightning. The speed of light reaches Beautifly's wings. And the moment the poisonous mist touched Beautifly, dramatic changes have occurred. Beautifly's gorgeous wings started from the tip, and the poisonous mist was like a dye, and the wings of various colors turned into a grayish purple. Finally, spread throughout the body. Beautifully didn't even make a sound. She stiffened her body, fell from the air, and closed her eyes tightly. The whole process, not even for a second. It ended in the blink of an eye, too fast for people to react. This is not over yet. Puff. Boom. The next second the black hole appeared. Snorlax's huge body slammed to the ground. There were countless claw marks on his body, and he didn't know what he had gone through. No doubt. It also lost its ability to fight. Gengar killed 2 Pokémon in succession. The atmosphere in the venue became inexplicably quiet. Liyu's style of not taking any action but killing him if he does it remains the same. Everyone was both surprised and a little surprised. The audience didn't know how to describe their mood at this time. Anyway, it can be seen from their complicated and speechless expressions. At this time, I can only say one awesome thing. Liyu team. Forward. Septal's trainer stayed there at a loss, and Machamp's female trainer looked even more confused. We haven't even made a move yet, and it's already 5 against 3. Okay, that seems to be it. The two of them spoke stammeringly and awkwardly. The movements are very unified. First they looked at each other, and then they both looked in the direction of Liyu, and their spirits relaxed uneasily. Only, Li Shen seems to have said at the beginning that his position is to be an assistant. You heard me right, indeed. The support that carries everyone. Don't ask me, I don't know anything. Pfft. The conversation between the two made Xiao Ai next to her laugh. She was the least surprised person in the room. Pu Xing, on the other hand, looked calm and commented on the two of them. It's just Brother Li's routine, calm and collected. He looked like he was used to the world. In fact, he was laughing and complaining in his heart. It's so cool to be led away by the boss, but Brother Li at least lets the other two take action, otherwise it will be too inexperienced in combat. This is too Versailles. Fortunately, Pu Xing was just complaining in his heart. If he really spoke out, he would probably be beaten by the audience and rival. The situation is changing rapidly. In the blink of an eye, it became 5-3. Liyu's side has an absolute advantage. It seems that Liyu's side is bound to win, the narrator affirms. The audience and the barrage had no objection at all. 5 against 3. Let alone Liyu's lineup, even if the same Pokémon are put together, there will only be a situation of defeat. A comeback is minimal. Jianhui has completely recognized it. The expression on his face was a bit lonely and relieved. Sure enough, Brother Li can't help but admire me. It would be better to finish the fight early. At least I can return to the team. Who knows? After that game in the special training camp, Jianhui never wants to have any form of rival with Liyu again, if not damn random assignment. He is not so miserable. Jianhui was about to cry but had no tears, and the team members on this side basically accepted their fate. After seeing the miserable state of Hanli and his Pokémon, the fiery monkey trainer regarded Liyu as a devil. Take the Pokémon and hide far away. Forget about fighting. He wanted to escape from the scene. Anyone who looked at Jianhui's side was already distraught and had no chance of winning. Just when the referee was about to come on stage to make an announcement, the steel-armored crow suddenly burst out with a shocking light, illuminating the entire arena in an instant. And the light is getting bigger and bigger. Everyone looked at it in astonishment. The steel-armored crow was undergoing astonishing changes. Even in light and shadow, you can also see clearly. The steel armor covering the original body seemed to be separated from the wings, and its body became extremely huge. Wait for the light to dissipate. Everyone was in an uproar at the same time, because the changes in the steel-armored crow could be described as a complete transformation. Even after Liyu saw his change, all eyes narrowed slightly. Amazing. At this critical moment, the system's beep appeared in Liyu's mind again. Hey, it was detected that the steel armor crow had become mega-sized, and a 4-star designated sign-in task was released. Sign-in location, Mega Giant Steel Armor Crow. Note, you must touch the steel-armored crow in person for 30 seconds to complete the sign-in. This is not the first time this kind of designated check-in has appeared. But not much. And the conditions this time are harsh even in the designated sign-in. After all, if it was just for a second or two, it would be easy. But if you want to touch the steel-armored crow for 30 seconds during the battle, there is only one possibility, which will make it comatose or lose its ability to fight. The difficulty can be imagined. After all, rival's size. Even Lugia, the largest of his Pokémon, surpassed him. I just don't know what the reward is. Liu thought silently. Normal specifies that the reward for signing in will not be less than 3 stars, and since it is signing in for the Mega Enhanced Steel Armor Crow, he guessed that it might be related to the giant energy. This naturally involves the secrets of the Zhang family. Liu naturally heard a lot of information about rival before the game. Whether intentionally or unintentionally, his teammates would reveal some information. And among them, Zhang Yuanli caught his attention in rival. At that time, he saw that the opponent's Pokémon was the steel-armored crow, and he only made a guess. It wasn't really known for sure until now. If it is true as he thinks, Gengar, who has already collected some wishing star fragments, will definitely undergo a huge change in his evolutionary direction after this time. Mega? How suitable for Gengar. It would be great if I could get it. Suddenly, Liu's teammates saw him looking at the steel-armored crow with a slight curl in his mouth. It's obviously a smile, but it makes people feel chilling. Especially the giant steel-armored crow. It suddenly felt like it was being watched, and almost wanted to hug its fat self. However, the focus of the audience at this time is still on the steel-armored crow. No one noticed Liu. This is Mega? Not to mention seeing it, the examples I have heard of are very rare. Under everyone's surprised gazes, the purple light on the steel-armored crow rose into the sky and then slowly dissipated. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a behemoth more than 10 meters tall. My head almost hit the ceiling of the venue. Or maybe the organizing committee had just realized that the situation was not good, and before the steel-armored crow had completely transformed, they urgently opened the ceiling. Even so, people still couldn't recover from the transformation of the huge steel-armored crow. Oh my god, what kind of monster is this? Looking up at the mega steel-armored crow that occupied a quarter of the venue, everyone's mouths were wide open, so shocked that they could fit an egg in, because they have never seen such a huge Pokémon. The giant tentacruel that caused a sensation in southern Zhejiang and caused a world-destroying tsunami was nothing more than that. People were shocked beyond words. The raised neck was slightly stiff because it was stretched too straight. Holy shit, are you sure you're not joking? Damn it, why is this world becoming more and more mysterious? Oh, so scary. It's over. It's hard for Li Shen's team to deal with them now. With the size of this steel-armored crow, let alone 3 against 5, there's no problem with 1 against 10. That's not true, you were scared to tears. The place was in chaos. Some spectators who were too frightened even stood up from their seats and ran away, stumbling along the way. This atmosphere affected many people. Countless people started to commotion. Although he hasn't left the table yet, the situation is a bit chaotic. The narrator has not dealt with this situation either. I don't know what to do at the moment. Zhang Yuanli looked at everyone's reactions, the smile on his lips deepened, and he looked like he was sure of victory. This is the secret of their Zhang family's standing today? The reason why we can maintain the status of a first-class family is not just good luck. Zhang Yuanli is quite proud of himself. When the steel-armored crow underwent a huge change, his temperament seemed to have also undergone earth-shaking changes. Before the game, although people know him, but it's easy to ignore, because the sense of presence is indeed too low. But now, I don't know if it's a psychological effect, but with the blessing of the mega giant steel-armored crow, his whole body has become gleaming. No one should be less shocked than Jianhui. The eyes looking at him were full of surprise. After all, the situation is about to lose. Can it really be turned around? To know, the person opposite is brotherly? Even so, Jianhui's heart was still very heavy. He didn't know why, but he always felt that the comeback would not be so easy. Even if Zhang Yuanli shows his trump card, it will be the same. Maybe I'm overthinking. Jianhui thought. Outside world. The atmosphere at the scene was so chaotic, as you can imagine in front of the camera. Mega giant steel armor crow appears. The barrage was all messed up, and I was speechless as I stared at the giant thing in the sky. Certainly. After the steel-armored crow grew bigger, although its appearance changed, it was not beyond recognition. It's just that it's too huge. It has become so big that it has exceeded human imagination. At least, except for mythical beasts. People have never seen a Pokémon grow this big at once. Mega evolution. After reacting, the president of the Evolution Research Association stood up suddenly, opened and closed his mouth, and repeated the action several times. My mind is full of questions. It stands to reason that Mega Evolution is their research direction and topic, but even so, they have never seen any Pokémon become so big after Mega Evolution. Even if the body size increases, it will be controlled within a certain range at most. It's so unusual now. What exactly is the Zhang family hiding? He frowned. Alliance conference room. The Zhang family's trump card seems to be getting more and more mature. The senior executive narrowed his eyes slightly and looked thoughtful. Several elites said nothing, but they had their own thoughts in their hearts, and their eyes kept turning. Some people's minds became active and they even wanted to go to Zhang's house to explore immediately. After all, everyone can see it. If you master the power of such evolution, trainer's strength will be qualitatively changed. Leapfrogging battles are no longer imaginary. The purest ones are scholars. If the timing is not right, they are all ready to take a plane or flying Pokémon to Yangcheng immediately. Explore emerging evolutionary directions. Even Seal, who was absent-minded and casually turned on the live broadcast, was stunned. The next second, he quickly picked up the special electronic screen. reported the situation to the leader of the Shadow Organization. It's over now. It seems that the loser will be Li Shen, and the undefeated record will be broken. Zhang Yuanli is really scheming. To cause the steel-armored crow to change at this time is to rely on his own strength to reverse the situation of the battle and turn defeat into victory. This is stepping on godly to ascend to the throne. Haven't you heard a sentence? Only the winner has the right to discuss the ending. People finally calmed down. I started to pay attention to the situation on the field. As soon as I saw it, I immediately realized that something was wrong. Li Yu's previous advantages gone in an instant. Many fans looked over worriedly and found that his face was still expressionless, with no trace of emotion visible. And the reason why Li Yu is so calm, also because he understands the concept of Mega before anyone else. The so-called knowing yourself and the enemy. In the original novel, Mega comes from the Galar region. And the source is Wuji Na, and the source is Wuji Na. Earl Dervish accidentally leaked his energy after a great battle and became a Dynamax phenomenon. Generally speaking, Dynamaxing is a phenomenon that only occurs in specific places, and all Pokémon can be Dynamaxed. Gigantomorphosis can only occur for certain individuals. The difference between Gigantamax and Gigantamax is that Gigantamax cannot have Gigantamax moves, and Mega Pokémon can. Perhaps the Zhang family has obtained some treasures or secret realms related to Wujitai, but soon, Li Yu had no time to think too much, because Zhang Yuanli took action. The huge steel-armored crow flapped its wings and flew up. A strong sense of oppression suddenly arises. Gengar is extremely fast. Under Li Yu's telepathic command, his body transformed into mist normal and dissipated in place. But others are not so lucky. Dual Wingbeat is like a giant sword made of pure steel, shining brightly against the light. Just take a look. It seems that everyone is stung by the cold light again. Machamp's huge muscles were unable to withstand Steel Wing's attack, and he tried to grab a support column at the edge of the ring. But it turned out to be, the pillar was severely cut in the middle, and rubble fell to the ground. Machamp's scars were buried in the rocks. Sceptile is even worse. He didn't even make a sound from the beginning to the end, and was directly hit by the steel-armored crow and lost the ability to fight. Just 1 minute. Li Yu's team immediately became fragmented. He gestured. When the other 4 teammates saw it, their hearts tightened. Especially Xiao Ai. He took a few steps forward and called out urgently, "Brotherly, you." She hasn't finished speaking yet. Li Yu turned his head and stopped him softly. "Don't worry, you are not allowed to participate in a battle of this level. I will handle the next matter well." But this time, Pu Xing was also anxious. This is a giant mutant steel-armored crow. The move just now took away 2 Pokémon on their side. Can Gengar cope? The size difference between them is as big as heaven and earth. But Brotherly is right. This kind of battle is indeed not something they can participate in. It's not just them. On the other side, except for Zhang Yuanli, the other 4 people also retreated to the rear, and the captain Jian Huai became a decoration. The team fight between the 2 teams was inexplicable. Start here. It became 1v1. Mega Whirlwind sweeps across. Crow. Under Zhang Yuanli's order, the super giant moves were used mercilessly. The steel-armored crow let out a loud roar, and its huge body began to swoop down. Its wings spread out, and the surrounding wind seemed to be controlled by normal. The obedient ones gathered. A giant silver twister formed in the blink of an eye, like a dragon normal rushing towards Gengar. Boom. Instantly. The terrifying wind force shattered the layers of the venue, the ground rock was torn apart, and the venue fell apart in an instant. And in the chaos, the giant wings of the steel-armored crow covered the sky, and the sky completely darkened. Gengar is about to be swept in. Li Yu said nothing. Simply press the Pokeball button and Gengar is taken back. Gengar is likely to be injured if he continues to fight forcefully. He tested it with probing. The combat power of Mega's giant steel-armored crow has reached around 5,000, which is comparable to that of a mythical beast. Gengar will have a hard time dealing with it. And his move showed a fact. Li Shen gave up. No way, how is that possible? Have you forgotten? This is the best of 3 finals. Li Shen must want to change to another Pokémon. I see, is it the shaman from before? If it were a mythical beast, then this game would be even more exciting. The audience was a little disappointed at first, but the analysis comes later. Someone pointed out the rules of the competition, and everyone remembered that the final was actually a best of 3 game. It's just a series of Dark Void and Mega. Let them almost forget this fact. Shaman has been recognized by the Dragon Kingdom Divine Beast Association, and it is said that he will be officially listed on the list after the competition. The audience naturally thought that Li Yu would send Shaman. Even Zhang Yuanli thinks so. The smile on his lips faded, and his mind tightened slightly. Mega's giant steel-armored crow is comparable to a mythical beast, but if Li Yu really sends out that Shaman, he can't guarantee that he will win. However, the combat strength shown by the other party before seemed not as good as Mega's steel-armored crow. Think of this. Zhang Yuanli, whose heart had just lifted up, dropped back again. As for Li Yu sending out other Pokémon, Zhang Yuanli was not afraid. In addition to the mythical beasts, Mega's giant steel-armored crow can crush even quasi-gods. This has been tested within the family. And the possibility of Li Yu sending another mythical beast. Zhang Yuanli never thought about it. Do you really think the mythical beast is Chinese cabbage? Can you pick it up casually? It's just nonsense. Zhang Yuanli has been trained since he was a child, and his goal is to make a splash in the world ranking competition starting from this national competition. Let the Zhang family become famous completely. So, he will reveal his trump card at the last moment. In fact, according to the original idea, Zhang Yuanli even wanted to make the Steel Armor Crow Mega in the world ranking competition, but Li Yu suddenly appeared and ruined his plan. The situation just now, if he doesn't come up with his trump card, he may really be wiped out by Li Yu, but the reality is, it seems that the situation developed out of control along the way. At this moment, when Li Yu's undefeated record seemed to have been shattered, his eyes remained indifferent. He just took out a pitch-black sphere. Dark ball. The narrator doesn't know why. Say it in one word. Audiences who didn't understand it immediately knew what it was. Li Shen is planning to send another ghost or evil Pokémon. At the same time as this barrage was issued, the dusk ball in Li Yu's hand flashes with light. The next second, a dazzling light blooms. Countless people are waiting with bated breath. But the strange thing is, after the light dissipates, no one saw a single Pokémon appear? Huh? Are you kidding me? Zhang Yuanli frowned and glanced at Li Yu with unkind eyes. The audience and the barrage were also confused. Everyone is confused. What's up? Is it because my old eyesight is blurry? Why is there nothing? Everyone looked around. I quickly looked through the scene and found nothing. Backstage. Confusion flashed in the eyes of the chairman of the organizing committee. Li Yu shouldn't. He is not the kind of person who makes fun of others. That's right, and no one would joke at a time like this. He's not a fool. The vice chairman also echoed. How about sending someone to ask? Good. Several people knocked on the table to decide. Just got up. The noisy sound in the live broadcast room suddenly disappeared, but the picture was obviously still the same as before. But everyone watching the live broadcast, it was as if he had been bewitched by normal. His body began to feel cold, and he was eroded from bottom to top by an inexplicable chill. For a moment, it seemed as if I had fallen into an endless hell. Inside the venue, an indescribable fear, like an atomic bomb, exploded in everyone's mind. An indescribable fear, like an atomic bomb, exploded in everyone's mind. This feeling comes so suddenly, but it makes people unable to resist. It's like standing in front of a huge thing. Commentary in the live broadcast room. Except for Suluoluo, everyone else had begun to fall into a trance. And her eyes widened, looking at the shadow under the light in the center of the venue, her voice trembling slightly. Then, what is that? Her voice carried through the microphone. Suddenly, bring some people back to smelling salts. Everyone looked in the direction he said and their pupils shrank. The original shadow in the shape of the light suddenly began to change, and a shadowy Pokémon gradually emerged. The weird thing is, due to the darkness under the lamp, everyone could not clearly see his appearance. But at this moment, they seemed to be choked by fate. Normal, their throats were tight, and the veins in their necks popped out. Everyone was stunned. It was as if he had become mute and lost the ability to speak. Available at the same time, the atmosphere of the entire venue became increasingly weird. Originally, the explanation could adjust the atmosphere a little bit, but the moment the shadow appeared, a strange laugh came out that was far more weird than Gengar's. Suddenly far and suddenly near. It makes it difficult to determine the specific location. But the scariest thing is, it's like whispering in the ear again, like the devil curse. Countless people were so frightened that they screamed and looked around in confusion. But there was nothing. Nothing could be seen except the shadow in the center of the venue. It's obviously a big final. But this moment, they all felt like they had mistakenly entered the scene of a horror movie. And as the shadow appeared higher and higher, this idea seemed to come true. White smog surges like the sea. It's Mew's scene, but it just makes people feel chilly. Zhang Yuanli's face was ashen. If he hadn't realized something was wrong by this time, he would be too ashamed of his status as the heir. Have to say, he panicked. Such momentum, such influence. It must be a mythical beast? When I think about this fact. His voice became hoarse for some unknown reason. In the end, just 2 words poured out. Not all is said yet. Seeing that the shadow finally revealed part of its face, it looked like it had climbed up from hell, both in terms of momentum and appearance. Smog surges endlessly and condenses on the top of the head, like a crown, indicating ominousness and nightmare. The blue eyes are not as tolerant as the surface of the sea, but more like the mysterious and undetectable part of the seabed that you can't help but fall into. From a distance, it looks like it is wearing a black cloak. The weird thing is, no matter how hard everyone stared, they couldn't see that face clearly. Even, everyone sees it differently. After seeing its appearance, a female trainer in Ji Enhui's team suddenly screamed and her face turned pale. His arms and legs were flailing uncontrollably, as if he had lost his mind and gone crazy. Because she suddenly saw someone she never wanted to see again, a trainer who was trying to kill her in a secret realm? The situation of girls is not unique. At the same time, countless people in the venue screamed in terror. They seemed to have seen the most terrifying thing in their lives and fell into a nightmare. He looked confused and in a trance. For a moment I couldn't tell where I was. And this affects not only the scene, but also the audience in front of the screen. It's just a matter of comparison. It will be slightly milder. They realize that what they see is just an illusion, but they are trapped in it and cannot extricate themselves. There was no way out. Alliance conference room. When the shadow in the live broadcast room emerged, all elites couldn't help but stand up at that moment. The vice president even had goosebumps all over his body. He turned his head, his eyes full of panic. Why did I see Nyala who attacked me when I was a child? Is it an illusion? What I saw was an arbor snake. An elite spoke. There was a purple mark on his neck, and it can still be seen clearly that it was a bite mark. There were many people present who knew about it. So he opened his mouth. Everyone knew it clearly. Because this elite has an unknown hobby, that is, rival must not be an Arbok or an Arbok. Otherwise, he would rather forfeit than play. Certainly. Some people just shook their heads heavily, as if they had recalled bad scenes, their expressions were ugly, and they were unwilling to open their mouths. The same scene happened across the country. Now, no matter whether they are in a high position or not, no matter what their status is, whenever they see the live broadcast, everyone's reaction will be trembling in unison. Everyone seems to be recalling the nightmare they had. Through the lens. This feeling is just a flashback of memory. But the scene was not so lucky. Yangcheng Guild Hall. It only took a few seconds to go from holding my head and sobbing to being on the verge of collapse and bursting into tears. Being rival, Zhang Yuanli and Steel Armor Crow were even more miserable. The steel-armored crow was seen fluttering its wings unconsciously, as if trying to escape from here. Zhang Yuanli was shaking like chaff, and his face was as white as paper. It seems like you can push it out at any time. The sound of crying came from all directions, and it seemed that the situation was becoming uncontrollable. A cold voice suddenly came to everyone's mind. All right, Buzz. As soon as this voice came out, everyone who fell into hell was suddenly pulled back. The audience looked around in confusion and found that they were still in the venue. Their eyes were confused. Wait a few seconds before smelling salts will be restored. First reaction. He looked sharply at the shadows in the field, his eyes extremely shocked. After Darkrai lifted the nightmare effect when he appeared, the various looks in people's eyes faded away. Only then did everyone see his true face. Instantly. The venue was like water boiling on a fire, overflowing and boiling, with water splashing everywhere. Awesome. Just, was it all done? Damn, what kind of Pokémon is this? Could it be another mythical beast? Anyway, I haven't seen it before, and I must not be the only one who had the hallucination just now, right? Is this a power that ordinary Pokémon can have? Yes, we have tens of thousands of people at the scene. The audience at this time did not know yet. They are not the only ones who are delusional. But the tens of millions of people watching the live broadcast? Even if it's just a flashback, it's enough to be unforgettable. After all, that's everyone's nightmare? The barrage is even more crazy. Everyone is looking for answers, asking what others have seen. As a result, the only thing they had in common was that the shadows in their hearts reappeared. The more people talked, the more frightened they became. Regardless of whether this mysterious Pokémon is a mythical beast or not, what exactly is it? Everyone became extremely cautious about it. The narrator's voice dropped when he spoke. Extremely frightened. Among the people present, only Liu was speechless looking at Darkrai's high and middle figure. This guy. He shook his head helplessly. Hearing Darkrai burst into laughter, the audience was as frightened as they were frightened again when they heard the laughter. Darkrai seems to be satisfied with his deterrence. Its ghost claws were raised high, and the devil normal said, "Tremble, human." Its ghost claws were raised high, and the devil normal said, "Tremble, human." Hear the words. Liu had the urge to cover her face for the first time, to prevent the audience from reacting. He hurriedly said, "Darkrai, use Dark Void on the Steel Armor Crow." It's not that he is anxious to win. Mainly, Darkrai's Chuyunyu appearance is okay to fool you at first, but if it continues, its true nature will definitely be exposed. Darkrai heard this. He glanced in his direction as if to say something else. You, a human being, want to command me. But his eyes were disdainful. Darkrai's body is still honest. It thought silently in its heart, this human has given me so many benefits, so I'll reluctantly help him, otherwise I might be beaten to death. Think about it this way. Darkrai was indeed much happier. The attacks were even more ruthless. It is necessary to release all the emotions accumulated in Mewtwo and Lugia during this period. Let me show you what the real Dark Void is. The words fell. Darkrai, who was originally wearing a cloak at the same time, blinked and formed a void on his side, an empty void without darkness. Can swallow everything. The whole process doesn't take a second. Compared to Gengar, what Darkrai created is a real black hole in space. A huge suction force emerges from it. It makes one unable to think of any resistance. When the giant steel-armored crow saw this scene, the whole bird was about to lose its soul and wanted to run away. But it found out in despair. I don't know why, but I can't move at all. No, it moved. But it was moving in the direction of the mysterious shadow, and it looked like it was being sucked into it voluntarily, without even a hint of struggle in the whole process. The audience was dumbfounded. As the steel-armored crow gets bigger, will his IQ decrease? How can he get into the trap by himself? Damn it, I've never been out since I had skin bumps. I want to go home. It turns out that the Dark Void skill comes from this Pokémon. This is too scary. Amidst the discussion of Friar Normal, everyone watched helplessly as the huge body of the steel-armored crow was dragged. Move step by step to the Dark Void. There were long scratches on the ground. Several feet deep, the steel-armored crow was completely helpless. It was hard to imagine how it could make such an expression with a bird face. But the audience who saw it, including Zhang Yuanli, had no doubts about his judgment. Zhang Yuanli arrived at this moment. He didn't even care about the steel-armored crow. This is a mega Pokemon that was cultivated by their family. Instead, he panicked and tried to escape. He kept running outside, reached the outermost side, but he was stopped by security personnel. I don't want to stay here, I don't want to. He didn't know what kind of nightmare he had just seen. His contest condition still hadn't been adjusted back, and he kept mumbling something. The whole person looked like he was possessed by an evil spirit. Crazy. There seemed to be no other idea except to flee the scene. Liu ignored him. Anyway, his mission is to sign in the steel-armored crow, and the rest is not important to him. Darkrai, be gentle. Seeing that the head of the steel-armored crow was half submerged in the dark void, Liu whispered. Afraid of an accident, he tore the steel-armored crow to pieces. It might affect the designated check-in task. Who knows? When Darkrai heard this, Shenwu's inky eyes rolled up, but the ghost claws that were only an inch away from the steel-armored crow retracted. Didn't move on the side. Let the dark void erode you inch by inch, until thoroughly inhaled. Maybe it was meant to torture, or maybe it was meant to shock. This process is deliberately slowed down. What could have been solved in 1 second was suddenly extended to 1 minute. In this minute, the entire venue went from noisy at first to silence. Countless people Hideki dare not come out. Just watch with your eyes wide open. Finally, after the 14-meter-long steel-armored crow was completely swallowed up, Dark Void also disappeared instantly, being lightly touched by Darkrai. The traces are eliminated. The steel-armored crow seemed to have never existed. Immediately afterwards, Liu left the venue with it. Extremely fast movements. Before anyone could react, one person and one Pokemon disappeared. Until a few seconds later, the screams and shouts that overturned the venue came from behind. Hear a deafening explosion sound behind you. The corners of Liu's mouth were slightly hooked. Seeing that there were no people or monitors around, he jumped directly into the virtual space. And the space at this time, it has become more crowded and cramped, because there was an unconscious steel-armored crow in the middle. There were no scars on it, but the soul has been pulled into the nightmare. Can never smelling salts. Liu turned his head and looked at Darkrai. Is this too gentle? Darkrai stared back innocently. What are you talking about? I don't know. You guy. Liu laughed angrily. I don't know who he learned it from, but in the realm of the underworld, Darkrai still looks like the dignity of a divine beast is inviolable. Now I don't know when I became shameless, but it does know what's appropriate. Darkrai is the god of nightmares after all, so it's really good to be able to control him to this level. Liu didn't blame him either. His hand slowly touched the giant steel-armored crow. At the same time, the countdown begins. Drop. It is detected that the host is signing into the mega giant steel armor crow. Please continue to keep touching. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, 27 seconds, 28 seconds, 30 seconds. Congratulations to the host for completing the designated sign-in. Check-in at the 5-star location was successful. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward, a giant wristband. Dynamax wristband contains a wishing star. After wearing this wristband, you can smoothly use the power of Dynamax and have the ultimate move. Note, the more integrated union wishing stars there are, the wider the range of energy points that can be used by using the Gigantamax wristband. All Pokemon within the range can be Gigantamaxed, and some Pokemon can even be Gigantamaxed. Gigantic wristband. Liu's eyes widened. This is exactly what he needs very much right now. Not to mention, this giant wristband is different from the original game. It is completely a super enhanced version. It's not just as simple as making it bigger. Most importantly, it also allows Pokemon to have extremely powerful moves. Not to mention, this giant wristband itself comes with a wishing star. After all, one of the functions of the Dynamax wristband is to allow Pokemon to use this energy correctly. Liu previously collected the wishing stars and placed them next to Gengar. Just make it bigger. Now that you have the props, you can completely input the energy of a few wishing stars into Gengar and try to achieve Dynamax. And he did not ignore the annotation. The statement that all Pokemon within range can be maximized obviously caught his attention. The current Dynamax wristband may only be able to transform one Pokemon. Can be used over time. He collects more and more wishing stars. Maybe one day, it literally dynamizes all Pokemon. Bring out a giant Pokemon team? Don't be too cool. No wonder it's a 5-star sign. It's really unusual. No wonder it's a 5-star sign. It's really unusual. To be honest, when Liu saw that the 5-star check-in was just a giant wristband, he didn't understand it at first, but now he is satisfied. Dynamax bands aren't limited to just one Pokemon. Upgrade later. The scope of influence is getting wider and wider. It's not just Gengar who benefits. Brush. Black and white lights flashed together. The next second, a wristband-shaped prop gradually solidified in the palm of my hand. It had a white background and red and blue edges. But the most important key is the black device with a wishing star in the middle, because this huge wristband itself comes with a wishing star. Now in the black device, there is a small piece of wishing star meteorite embedded in it. It is not big but is all shiny and smooth. There is no difference from what Liu got before. Gengar, come here. As soon as Liu waved, Gengar floated over with a whoosh. Eyes looked at him expectantly. There seems to be a premonition. He smiled, and his spiritual power surged out of his body, extending a line straight towards Gengar. Gengar saw this and closed his eyes. Immediately afterwards, the previously synthesized large piece of wishing star fragments were drawn out of its body by mental power and quietly suspended in midair. Hey, new wishing star fragments have been detected, do they need to be synthesized? Synthesize it. Liu finished. The large purple meteorite suddenly fell into the small fragments embedded in Black's device. Then under Liu's sight, slowly integrated union. In the shimmering purple fluorescence, they are completely integrated. Wait for the light to dissipate. The wishing star fragments already occupy half of Black's device. At this time, the introduction of the extremely giant wristband also changed. Gigantamax wristband, containing one half of the wishing star, there is a 50% chance that the Dynamax energy in the wristband will be drawn out, allowing the Pokémon to complete Dynamax or Gigantamax. 50%? It's not low. Liu nodded. This shows that when Gengar fights, the probability of gigantism is half, not 100%. But he wasn't depressed either. Gengar's talent is outstanding, and this probability can be increased. Moreover, the 1/2 chance is not low, which means that in almost every 2 battles, there is a huge possibility. He just needs to find out this pattern. In the game, can be used reasonably. For now, the concept of Dynamax has not yet been systematically formed, and like Z moves, it belongs to a blank field. Trainer hasn't even heard of it much. Scholars do know, but they have yet to successfully study how to fully realize the ultimate in Gigantamax. A family background like the Zhang families, or a chance encounter, is rare, and once it appears, it will definitely arouse people's pursuit. This is a method of increase that is not weaker than Mega Evolution. When necessary, it can definitely be used as a trump card. Let's try it first. Gengar, try to mobilize the energy in your body and introduce the wristband. Hearing this, Gengar nodded hurriedly. It has been waiting nearby for a long time. Darkrai crossed his arms in front of him and looked at it condescendingly. He turned his head to the side with disdain, but glanced at it from the corner of his eye from time to time. The curiosity in his eyes could not be concealed at all. Both are mythical beasts. Lugia was much more honest than him, and she suddenly flew over with a flash of her big palm. Gengar's eyes flashed. Next moment. At the moment when its energy surges, the purple wishing star in the wristband shines with dazzling light and melts together instantly. Sudden. Another dark red light point flew out, also mixed with the first two. Liu took a closer look. Gular particles. At the moment when the 3 colors met, Gengar's mouth suddenly opened wide, and all 3 energies were swallowed by it in the blink of an eye. Belch. Gengar eats normally. Her belly had swelled 3 times its original size, and the satisfied expression on her face had not yet faded. I saw it swaying. A buzzing sound. The volume of Gengar expands rapidly, like blowing air balloon normal, getting bigger and bigger. Darkrai was confused. I didn't know when my arms were lowered. Even Mewtwo, who was indifferent in the distance, turned his head, stared slightly and raised his head. At this time, Gengar was already 5 meters tall. But the expansion continues. Dark clouds slowly gathered on the horizon, seeming to be adding to the dynamism of Gengar, adding a bit of weirdness. The sky is getting dark. Gee. Gengar was pleasantly surprised by his change and laughed happily. But about 10 meters. Its body was like a fully blown air balloon, and its expansion trend suddenly stopped. Gah. The strange laughter stopped suddenly. Gengar suddenly felt uncomfortable as if he had eaten half of his food and was forced to vomit it out. Even Liu didn't expect it. His eyebrows were raised high. Stop. It shouldn't be. Since Gengar's Dynamax did not fail, that means it is half the success. That being the case, how could it stop after reaching 10 meters? Logically speaking, the Gigantamaxed Gengar is at least 20 meters tall, far bigger than the steel-armored crow. But at this time, Gengar has not only grown bigger, but also has a more unique appearance. Its mouth has become extremely huge, and it can swallow anything at a glance. The lower body is looming. There are some differences from the completely Gigantamaxed Gengar, but not very obvious. Liu looked at it, somewhat confused. Simply use the exploration technique directly. Pokémon, Gengar, Semi-Gigantamax. Qualifications, unknown. Level 50. Ability 1, Body of Curse. When a Pokémon with this ability is attacked, there is a 30% chance of causing the target to fall into disable contest condition. Ability 2, Nightmare. The powerful sense of bewitchment causes the enemy to enter the comatose stage. The effect continues to reduce physical strength, and loses combat effectiveness while sleeping. Attribute, Ghost, Poison, Evil, 20%. New skill, G-Max Terror, exclusive ghost-type move, which will step on rival's shadow, preventing it from attacking the target, causing damage, and making it impossible to escape. Semi-Gigantamax. Looking at these 5 words, Liu suddenly realized. It seems that the Gigantamax wristband has a 50% chance of becoming Semi-Gigantamax even if it fails. If it succeeds, it is a complete Gigantamax. In this way, even if you fail, the increase in energy and physical strength cannot be ignored. Even if a Gigantamaxed Pokémon does not have a Mega Evolution, it will be fully improved, but its advantages in physical strength and endurance are unparalleled. Not to mention, due to the special nature of the extremely large wristband, even the Semi-Gigantamax Gengar has his own Gigantamax move. Thus, you can easily lock on rival. Without saying a word, Liu directly started special training for the Semi-Gigantamax Gengar. Inside the venue, Liu's exit was unexpected. but it seemed so natural to him. Until Liu left. The overwhelming roaring and shouting suddenly erupted like a torrent of normal. Holy shit, what kind of Pokemon is that? I don't even believe it's not a mythical beast. The steel-armored crow was taken away like this, can he still survive? It was so scary. For a moment, I thought I was in hell. Mom, I saw the devil. The reaction was mixed. But they basically have one thing in common, a sharp surge of adrenaline. But they basically have one thing in common, a sharp surge of adrenaline. A combination of terror and excitement. Make countless people excited. His face and neck were red with excitement, and Celestic Darkrai's name kept echoing in the venue. No doubt. Darkrai, on fire? Shocking appearance, mysterious appearance, and unique temperament. The most important is its spontaneous aura, fear. Although people are afraid of scary things, curiosity often prompts them to get closer to scary things. The appearance of Darkrai completely satisfied people's imagination of horror. Powerful, mysterious, fearful. These words are the first impression of Darkrai, even if you don't know anything about it. Even though it's been out for less than 2 minutes. But the shock brought by Darkrai could not be relieved for a long time. The referee even forgot to announce the result. The outcome of the game doesn't seem to matter at this moment. Everyone just wants to know one thing. What is the origin of that Pokemon? Is it a mythical beast like Shaman? Zhang Yuanli after Darkrai left. He had just emerged from the crazy contest condition, but his expression was sluggish. After hearing the disappearance of the steel-armored crow, he was completely on the verge of collapse. He fell to the ground and burst into tears. The staff looked at each other. The referee hesitated for a moment. Still, he stepped forward and asked with difficulty, "Contestant Zhang Yuanli, will you still participate in the next competition? The Pokemon are all gone, why don't I participate?" Zhang Yuanli cursed in despair, crying so hard that his nose came out. But no one sympathized. Victory and defeat are the most common on the playing field. Moreover, he also had a hand in reserve. Liu was the one who used that Pokemon, wasn't he? Look at his attitude. The referee did not continue to ask questions and left directly. He is reporting the situation to the organizing committee. I saw 4 players walking around. The leader is Jianhui. The referee stopped, and the vice president turned to look at a few people with a gentle look on his face. What's the matter? The 4 people on Jianhui's side looked at each other. He lowered his head heavily and said in a voice that seemed to come from his throat, "We voluntarily admit defeat." Admit defeat. The vice president was stunned. But there weren't many surprises in my heart. In Zhang Yuanli's situation, it is obvious that he will not be able to participate in the following games. And if one person is missing from the team battle, the impact on the outcome will be fatal. Not to mention, originally, they couldn't defeat Liu. Zhang Yuanli gave the game a chance to turn around, but in the end it proved to be a complete defeat. Without Zhang Yuanli, the combat power of the 4 people will be equal to that of the 4 opponents. Seeing Salamins is slightly better. This is still the case if Liu does not participate. After discussion, the 4 decided to preserve their strength. After all, everyone's goal is the final world ranking match. Since they have all been selected, there is no need to waste their cards. Their reasons are well thought out. After thinking about it, the organizing committee quickly agreed. There is no doubt that the MVP of the melee is Liu, both in terms of personal strength and team coordination. He deserves it all. The championship is well deserved, and no one has the slightest doubt. The other members of the team are also ranked from 2 to 5 based on their overall performance. Jianhui and others are naturally between 6 and 10. Official ranking announced. Major media and marketing accounts moved very quickly to keep up. The defending champion finally comes true. Example of the myths created by the godly, the mythical beast Shaman, Darkrai who descended from the devil, will he still perform miracles again? The world ranking will be disrupted, and godly will return. The re-emergence of the ranked war dragon kingdom. The title is exaggerated no matter how exaggerated it is. Passers-by in the comment area even praised Liu for his life. It seems that he is the last hope of the dragon kingdom. The only sustenance. Rainbow farts are everywhere. Liu said that there is nothing in heaven or on earth. In short, 2 mythical beasts one after another made everyone fall in love with Liu, especially children. I admire him beyond measure. A blogger recorded a video of his child and posted it online. I want to be like Li Shen in the future. When a child says this, eyes sparkling, overflowing with hope and longing, just watching, people unconsciously soften their hearts and think back to their childhood dreams. Liu has truly become a representative of the younger generation. There are all praises online. If someone says something bad about Liu, a bunch of people will rush forward to criticize him. It can be said that he is truly in the limelight. In contrast, others are like fluorite, dimmed under the bright moon of Lucas. In the past, the top 10 will be discussed, but this time, all the hot spots are focused on Liu. Even Zhang Yuanli's giant steel-armored crow only appeared in a few words. It was quickly ignored. Shen Fei was sitting in the hotel, and the scene where Darkrai appeared was replayed repeatedly on the screen, and his eyes were already bloodshot. He didn't expect that. Liu actually has this skill. The moment Darkrai appeared, he broke out in cold sweat. He just felt an overwhelming sense of terror swallowing him up like a tsunami from 100 meters away. This was something he had never felt before. It was as if the other party was some kind of terrifying Pokemon that was hard to describe and couldn't be looked at directly. It existed far above itself. Especially those Qianwood eyes. Take a quick glance. Salation is like a strong man overlooking ants, but it makes people unable to resist at all. Shen Fei hesitated. What he wants is a crushing victory, instead of fighting hard and fighting to the death to win. After all, the class gap between the two is too far. If he really works hard, even if he wins, it will be ugly. The audience will not praise him, but will think that he is careless. Even an exhibition match has to compete. The persona that was erected before that. Then everything was destroyed. No. Shen Fei swallowed and stood up abruptly. He changed his mind. You must not choose Li Yu, otherwise your plan may be ruined and your reputation will plummet. Shen Fei directly opened the address book, found the organizing committee's phone number, and dialed it. Champion Shen. I want to make a substitution for the exhibition match. Aren't you kidding? We announced it. Hearing this, the vice president, who was still smiling, immediately became anxious. Anyone except Li Yu is fine, otherwise I won't participate in this exhibition match. You can look for whoever you like. Shen Fei spoke without politeness. More specifically, it's Yi's command. This is his confidence as a champion trainer. As expected, the vice president was silent for a few seconds, and finally replied with difficulty, I will fight for. Not finished yet. Shen Fei directly pressed the electronic screen. Do-do-do. The sound of disconnection came from my ears. The vice president had a bitter look on his face, grabbing his hair that was about to go bald, and said angrily, What's so great? Don't think I don't know that you are scared. A champion trainer doesn't dare to compete with an elite trainer, nor is he afraid to tell it. Shame on you. Bah, the guy who bullies the weak and fears the strong. The vice president cursed. But the immediate problem still needs to be solved. He could only bite the bullet and go to the chairman's conference room to report. He could only bite the bullet and go to the chairman's conference room to report. The next day, since the trophy presentation and exhibition match are held on the same day, the awards will be given the day after the finals. Today is the announcement of the award process. But the strange thing is, by 8 o'clock in the evening, there was still no movement from the organizing committee, as if they were dead. Netizens are tired of waiting. At this time, an official announcement was made. Shen Fei trainer made a request for a substitution. He believed that the level difference between the two was too big, so he requested to substitute a player who was at least the gym leader level. After consultation and consent, our current eligible players are as follows. Jian Hui, Pu Xing, Li Ai. The person with the highest number of votes will be selected. The deadline is 12 p.m. today. Have to say, as soon as this announcement came out, all netizens immediately exploded. The comments section was abuzz. What? Brother Fei wants to change someone. This official is really straightforward and what he says is too clear. He doesn't know how to modify it. I feel embarrassed for Champion Shen across the screen. It's okay. He didn't make this request himself? It sounds grand. Who doesn't know that Li Shen is the strongest? Upstairs, are you saying that Champion Shen is afraid? Ha ha ha, I didn't say, doghead, dot. At first, I was still a passerby who was teasing and speechless. But after someone said that Shen Fei was scared, his fans all appeared out of nowhere. It seemed like it had been planned for a long time. Brother Fei is afraid of an elite trainer? The person who said this is not afraid of laughing out loud. The champion of the national competition really thinks he is invincible? There were so many people bragging about it yesterday, I felt like someone bought it. Haha, if you take Brother Fei away and don't make a date, be careful of being touched by someone. Look at your level in everything. Is Li Yu's status comparable to Brother Fei? What a joke. It's so obvious that you're overstepping your rank. The popularity is too obvious. Is a certain trainer named L going crazy? Have to say, the power of 3 people becoming a tiger is indeed great. The passers-by who were scornful at first gradually became confused after seeing so many brainwashing words. Not only did they have one question left in their minds. Is Li Yu really a fan? The comment section was occupied by Shen Fei fans and the unsightly comments section made the trio furious. Jian Hui punched the table with a bang. It's this guy again. Pu Xing had a gloomy face. A person like this can also be a champion, haha. Wen Yuan and Xiao Ai's eyes were red, and Xiao Ai's voice was choked with sobs. Brotherly, how could they say that to you? Li Yu flicked the electronic screen. Those eyes came into his sight word for word. His expression remained unchanged. But if you look closely, you can see a dark flash in his eyes. The index finger also taps the screen from time to time. Everyone familiar with it knows. This is Li Yu's signature move when he is angry. Jian Huipa and Xing trembled at the same time. They looked at each other deeply and understood that someone was going to be in trouble. Shen Fei threw the electronic screen onto the sofa and sneered. These old guys have learned to play tricks on me. Seal echoed with a smile. It's okay. They won't be able to dance for much longer. After tomorrow, the younger generation will be destroyed. And we will be the leaders of the new era. Seal said impassionedly. The last sentence. He even stood up excitedly. He didn't even notice Shen Fei's disdainful expression behind him. The two then continued to discuss the details of tomorrow, trying to make sure nothing went wrong. But at this moment, an emergency call interrupted the two of them. If you fart quickly, let it go. Charles picked up impatiently, and after hearing what the other person said, he froze on the spot. Shen Fei saw this. An ominous premonition arose in my heart. Until I hang up the phone. He still lowered his head and remained silent for a long time. Shen Fei frowned tightly. Liu launched a life and death challenge. The 4 words Charles said were extremely dry, as if they were popping out of his throat. After Shen Fei heard it, the whole person froze. Is he crazy? After a while, he spat out a few words with difficulty. His expression was indescribably anxious. Like a volcano about to erupt, it's about to explode at the first push. Seal took advantage of him not noticing. Sneak away quickly. Things suddenly became so big that even he couldn't control the next development. What happens next? It depends on fate. As for the consequences of Shen Fei, never mind his business. Anyway, he just wanted to complete the task assigned by the leader. If the plan failed, he would probably find another opportunity. And Shen Fei was devastated. He didn't even notice that Seal had already fled. Time goes back half an hour. Ding. An email notification has arrived. The chairman of the committee was in a meeting to discuss. Just when he was about to ignore it, he saw that the sender turned out to be Liu. Thinking of the announcement just made, the chairman directly chooses to read. The dotted line rotates in circles for a few seconds. Email is out there for everyone to see. Before they had time to read the content in detail, the title alone made them take a breath of air. It's like being in winter for a moment. A life and death challenge. A member to the chairman's right exclaimed. His face turned pale. There is no one present who doesn't understand what these 4 words mean. This is in Trainer, the most terrifying challenge. As the name suggests, once a challenge is initiated, if the difference between the 2 trainer levels is 3 levels, and the person being challenged must be 3 levels higher than the challenger, you cannot refuse the challenge. As a result, you must fight until one Pokémon is on the verge of death. This kind of challenge, it will cause fatal damage to both the winning side and the losing side, because, even the winner, after this life and death challenge, Pokémon's injuries are irreversible. If you are lucky, you may be able to recover after practicing for a year and a half, but if you are unlucky, it will basically stop there. So, just seeing these 4 words, everyone in the organizing committee was sweating coldly even though it was summer. The chairman of the committee was frightened. Look down. Touching his heart with one hand, he forced himself to look at the content. When he saw that the person challenging was Shen Fei, the chairman's heart suddenly skipped a beat. You are so young and energetic. He sat down in the chair, looking in a daze, not knowing what night it was. His reaction was quite normal. Most of the staff were going crazy. Those who yelled, those who pulled their hair out, those who walked around in circles. Anyway, the scene was extremely chaotic. This is the reaction of the organizing committee. At the same time, one can imagine the situation on Weibo posted under Liu's account. I just saw him posting on Weibo. Netizens thought he responded. After all, Shen Fei's fans are indeed too much, and their mouths are dirty, and this is not the first time. They subconsciously felt that Li Shen would definitely clarify, or publish a lawyer's letter, etc. This isn't the first time this has happened either. Most famous trainers have sued the rumor makers. However, over time, people's trust in lawyers' letters and other things will also decrease. However, over time, people's trust in lawyers' letters and other things will also decrease. Whether it has legal effect is no longer certain. I saw that Li Shen responded. Immediately, someone became angry. Tisk tisk, isn't it another warning letter from a lawyer? That's all. Yeah, what can he do to us? Shen Fei's fans were disdainful and made all sorts of complaints in the group. But that's it. A screenshot is sent. The group suddenly fell silent, as if normal had been banned. And on the screenshot, it turned out to be the content that Liu had just posted on Weibo. The words life and death challenge on it were unknown if the person who took the screenshot was intentional. Specially zoom in. It even emphasizes bolding to ensure that people who see the screenshot will focus on these words for the first time. The fans were all dumbfounded. They even thought they were dazzled. No, it should be said that I hope I am dazzled. After all, how could something like a life and death challenge, which is rare in 10 years, happen like this? Finally, the person who sent the screenshot broke the 10 minutes of silence. This time, it's a big deal. As soon as he spoke, the 400 to 500 people in the group suddenly exploded like a volcano erupting into normal where they were. Damn, what kind of monster is Liu? As for it, it's over. Now we are in big trouble. Who knew he was so perverted? Yeah, which trainer in the past didn't swallow his anger? He was too angry. What should I do, Brother Fei? Fans were completely panicked. They finally realized that they had offended the wrong person this time. Liu is not the previous trainer. Whether it is fame or strength, it must be far higher than the cognitive level. Otherwise, how could Shen Guanjun request for a substitution? Fans are speaking for Shen Fei, but in fact they know in their hearts that Liu's strength is much higher than before. Play against him. Even if you win, there are huge risks. So, they knew what Shen Fei's decision meant. But they never expected that this scolding war would actually lead to a life and death challenge after things got serious. Fans are like headless chickens. Passers-by were also shocked, and the comments on Weibo were mostly filled with exclamation marks and question marks. The term life and death challenge also instantly became a hot search topic. After the initial astonish, Shen Fei quickly took action, hired a large number of Suikun, and guided fans. At first it was all comments from passers-by. As the hot search rankings get higher and higher, a large number of inexplicable whitewashers appear. Liu Taishagang is online. Can't this life and death challenge be withdrawn? Whether it's Shenfei or Liu, they are both pillars of the country. Fighting to the death at this time is extremely detrimental to the Dragon Kingdom. Yes, Liu is too courageous. The champion trainer, who is 4 levels higher than him, dares to challenge him to the death. Will Champion Shen give in or not? Li is so impulsive. Gradually, as these comments grew, public opinion gradually turned towards Liu. In the hearts of the majority of netizens, Liu's behavior went too far this time. Turn a good exhibition match into a life or death challenge. Just because of the fans scolding? Does it worth? People don't understand. I feel that Liu is arrogant and arrogant. The halo of the MVP that he just won the national championship disappeared before he wore it for a long time. No matter what the public's opinion is, how to plead with the organizing committee. From beginning to end, Liu never released any further information about the withdrawal. It was past 12 o'clock at night. Amidst the lamentations of countless people, the matter of life and death challenge has become a foregone conclusion and has been completely settled. The next day, the closing ceremony of the national competition is completed. The awards were officially given. Liu ascended to the championship in a whisper and received the trophy. The organizing committee also announced here that the top 10 players will be selected to participate in the world ranking competition. At the same time, these 10 players will also enter the Diamond Secret Realm that has not yet been disclosed in our country and start trials to prepare for the world ranking competition in 2 months. Diamond Secret Realm. What a big deal this time. It seems that our country is aiming for the championship this time in the world rankings. There was also a commotion in the player area. Everyone is excited. Diamond Secret Realm. At their level, it's not something that can be encountered, it's something that they've never seen before. Only Zhang Yuanli was depressed. He sat there with his head lowered and said nothing. It was like the whole person's energy had been sucked away. At this time, Liu walked up to him and spoke slowly. Zhang Yuanli, do you still want your steel-armored crow? What did you say? Hearing this, Zhang Yuanli jumped up from where he was. Yelled in astonishment. Don't care about other people's strange eyes at all. He was so excited that he wanted to reach out to grab Liu's arm, but under the eyes of the other party, he inexplicably took his hand back. Liu just stared at him without explaining. Under such eyes, Zhang Yuanli gradually regained his senses. He just coughed. Of course I want it. Can you really give it back to me? Liu nodded. In an instant, Zhang Yuanli's dull eyes lit up again. Radiant? I'll pay you back after the competition. Good. Zhang Yuanli was very excited. After Liu trained yesterday, he discovered that Darkrai had not completely eliminated the spirit of Steel Armor Crow, just imprisoning it in a nightmare. Wake up and it will be restored. The steel-armored crow only had a check-in effect on him. Now that he has used it up, considering that Zhang Yuanli also wants to participate in the world ranking competition, he has no intention of staying any longer. It also adds strength to the Dragon Kingdom ranking. After the awards are given, Liu and others need to pick the prizes first. The first 3 followed the chairman to a secret room with a unique iris lock installed on the door. After testing, only 3 people were allowed to enter. As soon as I entered, perhaps because of his improved mental power, Liu saw a bead at a glance. It was very small and as big as a soybean. Under the reflection of light, glittering white light, Liu couldn't help but stepped forward and touched lightly with his index finger. The amazing thing is, he was immediately shocked by the coldness and ice on the beads. Secret Realm Fragments *1, Unknown Mysterious Secret Realm Fragments. After collecting the fragments, you can build a secret realm at any location and obtain resources. Fragments of the Secret Realm. Liu's heart skipped a beat. This was the first time he encountered such props. Sure enough, it is still a national treasure house, and it is not the same concept as the school. While he was sighing, the chairman came over, saw the small bead he was staring at, and explained, this was accidentally obtained by Pokémon Wrong during a mysterious mission. That operation was classified as a first-level secret, so I don't know where it came from. However, this bead seems to contain extremely huge energy, but our laboratory has not detected it yet. I want this. Liu was decisive without any hesitation. The chairman was a little surprised. He nodded and motioned for him to continue choosing. This is the perk of being a champion. After the Secret Realm fragment, he quickly set his sights on another item. Compared to the small beads that have no known use, this piece of gravel has been treated much better, and an isolation and defense layer has even been established to distinguish it. Compared with the small beads that have no known use, this fragment is treated much better, and an isolation and defense layer is even established to distinguish it. Flame plate gravel, 1/3 contains part of the original power of the fire system. The host must be careful when carrying it. Flame plate gravel. This was the second time I met Liu. First, I accidentally picked it up in the Ho-Oh space. No wonder we have to quarantine. Flame plate contains powerful fire power. Even if it is blocked by gravel, unwarranted heat will be exposed in the air, invisibly changing the environment. Do you like it? For some reason, Liu always felt that the chairman seemed very excited. After Liu nodded, the chairman even shouted excitedly, I couldn't wait to call someone to prepare to lift the barrier, and gave him the gravel on the spot. Liu looked at his reaction. He shook his head speechlessly. It can only be said that they don't know that this small piece of gravel can actually change the world. Otherwise, let alone a national champion. It's the World Ranking Championship. It may not be so easy to get it. It was the information gap that he took advantage of. Prizes selected. Liu left the treasure house satisfied. After an hour, the life and death challenge officially begins with countless people looking forward to, panicking, or awe-stricken, compared to the national finals. The live broadcast of the life and death challenge begins. The number of people has soared to hundreds of millions. This is enough to show the power of these 4 words. The commentator has never been so nervous. He had narrated countless large-scale events before, but none of them had the same feeling as now that his heart could jump out of his throat at any time. The audience felt the same way. The game hasn't started yet. Both fists were clenched together. He stared at the 2 people on the field without blinking. The battle is about to begin. This is a life and death showdown for Pokémon. It's also the battle for trainers' future. After this battle, if Liu succeeds in his challenge, a new myth will be created. The winner is Shenfei. His status will be elevated again. This is different from an exhibition match. In a match of this nature, reputation and life are at stake. If Shenfei hadn't been unable to refuse, I will definitely not agree. After all, Li Shen's name has been loudly called recently, but fundamentally speaking, there is still quite a distance between the two. The national base is different. Once the life and death challenge begins, the game will continue until one Pokémon is on the verge of death. Do you both understand the rules? Understood. Shenfei and Liu finished speaking one after another. The referee once again asked Liu to determine whether the challenge should proceed. Knowing exactly what he would say, the hearts of the audience were immediately tightened. Fuck, why am I more nervous than them? Oh my god, from yesterday to now, I feel like I'm still dreaming. Me too. I can't even look at it. Under the spotlight, Shenfei looked at Liu with a sinister look in his eyes, but his expression was pretending to be kind. Liu, you are too young and energetic. This is your last chance. Are you really not going to withdraw your challenge? Brother Fei has such a good temper. Li Shen, withdraw quickly. There is no shame in being defeated by Brother Fei, but they were disappointed. Ha, just pretending. Let's start. Liu sneered, too lazy to look at Shenfei, and turned to the referee. Shenfei's face suddenly darkened, and he could hardly maintain his kindness. Countless people's hearts sank. The Liu fan base was even more wailing. Li Shen really won't change his mind. I'm so worried, with you. The barrage filled the screen, and the white fonts were like clouds of normal, completely covering the screen. Before a life and death battle, no matter which side you support, when the moment really begins, they all felt a heavy pressure coming over them. This kind of battle, which once started, can only end unless one Pokémon is dying, is very cruel to trainers and ordinary people who have never seen blood. Certainly, some people find it exciting. That's the secret explorer. Only they know that the danger of evolution in the secret realm is getting higher and higher, and trainers' adaptability must be improved. This kind of life and death challenge is undoubtedly the best. It allows trainer to adapt to cruel environmental tests as quickly as possible. Wu Yu, known as the king of secret exploration, looked at the young man on the screen with a hint of appreciation in his eyes. This kid can do it. Yeah, I'm optimistic about him too. Another person in the team echoed. A man wearing glasses said in a deep voice, maybe after passing this level, he can really leave his name in history. Live broadcast. Shenfei didn't say much. After the referee gave the order, he gave the referee a hard slap. The next second, a loud bird call suddenly sounded, echoing and soaring in the sky. Countless people raised their heads and saw a red figure of saffron swooping over with a long tail flame. The feathers on its body are like magma structures, flickering, and the whole body is covered with hot flames, instantly putting the entire venue in the place where volcano erupts. The audience's sweat instantly soaked their clothes and dripped down their chins. Moltres is still so strong. This is the strength of a champion. There was a sigh in the barrage. Everyone looked up at the Divine Beast, and their hearts were shocked. If it weren't for Liu's extraordinary performance with Darkrai in the finals, then the audience would have had the most real thoughts at this moment. He must be seeking death. This Pokémon. Compare it to what? The commentator exclaimed, Guanshen's Moltres is as good as ever. Now Liu is in danger. I wonder what Pokémon he will use to deal with it. I guess it's Shaman. Isn't Darkrai delicious? I wonder if there are different levels among the mythical beasts. Damn, I'm actually thinking about which mythical beast to use. This battle has made me drift. Liu heard the discussion in the audience. The corners of his mouth are slightly raised. Along with his smile, the thrown Pokeball shakes violently. Bang! It actually exploded directly from it, shattering into pieces. Instantly, the pool in the venue was a restless and violent rollout, just like boiling water. Normal, no wind makes waves. One level higher than the other, the low reservoir actually rose to 3 or 4 meters. Breakthrough in cognition, the moisture content in the air suddenly increased. The sweat was mixed with condensed water droplets, and it was unclear where it came from. The originally cloudless and sunny sky was suddenly filled with dark clouds. Tens of thousands of people were pressed and unable to breathe. It seemed like just a moment. The world changes color. Click. Boom. There was lightning and thunder, and everyone trembled. The storm seemed to be swallowing up the venue, and it was rampaging here unscrupulously. A dark blue light surged up and down from the clouds, and then a blue-white shadow rushed out. A thick tornado surged from the ground. Raindrops are falling. Suddenly, An extremely powerful momentum swept around, the sea of mist surged in the sky, and a heavy downpour fell in the blink of an eye. Countless people looked up and wiped the rain off their faces. When I saw that huge figure clearly, I suddenly became obsessed. When I saw that huge figure clearly, I suddenly became obsessed. The audience's eyes widened. His eyes went from disbelief to dullness, then to heat, in just a moment. Although Darkrai and Shaman are mythical beasts, their mass base is relatively weak, and the public does not know much about them. But the God of the Sea is different. After the birth of Blue Star, the legend of the God of the Sea has been passed down from ancient times to this day. It can be said, the God of the Sea was even a belief in cities that relied on the sea for their livelihood. Although very few people have seen it, but some people still circulated its images. Therefore, everyone is familiar with Lugia's appearance. At the moment of seeing, I recognized it. But no matter how familiar it is, this moment still feels like a dream. Lugia, God of the Sea. Why does it appear here? It's not just as simple as breaking through the cognition, it simply subverts everyone's imagination. Before that, countless people speculated on how Liu would deal with Shenfei. Nowadays, the most popular Darkrai is known as the God of Nightmares, the slightly mysterious Shaman, including the previous Greninja, Garchomp. But let everyone think it over. I didn't expect that Liu actually had a mythical beast. And it's not just a mythical beast, it's a mega mythical beast. It's actually the God of the Sea. The narrator was shaking all over. He didn't think about it. I can actually see Lugia in my own lifetime? He never thought this day would come to him? Never dreamed of it. The narrator's translation was faithfully displayed on the big screen. His hands were shaking, the veins in his neck were popping out, and his expression was almost convulsing. If it were normal times, it would definitely attract everyone's attention. But at this moment, everyone's reaction will only be stronger. The huge body hovered in the sky, spreading into the invisible black clouds, making everyone feel extremely heavy. That sense of oppression, as if the sky was about to fall at any time. Beijing City. Alliance president stood up suddenly. The elite present, including the champion, were shocked and even horrified. Liu actually conquered Lugia. How can this be? How old is he? It's terrible, what on earth is going on? The reaction of these trainers, who used to be in high positions in the past, was no different from that of ordinary people, and they were even more fearful. Because they know. What does the strength shown by Liu mean? Lugia was born today. It means that the entire world pattern will undergo brand new changes, and this change, it was caused by the 20-year-old youth in front of the screen, after the audience was collectively dumbfounded, finally reacted, exploded. It's a direct shock. The barges on Weibo, major Pokémon forums, and live broadcasts exploded at the same time. Oh my god, is this a damn thing, or a human being? Damn it, I didn't expect to see the God of the Sea one day. Mom, I really saw God. Someone just asked me what to compare with. Now I just compare it with Lugia. Is that enough? Crazy. All crazy. Whether it's live or in front of the live screen. The whole network exploded. The power of the God of the Sea cannot be ignored, and it is not comparable to Moltres. If Pokémon also has its own status, then Lugia's level belongs to the horizon that is still untouchable. Moltres fights him. It's all a matter of taste. Compare it to what? How can this compare? A life and death battle. It turns out that this is Liu's real confidence. Li Shen is awesome. Godly, I would like to be called the strongest king. Believe in godly and gain eternal life. The output of the rainbow fart was as if it was life-threatening, and all the viewers went crazy. The atmosphere at the scene was terrifyingly hot. The organizing committee was completely confused and had no idea that things would progress like this. After smelling salts comes over, the first reaction was ecstasy. For some people, the God of the Sea is not just a Pokémon, but a symbol of a guardian talisman. A blessing? There is still a possibility of justification for just slandering the mythical beast. But if you slander a symbolic beast like the God of the Sea, you could go to jail if you are not careful. This is the status and terrifying aspect of the mega beast. And after Lugia appeared, the number of live broadcasts, which already reached hundreds of millions, has skyrocketed again, reaching the highest peak in the history of live broadcasts. 180 million. Unprecedented. It will be difficult for anyone to come later. If you want to break through this history, it currently seems that only the creator Liu is possible. At the same time, as soon as the hotly searched term "the coming of the sea god" appeared, it ranked first. This is what everyone expected. There is no official platform for any operation. The traffic on countless Pokémon forums is sky-high at this moment, breaking records one after another. Various government departments held emergency meetings. The most excited one was the Divine Beast Research Institute. Their eyes were shining as they looked at the screen. Various ministers once again raised their judgment on Liu's value. They found out. I still underestimated this person. Unimaginable. At the age of 20, what other miracles can he create? The Minister of Defense rolled his eyes. Countless thoughts arose in my mind, all thinking about how to lure this kid over. But he found out. Intimidation. There is Lugia, the God of the Sea, Darkrai, and Shaman. Is he rival? As for inducements, 3 mythical beasts. Even he looked at it with envy. Just think, with such a Pokémon, what else can be used to captivate? Too difficult. The same lamentation also occurred in the Secret Realm Management Department, Water Research Department, Ghost Department, Evil Department. All the department bosses who are ready to make a move. The moment I saw Lugia, the previous thoughts that lured Liu in with threats and force disappeared at the same time. In the venue, suddenly, Lugia's eyes suddenly opened, glowing with a deep blue light. Shen Fei only felt that this glance was directed at him. He was shocked to the spot. He kept raising his head for a long time, and suddenly broke out in cold sweat, feeling like he was falling into an ice cellar. The hair on my body stood on end, and every pore screamed fear. He wouldn't even think of it. Liu can actually have such a heaven-defying wall hanging as the god of the sea? Damn it, this little pussy. Shen Fei was afraid and angry. The whole person is like ice and fire. Using Lugia to engage in a life-and-death battle with him, what is this if not yin? Darkrai is kinder than him? When Lugia first appeared, Shen Fei was enlightened and fully understood that he had fallen into a trap. This is a scam from start to finish. Lure him in and kill him? When everything is doomed, no matter how clearly Shen Fei knows, he can't change the facts. He just understood clearly that everything was hopeless. Shen Fei's face was pale, his whole body was shaking like chaff, and sweat was dripping down layer by layer, mixing with the rain. The clothes were all soaked. The original sinister expression was gone, and he stood in despair under the pouring rain, as if he had been abandoned by the world. His eyes were first filled with despair, and then suddenly filled with a hint of madness, and his whole eyes turned red. He lowered his head. His fingers slowly touched a place. His fingers slowly touched a place. Heaven. Moltres was so frightened that he stepped back 100 meters. The flames on his body became much dimmer invisibly. In front of Lugia's huge body, Moltres, who was originally quite a big body, was suddenly made to look like a fledgling normal. And it's when Lugia appears. He was eroded by its strong sense of oppression, flying in the air and shivering. There is no trace of the divine power just now. On the other hand, Lugia. Liu didn't hesitate at all. This was a life and death battle. Showing up will cost you your life? Lugia, Aeroblast. Upon hearing the order, Lugia's huge wings immediately shook violently, and his eyes glowed with the light of Kian wood. The wind is moving. The cyclone condensed instantly and the air began to twist. That is a powerful trick that only the Mega Divine Beast, Lugia, is qualified to unleash. A powerful energy brewed from the air, soared into the sky, and struck with a bang. On the other hand, the flying stone slab it originally carried suddenly began to shake, and every time it shook, it brought with it a force. It is the power of the original law of flying. Lugia is already a first-level god, and he possesses the power of laws beyond ordinary attributes. Now with the blessing of Flying Slate, it is even more powerful, and the power of its unique trick Aeroblast has been increased to unimaginably terrifying levels. As the Lugia cyclone condenses. Next moment, the hurricane rain in the venue suddenly stopped. Countless turbulence appeared out of thin air in the pool. Immediately afterwards, Moltres felt a strong flow of air flow back from behind him instantly. It was startled and uncertain. Already realized something at this moment. But what makes it panic the most is that Shen Fei has no orders. Moltres was afraid and wanted to escape. But it was a shocking discovery. His movements were restricted by an inexplicable force. The space is completely suppressed. Moltres didn't know what it was. After all, it belonged to rank 3 of the Divine Beast, and its oppressive ability could only exert some effects. But Lugia is different. It is indeed a giant baby. But it is a giant baby with huge power, and its oppressive ability is fully utilized. After integrated union with the Flying Slate, the original power poured out and directly controlled Moltres by compressing the space. Moltres was helpless. Despair flashed in his eyes. Violent. It screamed, and Struggle Normal launched the final attack from its body. A huge pillar of fire sweeps and spreads like a dragon. Moltres struck with all his strength, and the faces of the spectators in the front row were turned red by the flames. But what was the result? In full view of everyone, the gathering cyclones finally turned into a huge light blue energy column on Lugia's chest. In front of the energy bombardment composed of giant Hideki spirals, Liu's voice sounded like judgment. Here we go. Lugia responded to normal with a clear chirp, full of indifference and indifference to all living things. Exactly the same as Liu. I saw that Lugia didn't even look. Boom. The surface of the compressed spiral air column is stained with a little light blue. With a flick of Lugia's head. Brush it. This column of air is like a boundless sharp blade. It tore through the dark clouds all the way, and then, as if there was no obstacle, Normal was directly pierced by this terrifying air column with terrifying momentum when the fire tornado approached. Scattered? Then all those hot flames were extinguished, leaving only smoke. A hint of what once existed. However, the trend of the spiral air column is still not reduced by half. Its attack range seems boundless. Looking around, the location where Moltres and Shen Fei were was actually beginning to be swallowed up inch by inch. Moltres has nowhere to run. The audience kept growling in surprise, layer upon layer. It's like a normal move that matches 2 mythical beasts. They didn't even care about shouting hoarsely, they were all focused on this unprecedented battle. The narrator doesn't even have to speak. The atmosphere in the venue was so hot that it could stir the sky, not to mention the barrage. Netizens seemed to have evolved into repeaters, and the barrage filled the screen with the words "fuck, that's awesome." Besides, basically can't find any other words. Countless people were shocked. Not to mention watching the battle between mythical beasts before, they had only heard of the mythical beasts in textbooks. There are not many real pictures. The Pokémon Pokédex is extremely lacking in terms of mythical beasts. Only a small part of the top of the pyramid. Have a concrete understanding of it. The battle in front of us has evolved to this moment, and it can no longer be represented by just 4 words, a battle of life and death. The 2 mythical beasts brought an audiovisual feast, break through the existing imagination of mankind. However, there are also high-level trainers who saw some signs when Lugia's move was formed. Moltres is going to be finished. This sentence is very abrupt in the screen full of shit. So many netizens noticed it at a glance and were about to ask him to inquire in detail. A qualitative change has taken place on the battlefield. The spiral air column struck Moltres with a bang. It seems that the victory or defeat has been decided. The commentator's voice was hoarse, and he was extremely excited, with his eyes fixed on Moltres' side. Be prepared to wait until Lugia's light blue energy dissipates. Declare the outcome directly. But the strange thing is, at this moment, Liu suddenly felt a familiar dark atmosphere. He immediately frowned. Premonition normal, looked in the direction of Shenfei, and on the opposite side, after Lugia appeared, Shenfei, who had always lowered his head, suddenly raised his head. His eyes were surprisingly dark. Extremely crazy, like a terminally ill patient at the end of his rope. Life has come to an end. When they saw his expression, countless people felt their hearts skip a beat. Department of Defense. There's something wrong with Shenfei. Mythical Beast Research Department. Is there a problem? Lugia is sure to win no matter what. Secret Realm Management Department. Nothing will happen. The department bosses had a bad premonition in their hearts at the same time. The audience also saw something was wrong. What's wrong with Shenfei? Crazy. Is it a near-death counterattack? He seems to be holding something in his hand. He won't use any means to hurt Li Shen. That's not the case. After all, he is the champion. He doesn't even have this kind of grace. What is he going to do? I always feel like something bad is going on. Is it my imagination? Unconsciously, Liu's status in everyone's hearts is no longer the same. Before the life and death showdown, they are still talking about the championship, and they all think that he has an 80% chance of winning. But the game is still going on. Invisibly, Liu's status surpassed Shenfei before they even realized it, and they even began to firmly believe that Liu would win the championship. This is absolute strength. At the same time, black aura spreads. Not only the sensitive Liu, but also everyone in the organizing committee had a premonition that something was wrong, and the chairman's pupils tightened. And the audience just feels dizzy. Something seemed to be shrouded in front of my eyes, and I couldn't see clearly. Brush. Where Moltres landed, a strange black energy suddenly emerged. Where Moltres landed, a strange black energy suddenly emerged. Drop. Congratulations to the host for completing the special sign-in task, the Flame of Moltres. Distribute rewards now. Liu was a little surprised. I didn't expect to complete the sign-in at this critical moment. But when I thought about it, the aeroblast used by Lugia just now did cut the flames, and the check-in was indeed completed. He didn't have time to think too much and quickly gathered his thoughts, waiting to receive rewards. The inheritance of Moltres is being received, the Immortal Fire. Immortal Fire, it has a special healing effect and increases the activity of fire-type power. When Pokémon uses fire, it will not consume physical strength, but will recover quickly. Note, only Pokémon with fire type can inherit Immortal Fire. Liu thought silently in shock. A burst of joy came to my heart. Among his Pokémon, the one that fully possesses the fire type is Ancient Lucario. What it originally inherited was Heatran's lava fire. Explosive and hot. Can erupt like volcano normal. But there are also fatal flaws. It's because Lucario itself is not a fire-type Pokémon, but only inherited part of its genes, so when using its fire-type skills, it is always somewhat ineffective. In short, it just consumes too much. Therefore, Liu didn't let him use that trick yet when he wasn't completely sure. But things are different now. With the Immortal Fire, this extremely strong battery life recovery, it directly makes up for the previous shortcomings. This combination is perfect. It's incomprehensible, but Liu's high mood did not last long. In the venue, the black energy was extremely rich, as if it was born from another dimension. Came here for no reason. Just seeing the black energy made many people frown unconsciously, and their hearts felt heavy, as if they were being suppressed by something. Ha ha ha. At this time, a burst of crazy laughter caught everyone's attention. At this time, Shenfei's contest condition was completely wrong. Its eyes were fixed on the black gas. He kept mumbling something in his mouth. The audience couldn't hear clearly, but subconsciously felt uncomfortable. Shenfei is so crazy. Why are you babbling so much? His endurance is too bad. Fans praised him like that before, but this is the result. Oh, Godly is more like a champion. It's so embarrassing. His fans have just lost their followers in large numbers. I don't know what he is talking about. Is it a confession? To be honest, his laughter scared me. It was like the sound of the villain in a game about to attack. Good guy, after you said this upstairs, I have a sense of picture. It would be nice if I could hear clearly. The barrage went very fast. Seeing the situation, the chairman had a bad guess in his mind and hurriedly directed the director, amplify the microphone on Shenfei's chest and listen to what he said. The director was already stupid at this time. Just kept working from muscle memory. Hearing the voice in the earphones, I suddenly became excited. Start to act. A button on the console was pushed to the maximum, and along with his movements, Everyone heard what Shenfei was saying very clearly, and everyone was stunned at the sound of your broadcast. The next second, a chill ran through his body. Goosebumps appeared all over my body, and my hair stood on end. Die, die, die to me. The vicious curse spread throughout the entire venue, and the voice was extremely sinister, as if it was an evil ghost crawling out of the ground. No one could have imagined it. This is how Shen Guanjun, who has always been gentle, polite, and tolerant in front of the public, looks like this. Everyone was extremely surprised. It feels as if the world has become fantasy. But the most unacceptable thing is the fans. After Li Yu's strength crushed Shenfei, Shen Fikan, who had already lost fans in large numbers, could not even keep a single fan in the blink of an eye, because this kind of madness is so crazy. No fan can accept it. Besides, the evolution continues. Along with his curse, the black energy rose when the wind blew, from a small wisp to a large strand, and only for a few seconds. Increased blackness. The light blue energy emitted by Lugia was gradually covered up, and Molter's figure was also fully covered. The upheavals are continuing. Li Yu tried to use probing, but after getting closer, dip, extremely rich dark energy, undetectable, undetectable. Hear the words. Li Yu had no choice but to withdraw, but it also reminded him something. My guess was correct. Shenfei is definitely involved with the Shadow Organization, and it's not a small one. After all, such a huge amount of dark energy cannot be created by just a single pollution stone. It must also involve deeper secrets. The headquarters of the Shadow Organization. The leader above looked at the screen quietly. Not a word was spoken. The people below were so silent that they didn't even dare to fart. Only Kong Yu frowned slightly, staring at a figure on the right side of the screen without blinking. There was a flash of doubt in his eyes. Then it dissipated. I don't know what I'm thinking. And the direction she was looking was none other than Li Yu. Sudden. The leader spoke, and his hoarse voice made the people below even more nervous. Is this a surprise for me from Seal? The tone is neither light nor serious. But it made everyone tremble. Everyone looked at each other. I don't know if the leader had any other meaning when he said this, or if it was just a question. No one dared to speak. The atmosphere was silent for 5 seconds. The leader of the Shadow Organization narrowed his eyes. As soon as his voice came out, an executive headed below could not help but swallow his saliva, and hurriedly stepped forward and said, Chief, according to Charles, his and Shenfei's plan during this period is indeed to use the God Stone to destroy the younger generation in the exhibition game. After finishing speaking, the executive licked his lips. He had just said one sentence, but his mouth was inexplicably dry. My heart was pounding. Everyone knows. The God Stone cannot be used lightly, and each executive in the organization only owns a small portion. Only enough for one person. They didn't expect that someone as stingy as Seal would be willing to let Shenfei use the God Stone. It seems right now, the possibility of success is not small, at least for now. The situation is no longer within the control of those old guys. This Li Yu. The leader nodded and did not continue to ask, but suddenly mentioned an unrelated person. When I first heard this name, his subordinates were also stunned. However, during this period, Li Yu's reputation was really quite good. It's hard for them not to know. Chief? What do you mean? His subordinates spoke to test him. Kong Yu on the other side also raised his ears when he heard the words. I don't know what's going on. She was inexplicably interested in this person, and she always felt that there seemed to be some connection between the two, but she didn't realize it. Her intuition has always been spot on. With this ability, she escaped several crises. So, even if there was no reason this time, she still firmly believed in her intuition. This person cannot be kept. 6 words are very weak. The sound was scattered in the air, and it seemed that it could not be heard. The sound was scattered in the air, and it seemed that it could not be heard. But whoever it is below, didn't miss this sentence. Accompanied by the sound of fingers tapping on the chair, the leader of the subordinates said a deep yes. Yangcheng venue. The black air continues to expand. Although the audience in the front row had no idea what this thing was, but he has a natural tendency to seek advantages and avoid disadvantages, so he has long retreated to the back. And this thick black air that almost condensed into water was coming in a menacing manner. It was really violent, and the breath coming from it seemed to swallow up the entire venue. As time goes by, the dark atmosphere becomes stronger and stronger. Molters, wrapped in it, seem to have undergone an astonishing change. There is a smell of storm coming in the air. At this point, even the dullest audience members realized something was wrong, and the atmosphere in the venue suddenly became tense. The audience at the scene was shocked and confused, and the barrage also had various questions. What's going on here? Why do I have a premonition that the villain wants to transform? Why is it getting darker and darker? It's not midday now. I always feel like something is going to happen. Look at the atmosphere at the scene. What is the dark thing surrounding Molters? Is Shenfei really crazy? He doesn't even want the reputation of being a champion. Through a layer of screens, the perception of the atmosphere is still lacking. Although netizens feel that something is wrong, they have not yet realized the seriousness of the matter. At this time, the black air as thick as water has finally undergone a qualitative change. It surges violently like boiling water normal, even if they are tens of meters apart. The strong and uncomfortable aura was still conveyed, making the audience retreat involuntarily. Finally, there was a bang. The black air seemed to expand to the extreme and suddenly exploded. Call out. Immediately afterwards, a black arc was seen shooting out of the air. A black bird-shaped Pokémon appeared in midair. The narrator is dumbfounded. The audience in the front row rubbed their eyes, thinking they were hallucinating. But when the camera gave a close-up, after seeing the appearance of this black Pokémon, everyone was stunned and suddenly terrified. It turns out that those black arcs are nothing but burning black fire, which constantly exudes a dark atmosphere. Its energy has changed, and the energy in the body is overwhelming, turning into an aura like a blazing pillar of fire and emitting out. Like being shrouded in flames, you will be directly burned. Moltres screamed and suddenly unfolded his huge dual wing bead, exuding evil aura around him. It is obviously a flame that symbolizes enthusiasm and temperature. It was daunting at the moment. I can't help feeling cold all over my body. Its original golden feathers were replaced by black, and its belly turned red. Its beak is curved and red. He has a flaming tail that is black and red, the tips of his wings are black, his feet are red, and his claws are black. And in the air, seeing the changed Moltres, Lugia's first reaction was to flutter his wings and retreat, his face wrinkled together. It fanned the wind with its big palms in front of its nose. Looking at the darkness, Moltres' eyes flashed with disgust, as if he smelled an extremely unpleasant smell. Make it unbearable. It's actually Moltres. How did it become like this? The audience looked at the dark Moltres with bloodthirsty and ferocious eyes. They didn't understand it at all, but felt a sense of fear in their hearts. The top management of the organizing committee even took a breath of cold air. The chairman looked ugly. It's really them. He made a difficult judgment and quickly directed his subordinates to contact Alliance and the government to prepare to stabilize the situation. This matter is no longer as simple as a life and death showdown between two people. If one is not handled well, it is likely to endanger the lives of many people present. That consequence, not only him, but also the Yangchang government cannot afford it. For the first time, the chairman felt that he was older. If something like this happened in every national competition selection, he would have retired long ago. The moment Liu saw the dark Moltres clearly, his eyes narrowed slightly, and a flash of solemnity flashed across his eyes. Pokémon, Dark Moltres, Tainted. Qualification, Level 3 God. Level 70. Ability, Furious. When rival's attack strength becomes half, special attack will be increased. Attribute, Evil, Flying. Skills, Gust, Leer, Payback, Safeguard, Wing Attack, Agility, Ancient Power, Sucker Punch, Air Slash, Fiery Wrath, Nasty Plot, Hurricane, Endure, Memento, Sky Attack. His hunch was indeed correct. Moltres is really polluted. I just don't know why this Moltres could remain sane after being contaminated, and even developed new abilities. Liu is a little strange. This wasn't the first time he'd encountered a tainted Pokémon, but this was the first time I encountered a mythical beast that had different abilities and skills after being contaminated. Is it related to Shenfei? Liu frowned and thought. He did not miss the thing that the other party had been holding in his hand when he was going crazy. Didn't see it though, but he had an intuition that it should have a huge relationship with the changes in Moltres. It seems that the smear organization is not simple. Just the fact that they can make dark Moltres powerful without losing their mind means that they still have a trump card. Black flames are surrounded by evil energy, and its wings are gently fanned to cause the power of darkness to vibrate, thus affecting the surroundings. In the short term, this impact is controllable. But if it continues for a long time, it will only bring about terrible scenes that no one can imagine. This is obviously the first time for the audience to see a polluted mythical beast. After all, before, the actions of the Shadow Organization are still hidden, and the expansion of the Shadow Army is still small scale. People encountered were either killed or recruited as members of the organization. Anyway, not known to the public. So, the first moment people see Dark Moltres, they are shocked, curious, and full of inquiry. Little did he know that Moltres would endanger everyone's lives. Is this still Moltres? Did it become a shiny Pokémon? Can a mythical beast suddenly mutate? Why do I look like I've turned black? Ha ha ha, it really looks like it. This may be Shenfei's trump card, so was he that crazy just now? Perhaps a dying counterattack. Netizens on the barrage now saw the appearance of Dark Moltres. Feeling surprised, all kinds of speculations popped up. But because I didn't experience the powerful evil aura it exuded, I could still laugh and laugh. And the audience at the scene. He was as frightened as a quail normal, and he had long been afraid to speak. The venue was obviously extremely empty, but it was so quiet that you could hear a needle drop, and the breathing between people was inexplicably heavy. And the next second, the extremely serious atmosphere suddenly erupted. I saw the darkness. Moltres suddenly extended his dual wing bead. His scarlet pupils faced Lugia on soaring in the sky, and his mental attack suddenly launched. I saw the darkness. Moltres suddenly extended his dual wing bead. His scarlet pupils faced Lugia on soaring in the sky, and his mental attack suddenly launched. Ha ha ha. At the same time, Shenfei laughed loudly, spread out his hands, looked at the dark Moltres in the sky with a psychedelic expression, and shouted with a convulsive expression, "You all die." With these words, the attack landed. The void rippled. The tyrannical power emanates from the dark Moltres. The black flame has no temperature, but seems to burn everyone's nerves. In the shocked eyes of everyone, black flames swept across powerfully. It enveloped the entire venue with an extremely powerful aura, and with its hoarse and crazy roar, the black flame spread from point to surface. All spread? The power is fierce. It's unimaginable, like burning at the cost of life. And it used this trick. In the presence, any trainer with Pokémon around him will undergo similar changes. Or insane. Or just fall into coma. Pokémon with a slightly higher level also felt physically and mentally exhausted when the dark aura swept over them, and it was difficult to support them. It was like experiencing an unprecedented war. Human senses are slightly duller. But after his Pokémon behaved abnormally, he clearly realized something was wrong. They all wanted to leave the venue. At this time, even the lens was covered with a layer of foggy black air. Not just one, but all. The barrage is full of question marks. Netizens seemed to be covered with a veil and could not see clearly what was going on at the venue. All that could be heard was the constant screams and the panicked shouts of the audience. There were also messy footsteps. Crowd brawl. Yangcheng government. Hearing the voice on the live broadcast, everyone couldn't sit still. The mayor gave the order. Quickly send a distress call to the local Pokémon troop. The moment the Dark Molters appeared, the Minister of Defense made arrangements in advance for everyone to be prepared. Alliance headquarters. The president looked serious and put his hands on the table. This time the situation is serious, and the Shadow Organization has shown their sinister intentions. Listen to my instructions and use all your strength to restore order. We must not let their plan succeed. This live broadcast is also completely blocked and cannot be circulated. Otherwise, if other countries see it, the consequences can be imagined. Yes, President. Understood. Everyone in the conference room became active and performed their duties. Everyone's expression was extremely serious. Everyone had an ominous premonition after seeing Shen Fei's performance, but they didn't expect that he would actually collude with the Shadow Organization. If he succeeds this time, in this national competition, the younger generation will be ruined. The strength of the Dragon Kingdom has regressed for at least 5 to 10 years. That's an understatement. After all, if he were not careful, it would really pollute Liyu's ultimate once-in-a-century genius. That is the loss of the entire Dragon Kingdom. Forget about participating in the world ranking competition. I'm afraid it will be suppressed by other countries in the future. No one has any idea how serious the situation is. Have to say, the Dirty Shadow Organization's brilliant move really made it hard for everyone to guard against, if not for Liyu's unexpected strength. On display were other trainers. I'm afraid he has succeeded long ago. It won't be delayed until now. After Alliance and the government understood this fact, they issued orders at all levels and the live broadcast was cut off on the spot. All previous recordings have disappeared. Without exception. Netizens don't know why, but no one is a fool. The live broadcasts watched by hundreds of millions of people online are gone, and even the screen recordings are barely saved. If this was not done by the state, who would believe it? The public platform was eerily quiet, and there were not even a few people asking questions. Actually, forums on the safety net within the country are abuzz with heated discussions, and the heat is rising. Topics about Dark Molters and Lugia, the god of the sea, are emerging one after another. The other side. The commotion at the venue continued. The chairman quickly arranged for staff to help evacuate. Now in this situation, how many can run, and everyone's attention has long been no longer on the two mythical beasts. Than watching a good show, they still cherish their own lives more. But the infection speed of Dark Molters is too fast, far more than the pollution stone. I wonder if it has something to do with what Shen Fei is holding. Anyone who is approached by the lingering aura without touching it will be seriously affected, ranging from dizziness to shock and suffocation. The situation for Pokémon is even more terrifying. Some even have black air stained on their skin, which cannot be removed no matter what. Countless trainers are in despair. Sololuo, Xiao Ai, and the dog-licking trio quickly appeared to deal with the accident when the commotion started. But everything changes too quickly. In the worried eyes of several people, Liu directly sent Garcomp to take them away, to avoid being affected. Lugia. Liu shouted loudly, and the power of Changpan exploded. He knows. Lugia is powerful but lacks experience. Must always be reminded. Really. When his green energy emerged, Lugia was stunned and motionless. Lugia, who was about to be contaminated by the dark energy, suddenly smelling salts. It saw the spreading black fire, and the shape of the flame reflected in its eyes. Totally pissed off, Liu can hear Lugia's heart. At this time, Lugia felt as indignant as if he almost capsized in the gutter. Anger made his energy surge even more intense. The next second, Lugia is like a small universe exploding normal, the energy accumulated before suddenly soars into the sky. Ouch. Just listen to it roar. For a moment, Lugia opened his mouth and sprayed out a transparent wind blade shockwave. The flying stone slab glowed slightly, and all the power of the source was blessed on it. Suddenly, a flying type trick that is even more powerful than before, an aerial blast that swallows Dark Molters whole. Lugia got angry for the first time. He raised his head and fanned the flames with his big palms. The critical sea surface in Yangcheng suddenly became turbulent, and the sea water rolled over layer by layer like a tsunami. The dark clouds that had just begun to dissipate swirled again, with lightning interlacing and thunder bursting. In an instant, a storm from nowhere swept over here, and the venue at the center of the storm. In the air, countless wind blades spread out in all directions, cutting around the Dark Molters in a fan shape. Even though it is now powerful and even its attribute has changed, this move is too fast. Totally more than before. It seems that this time is Lugia's true strength. Even the transformed darkness molters couldn't bear it, and it didn't even have time to open its protective shield in the air. An attack full of destruction came and collided with the black molters in the air. ZZ. It was like encountering a terrible doomsday scene. Wu Dark Molters suddenly screamed and his body stiffened, falling directly from the sky. At this time, due to the double erosion of the early storm and the black flames, the venue was already in dilapidated condition, the walls collapsed, and it was completely deserted. The entire venue, including black molters, including the champion trainer Shenfei, were all destroyed. The entire venue, including black molters, including the champion trainer Shenfei, were all destroyed. A rumble of collapse. The audience who had just escaped looked back in shock. After discovering that the venue was in ruins, some people burst into tears, some were sweating profusely, and some were trembling with fear. More of a joy. But what they didn't know was that Liu commanded Lugia with the right timing. The moment everyone escaped, Lugia's move is really activated. Just because the speed is too fast, gives people an illusion. The last scene Shenfei saw was the scene where Dark Molters was hit, before he panicked. Lugia's storm swept up the entire venue. He didn't even have time to react. When Molters fell headlong, the lingering black aura wrapped around him uncontrollably and eroded him. Shenfei didn't even scream, so he suffered for himself. Buried directly with Dark Molters. The dark atmosphere that stirred up the whole place was instantly destroyed. The Pokémon that had been contaminated with ominous power gradually returned to normal as the Dark Molters disappeared. But there are also some infections that are more severe. Sanity has not yet returned. His eyes were stained with a thin layer of red. This epic battle destined to be remembered by history finally ended in Veilstone. But the impact continues. Shenfei was dug out from the rubble, and he didn't die completely. However, it was even more painful for him to be alive. Because this means that he can be exempted from the death penalty, but cannot escape from the living crime, and he will definitely be imprisoned. He committed treason and collaboration with the enemy. Until the crime is fully explained, I can't die even if I want to. But at this time, not many people care whether Shenfei is dead or alive. On the contrary, it is the evil power he has shown this time that makes trainer and ordinary people feel frightened. What was Molter's strength before it changed? Everyone can see it clearly. But after turning black, it was able to go toe-to-toe with the first-level sea god, almost causing the other party to fall victim to it. In the class of mythical beasts, the level 3 Celestic level 1 gods span far beyond even champions and quasi-elites. This means that they have mastery of the original power, touching upon the rules of heaven and earth. Otherwise, Lugia's anger would not cause such a huge impact, and he would use the power of the storm to stabilize one end. This is the power of the first-level god. After this exhibition match ends, the weird thing is, there are very few people talking about this incident on the internet, and it is almost impossible to see it. After the live broadcast was cut off, there were various opinions on the follow-up, but there was no complete explanation. And there is no evidence. No matter how fanciful it is, everyone is still skeptical. But only one thing. It's confirmed. The government and Alliance suddenly made a joint announcement. After investigation, the champion trainer Shenfei joined forces with the Dark Forces and Shadow organizations to try to destroy the younger generation of trainers in the Dragon Kingdom. He was sentenced for collaborating with the enemy. The title of champion was hereby revoked and all championship benefits were deprived of him. As soon as the joint announcement came out, Shenfei's reputation was completely solidified. However, since he was destroyed along with Dark Molters, the greater role of this announcement is to send a message to the world. No matter who it is, even the champion. Anyone who dares to collude with the Shadow organization will only end up in destruction. The Shadow organization has been exposed before. Now everyone knows about the evil nature of this organization and the bad deeds it has done, so they hate people like Shenfei even more deeply. Dragon Kingdom cultivates a champion and consumes a lot of resources. Unexpectedly, actually making wedding clothes for others. Without the variable Liu, the younger generation would really suffer a devastating blow. The world-ranking battle Dragon Kingdom will be completely absent. Every time I think about the consequences, government executives and the Alliance president were furious. One can imagine the consequences of Shenfei. The most embarrassing thing is Shenfei fans. Netizens had a great time making up memes. Author of From Champion to Sentence, Shenfei, the #1 jailed champion in the country. Shenfei, fans, don't be afraid, my brother has not withdrawn from the internet, he has been arrested. Shenfei was released from prison and beaten. Tisk, tisk, he's overthinking things upstairs. I'm afraid he won't be able to come out for the rest of his life. He's probably begging to be shot right now. Nowadays, the word Shenfei has really made everyone shout about it. Even former fans are ashamed to mention these two words. No matter how. Because of the darkness, Molters had not yet had time to show off his power, so apart from many popular memes on the internet, it did not have any serious negative impact. As time passed, it gradually subsided. Just after this incident, the confrontation between the Alliance government and the Shadow organizations is completely clear. The fight became more intense. At first, it was among elites, and then gradually spread to the secret realm, and the threshold for trainers to enter the secret realm became more and more stringent. Liu's life has not changed much. There are still 2 months left before the ranking competition, and now it is June. It is the first time last year that I have participated in the graduation assessment. It's been a year now, and he finally met the conditions and took the gym leader level assessment. As the name suggests, the gym leader level requires you to become a gym leader in addition to being a trainer for 1 year. This gym owner can be a gym opened by himself. It can also be inherited from other people's gyms. Otherwise, you are not qualified to be called a gym leader level trainer. Logically speaking, Liu was originally not qualified for the assessment, but because he defeated Shen Fei in a life and death duel. According to the life and death agreement, the winner is entitled to inherit all the loser's property. Just a pity. When Shen Fei went to prison to liquidate his property, the financial staff unexpectedly discovered that he had very little money and real estate in his name. Not at all like a champion at all. The reason seems to be related to the Shadow organization. Liu doesn't care about this. In the end, Shen Fei's only valuable thing was a gymnasium located in Qingxia Mountain. After completing the formalities, it was successfully transferred to Liu's name, Qing Province, Tiangxi City. The most famous thing here is not the elite or the gym, but the ground faction family, which constitutes the largest ground faction seat in the Dragon Kingdom. The group arrived at Qingxia Mountain. There are mountains all over here, with an average altitude of more than 4,000 meters, and the environment is not suitable for life. Looking at the towering gym in front of him, Jian Huai sighed, this is Shen Fei's only use. Wen Yuan and Pu Xing nodded in agreement. Xiao Ai chuckled, amused by the sight of the three singing in harmony. Liu couldn't help but laugh. The assessment of the museum owner is extremely complex and needs to pass the 4 tests of culture, breeder method, strength, and moral character. Only when you get the government approval can you truly become a gym leader. It's a bit like the civil servant assessment and political review in Liu's previous life. This gym is located halfway up the mountain and is built against the mountain. 2 huge statues stand on either side, Altaria on the left and Noivern on the right. There are 10 pillars surrounding the statue, with flying-type Pokémon depicted on them. The entire architectural style is built with rock. The entire architectural style is built with rock, but the facilities are extremely modern. Liu just stepped forward. The 2 rock gates will automatically open to both sides. A middle-aged man with an average appearance but a gentle temperament walked out. As soon as he saw Liu, his eyes lit up. I saw him striding over, grabbed Liu's hand and said excitedly, I've heard about your name for a long time, and finally I see you. Who are you? Oh, I forgot to introduce myself. I am the acting gym leader of Qingxia Gym, Ningen. This time we are also officially assigned assessors. Hello. Liu shook hands with him. It was the first time for him to see such an enthusiastic examiner, and he was still a little uncomfortable. But the dog-licking trio took it for granted. This should even be the attitude. Liu is now different from the past. After going through national competitions and life and death duels, he has become famous and is no longer ordinary. If we just talk about traffic, can compete against champions and elites. The name Li Shen is being called by more and more people. Ningen enthusiastically welcomed the group in, looking at Liu from the corner of his eye from time to time. His cautious look did not look like an examiner's majesty, and entered the inside of the gym. Liu discovered. This place was bigger than he imagined. The original design, coupled with various high technologies, the 2 integrated union are not contradictory. On the contrary, it also has the best of both worlds. It's both beautiful and convenient. After a general visit, Liu also directly proposed to start the assessment, and Ningen seemed to be used to his directness. A big wave of his hand. Suddenly, the referees and videographers are in place. After giving the order, the hall owner assessment has officially begun. Ningen immediately threw a pokeball, and after a red light flashed, a dark blue Pokémon appeared. It is flying in the air, with vermilion lines on its neck, tail tip, and forehead, and its belly is white. The sharp claws are red and the beak is yellow. At the same time, the probing technique activates on its own. Detailed information about this Pokémon suddenly appeared in front of Liu. Pokémon, Swellow. Qualification, Museum Owner Level. Level 70. Ability, Perseverance. When the Pokémon with this ability is in a status condition other than dying, the attack is increased by 50%, and the attack that ignores burns becomes the original 50% effect. Attribute, Normal, Flying. Skills, Brave Bird, Air Slash, Pluck, Growl, Focus Energy, Quick Attack, Wing Attack, Double Team, Aerial Ace, Quick Guard, Agility, Endeavor, Reversal. Combat Power Value, 1820. The combat power value is already at the elite late stage. This gym was undoubtedly a flying-type gym before, as can be seen from the flying-type Pokémon decorate carved throughout the gym. And sending Swellow was no surprise. What surprised him was that Swellow's level actually reached level 70. The combat power value is also over 1800. Liu raised his eyebrows. Have to say, after experiencing a national competition, he no longer cares much about Pokémon with a combat power value of around 2000. After all, even Mismagius, whom he fought against at the beginning, had a combat power value of over 1600. The national competition is indeed the center where elites gather. Usually, where can I encounter so many powerful Pokémon? It stands to reason. The examiner's strength has reached the quasi-elite level, which is beyond the normal level. It is considered a difficult assessment. But the difficulty also depends on who you follow. Play against Liu. This difficulty is nothing at all. Ningen himself knew it. So he actually has a good mentality. Even the championship was defeated by Liu. He is a small gym assessor, what else should he be afraid of? Godly, it's your turn. Ningen smiled and stretched out his hand to signal, his posture extremely humble. The two of them are not like the examiner and the candidate. It's completely the other way around. Pu Xing looked on and sighed, and Wen Yuan snickered secretly. Liu shook his head helplessly. Think about it. Lucario was sent. He wants to take this fighting opportunity to completely integrate Immortal Fire with Lucario. Island country. Conquer the top brass together. One person was reporting endlessly on the news he had learned in the Dragon Kingdom, in the middle of speaking, but he was interrupted by the senior official sitting above him. Are you saying that the live broadcast was suddenly cut off and no relevant information was circulated afterwards? Yes, it is said that during that live broadcast, Dragon Kingdom produced an amazingly talented trainer, and the live broadcast was blocked to protect him. Hearing this, the senior official frowned and thought deeply. His mustache drooped down. The whole person is serious and rigid. There was a hint of shrewdness and cunning in his eyes, which was extremely inconsistent with his honest appearance. He said nothing, but other officials couldn't help but started talking about it. An old man who was also sitting at the top, but one lower than the senior official, coughed a few times. Amazing talent and beauty? Haha, it is most likely false propaganda. That's right, those old guys have been sitting on the bench for 3 years, and I'm afraid they won't be able to hold on anymore. No matter what tricks they play, we will definitely beat them in this ranking match. The official who spoke last slapped the table and stood up. The sound is powerful. Compared with other officials, this man was powerful and tall, obviously more than a head taller than the islanders present. And his appearance is more like that of the Dragon Kingdom. I don't know why it appears here. The same thing happened in the United States. Compared to the news that the island country was still exploring the Dragon Country during this period, they didn't seem to pay attention at all. Dragon Kingdom? There won't be any big trouble. There are mythical beasts at the elite level? Impossible. People from the Dragon Kingdom are really getting more and more exaggerated. The security minister said this in a disdainful tone and stopped paying attention to the matter. Due to the strict confidentiality protection of Longguo, Liu's selection for the national competition has not been revealed yet. As for the mythical beast, various countries have found out some information, but most of them don't believe it. Everyone knows that the world ranking competition is a proof of the strength of the younger generation, but it also means the same. Their current strength is not enough to compare with trainers such as elite champions. And elite does not necessarily have mythical beasts. Young people around 20 years old can have more than one? Are you kidding me? Most people laughed it off. Didn't take it to heart at all. Only a few young people from other countries who were going to participate in this ranking competition kept this incident in their hearts. I am excited to try out the ranking battle in 2 months. Lucario appears. The atmosphere of the fighting arena has changed. The surrounding temperature began to rise. Ning An's pupils dilated slightly, and a burst of surprise flashed in his eyes. Among the Pokémon Liu sent out for the national competition selection, apart from the mythical beast, his favorite was Lucario. Swellow, use air slash. Hiss. Swellow chirped in soaring in the sky, and a pair of bright wings flapped violently. Instantly, a green wind blade as thin as a cicada's wing appeared and resolutely slashed in Lucario's direction. Show no mercy. If Lucario knew what Ningen was thinking just now, the dog's face must be full of question marks. Is this what you said you like most about me? Liu watched the wind blade descending and ordered the attack without changing his expression. Lucario, dodge sideways and use power-up punch. Liu watched the wind blade descending and ordered the attack without changing his expression. Lucario, dodge sideways and use power-up punch. He will counter-attack with attack. Hear the words. Lucario opened his claws and violent energy gathered on them. It kicked hard and jumped high into the sky. Boom. The air slashed suddenly, almost directly from the top of Lucario's head. At this time, a waveguide energy was pushed out from Lucario's palms, invisibly turning into a physical object. One sideways. The shield appeared instantly, blocking Lucario's head. Air slash seems thin and light, with only a slight layer. But at the moment of cutting, under the blessing of high-speed spinning, the double superposition of speed and strength instantly hit the shield. Just hear a click. The shield shattered. Air slash offsets both. When Lucario saw this, his eyes flickered slightly, and the power he had gathered before suddenly surged up, waving his fists and turning his body. About to hit Swellow. Swellow, quick guard. Ningen hurriedly ordered. Swellow's eyes flashed with panic, and he hurriedly erected defensive barriers. Lucario shows no mercy. 2 bangs? Hit Swellow hard on his wings and body. The defensive barrier completely collapsed when the first punch hit it. Lucario's second punch came quickly. Swellow had no time to defend himself when he saw a fist bigger than a sandbag hit his head. Swellow couldn't even figure it out. Lucario is obviously not a flying Pokémon, so why can it jump so high? It's not just Pokémon. Ningen was also shocked when he saw it. The interest in his eyes became stronger and stronger. After fighting in person, he discovered that Lucario was far better than he thought. What is shown in the camera is less than 1/10 of the real strength. Just this physical flexibility. It is also unparalleled among Pokémon. Ningen was very surprised. As the acting gym owner and examiner, he naturally wanted to hand over the gym to a powerful trainer. This is also the best explanation. And now, Liu is indeed strong enough to take on this responsibility. Swellow was punched in the wing. The left side is injured. Flying becomes slightly unbalanced, which is exactly what Liu is aiming for. The biggest advantage of flying Pokémon. It's air power. So, Liu aimed at this point right from the beginning. Even out the advantages and disadvantages of the two. Otherwise, even if Lucario knows the power of Waveguide and Fire type, it will be greatly reduced by Swellow who can fly high. Swellow was hit. Due to the injury on one side, he could not maintain a high balance and could fly up to 3 to 5 meters. And this height, it happens to be Lucario's attack range. Liu is welcome again. It's like returning to home field advantage. Ningen also realized that something was wrong, opened his eyes and shouted, "Swellow, fight quickly," boom burst. Hear the words. Swellow raised his head and let out a high-frequency chirp. The sound was completely unlike what came from the body, it was extremely harsh, and the sound waves directly enveloped Lucario as if they had substance. Lucario clenched his claws. The sound waves were still echoing in the air, and Lucario's brain was almost out of balance. Liu frowned slightly, sighing secretly. After all, the examiner held back. This move is definitely a sure kill move for normal, even the ancient Lucario cannot stop it, using seemingly harmless sound waves to exert such a powerful effect. But, that's it. Liu didn't want to delay it any longer and directly ordered, "Lucario, fire blast." What? Ning An's pupils shrank. I thought Liu made a mistake. But everything that followed revealed a fact. He heard it right. Next moment, Lucario's whole body was tensed up, and the strength flowed all over his body in the blink of an eye. A moment. The power suddenly burst out, and the moment the sound wave approached Lucario, it was penetrated, scattered, and completely defeated. And Lucario inherited Heatran's genes. Flames are more than just flames. Lava Normal's high temperature instantly melted the surface arena. ZZ. Black smoke rose and a red light lit up. Then, there were fierce flames that shot into the sky. The smoke was dispersed by the flames, revealing a leg, and this leg was stained with blazing fire. It turned into a hot red. The high temperature made Ningen on the opposite side sweat profusely. He looked at Liu in disbelief. Unimaginable. Why just a moment? The whole gym has completely changed its appearance. Why is Lucario so skilled at using fire? Even more powerful than fire-type Pokémon? Questions rushed into my mind. But now, these are destined to be unanswerable. The other side. Lucario roared loudly, kicked hard, and flew straight into the sky with flame burst around him. After he kicked out, there was a sudden bang in the venue, and a sunken area suddenly appeared on the melted surface. The sea of lava and fire erupted from the big character explosion suddenly obscured the sight of Ningen and Swellow. Almost at the same time, Lucario was almost exhausted due to the continuous consumption of the lava flames. But the fire that does not extinguish the fire comes into play instantly. A steady stream of physical strength is replenished. Lucario's body became strong again, and the sea of fire that was about to minimize came to life again. The fire was even bigger than before. If it weren't for Liu's control, he might have escaped from the ring. This is his gym after all. Still try to reduce some losses. For the first time, Liu experienced the mood of the organizers during the competition. At the same time, under the intertwining flames, Lucario's pupils turned blood red. Instantly, Swellow was kicked out by a kick that was burning with flames. The lava eroded it in the blink of an eye, and its power remained unabated. Swellow is like a shooting star, with tail flame, brush, drawing an arc in the air. Then it crashed down. At the same time, the ring that Swellow hit suddenly shattered, and its body continued to sink, with half of its body being driven into the ground. The lava is still burning. Swellow was already unconscious. At this time, Ningen panicked and quickly begged, I admit defeat, Li Shen, please show your noble hand." Liu didn't talk nonsense when he heard this. "Lucario, take back the fire." Lucario nodded. His expression became solemn. He waved his two palms in the air. In a blink, like the magic normal, the lava that was burning on Swellow's body was all restrained and disappeared without a trace in just an instant. It's like it never appeared. The only evidence of existence was Swellow's scarred and charred body. Ningen was frightened for some reason. Rushed up. When he found out that Swellow was only unconscious and not burned to death, he couldn't help but let out a long sigh of relief. He immediately took out a bottle of potion from his backpack. He opened its mouth and drank it. Visible to the naked eye, Swellow's painful expression softened and he was instantly comforted. Ningen was relieved. Just as she was about to turn around and talk to him, she realized that Liu's eyes had been staring at his hands. In a daze, he lowered his head. Discover. It turned out that what she was looking at was not his hand, but the bottle of potion. It turned out that what she was looking at was not his hand, but the bottle of potion. Ningen didn't blame Liu. He watched the live broadcast. Knowing that Li Shen is like this, it is already hold back, otherwise Swellow would not be alive. Only, Li Shen is interested in his bottle of potion? Ningen was curious, so he asked directly. Liu came to his senses after hearing the question. The look is a little weird. Where did you get this bottle of potion? Liu didn't answer him, but frowned slightly and asked. This is the latest treatment potion researched by Zywin Company. It has become very popular recently, and everyone is restricted from purchasing it. It also depends on the trainer level. Only those at elite level and above can purchase it. I managed to get this one with great difficulty. I have to say, this is really effective. When Ning'an mentioned this, he immediately started chatting. Start talking incessantly. He couldn't help but sigh in admiration. Especially looking at Swellow's performance, he felt that although the newly developed treatment potion was valuable, it was also extremely difficult to get. But it's really worth it. Ning'an has already decided. Wait for the next batch of therapeutic potions to be released again. He must buy the maximum share and get all the potions back. And Liu listened to Ning'an's remarks. The look is even weirder. At this time, Xiao Ai, who knew him best, had already noticed something was wrong, and asked softly and tentatively, "Brotherly, is there something wrong?" Liu waved his hand. After pondering for a while, he suddenly said, "Xiao Ai, do you remember the underground auction we participated in?" Xiao Ai was stunned when he heard this. Xiaomei frowned slightly, as if recalling a bad memory. "I remember. That underground auction was disrupted by a shadow organization. If Brotherly hadn't been clever, the entire auction house would have been almost destroyed. Everyone is going to be tricked." Xiao Ai remembers this deeply. Liu recalled it just by mentioning it lightly. Only, does this potion have something to do with that auction? Xiao Ai didn't know why. Liu frowned tightly. This potion was not familiar to him, but too familiar. Because this is the diluted version of the high-energy nutrient solution he made himself? The color has also changed slightly. But Liu has detective skills. Moreover, his Viridian power has been steadily increasing, so the first moment he saw the potion, he realized something was wrong. After the exploration technique is activated, sure enough, the secret was discovered. But he remembered. At that time, the high-energy nutrient solution was sold to Alliance. Why is Zywin Company now selling a version that is diluted to 1,000th? Liu of Zywin Company has also heard of it. It is one of the largest companies in Dragon Kingdom, mainly selling Pokeballs, Pokemon props, potions, and other items. It is said that there is no official background. But Liu saw clues from this bottle of potion. Zywin Company must be related to Alliance. As for the nutrient solution he developed was being sold in such a situation, Liu didn't think it was a big deal. After all, Alliance just bought a nutrient solution. It cost 35 million. Zywin Company. Liu touched his chin and an idea came to him. He was selling high-energy nutrient solution because he was eager to complete the task. Under normal circumstances, it would be the best choice for him to choose a company to cooperate with. And if there is an official background, obviously it can save a lot of trouble. After all, his current identity is different from the past. In the past, cooperation with the government might have resulted in profit, but now it is no longer necessary. Anyway, he kept his complete list of nutrient solution formulas. In addition to providing Pokémon with their daily needs, creating some additional value is also a good way. Now as more and more mythical beasts are collected, his daily resource consumption is counted in the tens of thousands, sometimes even hundreds of thousands. His account is declining at a speed visible to the naked eye. This is still the case with supplements. After all, whether it is a special training camp or a national competition, there are generous bonuses, and the first place winner is even more. That's it. The money in Liu's account can only last a few million. This is because the virtual space can be produced and sold by itself. If not, the consumption figures will continue to double. Liu will contact Soluoluo after preparation and let her set up the line. This matter will obviously go more smoothly. But Ning'an didn't know what he was thinking. It was supposed to be 3 games. But Swellow's injury made him afraid. The initial excitement faded, and Ning'an decided to let herself go. So he voluntarily surrendered to the referee. The referee seemed to have known the result for a long time, and it was not surprising. After the announcement, the strength test was officially passed. But this is only the first step. Beat the examiner. It proves that Shenfei's gym can officially change ownership. However, the Hall Master level assessment has not yet ended. Becoming an official gym leader does not require just being strong. You also need to learn how to manage. After the formalities were handed over, the name of Kingxia gym leader was officially changed to Liu, given its own Pokemon attribute. Liu is not planning to fix the gym attribute. Instead, open a comprehensive gym. At this time, the long-lost sign-in finally sounded. Drop. Sign-in location, Kingxia Gymnasium in Tiangxi City. Hey, check-in at Samsung location was successful. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward. The secret crystal of the power of Waveguide. With the power of Waveguide, if you pinch the crystal with your hand, the trainer can have the power of Waveguide. Those with extraordinary talents will have the opportunity to become Waveguide heroes. The power of Waveguide. Liu's eyes lit up when she got this crystal. In short, the power of Waveguides can enhance trainers' own perception of Waveguides. The Waveguide hero of the late stage can connect with Pokemon easily, and his Mega Evolution is just a matter of convenience. The most intuitive manifestation of possessing the power of Waveguide is the improvement of trainers' own physical fitness, such as reaction speed, premonition, facial recognition. The powerful Waveguide hero, night vision, tailwind ears, and other abilities are readily available, and it is nothing to control the wind out of thin air. In the original work, in order to quell the war between the Kalos and Galar regions, the powerful Waveguide hero even used his own life to awaken the world's Earl Dervish tree. Thus peace is restored. This is the strongest Waveguide hero. Liu doesn't know how far he can grow. But holding the crystal in my hand, I can feel the changes in my body, my ears and eyes are clear, my muscles are growing. all made him feel excited. At least, he's confident that Lucario Mega Evolution. And what kind of style will the ancient Lucario, who already has mysterious lines, look like after Mega Evolution? Liu can't help but look forward to it. After Liu handed over the gym, the official also officially issued an announcement to change the name of Kingxia Gymnasium to Laihe Gymnasium. The column of the owner, Liu's name is clearly written on it. Just started. The announcement went unnoticed. After all, not to mention Dragon Kingdom, even Guangtian West Market has no fewer than 10 gyms. Except for some Tiangxi gym leaders and some trainers who want to challenge the gym, others don't care at all. Except for some Tiangxi gym leaders and some trainers who want to challenge the gym, others don't care at all. Main group of Tiangxi Pavilion. Look at this. Sudden. A ground department owner spoke up in the group and sent a link. The linked topics are as follows. Kingxia Gym has been renamed and its owner has changed. In the group, a 30-year-old man immediately scoffed when he saw this title. He didn't even click on the link. Qingxia Gym? Last year it wasn't ranked last. What's there to see? Can it change if we change the gym owner? As soon as he spoke, others also said, that's right, Qingxia's gym in Tiangxi City, where our ground system is the main force, is basically asking for death. Changing the gym owner will not help. Just a dying struggle. Ha ha ha, why not discuss how we allocate resources after Kingxia Gym closes down? Laoli, you are so despicable, I like it. It seems that the direction of the discussion in the group is getting weirder and weirder. The owner of the museum who spoke first turned red in the face. In anger, he directly posted a voice message in the group. Everyone was caught off guard and opened their doors. I was instantly shouted smelling salts by a loud voice. But after they heard what the voice said clearly, the words they swiped were all in vain. That old Li hurriedly clicked on the link. But after seeing that the gym leader is Liu, there was a bang. It was like a bolt from the blue. In an instant, he was fried on the outside and tender on the inside. No. Pavilion Master Laoli murmured to himself, his already messy hair even more untidy. Before I reach 40, my hairline is already showing signs of receding. But at this time, he couldn't care about this problem. The body is shaking uncontrollably. Stand up suddenly. Wandering around in place, he kept muttering, it's over, what should I do? Laoli is not an exception. People in this group seem to be contagious to normal. When I clicked on the link and saw the word Liu, it was obviously summer, but it felt like a bucket of cold water had been poured on me. Chills all over. This name this time. No one in the Dragon Kingdom knows it. As gym leaders, they know better what the strength shown by Liu in the live broadcast means. Even now the video is destroyed. But his undefeated attitude as a god of war has long been engraved in everyone's hearts and cannot be erased. Nominally, Liu has just become a gym leader. Compared with them, the qualifications are far insufficient. To truly integrate into them, it takes several trials. But if this person is Liu, no one in the group dared to question it. Nonsense. You said you are not qualified enough. So are you going to challenge it yourself? Give it a try? This voice is finished. The group of museum owners fell into an unprecedented silence, as if they had been banned from speaking. No one spoke. A full half-hour passed. Laoli made a trembling voice, brothers, the great demon king is coming. Should our rules be changed? Change. Must change. We don't have any challenge letter from the museum owner in Tiangxi City. That's right, I've never heard of it. Everyone said that the crowd was excited. As if that was really the case. I completely forgot that after the last museum director took office, he continued to launch challenges for the museum owner, which was the biggest hot spot in Marchqing province. It even became a hot search. The troubles of the museum owners are unknown for the time being. At the same time, also suffering from the change of gym owners are a group of high-level and elite trainers. Gym challenges are for collecting badges and qualifying for the competition. This is a necessary step for trainers. It's just a national regulation that some gyms are compulsory to challenge, while others are optional. The original Kingxia Gym was one of the optional gyms. It was previously jokingly called by trainers as one of the easiest gyms to challenge in Tiangxi. Kingxia Daoguan at that time. It's just one of Shenfei's many properties. Was not taken seriously. Ningen, the acting museum owner, has not been sent here by Alliance yet. The person who maintains the gym is only a mediocre deputy gym leader. Compared to Tiangxi City, other gyms based on the ground system enjoy great prestige throughout the Dragon Kingdom. Kingxia Daoguan is undoubtedly a soft persimmon. It has almost become a must-choice gym for trainer in Tiangxi City. After all, there is an easy guide to clearing the level. Why choose the highest difficulty? People are not stupid. This time, in a large group of 300 people called Brush Hall, a very active account shouted, let's go, let's go. The Kingxia Gymnasium cleaning team has gathered 3 people, and there are still 2 more to go. Registration ends in 1 hour, so get on the bus as soon as possible. This assembly order is in one place. Suddenly, the crowd of 300 people was boiling. Add me one, add me one. Damn it, on the lowest difficulty level, I have to be the salted fish. Haha, it's you upstairs again. You finally managed to become a high-level trainer. Do you want to become an elite trainer again? Of course, apart from Kingxia Gym, there is no such great opportunity to win in Tiangxi. This team must have me. TCH, fair competition for everyone. Who doesn't want to win? In order to compete for these 2 winning spots, the large group of 300 people almost broke out. There are those who please the promoters. There are gifts. Others directly transferred money and gave the sponsor a designated big red envelope, openly bribing them. Take a look at the numbers in the red envelope. The few people who were still clamoring for fair competition immediately became silent. You come. The rich guy is awesome. I slipped away, I dare not compare. Zhou Yu looked at the crowd in a panic, and the corners of his mouth raised proudly. His name is not for nothing. Apart from luck, money is the best way to become a high-level trainer in less than 2 years. An opportunity to challenge Kingxia Jim. He won't give it to anyone? Really? As soon as tens of thousands of red envelopes were issued, the promoter directly changed the team quota to 4 people. Waited for a while. After the so-called fair competition, one of them stood out as the strongest and finally assembled a 5-man team. Zhou Yu and the other 5 set off together at the meeting point. Totally unexpected. This team will be the decision they regret most. It was not the usual easy level difficulty at all, but a nightmare level, which broke through their common sense. In the subsequent challenge to the gym, it left a psychological shadow. It may even take a lifetime to heal. Zhou Yu and the other 5 got off the car one after another. The initiator first said, everyone knows that Kingxia Gym is a simple level, so don't be nervous. Let's go step by step and do it one by one. No, move. I can't wait. The other 3 were extremely excited, eager to try, and couldn't wait. Zhou Yu pretended to be enigmatic. Actually, his face was almost crooked with a smile. I am extremely grateful for the tens of thousands of dollars I spent. Until I entered the gym, only 5 people felt something was wrong. Especially the promoters. This was not his first time forming a team, so he was naturally familiar with the situation at Kingxia Gym. When I first stepped in here, the staff came forward and arranged their challenge time reasonably. But now, the front desk was deserted. The surroundings were also deserted. There was also a faint smell of burning fire in the air. Obviously I didn't see where it was burned, but the smell was very strong. As soon as the 5 people came in, they unconsciously started coughing and looked around with frowns. Zhou Yu and others did not realize the seriousness of the matter at this time. I just feel that this time Kingxia Gym is different from the past. One person spoke, is this gym always empty? Why does it feel different from what people who have challenged me before said? That's right, don't you mean that the staff here are used to it? They prepare snacks every time they visit the restaurant? Why is there no one there now? Did we come in the wrong place? The 5 people looked stunned. The people who initiated the convoy were the first to object. It's impossible. This isn't the first time I've been here. This is it. Then what's going on? Zhou Yu couldn't get up. He hated accidents, which might lead to mistakes. While several people were talking, Liu in the conference room made a silent gesture, and several people immediately stopped talking. Suddenly, the discussion of the 5 people entered the conference room. Little Ai Wenyuan looked at each other. Liu raised his eyebrows slightly and said jokingly, it seems our guest is here. Several people still don't know why. They could only hear voices, but could not hear the conversation clearly. But Liu is different. With the blessing of the Waveguide Power Crystal, his physical fitness is obviously taller. Even from such a large distance, he can still clearly understand the conversations of several people. At the same time, he also knew what the former Kingxia Gym was like through what these people said. Brushing the house, Liu read silently. The corners of his mouth curved. Jianhui and Pu Xing, who noticed this smile, couldn't help but look at each other, secretly shedding crocodile tears for these so-called guests. The smile has no intention of widening. His eyes were full of interest, and he knew there was something good to watch. Liu and his party just came out of the conference room and walked through the passage. Da-da. The sound of slow footsteps sounded. 5 people noticed. They looked at each other, gathered together, and looked at the entrance of the passage cautiously. The first one to appear was the dog-licking trio, followed by Xiao Ai and Wen Yuan. Seeing them so young, 5 people are even stranger. Zhou Yu even muttered, isn't it? That's it. No wonder it was marked as a must-choice gym. Little did I know. The initiator is the most panicked. Because he had never met any of these people, and they were not the usual staff and deputy director of Kingxia Gym. He doubted it. Has this gym been taken over? Zhou Yu and others were unaware of the initiator's random thoughts and even breathed a sigh of relief quietly. Because these few who appeared are too young. When you look at the strength, it looks like normal. Kingxia Gym is as difficult as ever. At this time, there were footsteps behind several people. The 5 people who had originally breathed a sigh of relief now felt relieved again, waiting nervously. After seeing Liu clearly, the 5 of them had a look of astonishment on their faces. Because Liu was wearing half a mask, and the lower half of his face was completely blocked, making it impossible to see what he looked like. We can only judge roughly. Also very young. Liu knows that his face is very famous now, and if he shows up, he will be exposed easily. In case these guests are scared away, the gym he just inherited can no longer be opened. The 5 people did not know Liu's sinister intentions. Instead, they thought he was being mysterious and disapproved. The promoter looked at him suspiciously and asked, has your gym changed its members? Well, Kingxia Gym has officially changed its name to Laihe Gym, and I am the new gym leader. Are you here for a challenge? Liu's voice came from under the mask. Muffled sound. His indifferent voice during the game was completely different from his. As expected, the 5 people didn't make the slightest connection. The heart finally returned to its original place. Wait a minute, let's think about it. After the initiator finished speaking, they looked at each other and backed away silently. They did not stop until they were sure that the other party could not hear the sound. 5 people gathered together. The sponsor was the first to ask, how about it? Now that a new director has taken office, do you still want to challenge? Certainly. Joyu was the first to quit. He paid for his spot, so if he doesn't challenge the substitution, wouldn't it be a waste? The other 3 were not willing to just leave. The newly appointed museum owner couldn't figure out the reality, but judging from his age, he knew he was no more than 30 years old. According to experience, most of those who inherit the gym at such a young age are protected by their parents. The true strength is definitely greatly reduced. Maybe not as good as the previous deputy director. I want to continue the challenge. I'm just holding back a lot of anger. I'm going to torture the new gym owner today to vent my frustration. This is a good opportunity. That's right, if people in the group find out, they will all fight for it. Several people talked enthusiastically. The sound is getting louder and louder. Liyu's eyebrows raised higher and higher. The other people couldn't hear clearly, and could only vaguely hear words such as torture, venting anger, and grabbing heads floating in the air. Somewhat unclear. A few minutes later, the 5 people walked back, and the sponsor coughed. Ahem, we decided to continue the challenge. Liyu nodded. Which of you will go first? Hear the words. Joyu was the first to raise his hand. I'll do it. The others reacted a little slower, and when they saw Joyu raising his hand, they were also unwilling to be outdone. Me. Why should you go first? Several people scrambled. Everyone wants to be the first to eat crabs. The sponsor couldn't see it. Hurry and organize discipline. Let's guess at whoever wins and who comes first. As soon as these words came out, all 4 agreed. While they were guessing, Jianhui and others had extremely strange expressions on their faces. The actions of these people all show one thing. They don't think Liu is rival at all. The trio and Xiao Ai suddenly realized. Pu Xing adjusted his glasses, the lenses were slightly reflective. Jianhui's straightforward face showed an expression that could be called a sinister smile for the first time. Even Wen Yuan and Xiao Ai unconsciously began to look forward to waiting for Liu to reveal his true strength. What expressions would these people have? I won. Joyu roared excitedly. Get out of the 5. He came to Liu with high spirits, head held high, and high spirits. He didn't see it. The corners of Liu's mouth hidden under the mask were slightly raised. The gym challenge is about to begin. Please take your Pokémon on both sides. The referee did his job, but if you look closely, there is a smile hidden in his eyes. Joyu looked relaxed. Liu was completely ignored. Salation throws a Pokeball. A flash of light revealed a majestic Arcanine. Okay, old you. When did your Growlithe evolve? You hit it well enough. Remember to be gentle in your actions and save some face for the new owner. Yes, we still have to challenge. Don't cry so hard. Several people were laughing and joking, making noise. The promoter had expected the new owner and the group to be angry, but the other party was surprisingly expressionless. And the group of people in the audience. The faces look weirder than the last. The faces look weirder than the last. One of the boys' face looked as red as if he was constipated. The initiator frowned slightly. But when I looked at the stage, I felt that I was worrying too much. Woof woof. Arcanine roared at Liu angrily. Joyu was even more proud. Nostrils pointed upward. Liu was immediately amused when she saw his expression. He heard a scoff from the other side. Joyu immediately stepped forward and was about to ask. At this time, then I heard the masked new owner suddenly speak. You guys come together to save time. Wow. The 5 people were stunned. They never expected that the new owner would be so crazy. 5 against 1? Isn't this a joke? That's not how it's given for free. The sponsor raised a hypocritical smile. Master, are you serious? Well, aren't you all going to be the first one? Why don't we do it together so that neither of us has to waste time? Liu said it sounding as if he was thinking about these challengers wholeheartedly. Jianhui heard this. Finally I couldn't hold it in any longer and burst out laughing. Finding that everyone's eyes were focused on him, he waved his hands quickly. Ha ha ha, don't worry about me, I just thought of a joke. You guys chat? Who knows? The 5 people really listened to this suggestion. This opportunity cannot be missed. What do you think? Dry. How can the 5 of us be afraid of a small restaurant owner like him? The 5 people were enthusiastic. I patted my forehead and agreed immediately. Liu saw this. The smile became more and more inscrutable. It's just that the mask tightly blocked his expression, and the 5 people opposite him didn't notice it at all. Immediately afterwards, the remaining 4 people all entered the ring. Release the Pokémon one by one. Laren, Rathicate, Steelix, and Golem appeared one after another. The 5 of them instantly became more confident. Liu also throws a Pokeball later. Instantly, a body covered in luxurious black and gold armor, with a pair of big eyes full of frightening murderous intent, and a pair of huge fists that looked like an oversized mantis appeared. Fuck. Caesar. Or Flash. The first moment Joyu saw it, he immediately became violent. The other 4 people were also dumbfounded. And how to look at it? Why do you think? Why does this Pokémon look familiar? It's just that they haven't waited for them to think about it. The referee immediately announced the start of the game. Flash Scizor pounced. The two extremely developed back legs kicked violently, just one jump, like a huge black lightning normal. In an instant, he bumped into 5 Pokémon. The bounce power is extremely terrifying. Fast, ruthless, and accurate to the extreme. The point is, extremely fierce. Zhou was shocked and almost instinctively shouted for Arcanine to retreat. And among the 5 Pokémon, perhaps because he has been following Xianyu's owner for a long time, the impatient Arcanine is best at escaping. The situation is not good. He rolled sideways and dodged the incoming blade. It's too late, it's fast. As soon as he turned sideways, Zhou raised his head in panic, only to hear a whoosh, and the sharp blade arm had already passed over Arcanine's head. The distance is only 1 centimeter. Most of the hair on Arcanine's head was shaved off. Zhou was scared to death. The whole person was stunned. He didn't expect it to start like this. He was completely stunned. Didn't even have time to think about it. When did Scizor's pliers turn into blades? It seemed like just a moment. This is completely different from the tour they wanted to visit. In the end, what happened? 4 other people also wanted to raise the issue. But how will Liu give them a chance? The reason why he left 5 people behind. Just to have a beautiful opening battle and officially announce the establishment of Laihe Gym? This video is for promotional purposes. When I just handed over the gym, he was optimistic that if the gym had a high score, he would have a chance to be selected into the gym that trainer would choose. The inspection period for the museum owner will not take half a year. When being rated, the gym owner will automatically be converted into a gym owner level trainer. How could Liu miss this opportunity to save trouble? For this goal, after hearing their conversation, an idea came to him. The 5 people had no idea that they were being used as propaganda tools. Full of horror, in the eyes of 5 people, Flash Scizor's blade is another transformation. Transformed back into a fist again. At the same time, the masked man spoke and ordered, "Scizor, bullet punch." Swish swish. Scizor struck with both fists. It was like a storm of dense bullets, and it was impossible to see the speed of the punches. Only the black gold afterimage was ignored. Steelix and Rathicate haven't reacted yet. The next second, he was instantly penetrated by the terrifying power and speed. All this is just Spark's effort. Steelix and Golem's trainer didn't even have time to shout, they just stood there stunned. Zhou saw this scene. Pupils are constricted. Overwhelming annoyance and regret spread all over my body in the blink of an eye. He held his head. Everyone is going crazy. Why? How so? He just wants to be a bastard. Why is it so difficult? Why did you meet such a perverted owner? And when he regretted it, the situation on the battlefield changed again. This time, Scizor turned into a sword with one hand and slashed at Laren in the air. He maintained bullet punch with one hand, and the swift Horacio? Arcanine didn't have time to adjust her body shape. Just as he was about to stand up, he was body pressed by Scizor for the second time. This time, it was out of luck after all. Body hit by bullet punch. Arcanine trembled all of a sudden, and a sharp pain surged into his body. The fist wind is fast. In 1 second, its chest, abdomen, legs and feet were actually hit at the same time. Ouch. The pain caused him to scream miserably. A sense of fear of death permeated the whole body in an instant. Follow your own salted fish master. It never knows. Death could be so close. No, Zhou shouted. The veins in my neck bulged from shouting, but no matter what, the outcome is already determined. Arcanine's entire Pokémon was like a kite that had been let go. After a few bangs, it slammed into the wall. Arcanine was knocked into the air, the expression on his face still being confused. It can't figure it out. It was obviously just a face-to-face meeting. How could the situation become like this? Its energy has only just been condensed to half. There was no warning, everything happened so suddenly, there was no chance to escape. With a thud, the terrifying pain instantly overwhelmed all its senses, and then its eyes went black and it completely lost consciousness. The other side, Laren and Rathicate are in the same direction. It unintentionally facilitated Scizor's movements. Their eyes reflected the cold light of the Scizor blade. The next second, boom, Laren and Golem were smashed into the ring like meteorite. The terrifying impact directly blasted a big hole into the ground. 2 Pokémon were paralyzed in the pit, unaware of their life or death. Everything was so sudden. The total time before and after is less than 2 seconds. The faces look weirder than the last. One of the boys' face looked as red as if he was constipated. The initiator frowned slightly. But when I looked at the stage, I felt that I was worrying too much. Woof woof. Arcanine roared at Liu angrily. Zhou was even more proud. Nostrils pointed upward. Liu was immediately amused when she saw his expression. He heard a scoff from the other side. Zhou immediately stepped forward and was about to ask. At this time, then I heard the masked new owner suddenly speak, "You guys come together to save time." Wow, the 5 people were stunned. They never expected that the new owner would be so crazy. 5 against 1? Isn't this a joke? That's not how it's given for free. The sponsor raised a hypocritical smile. Master, are you serious? Well, aren't you all going to be the first one? Why don't we do it together so that neither of us has to waste time? Liu said it sounding as if he was thinking about these challengers wholeheartedly. Jianhui heard this. Finally I couldn't hold it in any longer and burst out laughing. Finding that everyone's eyes were focused on him, he waved his hands quickly. Ha ha ha, don't worry about me, I just thought of a joke. You guys chat? You guys chat. Who knows? The 5 people really listened to this suggestion. This opportunity cannot be missed, what do you think? Dry. How can the 5 of us be afraid of a small restaurant owner like him? The 5 people were enthusiastic. I patted my forehead and agreed immediately. Liu saw this. The smile became more and more inscrutable. It's just that the mask tightly blocked his expression, and the 5 people opposite him didn't notice it at all. Immediately afterwards, the remaining 4 people all entered the ring. Release the Pokémon one by one. Laren, Raticate, Steelix, and Golem appeared one after another. The 5 of them instantly became more confident. Liu also throws a Pokeball later. Instantly, a body covered in luxurious black and gold armor, with a pair of big eyes full of frightening murderous intent, and a pair of huge fists that looked like an oversized mantis appeared. Fuck. Scizor. Or Flash. The first moment Zhou saw it, he immediately became violent. The other 4 people were also dumbfounded. And how to look at it? Why do you think? Why does this Pokemon look familiar? It's just that they haven't waited for them to think about it. The referee immediately announced the start of the game. Flash Scizor pounced. The 2 extremely developed back legs kicked violently, just one jump, like a huge black lightning normal. In an instant, he bumped into 5 Pokemon. The bounce power is extremely terrifying. Fast, ruthless, and accurate to the extreme. The point is, extremely fierce. Zhou was shocked and almost instinctively shouted for Arcanine to retreat. And among the 5 Pokemon, perhaps because he has been following Xianyu's owner for a long time, the impatient Arcanine is best at escaping. The situation is not good. He rolled sideways and dodged the incoming blade. It's too late, it's fast. As soon as he turned sideways, Zhou raised his head in panic, only to hear a whoosh, and the sharp blade arm had already passed over Arcanine's head. The distance is only 1 centimeter. Most of the hair on Arcanine's head was shaved off. Zhou was scared to death. The whole person was stunned. He didn't expect it to start like this. He was completely stunned. Didn't even have time to think about it. When did Scizor's pliers turn into blades? It seemed like just a moment. This is completely different from the tour they wanted to visit. In the end, what happened? 4 other people also wanted to raise the issue. But how will Liu give them a chance? The reason why he left 5 people behind. Just to have a beautiful opening battle and officially announce the establishment of Laihe Gym? This video is for promotional purposes. When I just handed over the gym, he was optimistic that if the gym had a high score, he would have a chance to be selected into the gym that trainer would choose. The inspection period for the museum owner will not take half a year. When being rated, the gym owner will automatically be converted into a gym owner level trainer. How could Liu miss this opportunity to save trouble? For this goal, after hearing their conversation, an idea came to him. The 5 people had no idea that they were being used as propaganda tools. Full of horror, in the eyes of 5 people, Flash Scizor's blade is another transformation. Transformed back into a fist again. At the same time, the masked man spoke and ordered, Scizor, bullet punch. Swish swish. Scizor struck with both fists. It was like a storm of dense bullets, and it was impossible to see the speed of the punches. Only the black gold afterimage was ignored. Steelix and Raticate haven't reacted yet. The next second, he was instantly penetrated by the terrifying power and speed. All this is just Spark's effort. Steelix and Golem's trainer didn't even have time to shout, they just stood there stunned. Zhou saw this scene. Pupils are constricted. Overwhelming annoyance and regret spread all over my body in the blink of an eye. He held his head. Everyone is going crazy. Why? How so? He just wants to be a bastard. Why is it so difficult? Why did you meet such a perverted owner? And when he regretted it, the situation on the battlefield changed again. This time, Scizor turned into a sword with one hand and slashed at Laren in the air. He maintained bullet punch with one hand, and the swift Horacio, Arcanine didn't have time to adjust her body shape. Just as he was about to stand up, he was body pressed by Scizor for the second time. This time, it was out of luck after all. Body hit by bullet punch. Arcanine trembled all of a sudden, and a sharp pain surged into his body. The fist wind is fast. In 1 second, its chest, abdomen, legs and feet were actually hit at the same time. Ouch. The pain caused him to scream miserably. A sense of fear of death permeated the whole body in an instant. Follow your own salted fish master. It never knows. Death could be so close. No, Zhou shouted. The veins in my neck bulged from shouting, but no matter what, the outcome is already determined. Arcanine's entire Pokémon was like a kite that had been let go. After a few bangs, it slammed into the wall. Arcanine was knocked into the air, the expression on his face still being confused. It can't figure it out. It was obviously just a face-to-face meeting. How could the situation become like this? Its energy has only just been condensed to half. There was no warning. Everything happened so suddenly, there was no chance to escape. With a thud, the terrifying pain instantly overwhelmed all its senses, and then its eyes went black and it completely lost consciousness. The other side, Laren and Raticate are in the same direction. It unintentionally facilitated Scizor's movements. Their eyes reflected the cold light of the Scizor blade. The next second, boom, Laren and Golem were smashed into the ring like meteorite. The terrifying impact directly blasted a big hole into the ground. 2 Pokémon were paralyzed in the pit, unaware of their life or death. Everything was so sudden. The total time before and after is less than 2 seconds. The total time before and after is less than 2 seconds. 5 Pokémon were completely defeated, smoke and dust scattered. The battle ended in a blink of an eye. The only person standing on the field was Scizor, who was wearing black gold armor and had stern eyes. At this time, that tall and mighty figure, reflected in the eyes of 5 people, it seems like an insurmountable mountain that can never be conquered. Zhou and others sat slumped on the ground in a daze. It only takes a few seconds. Their whole temperament was turned upside down, as if they had experienced a life and death crisis, and they were covered in cold sweat. People tremble unconsciously, involuntary twitching of hands and feet, and they themselves are unaware of these changes. Nothing could be seen but Scizor. Jianhui and Pu Xing saw the situation. They looked at each other. Jianhui licked his lips in the direction of Liu and complained in a low voice, "Brother Li, Scizor is getting more and more terrifying. I don't even dare to get close." Indeed, those boys were so frightened that they probably won't be able to recover for half a year. Oh, who told them to live and die? It's okay. Brother Li personally taught them a lesson and it will last long in their memory. What are you two mumbling about? Wen Yuan rolled her eyes. He interrupted the two of them speechlessly. These two guys don't really think that others can't hear them, right? He talked endlessly. Not found. Have the 5 challengers come to their senses? Li, Brother Li. At this time, the initiator first grasped the key point from the words of the 2 people, stood up from the spot suddenly, and murmured in surprise. This title, trainer, who just finished the national competition and exhibition competition, is no stranger. It can even be said that my ears are calloused. Therefore, when the initiator hears it, he can't help but think of a person in his mind. He didn't even care about his own Steelix injury. If it's really him. The thought of this. The sponsor's eyes lit up, and he stared at Liu's mask without blinking, his eyes so hot that they seemed to burn through a big hole. Zhou and others were still immersed in the sadness of being completely tortured. It's hard to accept this reality. There are 5 of them. Everyone is an elite trainer, so they lose so easily? Could it be an illusion? Some people really think so. He pinched himself hard and let out a wail before slowly smelling salts came over. Look at the scene in front of you. I don't know what night it is. Zhou Yuren was numb and in a daze. It was the sponsor who poked him before he slowly came back to his senses. Looking at Liu, he actually trembled. It was like facing a devil. As for guessing who is under the mask? Excuse me. He was so scared that he didn't even dare to look. Zhou is no exception. The other 3 were not much better. After all, the promoter has organized many teams and has seen a lot of the world, but he is the only one who can barely maintain his composure. You can vaguely distinguish the person under the mask. Liu also had no intention of hiding it. Anyway, the game is over and the show is over. He also has no tendency to pretend to be someone else. Under the gaze of the initiator and the evasive gazes of the other 4 people, Liu moved his right hand to the back of his head, gently tugging at the knot of the mask. Take it off gently with your left hand. Suddenly, Liu's face is truly revealed in front of everyone. The 5 people's movements were unprecedentedly uniform, their bodies curled up, and they all took a breath of air. The pupils are dilated. Boom! He was completely struck in the head by a bolt of lightning. This moment, the shock of seeing Liu was even greater than the moment of being completely tortured by Scizor. After all, this face. In today's Dragon Kingdom, no one knows about it. Li Shan, Li Shan, Li Shan. The 5 people are like repeaters, only their tone is different. After shouting these 2 words loudly, they all froze on the spot, like falling into a dream. Completely don't know what to do. Shock and surprise intertwined, and all kinds of emotions surged up like crazy. I actually fought against Li Shan. Be aware of this fact. The 5 people didn't know whether to cry or laugh for a moment. Their faces were either confused or confused. Crazy brainstorming? My mind has never been spinning so fast. Zhou looked at Liu's face in a daze. Sudden. He's enlightened. The clown is himself. Such is life. Great sorrow and great joy can happen in a moment. When you are on the verge of despair, if you look at it from a different angle, you might find another surprise. For example, he spent tens of thousands of yuan to buy a quota, originally hoping to gain access to a higher level by playing in the gym, but unexpectedly encountered the nightmare level owner. Directly tortured. Even if Scizor hold back, Arcanine will have to wait for more than half a year if he wants to fully recover. And for trainer, the golden time only lasts a few years. There will undoubtedly be many missed opportunities in the first half of the year. But after Liu showed up, he got it. Although he can't rely on salted fish to get into the upper class, just having a battle with Li Shan in person is enough for him to boast for a lifetime. Maybe you can even make a joke out of this experience. Mixed into an internet celebrity? Isn't it much better than working hard and training every day? Trainer had the misfortune to encounter the ultimate great demon king like Li Shan, which would be a huge blow. This battle, it made him feel that although this profession was good, it was indeed not suitable for him. He was ready to find another way out. Eating and drinking together is the ultimate dream of salted fish. Why does he have to be so tired? The more Zhou thought about it, the more he realized that this was the case. His face suddenly changed from depressed to energetic, and his whole figure seemed to be rejuvenated. Liu didn't know Zhou's inner activities. But look at his face getting better. I couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. He doesn't want to leave a psychological shadow on people. This 1-on-5 video is for promotion, not to create a vicious image. He also asked Caesar to keep his hand. It should be fine. At this time, Liu didn't know yet. In the future, Zhou Yu really became a big vlogger on the internet, with a wide influence, and he spoke highly of him. There's just one thing I can't mention. It was this opening battle that was jokingly called a random killing by the world. The 5 people left the gym, looking a little dazed. The sponsor suddenly thought of something. A strange laugh. By the way, we can't be the only ones to suffer. What a great idea, let them have a taste of this, and I guarantee they will have endless aftertaste in their lifetime. Zhou Yu answered. The 5 people smiled sinisterly. Tiangzi Brush Museum Group. The drive was successful. We have a new owner. 5 people will solve it in 10 minutes. The sponsor finished. Zhou Yu followed closely behind. It's money well spent. The other 3 people also agreed. I've never fought such a simple gym battle before. Haha, I got this badge, it's cool. There was no flaw in the 5 people's speeches. In order to prevent the problem from being discovered, they pretended not to come. It's actually quite difficult. Sing and harmonize. Perfect cooperation. The people in the Brush Museum group believed it 100%. Immediately, someone shouted in the group again, saying they wanted to challenge. At this time, someone suddenly posted a link in the group. Zhou Yu didn't take it seriously and continued to pretend to be deceptive. I just finished typing a sentence and was about to send it. The sponsor suddenly changed his face and stopped him. Wait, no. The sponsor suddenly changed his face and stopped him. Wait, no. What's wrong? Hurry up and enter the link. His voice was rapid and his breathing was much heavier. The other 4 were confused. But looking at him, he knew something big had happened. They all bowed their heads. Click on the links in the group in a consistent manner. This is a short video. The total duration was less than a minute, but it was extremely exciting. In a few breaths, all 5 Pokémon were crushed. It makes people addicted and exciting. Only, it would be better if the person being abused was not them. After watching the video, the 5 people fell into silence and didn't speak for a long time. I can't fool anyone else now. Zhou Yu was quite sorry. At the same time, I became more and more determined that I wanted to be an internet influencer. Otherwise, this dark history may stay with him for the rest of his life. The other side. After the members of the group were banned for 5 minutes, as expected, they exploded on the spot. I'm in a big trough. Damn, I was so scared when Li Shen showed up at the end. Fortunately, I didn't get in the car. I actually tried to lie to people just now. I almost ended up in the same misery as you. Tisk, tisk, that bad old man is very bad. It's over, the easy difficulty level will directly change to the nightmare level. From now on, Qingxiadao, Bullet and Laihe Gym, it seems that it will be impossible to go. It's not just the crowd that's excited. After Liu posted this video using his own account. Moment. It takes less than a minute to like and comment, and tens of thousands of comments can be made in the blink of an eye. Some people didn't even click on the video, but just excitedly grabbed a spot in the comments. Until it was discovered that the number suddenly decreased sharply, and a large number of troughs appeared. Then I suddenly realized something was wrong. They click in. Shocking discovery. The comments above the video went crazy. Countless people were shocked. The netizens in front of the screen had even dull faces. Everyone was dumbfounded before Liu showed up. Oh my god. I saw something. Who is this person? And after taking off the mask, the style of painting suddenly changed. So it's Li Shen? Oh, it's okay. I understand this. Li Shen's normal operation. Sit down, sit down. Godly, if you showed up earlier, do these people still dare to challenge you? Laughing and crying. Boss, do you think my kneeling posture looks good? The short video has been edited. It fully demonstrates Caesar's strength. And it also has BGM soundtrack. After a thud, Liu took off his mask. The entire short video is fast and smooth, not a single minute is wasted. It simply maximizes the value. And at the end of the video, after a black screen, a line of white text appears. Laihe Gym is officially opened. Trainers are welcome to come and challenge. The font is deliberately in regular script. Regular and beautiful. But in the eyes of many netizens, it feels like a horror movie, and these lines seem to be a summons from the devil. Not only is it unkind, it's also full of threats. Some people broke into a cold sweat when they saw it. After all, coupled with the video of abusing 5 people just now, this sentence is too unconvincing. As expected of the great Demon King. Reverse operation. Awesome, the first nightmare gym is born. Let the child go, please. Godly, you are so generous, please stop liking the video. If the official sees it, we will not get any good results. At this time, no one knows. This last comment is so true. Alliance top floor office. The president had just finished dealing with the bloody transaction of the shadow organization and was rubbing his temples with one hand to relax. My right hand accidentally reached the follow home page. There was a ding. The page refreshes. Seeing who the person who posted on Weibo was, the president suddenly let out a sigh. The hands that were rubbing my temples were put down. He can actually post on Weibo. Surprised. The president immediately became curious. Wait for the video to finish playing. The president's mouth was still open and his eyes were wide. This boy. Bang. Alliance president slapped the table and stood up. When I saw the words first gym, nightmare level that filled the screen, a thought flashed across my mind. On a kind face, suddenly a cunning expression appeared. If someone familiar sees it, you will definitely know that the president has another evil idea. Every time he has this expression, this means that a large number of trainers are about to suffer. At this time, the trainers who were still discussing on the internet in high spirits were making fun of Joyu and the other 5 for their blindness. Don't know yet what they will face. 3 days later, 8 o'clock in the morning, Alliance suddenly issued an announcement. After discussing with the new gym leader Liu and conducting on-site inspections, we now list Laihe Gym as one of the must-select gyms. Trainers who want to be assessed are asked to adjust their strategies in a timely manner. This point, although there are a large number of night owls who haven't gotten up yet, but there were also many migrant workers who had already gotten up, but when they saw this announcement, they almost stopped breathing. Isn't it? Yesterday I just laughed at others, and today it's me. It turns out I'm the clown. It's over. How do we fight here? Is Alliance crazy? Netizens howled, and serious protests were made. Look at these comments. Alliance president is in a good mood. And for Liu, being listed as a must-choice gym is also a surprise. He uploads videos. It is just to promote Laihe Gym and complete the assessment as soon as possible. After becoming a must-select, challengers will continue to come. If there is no slump in popularity, it will naturally be maintained. And so on. The title of number 1 gym will also be truly confirmed. Drop. Congratulations to the host for triggering the special sign-in. Task time limit, half a year. Sign-in location, Dragon Kingdom's number 1 gym. Note, after this special sign-in is completed, the 6-star sign-in reward will be unlocked. The host please keep up the good work. 6-star sign-in. Liu's eyes widened in shock. Heart pounding. Incredible. He keeps signing into the system, and the highest he can get is 5 stars. Did not expect. It can actually activate 6 stars. The 5 stars are the mythical Pokémon eggs, the giant wristbands. How abnormal should the 6 stars be? Liu can't wait. However, this seems to be a long-term task. To truly establish the reputation of the first gym, it requires the combination of status, strength, and management. Indispensable. He only has strength now. Fame is included in status, but status symbolizes more than just fame. Besides, management is also important. A gym, it can't just be the owner, but also apprentices, staff, etc. Developed into an influential gym. Half a year. It's actually not that long. Liu cleared his thoughts and gradually calmed down. At the same time, the organizing committee's selection of the secret place was also officially confirmed, and the top 10 in the national competition were notified to go there on their own. Place. Wenglong Snow Mountain? Almost the moment they heard about this location, the players were all shocked. This is a secret that has never been made public. And not made public. It also proves something. He has many resources and secrets that have yet to be discovered. He has many resources and secrets that have yet to be discovered. What does that mean? But trainer knows it all. Previously, Wenglong Snow Mountain is completely sealed. If it hadn't been selected as the secret place for special training, everyone would still be kept in the dark. Nothing. And Liu's first reaction when he heard the news. What comes to mind is not how to explore this secret place. Rather, it was the secret realm fragment obtained previously. Among the rewards he received, this one was so special and mysterious that he couldn't figure out its use. Exploration techniques are introduced. This fragment can be used to create a secret realm. But, how many fragments can be built? Is the secret realm created by these fragments really the same as the one in the integrated union world? Every time I look at this fragment, countless questions popped up in Liu's mind. But this time the undisclosed secret suddenly reminded him from another angle. The number of secret realms continues to increase. It's just that they don't know. And these fragments may be related to the newly added secret realm. Certainly. You have to find out for yourself what the specific connection is. Liu asked Wen Yuan to take care of the gym, and then took the other 3 people to Wenglong Snow Mountain. When Laihe Gym became famous, the main group of Tiangzi Pavilion could not sit still. Brothers, I found out that Laihe Gym is a comprehensive gym. Who are you looking down on by opening a comprehensive gym in Tiangzi City? Haha, this kid has suffered a lot. More than a dozen people were acting strangely. But in my heart, I have to say, I am extremely envious. Now, Laihe Gym became famous in one battle. Reputation spreads throughout the Dragon Kingdom. As the largest ground gym city in the Dragon Kingdom, the local Tiangzi gym owner was unconvinced. They have ancestors for generations. Decades of hard work. Only then did the gymnasium in Tiangzi City become what it is today. The Dadi faction's gym is well known. But since Liu, all are broken. He has his own apex level traffic, and no matter what he does, he will attract tons of attention. It is said that Laihe became famous in the first battle at the gym. But more. Or the two assist each other. Now mention Tiangzi. People only know about the Laihe Gym, while the other Earth attribute-based ones seem to have been forgotten about normal and left behind. During this time, the museum owners swallowed bitterly. The anger is building day by day, and the initial praise for Liu has slowly turned into sarcasm and silence. Jealousy changes people beyond recognition. This is true. Now the owner of Tiangzi City feels like he is going crazy. But he couldn't beat him again and again. The owners were frustrated. At this time, a piece of gossip suddenly spread. Liu left the gym? The first time they heard the news, more than a dozen museum owners felt that the other party was setting off a smoke bomb. Don't believe it at all. Even scoffed at it. But as time passed, the news of the Secret Realm selection by the organizing committee was officially established. The museum owners in Tianxi have to believe it even if they don't believe it. Suddenly, the whole group was like a carnival party. Even some of the older club owners forgot to be prudent, and their emojis were flying. How's it going, guys? Ha ha ha, everyone is celebrating. Isn't it appropriate to not go through with the challenge? I will draw up a challenge to the museum owner now. In the end, there were a few strands of white in this man's hair, but his movements were not dissatisfied at all as he finished this sentence. Just pick up the pen from the side. Start writing. The other side. Liu and his party also arrived at a forest under Wenglong Snow Mountain. The closer to the snow-capped mountains, the lower the temperature. After entering the forest, the temperature has plummeted to around a few degrees. It may be because several forces have transformed the body. Even wearing a thin layer of clothing, Liu didn't feel cold either. There seems to be a small furnace in the body, which is constantly generating heat to maintain the energy consumed by the body. On the other hand, look at other people. I had already taken out my warm clothes. Xiao Ai wrapped her body tightly in a jacket, and unconsciously approached Liu, and gently grabbed Liu's fingers with her delicate hands. The feeling of warmth in the palm of my hand. It made his already bright eyes even rounder. Xiao Ai's body is afraid of cold, and she was already shivering at this temperature. Brotherly is like a life-saving straw, normal. Let her breathe a sigh of relief. Feeling the warmth and softness in the palm of his hand, Liu slowly clasped his hand. Wen Sheng asked, "Are you feeling better?" Xiao Ai nodded quickly. But upon closer inspection, the blush on her fair face became more and more obvious. Jianhuai and Pu Xing walked behind. Winks at each other. It was as if he had eaten a big mouthful of dog food for no apparent reason. The forest is not big. Soon it came to an end. And the other side of the end. It's like two worlds apart from the forest. Completely white. Certainly. The four people at this time did not pay attention to this point, but focused all their attention on the big stone pillar at the end. This stone pillar stands here very abruptly. But the weirdest thing, it's like it's been standing there for a long time. The edges were completely weathered and vines were wrapped around them. The stone pillars were covered in fog. I can no longer see my true face clearly. The three of them took a look and didn't notice anything strange. Just as I was about to pass by, Liu stopped in front of the stone pillar. Eyes narrowed slightly. He gently leaned forward and said, "No, there are words on it." After he finished speaking, then he gently touched it with his hand. After the top layer of thick dust was swept away, the handwriting that had been eroded by weathering was revealed. Xiao Ai and the three of them met. "Come over quickly." But when they saw the handwriting clearly, they were slightly stunned. Dragon Snow Mountain, legend exists. No. 1. Time reincarnation. What's this? Xiao Ai was shocked and confused. Jianhuai and Pu Xing were stunned. But these are the only words that can be read clearly on the stone pillars. Others are either lacking this or that, and I can't understand the general meaning. Maybe it has something to do with the secret realm. Liu touched his chin and said, "The existence of legend must refer to mythical beasts, but it is normal for mythical beasts to exist in the diamond secret realm." The second half of the sentence on the stone pillar made him care. What does that one and the reincarnation of time mean? Based on guesses from the secret realm of the snowy mountains, the only mythical beasts that can live in such an environment are ice-type mythical beasts such as Articuno, Curem, and Regis. And Articuno lives in the snowy mountains. Most likely. But Liu always felt that this newly discovered secret realm would not be so simple. Especially on the stone pillars, what does the word in front of a hand represent? Is it a warning? Liu frowned. The other three couldn't figure it out either. In the end, the four of them wandered around the stone pillar for a few minutes. After finding nothing else, they left first. And not long after they left, a Pokémon with snow-white fur, a gray-blue face, and a long scythe horn on the right side slowly stepped out. Its eyes were slightly bright, and the direction it was staring at was the Wenglong Snow Mountain where Liu and his party were going. Get out of the forest. Soon we arrived at the foot of Wenglong Snow Mountain. Except for 4 people, there are also many tourists visiting the snow-capped mountains. After all, no one except the players knows where the selected secret place is. There are also many tourists visiting the snow-capped mountains. After all, no one except the players knows where the selected secret place is. Naturally, the organizing committee will not reveal secret information that has not yet been made public. The scenery of Wenglong Snow Mountain is magnificent. But because of the temperature, even at the foot of the mountain, people have already put on warm clothes. What's going on this year? Why do I feel like it's getting colder and colder? It's indeed a lot colder than last year. This is the hottest dog day of summer. It's damn hot. The cold is a bit weird. I always feel uncomfortable. You are thinking too much. The discussion of several tourists around him reached his ears. Liu couldn't help but raise his eyebrows as he listened. Because of his improved physique, he really didn't feel too cold. But look at Xiao Ai's pale face. Also probably no. The temperature in this snowy mountain is indeed a bit too low. Not much time to watch. Liu was too lazy to climb the mountain and found a hidden place at the foot of the mountain. After deliberately avoiding the crowd, he summoned Lugia. As soon as Lugia appeared, Puyi breathed in the surrounding air and suddenly became energetic. The entire Pokémon's eyes widened. Liu smiled at the situation, and then asked Xiao Ai and others to climb up one by one. Jianhui and Pu Xing moved cautiously, but he couldn't help but be excited. Looking at Lugia's expression, he was happier than meeting his biological father. Really sitting on Lugia made my fingers tremble. The whole person was almost excited and whipped over. Like falling into a dream? This is a mythical beast? Still a mega beast? They actually touched it themselves and sat on each other? When I think about this fact, they both wanted to scream. If it weren't for the fear of being disliked by Brotherly, he would have left them behind. Jianhui and Pu Xing may really be unable to bear it anymore. In the past, I would never have dared to even dream of thinking like this. So, what's wrong with licking a dog? Others laugh at them as licking dogs, but those people will probably never see a hair of the mega beast in their lifetime. Licking to the end, everything? The two looked at each other and smiled. A tacit understanding unique to dog licking emerged spontaneously. Xiao Ai watched them beaming with excitement and winking at each other, somewhat confused. But I feel the mythical beast under my control. I couldn't help but feel moved and proud in my heart. Looking at Liu, he became more and more admired. As a mega beast, Lugia is sensitive to human emotions and realizes that the three of them have never seen the world. The head couldn't help but raise its head. With a snort, his nostrils instantly spit up 2 puffs of white air. This stupid look came out. The majestic aura he had before disappeared in an instant, and he was completely stupid. Who knows? After he revealed his true nature, a few people actually liked it even more. Especially Xiao Ai. I used to think that Lugia was a mega beast that I had never seen before. It was too powerful and could completely crush them. A mixture of inner admiration and timidity. Sitting on Lugia, I always feel like I'm walking on thin ice and don't dare to make any big moves, for fear of offending the other party. But now, seeing Lugia's proud expression, the previously tense expression immediately relaxed, and a hint of affection appeared on his face unconsciously. He reached out and touched its feathers. Lugia was slightly stunned. Head tilted. After discovering that Xiao Ai was touching him, he turned his head back with an expression of please touch him if you want, it's a reward. Pfft. Xiao Ai's dimples popped out when she smiled. In the sun, the bright smile is even more beautiful than the surrounding snow-capped mountains. Jianhui and Pu Xing saw the situation. Hands itched slightly. I also want to imitate Xiao Ai and touch it. But before the hands touched each other, Lugia made a flat throw. The two of them were sitting at the end and almost were thrown off. Snort. Lugia's voice came from the front. The two people immediately became honest. Don't dare to move anymore. But he looked a little aggrieved, thinking that the mythical beast could not care about his face. This world is too bad. Walk. Liu just finished speaking. Lugia didn't even need any buffering time and took off directly, covering 100 meters in the blink of an eye. A 5-meter-long behemoth passed by. Visitors can certainly notice it. It's just too fast. People could only see the shadow in a hurry. Before they could see it clearly, they were blown away by the strong wind. Wait until you come to your senses. There was nothing but white snow in front of me. As Lugia flew higher and higher, the temperature gradually dropped to below zero. This will. Even Jianhui and Pu Xing couldn't stand it. This is because Lugia uses an energy shield to form a peripheral protective layer to prevent cold wind from intruding. Otherwise, a few people would not be able to hold on long ago. Even so, as altitude increases, they also had varying degrees of reaction. We are about to arrive. Seeing Xiao Ai lowering his head in discomfort, Liu immediately said, Lugia, let's land first. Hear the words. The frequency of Lugia's big palm incitement slowed down. The next second, find the location of a platform. Stopped on it. The current height is nearly 4,000 meters above sea level, almost approaching the top of the mountain. Hoo-hoo. In midair, a cold wind blew. Fortunately, Lugia, who can control the wind, is here, and all the cold wind is automatically pushed away after passing through them. And just then, suddenly heavy snow fell from the sky. But this seems to be the norm for Wenglong Snow Mountain. Heavy snow began to obscure the view. There was no one around, and it was completely white, as if there were only the 4 of them in the whole world. Pu Xing, who had always been steady, felt panicked. Just when I saw Liu, it was like taking a reassuring shot, and my mood calmed down. The snow falls quickly. The 4 of them just stood there for a while before they were covered with a layer of clothing. Even if it falls down, not long, it will be covered with another layer. And now, they only stayed for 5 minutes. The secret address given by the organizing committee is very vague and needs to be discovered by the players themselves. It is said, this is also one of the tests. But looking at the scene of nothing, even the rocks covered by white snow, Liu knew that he could not continue. He reached into his pocket. I touched a hard object, which was the secret crystal of the power of the waveguide that I had obtained earlier. The moment his hand touched it, the power of the waveguide suddenly emerged, and then under his guidance, it spread with all its strength. The next second, Liu closed her eyes gently, and in his mind, the scene in the heavy snow is far clearer than what you can see with the naked eye. He could even see the tracks of falling snow, under the sky full of ice and snow. Liu once again amplified the power of the waveguide, and the vision in his mind expanded. Liu saw a completely different scene. Buried under the university, there is an inconspicuous cave, not far from them in the southeast, and the strong fluctuations emanating from the cave. It was very consistent with the secret realm he had experienced before. And in front of the entrance to the secret realm, there seemed to be some figures shining with white energy. Liu determined the goal almost immediately. But when he continued to move forward, the secret crystal of the power of the waveguide suddenly withdrew the released power. Liu had to open his eyes. Disconnect. Liu opened his eyes and disconnected. The scene before me was still the same, but he had a direction. The energy he can absorb with the power of waveguide is still limited, otherwise he would have been able to see clearly who those ice-type Pokémon were just now. Watch Liu open her eyes. Only Jianhui dared to step forward and ask. He didn't say much. He led a group of people directly towards the cave they just saw. The clouds soaring in the sky are so thick that the sun cannot shine through. After leaving for a few minutes, Liu stopped near a mountain wall. Xiao Ai and the other three didn't know why. In their eyes, there was not much difference between this place and the place just now, all covered by white snow. Lugia. Liu shouted softly, and Lugia understood and waved his palm. Instantly, a storm appeared out of nowhere. All the snow near the mountain wall has been cleared away. And everyone. We also saw the cave hidden under the mountain wall. The three of them were shocked at the same time. So hidden. The organizing committee is too shady. Who can find it? Are we the first? Jianhui and Pu Xing were both excited, and their eyes were shining as they looked at the dark hole. Little did I know, the organizing committee was also having a headache at this time. Research staff report. The chairman's brows tightened upon hearing this. The other people's faces didn't look very good either. What are you talking about? What do you mean the entrance is no longer at its original location? The result of our detection is this. That location is still part of the secret realm, but it cannot be entered from it. The researchers also looked embarrassed and confused. After the test report comes out, he also thought there was something wrong with the machine, and deliberately conducted a repeated investigation. Even replaced other instruments. But the result remains the same. Even if you don't believe it anymore, the outcome is already determined. The chairman looked like he had a splitting headache. Although the secret realm of Winglong Snow Mountain has not been made public, a secret explorer has visited it once before. At that time, there is no problem with the entrance moving now. At this time, diddy, the electronic screen beeps endlessly. Take a look at the prompts. It turned out to be Zhang Yuanli calling. Chairman, I can't find the entrance. There is nothing here. Zhang Yuanli's tone was a little angry. The voices were all hurried. Listen carefully. The voice was trembling slightly. The chairman bravely explained, sorry, we just discovered that the entrance to the secret realm has moved. What? Zhang Yuanli screamed and overdriven. But he couldn't care less. He asked in disbelief, you mean, the entrance to the secret realm moved by itself? Right. The chairman sighed. How can it be? Who knows? Zhang Yuanli became even more excited after hearing this. If he hadn't considered that the other party was the chairman of the committee, he would have almost cursed. The entrance to the secret realm moves on its own? Listen. Is this human language? Liars are not that deceptive. He has been to many secret places since he was a child, but this was the first time he heard such a joke. That would be too much. Doduo. The chairman was about to explain a few words when he heard a long hang-up tone. He shook his head helplessly. Zhang Yuanli is just the beginning. Subsequently, several more people called. After hearing the organizing committee's explanation, without exception, everyone felt that they were being played with. Extremely angry. After Zhang Yuanli hung up the phone, he stood on the snow-capped mountain peaks, feeling extremely confused. Winglong Snow Mountain is like a silver giant of snow, overlooking everything on the ground. Isiris filled the sky, and a cold wind hit him, and he couldn't help but shiver. It's too cold here. Where are you? Ah! An exclamation came from not far away. After Zhang Yuanli heard this, he pulled off his frozen snot strip and went in that direction. Walking in the snow makes very little noise. After Zhang Yuanli approached, several other players saw him and were stunned at the same time. Seeing each other's extremely embarrassed appearance, it was rare to feel sympathy for each other. Several people concluded that it was a test from the organizing committee. I searched for a long time, but the search was still fruitless. Even after all the frozen bodies were frozen, the entrance to the secret realm after the change could not be found. Just take advantage of it before returning the smelling salts. Hurry down the mountain. After the 6th phone call, the chairman waited for a long time, but never received a call. Huh? How come there's no news from Liu and the others? Now in the top 10 in the national competition. Except for Liu, everyone scolded them. The chairman even got used to it after hearing this. Just ask them to come back quickly. Retest before going up the mountain. Did they find it? It can't be such a coincidence. The thought flashed across my mind. He was quickly dismissed. If the entrance to the secret realm was so easy to find, it wouldn't be fought over by major countries. Little did I know, Liu and his party had just entered the cave. The light inside the cave is dim. However, they had sufficient climbing equipment and turned on their flashlights, giving them an unobstructed view of the cave environment. Creaking, creaking. There is actually a thick layer of Isiris on the ground. As it moves, it makes a sound. But this is obviously a cave. The 4 of them were more cautious. Lugia was taken back before entering the cave because of its size. But it's gone. Jianhui and the others had no sense of security at all. As it goes deeper, the group soon stopped. At this time, a huge footprint appeared on the ground, and it looked like a strong Pokémon. Jianhui and the other three looked nervous. Brotherly, where are we? It seems to be getting colder. Xiao Ai seeks spiritual support from normal, puts his arm around Liu, and walks with him cautiously. Pu Xing couldn't help but shuddered as he saw more and more marks on the ground. Obviously, what awaits them ahead will definitely be anything but ordinary. Pu Xing's idea just came to him. It's like induction. Boom! A very large Pokémon appeared. As it howled, the ground shook slightly. Its body was brown, and there were blue and white saddle-shaped patterns outside its eyes. There is also a pink nose similar to that of a pig, and two long, snow-white curved tusks. Mamoswine. Liu was a little surprised, because judging from the footprints, it doesn't seem to match Mamoswine. Moreover, Mamoswine is actually a Pokémon from the Theo era. If Piloswine wants to evolve successfully, it needs to learn ancient power. Back to the beginning. Therefore, Mamoswine's evolutionary conditions are harsh. At least one of a group of Swinub and Piloswine may not be fully evolved. But this one in front of me, he hasn't figured it out yet. Mamoswine shook her hooves and suddenly roared. The next moment, Mamoswine launched a fierce attack. I saw Mamoswine yelling at soaring in the sky. The next second, the fist-sized hail crashed down. Liu throws the Pokeball. A red light flashed. Ancient Lucario was very responsive and turned into a shadow as soon as he appeared, moving quickly under hail. Approach Mamoswine. But at this moment, an accident happened. Another roar. A huge Pokémon standing on two legs, almost the same size as Mamoswine, emerged from the fork next to it. A huge Pokémon standing on two legs, almost the same size as Mamoswine, emerged from the fork next to it. Its whole body is covered with fluffy snow-white hair, and it has a pair of lavender eyes with thick eyebrows. The most conspicuous, or four blooming icicles on the back. Rings appear around the base of the icicles, and white fur surrounds the middle of the icicles. Even more aggressive, the four icicles are constantly exuding extremely cold air, and after it appears, as if the entire cave was enveloped in cold air, the temperature dropped to an extremely low level. Even Liu felt the drastic change in temperature. A chill that penetrates the bone marrow slowly penetrates everyone's body. It is completely different from the cold air felt in the underworld, but completely cold. Pokémon, Mega Abamasno, Mega Evolution Contest Condition. Qualification, Quasi-Elite Level. Level 75. Ability, Snowfall, Hail Weather will continue after appearance. Attribute, Grass, Ice. Skills, Ice Punch, Mist, Leer, Powder Snow, Leafage, Aurora Veil, Ice Sparkle, Razor Leaf, Icy Wind, Swagger, Blizzard. Combat Power Value, 2100. Evolved autonomously. Liu was surprised after seeing the data. When Mega Abamasno appeared, Hail controlled by Mamoswine suddenly became more ferocious. Mega Abamasno's ability comes into play. Two blessings. Hail was pouring down, leaving Lucario with nowhere to hide. Jianhui and the other two people even exclaimed in surprise. A Mamoswine is incredible enough, but there is also a Mega Abamasno? To know, Mega Abamasno is the true face of the legendary snowman. When it rage, it will trigger Blizzard, making the surrounding area white. Also known as Ice and Snow Monster. Mega Abamasno didn't hesitate at all. He opened his big mouth, roared, and violently spit out Blizzard, sweeping towards Liu and the four of them. It's like facing rage from nature. Liu saw the potential. Gengar was quietly summoned. In terms of attribute restraint, Poison type's Gengar has a strong effect on Abamasno. Gengar hides in the shadows. In the dim light of the cave, except for Liu himself, not even Xiao Ai and others found where Gengar was. But they didn't know it at this time. Mega Abamasno's blizzard affects more than just caves. Outside the cave, the snow that was already falling rapidly became even more violent. Zhang Yuanli, who was riding a huge steel-armored crow down the mountain, looked at the flash of white with a horrified expression. Both hands tightly grasped the back of the steel-armored crow, his face turned frighteningly white. Quick, run. He had never been so scared. On the top of the crumbling mountain, there was a sudden roar. Like a beginning. The other side. Inside the cave, I saw Mega Abamasno's body suddenly expanded in a large circle, waving a huge fist and colliding with Lucario. There was a bang. The two Pokémon actually fought to a draw. Lucario's flaming fist collided with the cold air, melted instantly, and evaporated a burst of mist. While Mega Abamasno realized that rival was not simple, the rich ice power around him formed a huge barrier. Mamoswine stayed where it was and blew out countless blue energy particles with its mouth, which condensed into snow and gathered in front of it. Mamoswine puffed up her mouth, then blew out a strong breath. The temperature in the air dropped again instantly, and the four people, including the two Pokémon, felt the biting cold. The cave is completely covered with snow and hail. A flash of caution flashed in ancient Lucario's eyes. It felt like its speed was getting slower and slower, and its joints began to stiffen. We can't delay it any longer. Through the power of Waveguide, Liu also judged that the entry and exit situation was serious. Gengar, Sludge Wave. Give an order. A twisted black hole suddenly appears behind Mega Abamasno, Xiao Ai exclaimed. Then he quickly covered his mouth for fear of affecting Liu. The scream was swallowed back. When did Gengar appear? They don't even know. And along with the black hole, there are filthy things pouring out like huge waves, and there is also a stench. Sludge Wave's attack was caught off guard. By the time Mega Abamasno reacted, the sludge had already washed up to his feet like a normal wave. Mega Abamasno's barrier comes into play at this time. However, Gengar's toxicity is different from normal. Sludge impact. Several potholes were corroded into the barrier. The condensed ice shield became pitted, and sludge gradually seeped into it. Mega Abamasno obviously didn't expect that the opponent's attack could enter his barrier. Not expected. Hit directly. A small part of the body was eroded by the sludge. Take a few steps back. However, Mega Abamasno is a Mega Evolution after all. Under the contest condition, he quickly stabilized his figure. This time the condensed ice shield was a bit thicker. Sludge wave before it gets close. It was frozen into an ice sculpture. But Liu didn't care. Gengar's poison power had reached a terrifying level. Even just a little deeper into the skin. Then Mega Abamasno may not be able to resist it. Just when he wanted to wait and see what happened. Then I saw Mamoswine on the other side suddenly moved. It tentatively stretched out its front legs, and under the gazes of the four people, it put it down forcefully and slammed its feet onto the ground. The next second, he rushed out suddenly. Boom, boom. The ground vibrates almost every time I take a step. Mamoswine's running speed suddenly exploded. Only after images can be seen with the naked eye. It is unimaginable that such a huge body can move so fast. All this is just a moment. It stands to reason that Mamoswine's normal weight is between 290 kilograms and 300 kilograms, but this one is obviously different. Completely beyond the normal range. Take a rough look. I also know how there is 500 kilograms? Gravity acceleration, superimposed. One can imagine how severe the impact can be. Liu quickly asked Lucario to avoid it. This body type. There is no need to go head-on. Otherwise, it might be more tragic than hitting a truck. Just this time, Liu guessed wrong. He thought Mamoswine was here for Lucario. Who knows? The answer is completely different. Even, the previous battles were just a cover. At the same time, as Mamoswine runs, a white energy film forms on its body surface. In the ghostly gazes of Liu and the other four, Tank Normal suddenly tacked onto the mountain wall. Boom. There was a shocking loud noise. Mega Abamasno also adds fuel to the fire normal. The toxicity of the sludge begins to take effect, and toxic disrupts its energy. The entire Pokémon fell into a chaotic contest condition, and the cold air that was originally distributed around him suddenly started to scurry around like a headless fly, and it was extremely fast, resulting in an extremely terrifying blizzard. He was dragged out of the cave in one fell swoop. Like the last straw. In an instant. The already crumbling Wenglong Snow Mountain roared like a lament for normal. The already crumbling Wenglong Snow Mountain roared like a lament for normal. The huge boulder from the top of the snow mountain rolled down, and there was a loud rumbling sound, and the entire Wenglong Snow Mountain suddenly shook. Large and small ice cubes and snowballs rolled rapidly down the hillside along the boulders. The snowballs rolled bigger and bigger, sliding into an arc on the snow-capped mountains. Swish. Avalanche poured out of Norman, like a flood, roaring and sweeping down the mountain. At the foot of the mountain, the tourists suddenly felt the earth shake and looked up in shock. I saw, with a huge roar, heavy snow billowing like thousands of troops. For a moment, the whole world has turned into an apocalypse. Stimulating everyone's attention, I don't know who it is, suddenly let out a scream on the verge of collapse. Avalanche. The scream was like a trigger. The tourists who were stunned on the spot all panicked, terrified, afraid of being swept away by various emotions. Tourists who come to visit the snowy mountains naturally know the power of avalanche. Under the roar, all of them had weak legs. The great fear made them run away at all costs. Due to the special circumstances of Wenglong Snow Mountain, there are no tourists on the mountain. So after the avalanche descended, they still had time to evacuate. The Pokémon troops stationed nearby heard the noise and hurried to check. It was discovered that there was a strange movement in Wenglong Snow Mountain. I was also frightened. Wenglong Snow Mountain has been here for thousands of years, although there are some vivi collapses from time to time. But it's all within control. After all, tourists are not allowed on the mountain at all. Almost nothing happened. But this time, from such a distance, they could see the air waves created by avalanche. The white snow rolled away, and the rock and the big tree were submerged together, falling into the sea of snow inconspicuously. Soon it disappeared into the vast snow, if replaced by humans. The commander stationed here trembled all over. His face changed several times. He knew that this was definitely not comparable to the previous avalanche. Quickly, order the tourists and situations within 100 kilometers to evacuate quickly. Move quickly. The commander's voice was urgent. Hear the words. A soldier summoned the eagle and flew out of the army's range. There are countless soldiers and flying Pokémon following suit. At the same time, a specialized research institute near the snowy mountains. A staff member saw the violent energy of white flowers on the big screen. I thought it was my illusion. Until the ground shook. He suddenly came to his senses. Sound the alarm immediately. After finishing this action, his whole figure seemed to be overdrawn from normal, and he slowly drew along the wall. His forehead was already covered with cold sweat. The same situation also happened in the organizing committee. They are no longer near Wenglong Snow Mountain, but also in a city. After the big avalanche broke out, the organizing committee got the news immediately. The chairman was completely frightened. They never expected it. Accidents happen one after another. First there were changes to the entrance to the secret realm, and then there was the epic avalanche that had never appeared before. What is going on? The chairman is going crazy? Whenever the top 10 in this national competition is compromised, he will also be implicated. This is still second. The problem is that, in the world ranking competition that changes the pattern, Dragon Kingdom will be completely disrupted. No. The chairman stood up immediately and rushed to the snow mountain to rescue those students. Fortunately, he just went out. A strong gust of wind came. Immediately afterwards, the sky turned dark. A huge steel-armored crow appeared. And on it, there happened to be 6 students, and they were the contestants who were going to enter the secret realm this time. Surprise flashed in the chairman's eyes. Wait for the giant steel-armored crow to land on the lawn. Come forward immediately. Where are Liu and the others? Half of the chairman's heart fell back to where it was, but the other half was still hanging high. Zhang Yuanli heard this. The panic on his face faded slightly, and he shook his head in confusion. We didn't see. The remaining 5 people also spoke one after another, saying that they had not met Liu and his party on the snow mountain, but they just noticed that something was wrong. He left in a hurry. I see. The chairman's expression became serious again. He didn't want to think about the worst consequences. But if that's really the case, that... The chairman looked towards the snow-capped mountains and murmured, "Where on earth are you?" Mama's Wine's actions shocked Liu and others. When reacting, the situation has become unstoppable. With the help of blizzard and earthquake, avalanche has become irreversible. After Mamos Wine tackle, he fell to the ground with a bloody head. I don't know life or death. Mega Abamasno is affected by toxic, completely unconscious, and desperate for his life. Normal summons blizzard. Under the influence of avalanche, the cave began to shake violently. Debris splashed down. Seeing that the path is about to be blocked by falling stones, Liu made a prompt decision. Hey, congratulations to Gengar for defeating Mega Abamasno and reaching level 54. Hey, congratulations to Ancient Lucario for defeating Mamoswine and gaining plus 10,000 battle experience. As the 2 prompts sounded, he didn't bother to continue to entangle with the 2, and he directly asked Gengar to open a black hole in different time and space. Then everyone and Lucario were automatically sucked in. Gengar swallowed so many people at once. It is inevitable that there is no limit to what we can do. Feeling the slight vibration in the black hole space, Liu immediately burst out a large amount of regular power to calm it down. Subsequently, Liu squeezed the secret crystal of waveguide power tightly. Close your eyes and look at the location of the entrance to the secret realm. Gengar, move forward 100 meters. Hear the words. Gengar gritted his teeth. Immediately teleported to a position 100 meters behind. There was a pop. The 4 of them were spit out of the black hole along with the ancient Lucario. Gengar suddenly became much weaker. He rubbed Liu's shoulder. It was taken back into the virtual space. In the space, a steady stream of energy powerfully but slowly repaired Gengar's physical strength. Liu opened his eyes. The first time I saw the familiar entrance light curtain. At this time the cave was about to collapse. Lucario erected a defensive barrier above everyone's heads to intercept the falling gravel. See other people. They also wanted to follow suit and took out their Pokeballs to summon Pokemon. Liu stopped them. Go in first. Xiao Ai knew Liu best. Hearing this, he just nodded and stepped into the light curtain. Jian Huipusing doesn't talk nonsense either. After all 3 people entered, Liu took Lucario directly into the light curtain, and at the moment when his figure was completely submerged, the cave collapsed. The mountains are rolling down with the university, and avalanche is getting more intense. Buzz. Immediately afterwards, the light curtain began to shake violently and suddenly disappeared after a few seconds. It's like normal never appeared. And the moment Liu stepped into the light curtain, the familiar beep sounded again. Drop. Sign in location, Wang Longbing's secret realm. Hey, check-in at the 5-star location was successful. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward, Genetic Wedge. It has been detected that it is extremely difficult to sign in here, and a special random draw will be awarded. Haven't had time to observe the surrounding environment. Liu was almost stunned by the sudden reward. The sudden reward shocked Liu. He didn't have time to be surprised by the random lottery that had been triggered for a long time, but focused all his attention on that genetic wedge. Heart solation moving. Exploration triggers. Genetic wedge, it is said to be a pair of wedges that allow the body integration of QREM and a certain divine beast. Incomplete. Liu looked at this introduction. He couldn't help but swallow his saliva. The next second, the key to genes fell into his hands. Do not know why. There is some dust on it. After Liu wiped it, it was quick. The original appearance of DNA splicers was revealed in front of him. The entire DNA splicers is like an awl, with a triangular shape on the top and a light yellow sharp thorn on the surface. The sharp part at the bottom is divided into 4 parts, gray, black, white, and gray in the middle, which seems to symbolize QREM, Zekrom, and Reshiram. For this prop, Liu is actually no stranger. The probing technique only confirmed his thoughts. After reading the results, the big stone in his heart also fell to the ground. As expected, the DNA splicers are in Liu's memory, the integrated union QREM and Zekrom, and the wedge of Lesharam. When a QREM with DNA splicers is united with Zekrom integrated, it can transform into a new Pokémon, Dark QREM. And when QREM and Lesharam body integration, it turns into Flame White QREM. Kyurem, Reshiram, and Zekrom are the 3 dragons of Tao. The Unova region was established in the original novel. They are all very powerful mythical beasts. Liu naturally yearns for it. However, his joy lasted for a while and then faded quickly. After all, this thing is of little use to him now, unless you actually run into Kyurem. But Pokémon like Kyurem is very mysterious in the original book. Compared with the 2 mythical beasts Zekrom and Reshiram, there are very few legends left. On Aquamarine, wouldn't the chance be even smaller? And the results of the genetic investigation also illustrate one point. It is not a pair of genetic wedges. This is incomplete. Can it be used? Whether this genetic wedge is used for segregation or integrated union is uncertain. So although this prop is powerful, from the current point of view, it is not very useful. After Liu sighed helplessly, he directly received the DNA splicers to the item placement in the virtual space. I hope it will be useful one day. He finished this sentence. Only then did he turn his attention to the subsequent lottery opportunities. As for the first half of what the system just said, Liu is also a little concerned. After all, before signing in, I was never specifically reminded that it was difficult to sign in before being rewarded with lottery opportunities. The secret realm of Wenglongbing is indeed unusual. Liu recalled what he had seen on the stone pillar at the forest exit. What does the second half of the sentence mean? Forget it, let's draw the lottery first. Liu thought for a while. Although he had some guesses, until the facts came true, everything was just a delusion. Start the lottery. Instantly, the system sounds. In a random draw. Congratulations to the host for winning the reward Zangmarant Divine Beast template. Zangmarant. Liu was shocked. This is a brave warrior? He didn't expect that. The random draw will actually be this legendary level beast of the fighting series? In the original work, Zangmarant is the legendary mythical beast of the Galar region. Zangmarant and Kang Xiang are legendary heroes, and their stories appear in legends and are passed down from generation to generation. Together with Kang Xiang, it stopped the Dark Knight and saved the Galar region, so it is known as a legendary hero. But when it comes to Zangmarant, one thing that has to be said is that if it carries the rusted shield, it will transform from the form of a brave warrior into the form of the King of Shields, with a brilliant shield that can rebound all attacks. This Shield King form forms a metal shield on the surface of the body to defend against rivals' attacks. The shield is extremely strong, and even the sharp claws of dragon-type Pokémon cannot leave any scratches on it. Even their nails are completely broken. I wonder if this Divine Beast template can activate the Shield King form. Liu thought silently. If the Shield King form can really be activated, then Ancient Lucario will have no shortcomings. Hiatran's Magma Storm, combined with Molter's Immortal Fire, plus the Shield King of Zangmarant, Ancient Lucario will achieve true perfection. He looked around first. He came to an extremely cold place covered with ice and snow. Glaciers stood in the distance, and the biting cold wind made the surrounding air whine. Wenglong Snow Mountain pales in comparison to this place. Not of the same magnitude at all. Liu roughly estimated. It's at least minus 30 degrees here. And after the cold wind blew, the temperature continued to drop sharply. Even with the power of Changpan, the power of Waveguide, and the transformation of the body by Psychic, Liu's joints gradually became stiff. Feeling unwell, he quickly took out his thick mountaineering clothes from the virtual space and put them on. He even put a coat on Lucario next to him. As the ancient Lucario breathed in and out, the white air quickly condensed into frost and hung on its hair. Liu passed the Waveguide force detection. Its strength has also dropped by at least 20%. No need to imagine. If you use fire skills here, the power will probably be reduced by half. This extreme environment is both for trainer or Pokémon. It's all a great test. The Diamond Secret Realm is well deserved. Liu sighed. Only this level of Secret Realm can be called Diamond level, because it is extremely difficult for ordinary trainers to move here. The reason why I agreed to enter the top 10 in the national competition is here. Nothing more than that. The real strength of the top 10 players in the national competition is no less than that of a quasi-elite trainer, even monsters like Liu. It's not an exaggeration to say it's elite level. Otherwise, just adapting to the environment is a leap over the physical limits. I don't know where Xiao Ai and the others have gone. Liu looked around carefully. Except for the ancient Lucario who entered with him, the other 3 were not nearby. He must have been assigned to another place after entering the secret realm. This is related to the difficulty of the secret realm. Like the bronze secret realm where Liu took the graduation exam, after entering it, the location will not be randomly assigned. It's just like crossing a barrier. But the higher the high level, the more different the secret realms are. After entering it, it's a whole other world. Liu glanced at the electronic screen, and as expected, there was no signal at all. Let's try activating Zangmarant's Divine Beast template first. Since this secret realm is so dangerous, Liu was not in a hurry to explore. Instead, prepare to activate the Divine Beast template directly to add an extra level of protection. System, give the Zangmarant Beast template to Lucario for use. Hey, the Zangmarant template is being launched. Please host wait a moment. Drop. Template startup completed. Drop. Template startup completed. Pokémon, Ancient Lucario, stable. Qualification, champion level. Level, 66. Ability, 1 unyielding heart. Every time you flinch, the unyielding heart will ignite and the speed will increase. Ability, to flash fire. When attacked by fire-type moves, absorb the fire, and the fire-type moves you use will become stronger. Ability, 3 unyielding shield. After entering the field, defense will automatically increase. Attribute, fighting, fire, steel. Skills, aura sphere, help, life dew, detect, feint, reversal, force palm, screech, nasty plot, metal claw, copycat, quick attack, work up, power up punch, blaze kick, stump drum. Combat power value, 2460. Genetic skills, magma storm, fire spin, fire punch, heat wave, earth power, heat crash. New skills in the template, wide guard, absorb rock for your own use, forming a powerful shield that can withstand the attacks of all our team members. Items to bring, gravity vest, stump drum. Intimacy, full value. Opening degree of Zangmarant mythical beast template, 20%. Unyielding shield and wide guard. Liu looked at Lucario's attribute panel and was extremely satisfied. All the time. Most of his Pokémon and mythical beasts have group attack skills, but group defense skills are minimal. But now the Zangmarant template is used. Even if the opening level is only 20%. Ancient Lucario also has a powerful wide guard. This is in team fights. Will play a key role. Group defense skills are extremely rare. Liu was a little impatient and wanted to experiment. But he still had no impulse. This is the Diamond Secret Realm after all. Who knows what dangers are hidden, but it's better to be cautious. Lucario, how do you feel? Road. Lucario heard this. Close your eyes. In a short period of time, it felt like there was a wonderful energy in its body. And this energy does not conflict with other forces at all. Instead, the magical integrated union came together. At this time, Lucario did not know that his body had changed. And Liu looked at him. His eyes couldn't help but widen. The mysterious lines on the ancient Lucario's body seemed to be alive, flowing normally like water under the refraction of light. At the same time, every muscle in its body was tightly stretched. After its eyes suddenly opened, violently, releases a strong and captivating breath. At the same time, the stones hidden under the snow slowly floated up, and under Liu's gaze, they actually united with each other. A huge shield formed, visible to the naked eye. The moment the shield appeared, all Osiris within 100 meters radius were overturned and pushed away like waves. Swinub, who was hiding under the snow, looked confused. After finding out he was exposed, let out a horrified pig cry. He stuck his butt out and rolled away. Just when Lucario wants to continue, Liu quickly stopped. Okay. He just wanted to see the results if Lucario used the full power of the template now. That's a complete waste. It's not too late to wait until you encounter an enemy. But it was a pity for Liu to see Swinub run away. In this world of ice and snow, it's a good choice to eat barbecue, but it's not grilled. It's also good to use Swinub's sensitive sense of smell to find hot springs and berries. Tisk. Liu shook his head regretfully. Swinub on the other side trembled violently, feeling a chill that he was being targeted. It turned back cautiously. I found that there was no one behind me except for a vast expanse of white snow. He tilted his head, quite confused. But its natural Pokémon sense told it that it couldn't stay here for long, so Swinub looked back, running faster. Soon it disappeared into the white sky and earth. The cold wind is noisy and Osiris is raging. There seemed to be only pure coldness between heaven and earth. It was a silent, pervasive cold. Xiao Ai and 3 others were frozen alive. He glanced around. There was confusion in his eyes for a moment, but he quickly came back to his senses. Pu Xing was the first to react. He stood up from the ice abruptly, but he ignored his feet. His left and right feet slipped and he almost fell. It was Jian Hui next to him who helped him in time. Xiao Ai's face turned red from the cold. He quickly took out all the cold warming clothes in his space backpack and put them on, completely wrapping himself into a soft ball. Call. Wait until you put it on. Only then did she let out a long breath, feeling like she was alive again. Jian Hui and Pu Xing learned from each other. At the same time, quickly summon your own Pokémon. Given this environment, Xiao Ai's Ninetales is actually the most comfortable. It is not afraid of the cold at all, even rolling around in the snow with play rough. Secondly, it's the Salamence of Pu Xing. Dragon-type Pokémon has a high degree of tolerance to the environment. After it appears, although it is still difficult to flap its wings at first, but after getting used to it for a while, it quickly returned to its original state. Jian Hui's Electivire is not so easy to bear. However, with Salamence and Ninetales responsible for clearing the way, it could barely hold on and provide support for the 2 Pokémon. The 3 of them knew that Liu would not wait where he was, so the goal is to push deeper. Under the leadership of Ninetales, they quickly covered several kilometers. But the deeper they went, the deeper their frowns deepened. Because they've been gone for so long. Surprisingly, we only found a few snow-swallowing insects hiding in the snow, or hibernation contest condition. Like a statue, Xiao Ai poked it a few times and it took a few bugs to smelling salts. The next second, as if they smelled something, they jumped out of their hands and disappeared in the blink of an eye, so fast that they didn't even react. This is... Jian Hui looked into the distance, his eyes widening. Pu Xing wiped the hoarfrost on his glasses, put them on again and said, "Something's wrong. We walked for so long before we met so many ice-type Pokémon." Xiao Ai nodded sympathetically. The 3 of them looked at each other. Speed it up again. It seems that they will join brotherly as soon as possible. Lucario, power up punch. Boom. The words just fell. Ancient Lucario punched into the thick ice. Just hear a buzzing sound. Immediately afterwards. Click, click, click. The 3-meter-high ice layer crackled and turned into slag. In blizzard. They were taken away together and soon disappeared. Only a huge sphere was left. The sphere shines brightly. In the center is a miniature glacier. Never melt ice. Liu was delighted. This was the ice divine weapon. After carrying, directly increased the power of ice-based moves by 20%. It even increases critical hits. Even though he doesn't have ice Pokemon now, this kind of item is definitely extremely rare even if he keeps it or sells it. He was about to pick up the sphere and take out the never melt ice. But at this moment, the wind was blowing hard. Liu was about to take out the never melt ice from the sphere. The surrounding environment suddenly changed. The wind was blowing hard. Blizzard, which had already started to fall, seemed to have been given a catalyst called normal, causing it to expand and accelerate instantly. Moment. The position where he and Ancient Lucario were standing was already shrouded in blizzard, and their vision was hazy, making it impossible to see the terrain clearly. The power of waveguide and spiritual power worked together. Liu soon found traces of never melt ice on the ice field here. It seems to be a small area here. The ice energy surrounding it was even more terrifying than at the entrance. Sudden. There was a roar in the air, and then under the raging force of blizzard, a giant Pokémon was seen rushing through the hazy snowy sky directly in front of them. Punch out at the surface of the ice field. Instantly, the whole ground began to shake. Liu's exploration technique is activated. Pokémon, Beardick. Qualification, Elite Level. Level 69. Ability, Snow Hiding. The dodge rate in hail weather is increased by 20%, and is not affected by the loss of physical strength in hail weather. Attribute, Ice. Skills, Icicle Crash, Charm, Aqua Jet, Growl, Powder Snow, Endure, Fury Swipes, Icy Wind, Plain Ice, Brine, Frost Breath, Slash, Flail, Swagger, Blizzard, Sheer Cold, Superpower. Combat Power Value, 2290. Beardick is nearly 3 meters tall, with white fur covering his whole body. His facial expression is ferocious, and his momentum alone can break the surface of the ice sheet. Elite Beardick. Liu was surprised. But when I thought about it, I was in the Diamond Secret Realm. And it feels natural. The Mega Abamasno he encountered at the entrance before was even worse than this Beardick in terms of combat power. This is the horror of qualifications. There is only one level difference between Quasi-Elite and Elite. But even the Mega Evolution Contest condition can barely make up the difference between the two. This is the ultimate reason why trainers attach so much importance to Pokemon qualifications. In Beardick's snarl, the cold air condensed quickly, and hard icicles formed in Liu and Ancient Lucario's sky. There was a gurgling cold current all around. Beardick didn't hesitate. It crashed directly downwards. Lucario, Stump Drum Swing. Even though the icicle was about to fall in front of his eyes, Liu did not panic at all, but calmly commanded the Pokemon to respond. Because he believed in Lucario's strength. Same. Lucario also trusts Liu as his master. At the same time as the order is issued, it's like it's been prepared for normal, holding both hands in the air. Blink. A tree stump drumstick about 1 meter long appeared. There are still fierce flames surrounding it. Ancient Lucario moves quickly. He danced the drumstick above his head, and in the blink of an eye a fire wheel appeared. The unyielding shield ability is activated at the same time. The defense is instantly upgraded. The power of the flames increased to another level, and the tree stump drum ignited more than 1 meter high. The next second, only then will the hard icicles fall. Collision with the wheel of fire. Sizzling. Layers of white air surged out, and the icicles that fell from above were shattered one by one, breaking into ice cubes and waving around, splashing Osiris everywhere. Beardick was slightly startled. It seems that he didn't expect that he failed to succeed, and the opponent's move was so unusual. The other side. Use flame in this environment. Lucario felt that his physical strength was exhausted very quickly. However, whenever it feels that its body is being exhausted too quickly, the immortal fire will come into play as a steady supply of replenishment. Repair it. Lucario, Magma Storm. Liu directly used his ultimate move. He didn't give the other party time to react. Beardick is elite level and its strength cannot be underestimated. Never give it the slightest chance. The words just fell. Ancient Lucario took a deep breath. It roared. Immediately afterwards, clenching his hands into fists, the energy hidden in the deepest part of his genes exploded, suddenly hit the ice field. In an instant, the ice sheet surface cracked from the place where the fist hit, and spread all the way in the direction of Beardick. In the cracks, there is fire coming out from time to time. This scene breaks through the common sense. It was like entering the secret realm of Volcano in an instant. The cracks in the ground spread extremely quickly and reached the bottom of Beardick in the blink of an eye. Unexpected. The hot twister comes out of the ground, raising huge amounts of lava. This attack completely blocked Beardick's surroundings. It completely limits its range of activities. It seems like it wants to be trapped here forever. This moment, the magma storm became more violent, and Twister flew out countless flaming rubble, blocking Beardick's retreat. The weather in Blizzard suddenly changed. All of a sudden, it's like being on the edge of the mouth of Volcano. Seeing that the situation was not going well, Berdic's fists were filled with a strong cold air. Between swings, he smashed the burning lava gravel with his fists and tried to approach the ancient Lucario's position. But it found. My thoughts are just confused. Rumble. Within the venue, blizzard and lava clash with each other. The terrifying surge of energy caused the entire ice sheet to crack and explode. Countless ice cubes shattered. The scene in front of me was extremely strange. The area near the ice sheet is completely dominated by two types of weather eroding each other. Isurus mixed with lava. No one gave an inch. And as time goes by, the advantages of never extinguishing fire begin to show. Even with the support of its own environment, Berdic is almost unable to hold on. Magma storm invades Berdic in blizzard inch by inch. Berdic has less endurance. While resisting the intrusion of lava, you must gather strength to raise barrier around you. The entire Pokémon scene is a mess. The spirit is visibly exhausted. It's now. Liu shouted loudly. Lucario seems to have been waiting for this opportunity for a long time. Hear the words. His spirit was shaken, and his eyes were shining slightly under the reflection of the lava twister. The next second, I saw it suddenly throw off the gravity vest it was wearing. From the lava beneath the surface of the cracked ice sheet, pull out a long stick soaked in lava. Pui comes into contact with the air. Then layers of mist evaporate. It was the stump drum. No one knows. When did Lucario hide it there? Even Liu's eyes were full of excitement when he saw this scene. Ancient Lucario's performance exceeded his imagination. This move, although I have trained similar moves before, this is to ask Lucario to hide the stump drum under a tree or in the flame wheel and use it again at critical moments. Caught rival off guard, but actually implement it. He found that Lucario was able to draw inferences based on its accumulated experience. This is a huge surprise for Liu, and the tree stump drum itself may not have any attribute because it is a weapon. This means it can also be easily integrated with any attribute. Use it to its fullest potential. Bang! Berdic had no idea at this time that disaster was coming. The fur has a tendency to turn black. Lucario is very fast. Blink. Just arrived at Berdic. Raise the weapon soaked in the power of lava high. Then, swing it down hard. The weapon was raised high and swung down violently. Wow. Feel the heat. Berdic slowly raised his head. Seeing the top of his head clearly, his pupils shrank and he tried to erect the barrier. But Liu pinched it at the right time. Its energy has just been consumed and it is in the process of skill connection. It's already too late. With a loud bang, the terrifying energy roared, and the surrounding blizzard and lava rubble were instantly exploded and pushed to the surrounding area. The next second, Berdic collapsed in the ice and snow. The huge body smashed into the ice sheet and opened a larger gap. But what appeared in the cracks at this time was not lava, but water with ice slag. Magma storm has been reclaimed by Lucario. Liu stepped across the cracked ice sheet and glanced condescendingly at Berdic. Hey, congratulations to ancient Lucario for defeating elite Berdic, gaining plus 35,000 battle experience, and raising his level to level 67. Hearing this, Liu picked up Nevermelt Ice's hand and paused slightly. Can only say, qualification is everything. The Mega Abamasno just now is obviously higher level than Berdic, but his combat experience is much lower. Liu was still very surprised. Ancient Lucario reaches this level, and it becomes increasingly difficult to level up. Each level up brings a breakthrough, and he clearly sensed it mentally. The moment he defeated the elite level Berdic, all the invisible surveillance around him disappeared. Liu held the ball of Nevermelt Ice in his hand and smiled coldly. Collected into the virtual space. The entry Wenglong Avalanche quickly topped the list of hot searches at 3 p.m. that day. Click in. You can see the great avalanche scene of Wenglong Snow Mountain, and dangerous rescue scenes. I was so trembling when I saw it. This must be the first avalanche at Wenglong Snow Mountain. Pray, hope everyone is safe. Damn, this video is too scary. Fortunately, the Pokémon troops left quickly. Alas, humans are defenseless against nature. I would like to give a thumbs up to the Pokémon team for their rescue speed this time. The rescued flying Pokémon are so cool. I really want to keep one. Upstairs, there is everything in the dream. The majority of the comments section is filled with prayers. Of course, many people praised the rescue team, and most of them were worried about how many people were killed and missing in Avalanche this time, after the results are tallied. But everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Less than 20 people. This also includes the number of missing persons. Liu and the 4 others are naturally included among them. When seeing his name, netizens were even more shocked than Avalanche. What the hell, Li Shan? Damn, am I dazzled? When did Li Shan come here? Fuck, something really happened to Li Shan. I don't believe it. Liu's fame today is different from before. Any topic about him will quickly become a hot topic. Not to mention, this big avalanche is also related to him. It's not just him. Xiao Ai, Jian Hui, and Pu Xing were also among the top 10 in the national competition. They were not unknown people. The disappearance of the 4 immediately caused huge waves on the internet. However, the Tianxi Hall owners who saw this news. But he was secretly happy. Ha ha ha, now I have no scruples. That's right, that little girl didn't dare accept the challenge without permission and wanted to delay it. Liu disappeared, so the acting gym leader naturally fell on the trainer named Wen Yuan. This will bring the reputation of the Tianxi Dadi faction back to the world. The owners who were sitting around discussing it looked at each other and laughed. Talk about the back. They even started discussing how to carve up the Lihi Gym, the headquarters of the Shadow Organization. Did Arrow go in? Back to the leader. News came half an hour ago that Team Arrow has entered the secret realm of ice, but contact has been temporarily lost. Well, please step back. The leader of the Shadow Organization nodded slightly. The curve of the corner of his mouth was extremely sinister and made people shudder. The subordinate who reported it accidentally saw it. Scalp numbness. He quickly lowered his head and didn't dare to look further. His pace was as fast as if he was being chased by a ghost. The leader of the Shadow Organization thought thoughtfully. This time a Luo acted as ordered. There is no chance of Liu surviving. This is a great opportunity for their organization. Just use this avalanche to cover up the truth. And if the Dragon Kingdom loses this general, it will also completely lose the world ranking competition and withdraw from the world arena. His plan will really begin to take off. Don't let me down. The other side. The rumbling sound in the distance caused the three people who were pushing deeper to raise their heads involuntarily. What's wrong? Jianhui felt the vibration of the ground and panicked. No, they had just experienced a catastrophe before entering the secret realm, and now it was coming again? Is God going to kill him? Just when he thought so, the rumbling movement suddenly disappeared again. It was as sudden as when it first appeared, leaving no one with any time to react. Until a full 30 seconds passed. The three of them suddenly realized something. Xiao Ai's eyes lit up slightly and he was the first to speak out. Is it, brotherly? Perhaps. If this movement is caused by brotherly, then I can understand it. The more the three of them talked, the more they felt that this was the case. The direction of forward movement changed. He left anxiously thinking about the source of the rumbling just now, and as it gets closer, there are more and more ice-type Pokémon that have disappeared, and saw three of them. There was no pause. He ran away in a panic, completely turning a blind eye. That speed. It was like there was some terrifying behemoth chasing behind. Xiao Ai saw a trace of fear on the face of a Frostlass floating past. The three of them didn't know why. Can only speed up again. Thanks to Salamins, the three of them reached the source of the noise in just a few minutes. At this time, layers of cracks had opened on the surface of the ice sheet. Look from afar. Like ice crack normal, it vividly displays the beauty of brokenness. Just getting closer you can see that these cracks are not decorate at all, but real. The three of them were shocked. Ride on Salamins and look down. As the gap extended, the source was found instantly, where a big hole was completely broken in the ground. The exposed water has now turned to ice again. Lying on it was a Berdic whose hair was burned black and whose life or death was unknown. In addition, there are two black spots not far away. It's moving slowly. It's easy to ignore. Xiao Ai's eyes lit up and he immediately shouted down, brotherly. Liu had already noticed the clues. Hear sounds. Look up immediately. When I saw the familiar Salamins, I waved immediately. Pu Xing was pleasantly surprised to see that it was really Liu, and immediately commanded Salamins to fly over. The four finally reunited. The tight strings in the minds of Jianhui and the others relaxed. Liu is the backbone of the entire team. Jianhui told the story of the three people. He was also surprised to hear that there were no Pokémon. But thinking back to Nevermelt Ice, which was hidden in the ice field and where countless Pokémon were watching, I suddenly had an idea and understood something. But thinking back to Nevermelt Ice, which was hidden in the ice field and where countless Pokémon were watching, I suddenly had an idea and understood something. Nevermelt Ice is definitely a secret treasure that is up for grabs for ice-type Pokémon. There are many Pokémon watching. It's just that his battle with the elite-level Berdic had a huge impact, and the Pokémon who were still secretly sizing them up were shocked. Hence the scene that Jianhui and the other three saw before. But that doesn't mean all Pokémon are gone. He guessed. There are still some powerful ones that are still under observation. Judge your own strength. Liu and others left the ice sheet and continued walking deeper. A large number of Isiris floated from the sky, and the whole world was covered in silver, pure and flawless, and there was nothing but white as far as the eye could see. The temperature in the depths was getting colder and colder. Even with Ninetales and other Pokémon erecting energy barriers to protect him, Xiao Ai sneezed several times in a row. About a quarter of an hour later, Jianhui looked around. His mind was in chaos, and he asked Pu Xing suspiciously, why do I feel like I'm spinning in circles all the time? Pu Xing feels the same way. After all, in this environment, it is difficult not to get lost. Liu heard the discussion between the two and turned around and said softly, actually, we accidentally entered some kind of illusion for a few minutes. What? This time, even Xiao Ai was shocked. They didn't notice it at all. If Liu didn't tell him, he might have been kept in the dark. It's not hard to imagine. If they enter the secret realm of ice by themselves, wouldn't they have to stay here forever unless they break the illusion? Think of the consequences. Jianhui and Pu Xing felt a chill in their backs, and were very glad that they found Liu early. Otherwise, it's up to you. I'm afraid I'm really going to die in the illusion. Fear swept the two of them instantly. But when I saw Liu, whose expression was as calm as ever, a sense of security arose spontaneously, and the fear slowly dissipated. Brotherly, what should we do now? Pu Xing asked. Hearing this, Liu made a silent gesture to several people. Taking Lucario a few steps forward, they came to the edge of the cliff they had just avoided. Ancient Lucario near the cliff. Eyes slowly closed. The two blue and black ears on the top of the head suddenly shook, and the power of the waveguide surged out. In an instant, a large amount of waveguide power was suddenly strongly hindered when it was about to reach the edge of the cliff. It was like hitting a wall of air. Liu knew it was right. The reason why he hadn't spoken a word since he discovered it just now was because he was observing the strangeness of the illusion, and walked for a quarter of an hour. The cliff has always stood here, even under the cover of white snow. After careful observation, you can know that the scope of the cliff is too big. This is completely unreasonable. Therefore, I want to find the flaws in the illusion. We are about to break through the cliff. Liu never thought it would be so smooth. Lucario's waveguide power seemed to be born to restrain this normal illusion. It will be destroyed in the blink of an eye. Lucario, Aura Sphere. Realizing that the power of the waveguide was effective in the illusion, Liu used it directly. Hearing this, ancient Lucario was like a rocket, rushing straight towards the cliff. Jianhui almost screamed when he saw it. He was so scared that he covered his eyes. There is a slit between the fingers, and I want to look at it but I dare not look at it. Xiao Ai turned her head hastily, afraid of seeing some horrific scene. Only Pu Xing had the best mental quality. When he saw Lucario about to rush off the cliff, he turned his glasses slightly. However, none of the scenes that the three of them were afraid of appeared. Lucario braked suddenly and stopped steadily 1 meter in front of the cliff. At the same time, blue light gradually emerged from its body, becoming brighter, and quickly converged toward the living water normal. The next second, a projectile-shaped energy cannon was seen forming, and it seemed to contain a bright galaxy inside, slowly rotating in front of it. Buzz. After the aura sphere was formed, the air trembled. Aura sphere spins and flies out. Immediately afterwards, just hear a bang. I saw that in front of me, the wall of air suddenly revealed its true face, like a barrier normal crossbar in front of everyone. And air walls are actually not just on cliffs. It circled 100 meters in radius. Sure enough, they kept spinning around. Xiao Ai covered her mouth in surprise. At the same time, as Aura Sphere absorbed the wall, the thick barrier was like a mirror normal, shattered in the blink of an eye. A big hole was blown out of the air wall. The original cliff is gone. The dead end disappeared, and what appeared in front of the four people was a forest with green grass. How can this be? The three of them were surprised. He looked at everything in front of him with shock on his face. There is actually a forest in the secret realm of ice. Is it a joke? Is it another environment? Jianhui couldn't help but become suspicious. But Liu is the master. Naturally, I knew that Lucario used nearly 90% of his power in that move. It was indeed not an illusion before him, but a real secret realm appeared. But the temperature here is still very low, no different from before. If it is said to be a secret realm of grass, it would be too far-fetched, but if it is said to be a secret realm of ice, what is going on with these plants? Liu looked a little serious. Do not know why. He felt that this Wenglong secret realm was becoming more and more mysterious. Just about to step in, Liu's eyes narrowed. Look back to the other side. Whisper. A loud bird song suddenly sounded in the air. Following, there is also the pressure of the mythical beast. After a beautiful ice blue bird sang loudly, it spread its wings and appeared in front of them. Articuno. Xiao Ai exclaimed. And Liu's eyes couldn't help but fall on Articuno's wings made of ice. He was dressed in icy blue feathers, with a crown of 3 ice-like rhombus-shaped feathers on the top of his head, and his red eyes were glaring at everyone from afar. There is also a ball of white down on the front of the chest. The most special thing is Articuno's tail feathers, hanging down behind him, flying like a colorful flag in the wind. There are still condensed ice crystals on the wings, which shine brightly in the light. As soon as it appears, the ice mist began to spread around, and the coldness instantly enveloped the entire illusion. Liu activated his mental power to cover his eyes. When Psychic's pink film formed, Liu also saw clearly the figure on Articuno. It was a man wearing a gray trench coat, with a yellow back hair, and a pair of strange eyes. But he didn't seem to find the secret place where the cliff was slashed. Instead, the target was aimed directly at Liu. Articuno. The man didn't hesitate. It was totally for him. Articuno is already at home in this environment, able to freeze moisture in the air and make heavy snow fall. As soon as he appeared on the stage, he could call the wind and rain in the secret realm. Ability inspires. The next second, the terrifying power of ice and snow enveloped the entire place. Ice mist and hoarfrost spread. Articuno, blizzard. The man wearing strange glasses across from him had an evil curve at the corner of his mouth. His lenses flashed slightly, and he looked at Liu opposite. It seems like everything is under control. Suddenly, all the blizzards in the secret area roared in. Liu asked the other three to step back. Ancient Lucario raised his head in the ice and snow, fearless, and the surging fighting spirit in his eyes was as hot as fire. With the arrival of blizzard, this fantasy world was completely covered by ice and snow, with visibility less than 1 meter. Seeing that blizzard was about to sweep up Liu and his party, Lucario closed his eyes. Zangmarant template comes into play. I saw its hands wide open, a faint light suddenly appeared, and then spread out from the body of ancient Lucario. Gradually it envelops the Jianhui on both sides and the Salamence on the edge. Wide guard activated. This is a defensive skill, and it is an upgraded version of Protect. It looks thin, but it's like a thick wall normal, firmly protecting them all. Blizzard swept up into the sky, but Wide Guard still blocked it. Articuno can only show off his power in other areas. Liu can see it because of psychic. The man sitting on Articuno was obviously stunned, as if he didn't expect that Liu could resist such an intense attack. The corners of his mouth became stiff. But he doesn't know. This is just the beginning. Liu is not the trainer he dealt with before. This task assigned by the leader is destined to be the most hellish level of difficulty after he takes over. But at this time the man didn't know what he was about to face. I just feel that to be so famous, Liu does have some real talent or two. A couple of times. The man sneered through his strangely shaped glasses. But he wasn't afraid either. Liu and Lucario can't always be like turtles hiding in it. Moreover, as a flying Pokémon, Articuno has a natural advantage against Pokémon like Lucario. He would like to take a look. How long can that Lucario's energy be used up? But unexpectedly, the next second, while Wide Guard was still going on, Lucario actually put his hands up and the stump drum reappeared. But Jianhui didn't know if it was her own misunderstanding. I always feel like this weapon seems to have gotten longer. The man named Aluo in the sky was shocked when he saw this scene. Before he could react, I saw ancient Lucario's eyes were like a hawk, locking on Articuno quickly and fiercely. Luca. Immediately afterwards. Just a loud roar. Ancient Lucario made an amazing move. He actually stuck the tree stump directly on the ground solidified by ice. Click. There are cracks in the surface ice. Can be like a miracle normal. The stump drum really stuck in firmly. Subsequently, I saw the lines on the ancient Lucario's body floating, and it assisted the drumstick, just like a pole athlete, jumping several meters high. This is not over yet. It held the drumstick in its backhand and inserted it again a few meters in the air. There is obviously nothing, but it seems to be inserted in the real place, standing in midair. Ancient Lucario copies normal. Repeated the action just now. Complete a big jump out of thin air again. This time the speed was almost flying. This time, it's very close to Articuno. Arrow's eyes widened, watching every move of ancient Lucario in shock. My whole brain seemed to have turned into mush. Isn't it? This. Can this Lucario fly? Horse riding? How to play this? Do not know why. Looking at the expression on Lucario's face, he felt that there was a hint of ridicule at this time. As if to say, it's just flying. Who can't fly? At this time, the sleeping divine beast, who was unknown how many meters underground, suddenly trembled its paws. Just as its eyes were about to open, it turned over and fell asleep again. If it's smelling salts, you may be so angry that you say, brother, are you polite? In fact, it's not just the enemy arrow. Jianhui and the other three were also confused. Completely dumbfounded. When will Lucario fly? There is obviously no such course in the university. It's definitely teacher's problem. Absolute? The three of them looked at Lucario in the sky in shock. Lucario didn't hesitate for a moment after putting away his drumsticks. Just pushed towards the opposite side with both hands. Next moment, Aura Sphere seemed to have eyes. Normal drew an arc along the instructions, aiming directly at the wings condensed with excited frost. After all, soaring in the sky is not its main battlefield. Wounded wings. Articuno's advantages disappeared in an instant. Arrow saw this. At this moment, I suddenly understood where Liu's fame came from. The whole person's expression became solemn. He knows. This battle is difficult. Articuno, Aurora Veil. The words fell. Articuno's wings flapped violently, bursts of mist appeared in front of the ice blue wings, and the water vapor in the air was sucked away in an instant. Between two Pokémon. Suddenly, a barrier formed by solid ice appeared, and all the surrounding ice and snow surrounded it, turning into a complete shield. Boom! Aura Sphere blasted against the ice shield, making bursts of trembling and roaring sounds. Articuno felt the power of Aura Sphere, and surprise and panic flashed in his eyes. As expected, the ice shield didn't last long. The stamina of this Aura Sphere is terrifying. Click. Just a few seconds. The ice cracked from the warhead to both sides, and then completely shattered. On this occasion, the man didn't know what he said. Then, the already weak blizzard exploded again, and Articuno disappeared. Ho. There was only the cold wind howling in front of me. The wind and snow roared and raged. Lucario, come back first. Liu knew that this was Articuno's ability, Swain activated. After realizing Lucario's strength, the opponent did not dare to continue to fight head-on, and chose to merge with the ice and snow, thus disrupting the line of sight. That's a good plan. The corners of Liu's mouth were slightly raised, but there was no smile in his eyes. He slowly took his hand out of his pocket. He saw the secret crystal held tightly in his hand flickering, and the powerful waveguide power suddenly condensed into his body. Lucario seemed to feel something. Landing in a hurry. His eyes were slightly closed and his ears moved. With one person and one Pokémon connected by the power of the waveguide, the detection speed doubled, and Articuno was found hidden in the wind and snow in less than a second. At this time, a whistling sound sounded. Ancient Lucario's eyes opened instantly. The whole body flashed to the right. Stretching out his hand, he violently grabbed Blizzard from behind. Suddenly, huge lava energy and powerful waveguide power burst out in Lucario's hands. The flames were mixed with the power of the waveguide, and the two phases were superimposed, forming a long dragon in the air, which instantly swallowed Blizzard, who was trying to sneak attack from behind. Stealing the chicken will lose the rice. Boom! Two energies collide. The ice element is originally controlled by the fire element, and the flame is inherited from Shattering, the god of lava, which is very unusual. The ice element is originally controlled by the fire element, and the flame is inherited from Shattering, the god of lava, which is very unusual. Blessed by Waveguide. It's even more of a strong support. Lucario roared, and the lava flowed rapidly, seemingly all-pervasive, directly following Blizzard and invading Articuno, the culprit behind. Along with the terrifying energy, the blizzard released by Articuno was completely invaded, corroding a large lava hole from the middle. Luo could no longer maintain his stability. He could naturally feel the surging heat on Articuno's body. His face was covered in sweat. The pretentious look from before could not be maintained at all. The glasses that kept the shape were sliding down due to sweat and almost fell to the ground. But he couldn't care about any of this. After all, his life is almost gone, so who cares about the look? For the first time, he felt that death was so close in just a short time. His body was already dehydrated. And this kind of enthusiasm. As the lava continues to approach, it continues to get heavier. Luo's lips were broken. Never imagined. A task that seemed to be easily accomplished has actually reached this point? He was extremely remorseful. Should have known so. You should make complete preparations before coming back. After all, you can find the other party in this secret realm only by using special props. He thought a mythical beast like Articuno was coming. Foolproof. But I didn't expect that the other party's strength would reach this level. Only. It was too late for Luo to regret. Go on, Magma Storm. Liu decided to take advantage of his illness to kill him. With this order, the lava that was already eroding rapidly seemed to erupt, and a cloud of smoke and dust exploded in the air. Along with the huge explosion, shock waves raged in all directions, and the dazzling light illuminated the entire soaring in the sky. Articuno's movements froze. Lava splattered. It all fell on Articuno and the man on his back. This is no ordinary ember. Just at the moment of contact, there was a roar, burning Articuno's feathers, and continued to flow down the body. Arrow was involved. Let out a deafening scream. The trench coat turned black in the blink of an eye, like Rag's normal. And he himself. There is no good piece of meat left on the body. Totally hit. Waited for a while. Strong winds dispersed the swirling flames in the field. On top of the broken ice, Articuno fell to the ground, and his master had also passed out. Liu walked slowly to the man. Leaned down slightly. He took out the electronic screen directly from his wrist. See the chat history on the home page. Liu raised his eyebrows. As expected, he is still from the Shadow Organization. In that case, let him fend for himself here. After confirming the man's identity, Liu showed no mercy. He scoured the man and found some useful props. Escape rope, a long, strong rope that can be used to escape from caves or mazes and can be used repeatedly. Berserk Gene, after being carried by a Pokémon, its attack power is greatly enhanced, but it may fall into a contest condition. Looking Mirror, a magical mirror that projects the person you are looking for onto the mirror, which can shorten the range of the target by nearly 100 meters. Note, after one use, the cooling time is 1 year. 1 year. Liu frowned when he saw the last prop. It seems to be relying on this mirror. Only then could the other party find him in the secret realm of ice so quickly. But it looks like the other party did not realize that he had followed him into an illusion, otherwise he would not have taken action here. The attribute of illusion is too unstable. It is very likely that something unexpected will happen. And when Liu saw the last prop in Luo's backpack, it was even more strange. It was a strange-shaped crown. The color is slightly gray. The results of the probing technique were also strange. Ancient crown, very old, unknown use. The specific function is not mentioned at all, but this is not the first time Liu has come into contact with such strange props. It was like discovering slate gravel for the first time. It was also synthesized later. A strong attraction developed for Lugia, thereby subduing it. This crown does not seem to have any effect at present. But who knows, whether it will have a huge appeal to the mythical beast at a critical moment, like slate gravel, or even change their minds. Liu incorporated it into the virtual space. Before leaving, Jianhui secretly touched Luo's neck, but found that there was no beating anymore, and his skin became stiff and frighteningly cold, apparently completely dead. As for this Articuno, Liu did not deal with it, because during the process of detecting it with the power of Changpan, he found that there was an inexorable haze lingering in its body. This kind of haze Liu is not unfamiliar at all. He is the originator of the evil Shadow Army. However, compared to the previously flown molters, the pollution level of this Articuno is not deep enough. Not completely blackened. The haze in the body is still affecting Articuno's own physique. Let's go. After finishing speaking, Liu was the first to step into the air wall that Lucario had just broken. The other three followed closely behind. At the same time, he was still complaining about the evil deeds of the Shadow Organization. But once you enter the forest, the three of them automatically muted their voices. I don't know why, but I feel extremely uneasy. As Liu stepped into this wonderful forest area, all the power of the waveguide spread around. Soon, he noticed something was wrong. The growth trajectory of the trees in front of me is also very strange, as if they were resurrected after being planted many years ago, such as those branches. In the middle of the greenery, there are a few dead ones. Not to mention the temperature here. It was even lower than the ice and snow world just now, and I couldn't feel the slightest warmth, but the forest was filled with unnatural green. Anyway, very contradictory. The four of them moved more carefully and walked deeper into the forest. Soon, I found a strange place. A deep pit. This is. Compared with other places, the pit is full of traces of battles, and the direction of the vegetation growth is also strange. One by one, they staggered around. It's obvious that he grew up in late stage. He scanned it with his mental power and came to a conclusion immediately. Although there are countless traces of the deep pit here, the energy fluctuations are extremely weak, and it is obviously not caused recently. But it was left over from the previous battle. But it can affect the present. It is enough to show how intense it was before. Judging from the time of the traces, it should have been a long time. And at the bottom of the pit, Liu actually saw a small pool that was not yet frozen. At this temperature. This is very strange. And this forest is too dense. It's like a paradise in normal, the secret realm of transcendence and Wanglongbing. Extremely strange. It is more like a phenomenon caused by a grass-type Pokémon affecting the surrounding environment on its own. It is more like a phenomenon caused by a grass-type Pokémon affecting the surrounding environment on its own, and can achieve this level. There is basically only one answer. Grass Beast. In an instant, several figures appeared in Liu's mind, flashing one by one. He has tendencies, but not sure yet. After all, most grass-type beasts can do this, like his shaman. But where is the other party now? Still here? Do the traces of battle here have anything to do with it? Questions came to mind one after another. Liu took a deep breath. In an empty room, a piece of crystal suddenly released a dazzling light. But the next second, suddenly became bleak. The leader of the shadow organization turned his head sharply, his pupils shrank instantly, and he stood up from his seat. How can it be? This is Articuno's source of contamination. Exert an ongoing influence on it. But it was completely scattered. What does this prove? Articuno is either dead or on the verge of death. The leader of the shadow organization thought that sending Arrow would be a sure thing, but he didn't expect that he would fail. And Articuno has reached this level. Not to mention Arrow himself. The leader of the shadow organization looked a little gloomy. Haha, interesting. Say so. But judging from the ferocious expression of the leader of the shadow organization, these words seemed more like they were squeezed out from between his teeth. There was a snap. He pressed a button on the table. Soon, the room ground opened into an extremely wide passage. Dark and deep. From time to time there was an occasional low roar. It's as if there is something unknown and terrifying hidden in the depths. My plan will never be allowed to be ruined, Liu, right? I remember you. The man's cold voice echoed throughout the room, and the cruelty in his words was bloody. Anyone who hears it can't help but tremble. Dada. He slowly walked into the passage. The other side. Ancient Lucario suddenly shouted deep into the pit. Liu turned his head sharply. He knows. Ancient Lucario would never hit the target without aim. It must have sensed something unusual. You guys stay here first, I'll go down and take a look. Liu finished. Then he and Lucario slowly slid down the slope of the pit. Jianhui and the others did not object. After all, although this pit is deep, the entrance is very shallow and can basically only accommodate one person. As Liu slowly slid down, he found the hole was deeper than he thought. Even if you look at it from above, you can still find a pool of water at the bottom. Can be continued downward. He actually decided to go further and further away. At this point, if Liu can't detect any problems, then he probably doesn't deserve to be the national champion. He didn't know when. Entering another fantasy world? And compared to just now, I was obviously more careful this time. If it weren't for the power of the waveguide, I could see through the phenomenon and see the essence at all times. I'm afraid he really can't find it. Liu and Lucario did not panic. The powerful waveguide force spreads outward at the same time. But they didn't hit any wall of air. They tried their best to extend their power to the longest, but they still couldn't touch the edge. At this time, they heard a low, slightly painful cry at the same time. One person and one Pokémon slowly opened its eyes. See the scene in front of you. He was immediately startled. At some point, a green Pokémon appeared in the pothole. It has a round head that converges in an arc at the back, and green antennae with blue tips on its forehead. Plus it has round toeless feet and three-fingered hands. There is a pair of almost transparent wings on its back, light blue eyes and thick black eye circles, and it looks like a fairy. Celebi? Liu asked in surprise, although he made some guesses when he saw something strange in the forest. But I didn't expect it. It really is it. Pokémon, Celebi, confused, mentally damaged. Qualification, Level 2 God. Level 70. Ability, Natural Recovery. At the end of the battle, the status condition will be cured. Attribute, Psychic, Grass. Skills, Confusion, Heal Bell, Magical Leaf, Baton Pass, Ancient Power, Life Dew, Leech Seed, Recover, Future Sight, Safeguard, Wonder Room, Magic Room, Calm Mind. Combat Power Value, 4600 to 5200, Damaged. The results are exactly the same as those of probing. Celebi's current situation is indeed not good. Hear Liu speak. But there was no response. His eyes were not opened, his whole body was curled up, and the antennae on his head were drooped, looking depressed. The translucent wings on the back should be fanned or not. Without probing, you can tell that something is wrong with Celebi at this time. Not only that, after seeing Liu and Lucario, Celebai's tentacles moved slightly, and the scene in front of her suddenly changed. They seemed to be back in the forest, available nearby, but there was no Xiao Ai or the other three at all. There is also a lake in the center of the forest. Celebai is also missing. Liu sensed something was wrong and took Lucario back directly. The Master Ball was thrown. The next second, Mewtwo appears. It has the same lazy attitude as always, but this look made Liu completely relieved. This proves that the current situation is not beyond Mewtwo's capabilities at all. This idea just came to me. A ball of energy surged in. Immediately afterwards, the green spherical energy slowly grew in size and condensed into a powerful ray. Spit up in the direction of Mewtwo. Swish. Mewtwo raised his palm, his purple eyes shining slightly. Normal blast with overwhelming mental power. Directly confront the ray. Instantly, the ray collides with it. Completely crushed. The direction was directly distorted by the strong mental force. Boom. Wherever the ray passed, all the trees were destroyed, leaving a long and deep groove on the ground. The entire forest suddenly caused a huge explosion. The lake water exploded violently, like fireworks, reaching a height of almost 10 meters. The forest was originally full of greenery. It instantly became unrecognizable. But it's not over yet. The destruction continues. The forest suddenly changed its appearance. All the plants withered in an instant, and the trees were dry and barren, with no vitality at all. The lake is also completely dry. Only a slight trace of water stains remained at the bottom of the lake. And see here. Liu's eyes widened slightly. The lake looks more and more like the pothole he entered before. Just a lot bigger. But judging from the location, they are indeed consistent. And these changes were completed in less than a second. Liu was like watching an epic blockbuster. When Mewtwo saw this, he slowly closed his eyes. The body is floating in midair. Stretch your fingers and clenched them towards the void. Click. As the sound of cracking sounded, the desolate forest scene disappeared, and Liu returned to the pit again. This time, Celebai finally raised her head and opened her eyes to look at him. Please, help me. Celebai finally raised her head and opened her eyes to look at him. Please, help me. You. Liu looked at it in surprise. But at this time, Celebai seemed to have grasped the last straw. You are the most powerful trainer I have ever met. You broke through the 3 illusions I created before you could see the real me. Only you have the ability to help me. Celebai looks very cute, but her tone of voice doesn't match her image. But the voice is very childish. Mewtwo heard this and snorted coldly from the side. It's like saying, dare you forcefully create an illusion on me? I'm so impatient. Purple eyes looked at it from top to bottom. Under such gaze, Celebai's already curled up body became even tighter. He didn't dare to meet Mewtwo's eyes, flashing slightly. When Liu heard this, he suddenly understood. He did not agree directly. Instead, he asked, what do you want me to help you with? Help me find my original heart. As soon as Celebai finished speaking, Liu was shocked. What did you say? Heart. He looked at the heart of Celebai's body in surprise, but he couldn't see it. How could he survive if that place was missing? Celebai seemed to see its confusion. He quickly explained, it's not my heart, it's the heart of the forest. It was stolen by bad guys. Celebai talks about bad guys. The small paws clenched into fists. The angry look on his face was still there. Listen to him. The surprise on Liu's face receded, and Mewtwo's expression became less sinister, and he no longer looked at Celebai. Instead, he turned his head, eyes half closed, and regained his lazy look. Actually, the forest was originally. Celebai seemed to have opened up a chatterbox, with a very angry face, and started to tell what happened. Liu listened and roughly understood. The forest we see now has been restored after Celebai worked hard and exhausted all his strength. The secret realm was not originally a secret realm of ice at all. It is a comprehensive secret realm that combines the forest secret realm and the ice secret realm. Very special. But after the heart of the forest was stolen, the forest secret realm quickly withered, and the ice secret realm spread. The temperature dropped sharply, and if Celebai hadn't maintained it, all the remaining living environment would have been lost. After listening, Liu just asked, then do you know where it is? After Celebai opened her mouth and uttered one word, her expression suddenly changed. It seemed like it couldn't hold on any longer. He didn't even have time to finish his words. Celebai's body trembled slightly, as if a ripple appeared on the water's surface, and her body gradually became lighter. The next second, completely disappear. Then, as if the endless pit suddenly bottomed out, a green hole of light was right under Liu's feet. He was sucked in before he had time to react. The surrounding energy light waves flow. Liu was dazzled by the flash. He knows. This is being dragged into the time and space tunnel. This is really underestimating it. Liu shook his head and smiled. Regardless of whether he agreed to Celebai's request or not, the other party was determined to let him help. Otherwise, such a trap would not have been set. But in fact, Liu did not resist. As the god of the forest, Celebai is destined to be an extremely kind existence. Besides, you can get favors from mythical beasts. If he told it, there would be countless people vying to do it, and he would probably wake up laughing in his dreams, and he was not prepared to refuse. But after entering the tunnel for a while, he felt dizzy. And at this time, his mental power can control normal and surge out to wrap around his body, allowing him to survive the collision of the time tunnel unharmed. I don't know how long I traveled. It seemed like a long time, and it seemed like just a few minutes. Liu finally saw the exit. He flew directly towards the exit, and the moment he was about to go out, he heard Celebai's faint voice again, as if it was an illusion. Normal's weak voice. Compare. Thank you. The same dizziness as when entering the secret realm came over me. After the light flowed, Liu exited the time and space tunnel. Xiao Ai, Jianhui, and Pu Xing, who had been waiting outside the pit, noticed that there was no movement and looked into the hole in surprise. At this time, there is still a hint of Liu and Lucario, except for the seemingly non-existent pool rippling. The entire pit is empty? Brotherly. Xiao Ai's face turned red. She lay down at the entrance of the cave and shouted into the cave, regardless of her image. Except for my own echoed voice. The response he had been expecting was simply not there. At this time, it's not just Xiao Ai, Jianhui and Pu Xing were also completely confused. The two of them also started shouting at the entrance of the cave, and even summoned their own Pokémon to enter the pit together. But in Liu's eyes, it's an endless pit. Here they are. Just entered. Just stepped on it. There was also a splash of water, and Jianhui's trouser legs were soaked immediately. And the water is extremely cold. Just like ice cubes. Jianhui and his Electivire shivered at the same time. He also seemed confused about the current situation. Because in fact, when Liu entered the pit, from the perspective of their cave entrance, his experience was actually the same as Liu's. Very deep. As Liu entered, his figure became smaller and smaller. They feel this more and more deeply. But now, Jianhui raised his head, looked towards the cave entrance. He made a rough estimate and found that it was less than 5 meters. At this time, Pu Xing and Xiao Ai outside the pit also noticed something was wrong. One is holding his glasses, his brows are knitted tightly together, the other is slightly frowning, his face is pale. An illusion again. Pu Xing narrowed his eyes slightly and said with a complicated expression. Hear the words. Inside and outside the pit. They were both shocked at the same time. Xiao Ai covered her mouth and said in surprise, you mean, Pu Xing nodded heavily. Instantly, Xiao Ai's heart seemed to sink to the bottom. Jianhui, who heard this in the pit, was not much better. He didn't care about the pool at the bottom and sat down directly on the ground. I was shocked again by Bing. Almost jumped. He was unwilling to give in. Searching around in the pit less than 10 meters long. Wait until Jianhui climbs out of the pit. Pu Xing and Xiao Ai checked it again personally. The results can be imagined. Nothing was found. For more than half a month, they stayed in the forest, trying to wait for Liu to reappear. Available after all food and energy cubes have been consumed. Still no trace of him. Without any choice, the 3 people who lost their minds could only leave. They were like normal, headless flies, walking aimlessly. Miraculously, he miraculously walked out of the forest. And at the edge of the forest, it's a secret exit. But see the exit. However, the 3 of them couldn't be happy at all, and were even more sad. In front of a small ancestral hall, a white light flashed. Liu and Mewtwo appeared in midair and slowly fell to the ground. I Lily fell to the ground. Looking at an unfamiliar environment. Liu couldn't tell where he was and what time period he was in now, and the only building. In addition to the nearby Ilex forest, there is the ancestral hall in front of you. And when Liu and Mewtwo fell to the ground, a tadpole-like mark slowly appeared on the forehead of the statue in the ancestral hall, and began to flash slightly. The next second, the already dense Ilex forest began to grow taller like crazy normal. Countless wild grasses and flowers sprouted from the gaps. For a moment, this becomes a tropical rainforest. A town outside Ilex forest. In the emergency room of a simply decorated Pokémon center, Blissey looked out the door subconsciously. It vaguely felt something. Unblinking eyes. Even walking closer. But as soon as he got close to the door, a nurse came over and picked him up. He said with a reproachful tone, I'm busy now, where are you going? Help me use the healing wish to save this Guidude. There was a doctor next to him with tweezers, and he carefully took out a half-length hemp rope from Guidude's body. Guidude whined in pain, and his expression gradually softened. Blissey heard this. I can only put away the feelings I just felt and use my skills wholeheartedly. This way. Liu looked at the scene in front of him, his eyes flickering slightly. He was about to push open the wooden door of the ancestral hall. It's like telepathy. A crunch. The wooden door opened, and a petite, yellowish figure with long ears lowered his head and got under the wooden door. Liu's mouth grew slightly. I saw that Pokémon also stopped. It raised its head slightly. After seeing Liu, jumped back violently. The lightning-shaped tail flickered, and it seemed to be about to attack immediately. That's right. This Pokémon is none other than Pikachu. Liu didn't expect to see it here either. Its Thunder Shock hasn't been released yet. Suddenly there was a shout in the ancestral hall. Pikachu, where are you sneaking away again? The words fell. A flash of embarrassment about being caught flashed in Pikachu's eyes. Immediately afterwards, the wooden door was kicked open with a bang. The cute Stephanie, who was wearing a white suit, put her hands on her waist angrily, and was about to curse Pikachu when she saw him. Ahem. Liu found that the other party ignored him. A cough. Stephanie from rage was really surprised. Actually, he jumped back in exactly the same movement as Pikachu. Then he looked at him in surprise. Who are you? How do you know this place? Stephanie opened her mouth to question, her face slightly wrinkled and suspicious. Liu said nothing. He couldn't figure out the current situation, although Celebi teleported him here to help find the heart of the forest. But where is the heart of the forest and how to find it? Nothing is known yet. Even stranger, Celebi is also missing. He at least needs to understand the current situation before he can know what to do. Adhering to the principle that the more you say, the more you are wrong, Liu didn't speak when questioned, but just stared at the cute-looking Stephanie in front of her. Stephanie was originally very confident, but I don't know why. As Liu looked at him, the questioning voice gradually became quieter. A suspicious blush appeared on his face. His eyes dodged. Say it quickly. After looking away, Stephanie continued to question in a ferocious manner, but her tone was much softer than before. But she doesn't seem to know. I thought it was very fierce. Little did he know that in Liu's eyes, he was just a child. Liu smiled, looked away, and looked through the open wooden door to the center of the ancestral hall. This look. His eyes suddenly narrowed. The ancestral hall enshrines a statue of Celebi? Liu became curious, bypassed Stephanie and Pikachu, and walked directly into the ancestral hall. Little Stephanie saw herself being ignored. Feeling ashamed and angry, Pikachu shocked him. When Pikachu heard this, the tail of the Blitzkrieg was about to move, and the sound of sizzling electricity filled the air. But at this moment, it suddenly felt the breath of that human being. Smells particularly good? It can't help but want to get closer, and even wants to lie on the ground. Charm. For the first time in his history, Pikachu faced his master's instructions and began to hesitate. And at this moment of hesitation, Liu has entered the ancestral hall. Little Stephanie became even more angry, stomping tantrum on the spot, and glared at Pikachu on the ground. Pikachu rubbed his head. Tangled and strange. It still couldn't figure out how that human's breath could smell so good if there was no owner here. Then it would definitely come up and get close to it without hesitation. One person and one Pokémon naturally didn't know it was the effect of Viridian's power. Now that Liu has become proficient in the power of Viridian, it has even been completely integrated into his body. That's why it spreads out unconsciously, affecting Pikachu. At the same time, when Liu first entered the ancestral hall, the long-lost notification tone suddenly sounded. Drop. Sign-in location, Celebi Ancestral Hall. Hey, check-in at Samsung location was successful. Congratulations to the host for getting the reward, GS Ball. GS Ball, the mysterious Pokeball will play an important role at some point and is extremely attractive to certain Pokémon. GS Ball. Liu knows the original work very well, and naturally knows that the most critical role of the GS Ball is to attract Celebi. He didn't expect that. I unexpectedly checked in here. Just think about it. He was dragged into an unknown time and space by the other party. Although everything here was unfamiliar, it also meant something. New sign-in? With check-ins everywhere in the Dragon Kingdom, there are fewer and fewer things available to him, although each one is more precious than the last. But it's really not as good as the beginning. But things are different now. At this new point in time, everything is different, and he can start signing in again? With the system sign-in completed. Call out. The GS Ball suddenly fell into Liu's hands. In an instant, the mark on the forehead of the Celebi statue started to flash again. And this time, Liu is right opposite it and can see it clearly. The mark started flashing once a second, and as time went by, the frequency became faster and faster. At the end, even Liu couldn't see clearly. The mark is fully activated, fully lit. A light shot out from his forehead. In the light and shadow, a green figure slowly formed. Although it was small in size, it had extremely rich energy. Oh my god, Snow, Celebi showed up. Little Stephanie saw this scene behind Liu, completely dumbfounded. The little mouth opened wide, and he couldn't help but scream, with a confused look on his face. Just when the green figure is about to reveal its true face, the GS Ball suddenly emitted a green light. The figure in the sky disappeared, and at the same time, a mark appeared on the saffron-colored half of the GS Ball, right on top of the GS symbols. Liu's palm sank. I just felt that the GS Ball, which was empty just now, was filled and became heavy. I just felt that the GS Ball, which was empty just now, was filled and became heavy. His eyes couldn't help but light up. After looking at it for a moment, I saw the mark floating on the ball, and I made a guess. Then gently press the button on the GS Ball with your finger. The next second, a green flash was emitted from the GS Ball, and even the entire Ilex forest began to surge wildly. The Celebi statue, which had been moving just now, was completely silent. There was no movement. Pick up. Pick up. Stephanie was frightened and backed away. He held on to the wooden door of the ancestral hall in panic, but Pikachu, on the other hand, kept shouting excitedly. Liu frowned. Because there are no Pokémon nearby, the green light also quickly disappeared. The entire ancestral hall has returned to its original appearance, and there seems to be no other changes. You can look outside the ancestral hall. I knew it was not their illusion just now. After 2 surges of plant growth, Ilex forest is now full of vitality. Almost every big tree is a giant, with branches and leaves that cover the sky. It's daytime now, under the cover of dense foliage. Hardly a ray of sunlight can shine through, just like the normal darkness at night. Little Stephanie's eyes widened. Liu was also confused about this situation. Logically speaking, there must be Celebi in the GS Ball, but I don't know what's going on with it now. Could it be that traveling through time caused the body to become overdrawn and fall into a deep sleep? Liu rubbed his chin and murmured. The sleeping Celebi was naturally unconscious and was hiding in the statue of this ancestral hall. It was just the appearance of the GS ball that made Celebi enter involuntarily. That's fine. Liu put away the GS ball while thinking. Thus, he wouldn't have had to go to the trouble of finding Celebi. Just find a way to wake it up from its slumber as soon as possible, regain its strength, and find the heart of the forest together. But, is this another magical beast subdued invisibly? Liu spread his hands. He was also helpless about this. After all, Celebi probably didn't expect that she would be subdued after just one sleep. The prop of GS ball came by chance. If Celebi hadn't fallen asleep, it wouldn't have been so easy to conquer her. But Liu knows. After Celebi really wakes up, he will probably resist for a while, but the GS ball is in the palm of his hand. Another request from the heart of the forest. Even if Celebi was reluctant, she could only accept her fate. Who are you? While Liu was thinking, a soft sound of surprise came from behind. He looked back. Little Stephanie stepped back. Finally, there is only one step away from the wooden door of the ancestral hall. She just stopped. The eyes looking at Liu were very complicated. The scene that just reappeared like that of Celebi shocked her so much. Since the construction of the ancestral hall, this is the first time a miracle like this has occurred. And all the changes happened after the person in front of me appeared? Stephanie became extremely curious about him, and a flash of admiration quickly flashed in her eyes. Our family built the ancestral hall, but this is the first time I've seen it like this since it was built. Stephanie couldn't suppress her excitement. Liu heard this and grasped an important point. Your family. Yes, our family has opened a Pokémon Center. Celebi is the sacred beast enshrined in the hope that we can pray for its energy and save endangered Pokémon. Medical family. This answer was beyond Liu's expectation. He glanced at Pikachu next to Stephanie's feet and said nothing. But it seemed as if nothing had been said. Ling Lan noticed Liu's eyes and blushed inexplicably for a moment, then hesitantly said, No, it's just a Pokémon Center, not to the level of an aristocratic family. I saved Pikachu. Liu suddenly understood. After hearing Stephanie introduce her name, inexplicably, I remembered a person, Ling Wei. She also comes from a medical family and has the same last name. The two of them. Could there be any connection? Can I invite you to my home? Ling Lan asked nervously. She had a hunch that the person in front of her was very powerful, and since he could make even a trace of Celebi appear, illustrate, he must have something to do with Celebi, based on emotion and reason. Ling Lan didn't want to miss such a rare opportunity. Liu just arrived here. I am unfamiliar with everything around me. Since Ling Ian's family runs a Pokémon Center, they will naturally come into contact with all kinds of people. At the same time, he can also accurately understand the era and background here. Liu thought for a while. Nod slightly. Ling Lan was so happy that she couldn't wait to take him away. Just left the ancestral hall. Seeing the ilex forest blocking out the sky and the sun, I felt troubled for a moment. The woods had changed so much now that even she couldn't figure out how to get around. Just when she was struggling, a red light flashed, and the sound of howling wind sounded in my ears. She narrowed her eyes. When he opened it again, he saw an amazing Garchomp in front of him. Wow. Ling Lan was stunned. The look he looked at Liu again was not much different from looking at a god, and the admiration in his eyes became stronger and stronger. The two got on the Garchomp one after another. Xiao Ai and the other three came out of the secret realm. I found that the public opinion outside was already very noisy at this time. It has been more than 20 days since the four of Liu entered Wenglong Snow Mountain, and the world ranking competition will begin in 1 month. The disappearance of 4 of them. It is a huge loss to the Dragon Kingdom. In the organizing committee, numerous high-level executives stepped down, and even the chairman resigned. In just 1 month, the Dragon Kingdom was in an uproar. Liu's performance in the national competition was outstanding. Anyone who is smart knows that he will definitely avenge Dragon Kingdom's shame in the world ranking battle. Don't talk about ordinary people. Even government officials think so. Therefore, his disappearance was an unprecedented blow to the entire Dragon Kingdom. If there hadn't been a monster like Liu during the national competition, they're not that good yet. But it was clearly given hope, only to be dashed again. No one can stand it. Government meetings during this period were held almost every day, and everyone looked heavy. The atmosphere at the meeting was also extremely depressing. The secret realm of Wenglong Ice was completely closed. The head of the secret realm management department seems to have aged more than 10 years this month. Mentally exhausted. And just then, he got a call. The 4 missing people, except Liu, are all back. The managing minister was ecstatic. But before he could be happy for long, he heard the news that Liu had disappeared in the secret realm, and the smile on his face faded again. Ask carefully. After knowing the whole story, he ordered his subordinates, publish a relevant announcement first, otherwise the public opinion on the internet will soon become uncontrollable. Yes. After his men left, he covered his face and sighed. Jianhui heard the news about their return. It can only be stable for a while. However, according to the 3 people's opinions, Liu just disappeared inexplicably and did not die in the secret realm. This is a comfort to them. This is a comfort to them. Just in case. Can he appear in ranked battles? Oh, when did I become so optimistic? The management manager shook his head and smiled bitterly. Refresh yourself and deal with the aftermath. Not long after flying, Liu saw the town in the distance. Quickly let Garcomp land. Then collect the Pokeball. In this unfamiliar world, it's better not to reveal too much. As for Linglan, Liu is not worried that she will talk nonsense. He has this confidence just based on the way the other person looks at him now, and not until coming down from Garcomp. Stephanie is still in a mysterious contest condition, with a confused expression of who I am and where I am. The two walked towards the town. Linglan has a clear goal, and along the way, countless people greeted her. Others wanted to touch Pikachu at their feet, but Pikachu dodged nimbly. I have to say, it swelled. I saw it raising its head with a proud expression. I'm a Pokemon that's been to heaven, and you humans want to touch me casually. Because of the power of Changpan. Liu couldn't help laughing when he heard Pikachu's voice. As we enter the town, I meet more and more people, judging from the Pokemon they each carry with them. He found. In his own era, trainers seemed to generally have a low level among the people he passed along the way. The most powerful one is a high-level trainer. Not even elites. However, he did not make a direct judgment. This is just a small town after all. It is normal for the trainer level to be low. Wait for Linglan to stop. Liu finally came back to his senses. Seeing the Pokemon Center in front of me, I froze in place for a moment. So simple. Liu's tone was full of real doubts. If it weren't for the sign hanging in front of the door, he had absolutely no idea this was a town Pokemon Center. After all, in his time, the Pokemon Center is an iconic building in a city. There was an endless flow of people. When a normal trainer comes to a city, the first thing he goes to is the Pokemon Center. So, it must be the most representative of the style of the entire city. For example, the Pokemon Center in Beijing. Hideki is quite majestic and grand as the head of a country. Magic City Pokemon Center. Stylish and attractive. There are many similar things, too many to list. But the Pokemon Center in front of me only has a small Arnold layer. The door is an iron door. But the sound insulation is not good either. Liu stood here and could even hear the messy voices inside. Let's go. What did you just say? When Linglan arrived in front of her Pokemon Center, there was a hint of pride in her expression. Fine. Liu shook his head, secretly smacking his lips. Already thinking about how many years ago he arrived. And just as soon as we took a step forward, the noisy and chaotic cries for help, shouting, and crying are very shocking to people's ears. Linglan seemed to be used to this kind of noise. He walked around the crowd without looking sideways. Liu squinted his eyes to observe. I found that the Pokemon Center here seems to be only used to rescue Pokemon. There is no mission hall or assessment level at all. Linglan noticed that Liu had been frowning and saying nothing since he came in. I thought he was influenced by the environment here. So he explained, I'm sorry, the Opalocid War just happened in Taishan, which is 20 kilometers away from here, and it affected many people. Usually the Pokemon Center doesn't have so many injured Pokemon. Linglan was also very distressed. There are too many injured Pokemon during this time. She was simply too busy. So I took advantage of my break to come to the Ancestral Hall to worship Celebi, to gain strength. Opalocid War. Hear the words. Liu suddenly became interested. Linglan knew how strong Liu was, so naturally he knew everything. From her mouth, Liu suddenly understood the background of the times and the so-called Opalocid War. He was taken 100 years ago by Celebi. This time, it took only 100 years for the secret realm to invade the world before people developed a tendency to fight Pokemon to coexist harmoniously. The profession of trainer began decades ago. The rules of hierarchy were just formed. Now, the strongest trainer is only elite. As for the championship, there is no such concept at all. But say it's elite. Judging from Ling Ian's tone, the other party only has a few powerful quasi-gods. As for the mythical beast, don't even think about it. The so-called Opalocid War was also a battle between two quasi-gods in Taishan for several days and nights. It's still going on. The nearby residents were unprepared at first and were affected. Now they are all evacuated one by one under the organization of the government. But even so, the Opalocid War is as much a disaster as nature to people today. People are even powerless to stop it. Now, the government has begun to recruit manpower, and many trainers have signed up, hoping to stop this war as soon as possible. Linglan was worried. She is good at healing, but I don't know anything about Pokemon battles or training Pokemon. Otherwise, Pikachu wouldn't be so naughty. After Liu heard what she said, a thought slowly emerged and he couldn't help but ask. Are there any requirements to register? At least an elite trainer. Liu was thoughtful when he heard the words. Not a moment. The operating room opens. An unconscious Guidude was pushed out. His trainer pounced on him, hugging him so distressingly that he wouldn't let go. And Blissey led by Nurse. It was an expression of exhaustion. But suddenly, it seemed to sense something and slowly looked in the direction of Liu. This detail, Nurse and Linglan didn't notice. Sigh, there have been more and more injured Pokemon recently. I don't know when they will all be gone. The nurse sighed as she pushed the bed out. Linglan nodded sympathetically. Nurse turned around and saw Liu next to him, looking at the little girl in confusion. By the way, sister, let me introduce him to you. After listening to the introduction, Ling Ian's sister frowned slightly. He eyed him suspiciously. I feel that my sister has been deceived by bad people. So young? How could he have that kind of strength? Are scammers so crazy now? Did you actually use this kind of high-level deception? Liu looked at her eyes. Just know what the other person is thinking. I'm too lazy to explain more. Just asked, can you sign up here? Sister Linglan still doesn't know why, but Linglan understood as soon as he heard it and said in surprise, yes, but are you sure you want to go? Although he knew that Liu was extraordinary. But this era, people's awareness of Pokémon wasn't as good as it was later. There are many legends about mythical beasts. The quasi-god has never seen a few. She was just surprised that Liu had a flying Pokémon, but she didn't actually recognize Garcomp's true identity. So, she actually didn't expect that Liu actually had elite level strength. Okay, I get it. Here the answer. Ling Lan took a deep breath and turned on the only old-fashioned computer in the Pokémon Center. Upload registration information. Sister Ling Lan watched from the side, her eyes opening wider and wider. Sister Ling Lan watched from the side, her eyes opening wider and wider. She looked at Liu up and down in shock for a moment. I thought I asked quietly, does he have an elite level? Have no idea. Then how dare you shoulder the responsibility for him? Sister Ling Lan was stunned for a moment, then suddenly shouted, reached out to the keyboard, pressed delete, and tried to stop sending. But my sister moves very quickly. The dialogue box has shown that the sending was successful. Sister Ling Lan suddenly looked defeated. He looked at his sister with hatred, and looked at Liu again, with rage and hatred. It's no different than looking at the enemy. Who are you, and how far do you want to go to deceive my sister before you are willing to do it? The Opalissid War is no joke. This is their top priority. Even the entire province of Ontario is paying attention. Trainers who sign up must at least pass various assessments. And there must be a person in charge. If it is found that the level is not up to standard or the strength is not enough during the process, it will be removed without hesitation. Because the matter is urgent. The assessment will start tomorrow. If approved, the plan will be formally drawn up in the afternoon. Taishan was now completely destroyed, and the situation was so urgent that there was no room for jokes. To avoid mistakes. This is the mechanism for responsible persons. Once something happens, they will be jointly and severally liable, otherwise Sister Ling Lan would not be so anxious. She thought her sister should go out. He is obsessed with ghosts. She had never acted so impulsively before, and this was the first time she decided on such a major matter without consulting her. Liu was baffled. He didn't know the rules. However, looking at Sister Ling Ian's expression, she seemed to know that Ling Lan had taken the risk for this matter. Don't worry, I will solve it. Hear the words. Sister Ling Lan turned her head and rolled her eyes, her face turned green with anger. There was a lot of movement from a few people, and the two of them are the owners of this Pokémon Center. So many people nearby have been paying attention intentionally or unintentionally. Now, there are some signs. Hearing Liu speak, someone immediately sneered. Haha, I'm not afraid of the strong wind blowing my tongue. Some people really don't even have any sense of shame and deceived the little girl. He's heartbroken. Today's young people, looking human, do some sneaky things. The world is getting worse, the world is getting worse. Countless mocking and contemptuous looks glanced at Liu, very contemptuous of what he did. As for the possibility that he really is an elite trainer, no one believes it. Nonsense. Which elite trainer is not famous? There are no more than 10 people in the entire wooden market? Only a young girl with little experience like Ling Lan would be deceived by him, and everyone sneered. Look, Liu's eyes are not eyes, and her nose is not a nose. It's just that it's weird anyway. Liu's expression didn't even change. He doesn't care what irrelevant people say. He must participate in this Opalissid battle. Find the heart of the forest. I don't know how long it will take just relying on his own strength. There are only 2 months until the world ranking competition. In the meantime, he wants to find the heart of the forest, wake up Celebi, and return to his own time. Natural time is urgent. He must come to the official attention of this era as soon as possible. Get more abundant resources and manpower. This is the real purpose of Liu's participation in the Opalissid War. When everyone saw his performance, they were even more sure that he was a liar, and a liar with excellent mental qualities. On the contrary, Ling Lan was anxious. Tears welled up in his eyes, but he still stubbornly refused to let them fall. No, it's not what you said. He has strength. Seeing her tearful look, everyone onlookers felt a little soft-hearted. He sighed and said no more. Sister Ling Lan looked at her sister as if she was possessed by a demon, and now she was still speaking for him, giving her a headache. At this time, save my Pokémon. A hoarse shout came, and a young man ran over holding Nidorina with half of her big ear bleeding and a painful expression. Please. When the young man said this, he almost burst into tears. When Sister Ling Lan heard this, she had no time to care about Liu anymore, but glanced at him condescendingly. He snorted coldly. Prepare to treat the injured Nidorina. She checked the injury. His eyes narrowed slightly, and he spoke with a serious expression. You have to be mentally prepared. This ear may not be saved, and Nidorina will lose her hearing in the future. Blissey's strength can only restore Pokémon's physical strength and save sick Pokémon. This area is severely damaged. There is zero fixability. No. The young man looked desperate when he heard this. For Pokémon, hearing is crucial, especially during the battle. A slight movement will affect the situation of the battle. Nidorina's hearing loss means that its strength will stop here and will no longer improve. The young man finally cultivated and evolved Nidoran female sign. Now I have just entered the middle-level trainer. For his age, Being able to achieve this level is a source of pride for parents. Unexpectedly, overnight, all dreams burst like bubbles. And he only has this one Pokémon. Be there for each other. Some people have deep feelings. It's hard to imagine how sad Nidorina would be when she knew she had lost her hearing. The young man fell to the ground in despair. Such a tragic scene. Trainer, who was watching countless people, couldn't help but turn his head away and couldn't bear to look any further. The atmosphere was depressing to the extreme. Sister Ling Ian's lips were tight and slightly white. This kind of scene. It wasn't the first time she saw it, but every time she saw a trainer's dream shattered, she felt the same sadness. Nidorina seemed to know her master's sadness. With difficulty, he stretched out his paw and scratched the collar of the young man's chest, trying to appease. Feeling Nidorina's comfort, the already desperate young man couldn't bear it any longer, and tears fell instantly. One drop or two. It was like hitting the hearts of all trainers present. Let me try. Sudden. A magnetic voice sounded, breaking the solemn atmosphere. Everyone turned their heads. Seeing the person they had just mocked standing in front of Nidorina, he squatted down slightly. His hand was about to touch Nidorina's big ears. Don't. Sister Linglan stopped in horror. I wanted to push Li Yu's hand away, but the next second. Then he touched the palm of Nidorina's right hand, and a glistening green light appeared. This scene. Everyone who was extremely angry was stunned. Silly in place. Sister Linglan's pupils tightened. The moment the green light appeared, Nidorina's suppressed expression of pain suddenly softened. And under everyone's gaze, Nidorina's half-remaining big ear visibly stopped bleeding, and then miraculously grew back. The whole process. It's as fast as the blink of an eye. While everyone was still panicking, Nidorina's ears had completely recovered. Brother Li Yu, how did you do it? Ling Lan was the first to react, covering her mouth and asking in surprise. Is this difficult? Li Yu asked back. The confusion on his face was so real that everyone was speechless. Is this difficult? Li Yu asked back. The confusion on his face was so real that everyone was speechless. They were confused and shocked. But when he said these words, for some reason, all those questions were suppressed from his mouth. Even though their faces were red from holding back, they couldn't open their mouths. After all, judging from the other party's expression, this seems to be an extremely common thing that can be easily solved. Their reaction was exaggerated. But actually, no one has ever seen this method before. This moment, those who originally mocked Li Yu couldn't help but begin to doubt themselves. Could it be that they had too little experience? And after Nidorina's ears recovered, it was in the young man's arms and slowly opened its eyes. The young man quickly recovered from the shock. Panicked. He quickly asked, Nidorina, are you feeling uncomfortable anywhere else? Nidorina heard this and shook her head obediently. His eyes rolled around in circles. Immediately afterwards, there was a pop. He immediately jumped down from the young man's arms, shook his head, and the hair all over his body suddenly became fluffy. It was jumping with excitement. This is what it looks like. It was completely two extremes from just now, catching people off guard. If it weren't for the bloodstains still remaining on the big ears, everyone will think that it was an illusion before. Damn, it's really good. What kind of ability is this? Isn't it too incredible? I've never heard of it. Hiss, it's so scary. I just scolded him, but now it's really over. Do you think he will remember me? I take back what I just said. This is the true god. That's awesome. Boss, can you save my Pokémon? I was wrong, please. Everyone murmured for a while. Their attitude toward Li Yu changed completely, and they looked at him with surprise and curiosity. Especially if some of the Pokémon around him are injured. That look. Full of excitement. Want to be close. I didn't dare to really step forward. After all, they were still making fun of him before. But now, the facts were in front of them, and those mocking words seemed to be returned word for word, all thrown in their faces. Some people still want to be embarrassed. After discovering that Li Yu was the real deal, he quietly withdrew without saying a word. But some are really shameless and even want Li Yu to help treat their Pokémon. Certainly, these people don't dare to offend really powerful people. At most, they cautiously beg for mercy. Under Li Yu's indifferent gaze, it would be useless for Renrua to regret it. The most embarrassing person is naturally Sister Ling Lan. She felt bad all over. His face turned red and white, and various emotions flashed through his eyes. He wanted to dig a hole in the ground and crawl into it. Every compliment given to Li Yu by others was like a slap in the face, making her extremely embarrassed. When facing Li Yu, she didn't even dare to raise her head and look at him. It was Ling Lan who noticed her sister's awkwardness. He hurriedly said to Li Yu, I'm sorry, my sister is just too suspicious. We were deceived once when we were children. Since then, my sister has been more defensive about others. Li Yu responded lightly. Didn't say much. After all, he really didn't care what Sister Ling Lan thought of him. Waited for a while. The computer beeps. Ling Lan glanced at it, and his face immediately put on an expression of surprise. Passed? The assessment is tomorrow. Brother Li Yu, do you want to go now? Li Yu heard the news. My heart was also relieved. Well, let me go and find out the specific situation first. After finishing speaking, Li Yu said goodbye to Ling Lan and left the Pokémon Center directly. People looked at his back silently, until he left. It's like waking up from a dream. Many people sighed, feeling that they had just missed an opportunity to meet a big boss. Sister Ling Lan looked at Li Yu's leaving figure and didn't speak for a long time. Now, even if he didn't show off his ability as a trainer, but just relying on this healing ability. It is absolutely impossible to be an unknown person. She is really short-sighted. After seeing the leaked video of the Opalocid battle, Sister Ling Yan's regret lasted even into her old age and was unforgettable. The place Liu is going to is near Taishan where Opalocid fought. It was originally a small village with thousands of households, but after the Opalocid war started, these families were quickly evacuated under the organization of the government. Today, Taishan village has become deserted, leaving only empty houses. Liu took the Gar comp to Taishan village and only saw movement in the dozens of stone houses surrounding the center. Then it descended at the entrance of the village, walked in slowly, and just then, some Spearow and Pidgey in the sky noticed the situation and sounded a warning call towards the center of the village. Nula and Growlithe's growl also began to appear one after another. Subsequently, almost all the Pokémon in the village started barking, and Taishan village, which had been quiet for a long time, was in commotion. Wait until Liu arrives at the center of the village. There are already many people waiting. When I saw a young man who was alone, the leading middle-aged man in a coat looked behind him inquiringly, stared for a full minute. When he realized that he was really alone, he frowned slightly, and behind him, some trainers looked at him for a moment, looked puzzled, and began to whisper, "What's up? Yeah, he's the only one. Tisk, isn't it?" With that movement just now, I thought some elite-level Pokémon was coming, but this is what happened. Pokémon suddenly went crazy. He is also here to take the assessment tomorrow? He is too young. No, the Opalocid war is no joke. At least we all know the basics. The government took the initiative to send out the invitation. Where did he come from? After Liu gained the power of waveguide, even though they are hundreds of meters apart, they can still hear each other's voices. All the people's comments reached his ears. Hearing the last sentence, he only raised his eyebrows slightly. It seems that this Opalocid war is indeed not normal. Who are you? After looking at it for a while, the leading middle-aged man finally spoke. I'm here to fight Opalocid. Suddenly, questions came like a flood, and everyone who was originally puzzled immediately changed to expressions of disapproval. Because judging from his age, also far removed from everyone else here, not from the same era at all, even the leader frowned more tightly and looked a little more serious. Boy, this is not a joke. No, said. Liu took out the application information printed at the Pokémon Center, walked up and handed it to him. The leader frowned and took it. He lowered his head and looked carefully. Read the last word. His face became very solemn, and he cursed in a low voice, "What on earth are those review guys doing?" His face became very solemn, and he cursed in a low voice, "What on earth are those review guys doing?" Well, he put away the application form and let out a long sigh. He waved his hand impatiently. "You come with me." At this moment, he had forgotten the commotion caused by the Pokémon just now, and just regarded it as an accident. After all, compared to them, the person in front of me is really too young. The average age of the trainers behind him is around 40. The lowest is 35. However, it is estimated that most of those people will be screened out in tomorrow's assessment. The one in front of me is no exception. Maybe even Kanto won't be able to pass the first place. Thinking of how this young man would be so frightened that he would burst into tears tomorrow, the leader had a headache. Think it's all back office management at revenge. To let such a young person pass. Simply outrageous. Liu didn't know the impact of the environment of this era. Because the trainer profession has just emerged, most of the successful people have formed it over many years. Rarely are monsters born. Or, the secret realm is currently too dangerous and is only open to elite trainers and above. And now at this level, the basic age is very high. For example, in a few decades, if the secret realm is divided into levels, there will be almost no chance for young people to cherish Pokémon. So, decades ago now, the prejudice against trainers is deep-rooted. Age is a gap. Although older age does not necessarily mean a higher level, all elites and quasi-elites who have been around for a long time, as well as various gym leaders, the minimum age will not be less than 40. This is the status quo. Therefore, Liu is always questioned wherever he goes. Although this situation also occurred decades later, it was because of the emergence of a large number of geniuses. Views on trainers have changed a lot. The leader found a random room for Liu. It was quite a distance away from where they were, almost on the edge. He briefly introduced the content of tomorrow's assessment. Don't say a word more. After he leaves, seeing that it was already getting late, Liu lay down and rested directly. The next day, the assessment officially begins. They need to go to a dense forest behind Taishan village. This dense forest is a specially set up assessment location. It is a small secret realm. There are no other special entrances. Ordinary people will step into it without even paying attention. Leaving the secret realm within the stipulated hour means that you have passed the assessment and can go to Taishan with you. After Liu left the house, I found that there was no one in Taishan village. There were faint voices in the distance, and others were already waiting at the entrance of the secret realm. Apparently, he was left out. But Liu didn't care at all. Not to mention that he was not from this era at all. Even decades later, he did not care about other people's opinions. And when Liu also arrived at the entrance, the leader only gave him a frillish glance. Everyone slowly became quiet. When the time comes, the leader directly announced that he had entered the secret realm. A group of trainers immediately scrambled for the first place, fearing that they would be left behind. This secret realm is highly dangerous, and there is a set time limit, which makes it very difficult. They must speed up. Only Liu was unhurried. Finally, we entered the secret realm. Seeing his actions, the leader of the referee frowned with the word Chuan between his eyebrows. The other referees who just arrived today are also not optimistic about Liu. Everyone is convinced. I feel that the first person to be eliminated in the secret realm will be this young man. Liu stepped into the secret realm. The whole person was in a daze for a moment. When he opened his eyes again, he found that he was in a mountain forest. Drop. Sign in location, small secret mountain forest. Hey, check-in at the 2-star location was successful. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward Burn Drive. Burn Drive, this is the cassette that Gene Sect carries. After being carried, the Techno Blast move will become Fire type. Burn Drive. Liu's eyes suddenly lit up. After completely integrating Union Gene Sect, Caesar learned its exclusive trick, Techno Blast. Just a pity, there has been a lack of activation items, so there is no chance to use this trick. But now, he didn't expect that a small secret realm would accidentally sign into Burn Drive. This is definitely a surprise. After the system's sound fell, a red cassette immediately appeared in Liu's palm. The cassette is not big, slightly more Arnold-like than the palm of your hand. Liu had a thought. Burn Drive was temporarily included in his virtual space. Only then began to observe the surrounding environment. Although it is a small secret realm, it is only relatively speaking. The mountain forest in front of us is actually very large. Looking into the distance, there is no end in sight. Liu's waveguide moved slightly. Close your eyes. Within a few seconds, he followed the direction of the energy anomaly and immediately found the exit of the secret realm. He immediately summoned Garcomp. There was no hesitation. Just ride it and fly towards the exit. Since it was required to pass as quickly as possible, he did not intend to waste any time. The other side. Fuck, Seviper. It's really hard to bear, meeting this kind of Pokémon as soon as you come in. Stop talking nonsense, it's coming. Seviper hissed and spit out a stream of venom towards the 3 people on the opposite side. Whoosh! The 3 of them also hurriedly sent out their own Pokémon to greet them. At this time, a figure flew across the sky, but the 3 of them didn't have time to take a closer look. While the figure in the sky was flying by, a large amount of sand and dust came from nowhere, suddenly covering his sight. The billowing airflow carried the salon roll towards me. It caught both sides off guard. The sudden sandstorm weather not only left the 3 of them defenseless, but even the Seviper was confused. Feeling the power of the Pokémon flying in the sky, the exposed fangs shrank. His mouth was shut tight. When the overwhelming sandstorm gradually dissipated, the mountain forest in front of us was no longer what it was just now. The environment has completely changed. I saw that the originally vibrant mountain forest turned into a desert. They seemed to have arrived in another environment. This time, even Seviper stopped fighting with them. He neighed a few times in panic and hurriedly crawled into the sand, leaving a winding trail. The 3 of them looked at each other, completely dumbfounded. You look at me, I look at you. I have no clue about the current situation. There was a pop. He fell down on the sand, his face full of confusion, and he could only mutter. What happened? This kind of situation is not an exception, it happens in every corner. People couldn't help but raise their heads and look at the sky. These experienced high-level and elite trainers knew for the first time in their lives what it meant to be helpless. In addition to the stipulated time, passing the assessment also requires defeating the secret realm Pokémon. Large quantity, short time. These 2 points are the focus of this assessment. These 2 points are the focus of this assessment. Liu was too lazy to find rival, so he asked Garcomp to use Sandstorm during the flying process, and began to randomly defeat him. Then, in the blink of an eye, this small secret mountain forest turned into a desert area. Although it is not a complete desert, but the sand and dust have changed the original mountain forest beyond recognition. I can't see what it looked like at the beginning. This method is undoubtedly the most effective. Listening to the different beat experience prompts ringing in his ears, Liu knew that his method was right, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. At the same time, Garcomp also reached his destination. Secret exit. At this time, it had been less than 5 minutes since entering the secret realm. The exit was naturally empty. There are wild Pokémon, but they have long been hidden after feeling Garcomp's powerful aura. Don't know where to hide. Liu didn't care either. He was just going through the motions, and when he found that he had defeated the required number of Pokémon, he just chose to leave. After the dizziness passes, Liu returned to the rear of Taishan village. At this time, the referee has just arrived. Everyone saw the light curtain flashing and started talking strangely. What's going on here? The secret realm is unstable. Could it be that someone came out? The man finished. I couldn't help but laugh. The other referees also laughed, and the leader even said, don't play around at times like this. Who knows? He hasn't finished his sentence yet. After the light curtain at the exit of the secret realm flashed, a person really appeared. And he's actually a young man that none of them are optimistic about. The leader's eyes widened, almost popping out of their sockets. Other referees were no better. Everyone seemed to have seen a ghost. No, heck, it's better than the current situation. After all, everyone has seen ghost Pokémon before. But this situation, this is truly the first time in my life. All the referees were stunned, and some of the older ones rubbed their eyes, wondering if something was wrong with them because they were old. Liu stood where he was. I have accepted this look well. It took 10 seconds for the referees to react. The leader looked unhappy. But before he could express his doubts, he saw Liu hand over the video recording machine he was holding. Have to say, although this was decades ago, but live streaming technology has developed rapidly. Otherwise, in a few decades, there will not be live broadcast footage all over the secret places. Although it is currently impossible to install cameras everywhere in the secret realm, recording equipment has begun to be placed on the trainer. But the machine is still a bit big. Many times, trainer puts it on the ground without paying attention to the battle, forgetting to record it, and often forgets to recycle it in the end. But if it is submitted on time, extra points will be awarded in the assessment. Saw the video recording machine. The leader finally swallowed his hesitant question. Connect the machine to the computer. The referees all gathered around. At this time, they were full of questions, and their peripheral vision glanced at Liu from time to time, which was very strange. He didn't even defeat a single Pokémon. It was outrageous to find the exit so quickly, but they didn't dwell on it for long. The truth was clear at a glance. As the video begins, everyone's spirits were lifted. They all stared at the content captured by Liu, reluctant to blink. Because he signed in as soon as he entered the secret realm. No one knows about this process. From the recording perspective, you can only see the surrounding scene. It seems that the owner has been looking at the surrounding environment. A full minute or so, there was no movement. Everyone who was originally excited was immediately disappointed. They thought they could see such a magical scene. Is this the result? And just when they were about to lose interest in waiting, suddenly, Liu finally moved. Just watch him throw a pokeball. The light flickers. Immediately afterwards, a majestic and domineering Garchomp appeared in front of everyone's attention. Compared to Ling Lan, these referees are naturally more knowledgeable, so they recognized who the Pokémon in front of them was at a glance. Garchomp. The leader swallowed and spoke weakly. The remaining referees let out a burst of exclamations, and their eyes nearly popped out. Looking at this extremely rare Pokémon, my throat felt dry. At this moment, the leading referee suddenly realized a fact. The young man in front of me, he is really capable. Who can conquer a quasi-god like Garchomp at the age of 20? At least with his current experience, this is the first time he has encountered him. Garchomp's appearance shocked the judges, but they never expected it. This is just the beginning. Next, it was as if they were witnessing a Garchomp performance. Garchomp raised his head, and an earth-shattering dragon roar came out. The next second, its wings fluttered, and its heart-stopping momentum almost burst out of the camera. The strong wind roared suddenly, and countless summoned sand and dust began to spin immediately, and sandstorm weather came instantly. The surrounding bushes were instantly transformed into desert. 4 huge salon rolls, with Garchomp as the center, began to wreak havoc in all directions. Wherever he went, the desert collapsed. Countless Pokémon couldn't escape, screaming and being swept in. And as the camera moves, the sandstorm continues. This scene was deeply engraved in the minds of all the referees, and it was beyond their common sense and understanding. Their shock at this time had reached an unbearable level. In their opinion, it was an extremely difficult secret realm assessment. Here at Liu, it seems to be a personal solo. No pressure at all. Easily crush the entire crowd. Until the end of the video, when Garchomp landed at the exit, the judges were still standing there blankly, like a statue. It's like being cast by Gardevoir with disable normal. They stared blankly at the computer screen, not even half as high-spirited as usual. After a few seconds of silence, sorry, I was narrow-minded before. Please help us win this Opalissid war. The leader's voice was trembling. It wasn't until he finished speaking that the suffocating silence was suddenly broken. Yes, please. It's because we are too blind to see Taishan. I'm sorry, you are our real hope. This Opalissid war means the safety of the entire city, and we have no choice. The referees hurriedly explained. Extremely flustered. Liu has proven himself. That was something that no one had ever seen before, and it seemed that they could only hear about it in legends, the ability to control the weather and environment. Although he is young, his achievements have already surpassed those of others. They were really scared, worried that his previous actions would make him give up on preventing the Opalissid war. Liu raised his hand gently, stopped everyone. He still looked so indifferent. But at this time, no one thought that he was rude, but that it should be that way. I'm here just to fight Opalissid. After Liu said this, he left directly. The leading referee stared at his back until he disappeared, and suddenly burst into tears. Because he knows. A miracle really happened, because he knows. A miracle really happened. Wait for Liu to leave. Within 1 hour, other trainers also came out one after another. However, each one of them was gray-headed and listless, and the same was true for the Pokémon around them. It looked like it had just been dug out of a sand pit. The truth is not far off. They had spent all their energy just to find the exit from the sandstorm site created by Garchomp safely. As for defeating Pokémon, there aren't even a few of them in the small secret realm. Otherwise, they are all well-known trainers after all, and they would not be so depressed. Until now, no one knew that the sudden sandstorm was the work of Liu. The energy in the secret realm is unstable, caused by environmental changes. When everyone came out, Trainer, thinking that he was the first to leave the secret realm, observed the surroundings with a look of pride on his face. He smiled and said to the leading referee, "Can we announce the ranking? This sudden change in the secret realm should be decided in the fastest order." He looked expectant. When everyone heard this, they also pricked up their ears. This guy is lucky. Yes, the rules of mutation in the secret realm are definitely different this time. The order is the key to the decision. Huh? Why isn't that young man here? No need to ask. His three-legged cat strength will definitely not come out. He is still trapped in it, and the referee will have to rescue him later. It's really causing trouble to people. Task tisk. Everyone seemed to have expected Liu's absence, and no one was surprised. On the contrary, it feels like it is indeed the case. But at this moment, the leading referee heard their discussion, but his face suddenly darkened, and he interrupted coldly. "You misunderstood. He is the number one in this assessment, and he has already left." Moment. Trainers were all in an uproar, looking at him in shock. I suspect there is something wrong with my ears. He even looked at the other referees for confirmation, only to see them nodding in the same way, with proud expressions on their faces. Liu is the hope of this Opalissid war. He is a miracle. Garcomp's sandstorm was an eye-opener for us. This is a trainer with real capabilities. None of what Rainbow Fart said was the same. Even if Liu is not present, the referees were completely devastated and regarded him as their only hope. Their words shocked the trainers again. It was like hearing a fantasy. Especially the leader, Trainer, who thinks he is number one. There was a look of confusion and astonishment on my face about who I was, where I was, and what I was doing, and I was stunned in place. He seemed to hear the sound of broken dreams. The referee's words made the trainers doubtful. They suspected that the young people had given them some ecstasy. Otherwise, why are the attitudes before and after so turned upside down? Are they sure they are talking about the same person? The leading referee looked at them with suspicious eyes and knew what everyone was thinking. After all, it was the same before he saw the video. So he said nothing. Played the screen recording just now again. Garcomp appeared and everyone exclaimed. When the sandstorm came, the trainers no longer knew how to react. All of them have earth-colored faces. It was as if they had turned into grains of dust along with the overwhelming sandstorm, witnessing this epic man-made disaster in person. This recording made their expressions change several times. Shockingly white. Saw the truth. The exit, where dozens of people were, became extremely quiet. A piece of leafage swirled down, as if to announce the end of this farce. The Opalissid war has attracted a lot of attention. There's an emergency. After passing the assessment, the selected trainer is ready to leave for Taishan. Liu walked out of the house. Countless hot eyes suddenly came to him. It seemed to burn him. It was obviously less than a day since yesterday, but this stone house, which was originally the most peripheral, became the center point. Even the referees looked like they had been waiting for a long time. See Liu appear. The lead referee's eyes lit up and he asked respectfully, "Are we ready to go?" After he nodded, many people threw Pokeballs. A dozen flying Pokemon appeared in the sky in groups. Liu also summoned Garcomp. The shining cold light of the sickle made countless trainers look obsessed with it. They didn't dare to blatantly look at it from the corner of their eyes from time to time. Liu rides Garcomp. One ride to the extreme. The trainers hurried and could only see his back. This is despite Garcomp deliberately slowing down. Soon, with the help of flying Pokemon, the group quickly reached their destination. At the foot of Mount Tai, some movement can be vaguely heard here. Taishan consists of rolling hills, with steep mountains in the distance. They continued to fly upward. When everyone stood still on a hill, fires were everywhere in the distance, and the nearby land seemed to be turned over completely, and it was devastated. At a glance, there were many Pokemon lying around, either seriously injured, or already passed out. Boom! Fierce explosions came from far and near, and dazzling energy beams flashed through the air. The mountain forest was completely stripped bare. More than half of the entire hill collapsed. The trees are all crooked, and every plant is gone. The huge Pokemon that was wreaking havoc in the center shocked the dozens of trainers who came. Even though they were separated by several mountains, they could see clearly. That's a completely behemoth. It stood 100 meters away, but the powerful pressure did not decrease at all. It rushed towards them, making everyone extremely shocked. Damn it, this is the Dragonite ancestor, right? One trainer stammered. My throat felt dry. This moment, he had the intention of retreating. He didn't expect that among the Pokemon Opalissid fought, there was actually a giant Dragonite. Its appearance is exactly the same as Dragonite, but its size is enlarged several times in proportion and is dozens of meters tall. Even bigger than the steel-armored crow that Liu encountered before going to Dynamax. It walked closer to the Pokemon on the other side. Its huge size makes it look clumsy and slow, but its power is completely unmatched by normal Pokemon. A gentle wave. The woods blocking its direction were uprooted, swept aside, and destroyed in an instant. And in the woods, countless hidden Pokemon were tumbled together, but they were unable to resist at all. Every time it took a step closer, the aura that belonged to an ancient behemoth became clearer. Liu suddenly remembered the huge Dragonite that appeared in the lighthouse in the original work. There seems to be little difference between the two. At this time, a gust of wind roared past, and the air current caused the Pokemon beneath everyone to shake unconsciously. Only Garcomp was not affected, but his eyes were a little sharper. Liu also felt something, and his eyes narrowed, staring at soaring in the sky in the distance. Next moment, the strong wind dissipated, and a figure suddenly appeared opposite the huge Dragonite. The strong wind dissipated, and a figure suddenly appeared opposite the huge Dragonite. It looks similar to Salaman's, but is different. The originally blood-red dual wingbeat was twisted and stuck together for some unknown reason, forming huge crescent-shaped wings, and its body became more slender and streamlined. The gray shell on its lower jaw fell away, revealing smooth red skin. The abdominal shell becomes similar to a vest-like armor. There are red half-rings at the base of its hind legs. After the trainers exclaimed, someone guessed, is this Salaman's? They felt that the two were similar, but their appearance was different. They were not sure, and the lead referee also frowned. Don't dare to judge casually. They say they are referees, but they are actually a helping hand on behalf of the government, and they must also contribute in this opalescent battle. Behind everyone, there were two cameramen. As a recorder, live broadcast on TV station. At this time, countless families are already sitting in front of the screen, waiting for this live TV broadcast to start. Especially Ontario, almost every house turned on the TV. This is about their safety. Finally, much anticipated, the live broadcast officially started. Because there is a delay in the broadcast. At this moment, the scene of their group at the foot of Mount Tai was played on the screen. Lu family, Zhao Elite is here too? Then I'll be relieved. Master Bai, this lineup is good. Ah Dad, our quasi-elite representative from Ontario is here too. The family of three was surprised one after another. The appearance of familiar faces on the screen undoubtedly gave many viewers a sense of security. These are well-known trainers. Especially Zhao Elite, one of the nationally certified elites, is the top priority in this opalescent battle. But when the camera panned over the leader, the three of them suddenly stopped talking. As the head of the family, my father frowned in confusion. Why is there still such a young trainer? However, everyone knows that trainers have been screened at all levels. Although they were confused, they did not directly question them. Instead, he continued to read. When everyone landed on a hill, the Lu family's father's eyes suddenly widened. Because he saw clearly. The young man was riding a Gar comp. At the same time, countless viewers also exclaimed in front of the screen. At this moment, they became curious about the young man's strength. But after all, there are still elites and quasi-elites. Even if he is extremely talented, it's impossible to sit in the first position, right? Subsequently, the camera turned. The completely destroyed Taishan appeared in front of everyone. Immediately afterwards, the huge Dragonite and Mega Salamence came into view one after another. Countless Ontarians gasped. Finally no. Why did the government arrange evacuation so urgently? This is a terrible disaster? Nearly elite or below, unrivaled. Damn it, no wonder it's this lineup. It's the first time I've seen such a big Dragonite. One journalist couldn't help but make a fuss. The originally planned press release was cancelled at this moment, and he stared at the two dragon Pokémon on the screen without blinking. Boom. When two Pokémon meet, they become tit for tat. With a deafening explosion, a mountaintop was blown off its top by Dragon Pulse, shattered into huge rock blocks, and rolled down. In a river under Mount Tai, when the Mega Salaman's flamethrower spread, the water evaporated in an instant. Following this, the smell of fish wafted out. The Sea of Fire was truly realized. The most terrifying thing was the Dragon Star cluster skills they launched. Countless meteorites landed from the sky and drew amazing arcs of energy. It was obviously an extremely beautiful scene, but in everyone's eyes, it was far scarier than a horror movie. I don't know how many spectators turned pale. The earth was smashed into countless deep pits, and the entire Taishan community became pitted and bumpy, and the previous scenery was no longer visible. A scene before my eyes. It's like the end of the world. There are more than a few hundred Pokémon that have suffered disaster within 100 miles. Wherever the camera sweeps, there are almost corpses everywhere. The audience's eyes were red. Some were even more emotional and couldn't help crying. The Opalucid battle went from high altitude to land, the location kept changing, and countless skills were fired frequently. Liu did not take action immediately, but waiting for the opportunity. Finally, after half an hour, his eyes lit up. Opportunity appeared. Mega Salamence seems to be out of strength. After days and nights of fighting, it is exhausted and its physical strength is almost exhausted. The most important is, the Mega Evolution form is about to be unsustainable. At this point, in the presence, the leading referee, Zhao Elite, didn't even notice. He just had a vague feeling. Knowing this Opalucid war, it is the huge Dragonite that has the upper hand. But why, I don't know. But Liu is different. Whether it's mental power or waveguide power, they are superimposed. On another level, his premonition had reached its peak. No one here knows what Mega Evolution is all about better than him? Really? As I thought. Woo. Under the dazzling hyper beam, Mega Salamence let out a scream, and most of its wings were damaged. The next second, he lost his balance and fell crookedly in their direction. Not good. Zhao Elite roared. Immediately throw a Pokeball. That's a Charizard. But very quickly, a stone on Charizard's neck began to glow. The next second, Charizard turns on Mega Evolution. The body turned black and blue in the blink of an eye, and the flames that were burning around him turned into a terrifying blue due to the increase in temperature. Mega Charizard X, Zhao Elite. I don't know how many viewers shouted this sentence in front of the screen. Zhao Elite is obviously also very satisfied with Charizard's changes. The reason why he became elite in the first place is because his Charizard can Mega Evolution. Mega Charizards appeared on soaring in the sky and faced Mega Salamence head-on. Just didn't expect it. Mega Salamence still has power left. Sensing the approach of Mega Charizards, his eyes that had been slowly closed opened again. The mouth opened suddenly. The exposed fangs are slightly discolored. There was a faint flash of lightning. When Mega Charizards was not prepared, he bit him hard. Ouch. Mega Charizards let out a miserable howl of pain. In front of the screen, many applauding spectators were slightly startled. Then they turned their heads unbearably. Even through the screen, they seemed to feel how painful this thunder fang was. In desperation, Mega Charizards opened his mouth. A hot blue fire shot out. The blue fire was like a spinning meteor, hitting the opposite Mega Salamence. But Mega Salamence is not something to be trifled with either. It suddenly explodes when it is in danger. Using all his strength, he rushed towards Mega Charizard with a ferocious expression. For just a moment, Mega Charizard wanted to be caught off guard and had to use its wings to cover it, but in the very short time it collided with Mega Salamenki's dragon head. The explosive power near death is amazing. Mega Charizard was knocked straight away and slammed up the mountain. He actually fought so hard that both sides suffered losses. Mega Charizard was knocked straight away and slammed up the mountain. Physical strength is reduced by half. It's a real fight and both sides suffer. This time, everyone panicked. Zhao Elite is truly the highest combat power among them. Especially Mega Charizard, which is a celebrity-level Pokémon and is even as popular as Elite Zhao himself. It hurts. Countless viewers were stunned. What followed was panic, even from the Ontario government. Although the Mega Salamence in it is solved. But anyone can see it. That giant Dragonite is the key to the crisis in this war. It does nothing at all. You can do it yourself. One of the generals has been lost. This battle. Is there still hope? Governor, this. As soon as the secretary spoke next to him, he was stopped by a gesture from the governor of Ontario. All the senior officials looked unhappy, especially the mayor who has Taishan under his jurisdiction. His eyes are filled with despair and his head is lowered with a dejected expression, as if accepting his fate. This is the reaction of all senior officials, not to mention ordinary people. Everyone's eyes were dim, and even the light from the TV screen seemed not to be reflected. At this time, come out. A calm voice suddenly sounded on the TV, obviously not big, but it immediately attracted everyone's attention. Everyone looked up. His eyes widened. They saw a pokeball thrown by the young man who they ignored intentionally or unintentionally when they appeared. After a red light, a Scizor appeared on the field. Seeing it, the referees and trainers who were still full of hope immediately sighed. Pokemon like Scizor is pretty good, but that's in normal times. It has no qualifications to participate in this kind of legendary war. You will definitely be killed instantly as soon as you appear. Who knows? The idea just popped up. Then I heard the young man say lightly, Scizor, Mega Evolution. Suddenly, the two different colors of light were assimilated in an instant, and the Key Stone and the Evolution Stone gradually merged into Scizor's body. The light of Mega Evolution explodes. This light is so bright. Even the huge Dragonite in the distance was attracted, and his eyes slowly swept over. Wait for the light to dissipate. A majestic scarlet warrior appeared in front of everyone. The huge Dragonite felt a hint of danger, walked directly towards them. After it grows in size, although it also has the power of flying, its wings that are disproportionate to its body cannot support its huge body, and it now prefers to walk. Liu immediately asked Scizor to come forward and stay away from the area. Instantly, Mega Scizor's eyes were gleaming with coldness, and the wings behind him were buzzing and flapping at a crazy frequency, tiptoeing a little. Call out. It was launched like a cannonball, and its body transformed into a twisted black and red shadow, and it just left. The ground the toes stepped on shattered with a bang. Debris rolled down. A cloud of dust flew up. The clothes of the trainer who was close to him were stained. At the same time, strong winds roared, and Mega Scizor's speed broke through the space resistance in an instant. A blink of an eye just arrived in front of the huge Dragonite. The comparison between the two is tragic. One big and one small. Scizor is like an ant normal in front of the huge Dragonite, with only a slight black spot. If it weren't for the wrong timing, the contrast can even make people laugh. But Scizor, as the party involved, was not afraid at all. It lifted up its heavy pair of pliers. A few jumps. Blink. Right to the heart of the giant Dragonite. This scene was very exciting and dizzying for everyone. Completely unable to react, he just stared blankly and kept swallowing. But the originally dim eyes began to shine slightly, and the heart seemed to resume beating again. The other side. Liu uses telepathy to directly command remotely. Fire spin. The words fell. Scizor was seen staying on the body of the giant Dragonite. While avoiding the attack of the giant Dragonite, tiny red energy particles gradually began to condense around him. By the time it took shape, circles of whirlpools of flames had formed around Scizor, then suddenly spurred out. But this is not the end. Mega Scizor, sword dance. Liu gave another order. Mega Scizor's eyes flashed, and he immediately began to spin. The vortex is still gathering, and as the Mega Scizor spins faster and faster, the vortex gradually turned into a twister. It can no longer be seen at all. Its scarlet body was completely integrated into it, and the fallen trees made a sizzling sound under the flames of Twister. Roar. The huge Dragonite's body was burned. Let out a roar. The expression on its face became extremely angry, and it shook its huge scalded claws. Extremely angry. It seemed that it didn't expect that such an inconspicuous little thing could hurt itself. It was like capsizing in the gutter. The dragon's roar shook the sky. The audience was shocked, and the children in front of the screen were even frightened and cried a lot. Burst into tears. But Megacaesar was unmoved. Because the Flame Twister is both an attack and a defense, if the huge Dragonite wants to hurt it, it must pay the price. Caesar is extremely fast. Wrapped in the Flame Twister, jump up and down. It completely treated the huge Dragonite's body like a playground. Under such stimulation, huge Dragonite's eyes begin to glow red. Finally, when Caesar burned Dragonite's beard, it exploded. Furious, he threw his head back and roared. Regardless of the injury, he ran straight through the Flame Twister and grabbed it. It's over, it's over. Father Lu looked panicked and stood up from the sofa. At this time, he had completely changed his outlook on youth. My heart is rising and falling with this battle. He is very grateful that he does not have a heart disease. Otherwise, Megacaesar might have fainted when he jumped onto the giant Dragonite's body. It's not just him. Countless viewers in front of the screen are standing on a united front with Liu at this moment. Clench your fists. The fingers were pinched until they turned white. Some government executives, such as provincial governors and mayors, are no exception. He didn't even want to blink his eyes. The moment they saw Caesar being caught, everyone's hearts were in their throats. But what a coincidence. Then the camera suddenly moves. Gave Liu a close-up. The corners of his mouth slightly raised in a subtle arc. Like laughing again? Laugh? How can it be? The Premier of Ontario was shocked. But just after he said this, the young man opened his mouth and said, "Use burn drive, technoblast." The next second, Megacaesar, caught in the giant Dragonite's claws, closed his eyes. A hot red glow emerged from it. Like a flame. But it's like red light. And at the moment when the flames glowed, the energy on the Megacaesar's pincers skyrocketed crazily. They swarmed out almost like a roar. The power is directed at the huge Dragonite in front of you. The power is directed at the huge Dragonite in front of you. The huge Dragonite felt the approach of death for the first time, and urgently launched a hyper beam. But the next moment, the intense red light shot into the sky, covering everything in Mount Tai, including them. The camera was also swallowed up by the light. The screen is bright. Nothing can be seen. The other side. Wrapped in a meteor-like glow, a crimson light with a fanatical aura descended on Mount Tai. The destructive death light emitted by the huge Dragonite collided with it. Once touched, it disappears. Although Zhao Elite could not see anything, he could feel that the mountains and rivers were trembling at this moment. The earth seemed to roar of its own accord. But at the moment when the swirling red light touched the huge Dragonite, the giant body looked like a kite with its string broken. Flew out. Boom. A shocking loud noise was heard, and the collision of energy was extremely violent. Even though they were far apart, the trainers present felt it clearly. Accompanied by a shrill scream. Boom. The mountain collapsed and the huge Dragonite fell to the ground and never got up again. A huge body stretched in front of him. Under the energy splash of Hyper Beam and Techno Blast, Taishan was completely turned into a ruin, already completely scrapped. At the same time, Megacaesar's stamina was also exhausted, and with a flash of light, he returned to his original black-gold appearance. Gasping for air, I felt weak all over my body, as if I was exhausted. But at the same time, there was a flash of excitement in its eyes. It was obvious that this battle was very exciting for it. It was the first time that it felt so enjoyable. At this time, Liu's ears twitched. The system prompt sounded suddenly in my mind. Dip, congratulations to Megacaesar for inspiring Techno Blast to defeat the giant Dragonite and level up to 61. In view of the fact that the host successfully prevented the Opalocid War and stopped the destruction of Ontario in time, a special lottery opportunity will be awarded. Upgrade 5 levels in a row and get a chance to win a lottery. For this result, Liu can be said to be satisfied. Megacaesar's Techno Blast is so powerful that it can actually scatter the destructive death rays of the giant Dragonite. This is the first time it has been triggered. As the level increases this time, if you use this move again, the power will be doubled. As for this lottery, for Liu, it was an unexpected surprise. He also didn't expect that preventing this war would actually affect history. Just don't know what rewards will be drawn. Liu pretended to see the life and death of the giant Dragonite and took back the Megacaesar. I gonna go see. Zhao Elite's eyes were dull. When he heard what Liu said, he just nodded blankly. Liu saw his reaction, but he was already used to it. After getting on the Gar comp, he headed towards the direction where Dragonite fell. The camera had already been damaged during the previous battle. The energy attack just now was too astonishing. This kind of ordinary machine is just a little bit sputtered, and it immediately becomes unusable. So, the audience, who were originally full of anticipation and their hearts were beating fast, opened their eyes. I found that the TV screen was dark. Many people thought they had turned off their phones accidentally. But when you see the logo in the upper left corner, you know it's right. Not shut down. But the TV screen went black? I don't know how many people suddenly screamed like ghosts and wolves, and some even took action and slapped the back cover of the TV loudly. Just let them do whatever they want. Always indifferent. Until 30 seconds later. Black screen contact. However, host suddenly appeared and explained in a panic, "Sorry viewers, something unexpected happened during the live broadcast. This live broadcast is over. We will notify you of the specific results later." Finish this sentence. The live broadcast was hurriedly offline. Commercials started playing on TV. That's it. Gone. No. Right now, even if not in the same place. But the audience's inner thoughts were unexpectedly synchronized, and they were extremely disappointed. It feels like a table full of men and women, and they have just dipped a little bit of the soup from one of the dishes. Haven't tasted it yet. The food on the table was immediately overturned. It's so uncomfortable to hold back. Even the governor of Ontario and other senior government officials were like this. They all felt like they were stuck in their throats, and the veins on their necks were popping out when they looked at the advertisements on the screen. "Do you have any news about Zhao Elite and the others?" he asked the secretary next to him. The secretary shook his head. The live broadcast was delayed and the battle must have been decided by now. All senior officials are waiting impatiently. Finally, 5 minutes later, the long-awaited phone rang. Just as the secretary was about to step forward, he saw that the governor couldn't stand it anymore. He walked to the desk in a few steps and picked up the phone. Pressed the hands-free button smoothly. "Zhao Elite, did that young man win?" Before the other party could speak, the governor couldn't wait to ask. There was a noticeable silence on the phone. This second seemed to stretch infinitely, and the mayor next to him had his Adam's apple rolling up and down, feeling very nervous. "One," Zhao Elite said with a smile. Instantly, the senior officials could no longer maintain their image and cheered excitedly. Two of the mayors hugged each other. Suddenly realized something was wrong. They looked at each other and then separated awkwardly. However, the joy in my heart has not diminished at all. At this time, they were just members of Ontario, no different from everyone else. "Quick, make an announcement now. Hang up the phone." The governor's first words were solemn instructions to his secretary. Subsequently, the news of Opalicid's victory quickly spread throughout the province and cities, and cheers echoed across Ontario's sky. Everyone's face was filled with joy. Even on the battlefield, the frequency of disputes has been greatly reduced. At the same time, with Liu as the trigger, the young trainer's strength gradually attracted public attention. The other side, surrounded by the unconscious giant Dragonite, Liu said to the system, "Start the lottery." A familiar voice sounded. Immediately afterwards, "Random draw, random draw, random draw." Stuck. This was the first time Liu encountered this situation and was confused. The normal system draws extremely fast. The reward will appear in less than a few seconds. But this time, a few minutes passed. The system is still displaying random draws, as if it has transformed into a repeater. 6 minutes passed. When Liu's patience is about to run out, the system sound finally changed. After the beep, "Congratulations to the host for receiving the special reward Arceus Blessing. I go." Even if you haven't used probing yet, but just the name alone made Liu inexplicably refreshed and raised huge expectations. Who is Arceus? That is the creator of the Pokémon world in the original book. The pinnacle among mega beasts? Can its blessing be inferior? The words fell. The huge Dragonite figure slowly disappeared, replaced by a ball of light floating in the air, as clear as glass. The huge Dragonite figure slowly disappeared, replaced by a ball of light floating in the air, as clear as glass. It's obviously not dazzling, but it exuded a heart-stopping energy. Liu raised his fingers slightly. The next second, the information about this ball of light immediately appeared in front of me. Arceus's blessing. After absorb, if you gain Arceus favor, your luck level will be increased by 20%, and the favorability of the mythical beast at first sight will be plus 30. Strong? Really awesome. Liu really didn't expect it. You can actually get such cheating rewards in this lottery. Luck seems to be a mystery, but in fact, it has a great impact on people. For example, the European Emperor's aura he obtained at the beginning only lasted an hour, but it allowed his Gible to complete its evolution, and harvested the later Scarlet Warrior Flash Scyther. Can only say, only the person involved can understand how important luck is. After his luck is increased, he will probably be able to command Pokémon training and battles much more smoothly in the future. And there was something else that made him extremely excited. That's the favorability of the mythical beast? I don't know if it was a problem with his personal physique, but in fact, these mythical beasts didn't have a high opinion of him at first. Such as Lugia, Darkrai, etc. Shaman goes without saying. It even went through a big battle. Even Celebi, who is now sleeping in the GS ball, is the same, setting up many illusions for herself. Mewtwo did it because he saved it. The core of Zygarde is not even planning to show up. The only exception was little Nebula, who was hatched by him personally. Count these mythical beasts in detail. None of them followed him voluntarily because they had a good impression of him. Most of them were coaxed or won over. So, after the favorability level increases, it means encountering mythical beasts in the future. It will be a lot less trouble. Liu stood there and took a deep breath. The group of blessing light automatically floated over and slowly submerged from the top of the head. This moment, as if he was soaking in a hot spring, his whole body relaxed unconsciously. But compared to the transformation of the body like the power of waveguide, wait until the blessing is completely absorbed. Liu has not changed significantly. If you look into it carefully, it seems that his temperament has changed slightly, and he has an inexplicable affinity. He opened his eyes and looked at the empty collapsed mountain, feeling a little headache. He had not expected the disappearance of the giant Dragonite at all. I don't know if it has anything to do with the system, but now that such a big Dragonite is gone, it's really hard to explain. At this time, Zhao Elite and other trainers finally rushed over, seeing Liu swarming up. Thanks to you for being here this time. Thank you for saving our province. Is that move just now your own creation? How did you research it? It's so powerful that it can actually defeat the destructive death ray of the huge Dragonite. These well-known trainers in the past had absolutely no airs in front of Liu, and their attitudes were somewhat flattering. After all, everyone knows, after this war, the young people in front of us will receive a lot of attention. At such an age and with such achievements, his future is by no means limited to this. People seek advantages and avoid disadvantages. No one wants to offend a genius with a promising future. By the way, where's the Dragonite ancestor? Until then, everyone looked down in confusion, only to realize that the huge Pokémon was missing. Forfeit. Liu didn't know how to explain. I'm having a headache. Suddenly a voice came. Maybe it left on its own, just like it came. The person who spoke was naturally Zhao Elite. The Opalissid battle happened suddenly. 2 Dragon-type Pokémon suddenly appeared, and then disappeared one after another. Zhao Elite naturally thought that they left by themselves. Although this may sound unreasonable. After all, Dragonite is so big. But there is no other explanation. Maybe Minimize ran away. Moreover, he saw that the young man was still as stable as a mountain in such a situation, and his face didn't show even a hint of arrogance. Zhao Elite nodded secretly, appreciating it very much. I have already made up my mind. He hesitated for a moment, then slowly stepped forward and spoke. Found that it was him who spoke. Trainers give up an area. Liu, you have made great contributions in preventing the Opalissid War and saving Ontario. As a person, I would like to invite you to participate in the secret adventure we will organize in a few days. Are you interested? Secret adventure. Well, Hara City has discovered a newly arrived secret realm. People are needed to explore the danger level. There is only one quota. I think your current strength has met the qualifications. But this secret realm has never been opened before, and it contains countless unknown risks. I wonder if you are willing to do it. Zhao Elite asked carefully. But in fact, I didn't dare to guess Liu's decision. After all, the danger level of secret exploration is too high, not even less than Opalissid vs. No one knows. What is the environment of the new secret realm? Are there any mythical beasts? What powerful Pokémon will you encounter? If you are not careful, you will die. In fact, Liu has already achieved both fame and fortune just by virtue of this Opalissid battle. Presumably government and official rewards will arrive tomorrow. In fact, there is no need for him to risk his life by following him and others. Good. Zhao Elite is having random thoughts. The crisp voice suddenly disrupted his thoughts. Wait until you realize what Liu said. A sudden start. You mean, are you willing to explore this new secret realm? Liu nodded. Hiss. The trainers who saw his promise suddenly took a breath of air, looking at him in disbelief. Actually, when Zhao Elite just talked about this, everyone looked at him as if he were a madman. And after Liu agreed. Target shift. At this time, they felt that young people were more crazy. How dare they? That was the first secret adventure. Although opportunities are rare, risks often coexist with opportunities. The new secret realm means resources, but it also brings unimaginable disasters. Various statistical proofs. On the first expedition to the secret realm, the loss rate of personnel was almost over 90%. The unknown is the most dangerous. But Liu doesn't think so. In a few decades, it is very rare for a secret realm to arrive. And even if it comes, it won't be his turn. But it's different now. An unknown, new secret realm full of mystery. Just thinking about it makes Liu's blood boil. Zhao Elite saw that he really agreed. A flash of relief flashed in his eyes. Okay, here is my contact information. I will tell you the specific address after the time is confirmed. After the two exchanged contact information, everyone left Taishan. As for the follow-up, it will be handled by the Ontario government. The next day, the reward badge and items from the Ontario government were simultaneously mailed to the address that Liu previously registered for, Lingland's Pokémon Center. In the room, Liu opened the package. After seeing what was inside, he raised his eyebrows slightly. This is... He held a mottled bead in his hand and touched it lightly, and the rust on it stained his palm. He held a mottled bead in his hand and touched it lightly, and the rust on it stained his palm. The beads looked very old, as if they had just been dug out of a tomb. If the address of the email was not addressed to the Ontario Provincial Government Hall, he might have thought it was someone else playing a prank. Liu used probing techniques on it, but when he saw the result, he frowned slightly. Unknown jade contains energy from the source of life. It seems to have strange effects and its use is unknown. The source of life. Liu was thoughtful. But he was a little strange and didn't know why Ontario gave him this reward. Soon, under the package, the letter he almost ignored explained his doubts. Hello Liu, thank you very much for stopping this Opalissid war and saving the entire province of Ontario. To express our gratitude, we hereby issue a provincial badge and this strange prop with huge energy. Note, this prop has been tested and its energy is not lower than the legendary level beast. It has always been regarded as a treasure by us. Unfortunately, there has been no progress in the research for 20 years. We only found that this prop can be used in battle to improve any Pokémon's moves. 30% power. The side effect is that the physical strength will be reduced. The thank you letter sent by the government was concise and to the point. Except for the above 2 points. It also explained the role of provincial badge in Dragon Kingdom. You are eligible to participate in almost any competition, and most of the secret realms that have been explored, except for the national confidentiality level, can be entered by solation. Liu weighed badge gently. Very substantial. Then he pinned it to his chest. As for the jade that could only be used to increase the power of moves, Liu didn't move for the time being. Although carrying it can improve the strength of Pokémon. However, he always felt that simply using it in this way would be overkill. Boom. There was a knock on the door suddenly. Liu opens. Appearing outside the door was Sister Ling Lan with a somewhat awkward expression. She twisted for a while. Just when Liu was wondering what she was going to do, she saw her take a deep breath. He bowed 90 degrees directly towards himself and said at the same time, "I'm sorry, I misunderstood you before, I hope you can forgive me." Sister Linglan's attitude was respectful. His face has turned red. The uniform suit caused her to bend over, exposing a large area of her chest. Liu's condescending perspective allowed him to see it clearly, and he paused intentionally for a while. With a hint of teasing in mind, he deliberately said jokingly, "So what if I don't forgive you?" When Sister Ling Lan heard this, she bit her lower lip and bowed at a lower angle, her posture extremely humble. The fair side of her ears was already burning red. "Yes, I'm sorry. Sister Ling Lan stammered, her heart was pounding, tears welled up in her eyes, and she was extremely nervous. When she saw it live on television, "I discovered how wrong I was." She didn't force Liu to forgive herself, she just wanted to apologize. After all, heroes should not be misunderstood. Seeing that she was about to lose her balance, her voice seemed to be choked. Only then did Liu feel like he was overplaying his hand. When her body was unbalanced and about to fall, he quickly hugged the waist and supported the other party. Sister Ling Lan was caught off guard. Eyes closed. "I thought I would fall, but I fell into a warm embrace." She opened her eyes carefully and found that Liu's face was very close, only a few centimeters away from her. They can even feel each other's breathing clearly. "Ah!" Sister Ling Lan exclaimed, and her already charming face turned as bright as a peach plum. Not only his face, but his whole body was red now, especially the waist supported by Liu felt numb. It was as if Normal was electrocuted. Liu left at the first touch and didn't stay long. After a gentleman's nothing, he turned sideways and left. Sister Ling Lan was left standing at the door, haunted by dreams. Holding her hot cheeks, she was lost in thought. Liu bid farewell to Ling Lan. Prepare to go to the secret landing point. When he soared into the sky on Garcomp, his figure gradually disappeared. Sister Ling Lan hurriedly ran out. Hearing what his sister said, his face turned pale. The two sisters stared at soaring in the sky and didn't speak for a while. The other side. According to the address given by Zhao Elite, after Liu asked Ling Lan, he learned that the location he was going to was called No Man's Land. No Man's Land is on the northern border of Dragon Kingdom. It is adjacent to another battle country known for its crazy Pokémon battles. But to No Man's Land, whether it is the Dragon Kingdom or a neighboring country, residents will deliberately avoid it, and even if it is not far away, they will take a detour. Because in the Secret Realm's first integrated Union world, the No Man's Land was smashed into ruins by thousands of meteorites, with countless potholes and various unknown energies that were extremely chaotic. Just started. As long as you get close, you will be affected by the magnetic field, causing headaches and brain heat. Severe cases may even lead to death from shock. There were many cases of this kind at the beginning, but later it was discovered that it was due to the uninhabited land, and the government used special machines to detect them, specially delineate areas that are inaccessible. Created a No Man's Land. Zhao Elite and others did not expect that this new secret realm would come here. And the government also believes that neighboring countries will never sit idly by. We will definitely send manpower to search for it. The city of Moss is tens of millions of kilometers away. Gower Park. There are various types of plants here, and the sky is filled with layers of rich mist. There seemed to be one or two dark shadows looming, but they soon disappeared again. The atmosphere is very weird. Sudden. A hole appeared in mist. Lapras flew in through the clouds carrying a man with shawl hair, a typical Mossian hooked nose and a tall and strong figure. It's just that he was very angry at this time, with a sinister look on his face. After Lapras lands at the end of the park, walked towards an extremely thick giant tree. Not knowing what he saw, he swore violently, then lowered his body, and after some beating, he found a gap in the tree. A faint light emerged from his hands. Immediately afterwards, the seemingly tiny gap was opened directly, revealing a tree hole that could accommodate one person. The hook-nosed man crouched and climbed in. The tree hole is much bigger than it looks. Bottomless. After passing through this deep and dark passage, a huge palace appeared. Under the illumination of the night lamp, he was as bright as day, full of luxury. As soon as the man reached the palace gate, the two guards bowed respectfully when they saw him. The heavy door opens. The noise inside finally came out. As soon as the man raised his eyes, he saw that two of them were ready to attack. The posture looked like they were about to start fighting mode. Others gathered around, some trying to persuade him to make peace, while others were watching the show with their arms folded. Hear sounds. Everyone looked over. The two people who were about to fight also temporarily diverted their attention.
Hello everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.